Chapter 5202 Lack of proof. Red humanity had become embroiled in a war between species. Total extinction was on the horizon as humanity was hopelessly outnumbered by the native alien races. The existence of top combat assets such as god mechs were one of the few reasons that gave red humanity a fighting chance against their adversaries. However, with only 8 god pilots available in the Red Ocean, it was impossible for these living legends to cover a lot of territories. The strategic outlook would completely change if there was a possibility for ace pilots to become as threatening as god pilots. Vase did not know how many ace pilots were active in the Red Ocean, but there had to be hundreds of them at the very least. If all it took to produce these pseudo-god mechs was to design and construct large amounts of custom juggernauts and integrate them with super-sized versions of the Karman system, then that might be enough to save their entire race from extinction. In fact, it could even allow the numerically inferior humans to launch a massive counterattack on the aliens by using the pseudo-god mechs as spearheads. Every human invasion force would be able to roll over practically any sort of alien opposition that stood in their way. Perhaps the only alien assets that could fight the juggernauts piloted by ace mechs to a standstill were the mysterious ancient phase whales. However, Vase bet that there probably weren't many of them in the Red Ocean. This meant that even if a pseudo-god mech was individually weaker than an ancient phase whale, the former was never supposed to confront the latter by themselves. Vase predicted that if a dozen pseudo-god mechs confronted an ancient phase whale on the battlefield, the advantage of numbers might prove decisive enough to make the powerful alien leader's life miserable. This possibility and more caused everyone inside the chamber to regard the Karman system as a much more impactful technological innovation than before. Vase, Jovi and the 3 members of the secret panels all shared the sentiment at this time. The Karman system had the potential to enable a lot of powerful new innovations. It was similar to the neural interface in that regard. The invention of a device that enabled the brain of a human to interface with a machine led to the development of mechs that dominated an entire era. While nobody dared to say that the Karman system had the potential to produce the same level of impact, as long as any of the aforementioned scenarios were plausible, the entire landscape of mechs as everyone knew it would irrevocably change. Vase eventually broke the momentary silence. I would like to caution you that I do not have any proof that it is possible to realize all of these wild and outlandish ideas. All I can say is that I cannot rule them out for the time being. One will have to test the Karman system further by employing it in different applications. The more data I gather, the more accurate my conclusions. We understand. We will speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel about this later. Master Viro Goldstein spoke. We would like to explore additional speculative possibilities with you. We are not engaging in baseless fantasies here. We are being thorough by exploring every conceivable angle. Let me show you another possibility. They did just that. The panel began to present numerous different applications of the Karman system and asked for Vase to share his opinion on whether the ideas had any chance of working. For example, Master Goldstein conjured up the image of an entire regiment of larger demimechs. The machines weren't as small as the one used as a control interface. They were instead scaled up to the point where they were at the halfway point between a suit of heavy combat armor and a light mech. The demimechs at this scale possessed numerous interesting traits. They were far more powerful than regular infantry, but not quite as strong as a conventional mech. However, the difficulty of controlling them was much more reduced as they consisted of a lot less parts and lost a lot of complexity. Master Goldstein's demimechs were also a lot more economical as they consisted of relatively cheaper materials and avoided any overly complicated design elements. I project that it will take norms without appropriate genetic aptitude to become proficient enough in their use in 2 or 3 years. The master mech designer estimated. It may take several additional years if the demimechs possess fully articulating limbs. Nonetheless, the time it takes to raise a large number of qualified and combat-capable demimech armies should be much less than trying to form traditional mech armies. Do you believe that these units will be effective enough in combat to resist the alien forces such as the ones that you have encountered in your expeditions? That was a difficult question. Vase never thought about applying the Karman system in this fashion. He didn't even know what to think about the whole demimech concept. Whether the survivalists wanted to employ them as an upgraded version of a piloting suit or a discount mech, he could not accurately foresee the possibilities as they ranged far beyond his own experiences. The panel members would probably gain much more useful responses if they asked the judgment of the xenotechnician or the polymath. Why did they bother to ask for the opinion of a humble senior mech designer? Vase could not possibly supply the correct answers. I don't think these Demimech armies have the hard power needed to fight against the strongest alien assets. Vase eventually responded to Goldstein. Their scale is just too small for them to put a serious dent in the transphasic energy shields of alien battleships. Their vast quantities might make them a lot more useful when dealing with sub-capital ships or planetary combat, but I am not too sure, to be honest. If you ask me whether it is possible to develop these Demimechs with the help of a Karman system, then I am much more confident that it can be made. He did not need to remind the three powerful survivalists that these Demimechs could only get off the ground if the Karman system worked as expected. Just as with everything else, Vase lacked the hard proof and the empirical data needed to offer more solid judgments. After offering his lame responses to a few other ridiculous scenarios, the three survivalists were finally done with expositioning their crazy fantasies. Let us return to more relevant matters. Master Viro Goldstein eventually spoke. Professor Larkinson, you have previously stated that you have chosen the Karman system to become your main area of research in your quest to realize your design philosophy. That is correct, Vase replied. Even if I did not envision all of those scenarios that you have mentioned during this secret session, the two basic uses of the Karman system are already more than enough for me to dedicate my years as a senior mech designer to fleshing it out. I do not think I have the time or expertise to spare on exploring all of those other possibilities. I will probably leave that work to other mech designers once one have advanced to the rank of master. That frustrated the panel members. They were all accustomed to interacting with older and more accomplished mech designers. The fact that Vase was just a senior and not a master limited a lot of options. Of course, it was still good that Vase presented his Karman system to them at this early stage. They would rather learn about it and issue their verdicts on it before it had any opportunity to completely disrupt the mech community when Karman mechs started to become known to the public. Master Goldstein asked another question. Are you able to integrate your Karman system in a collaborative mech design? Yes, but only if I have real control over how to set up the Karman system. If anyone else tries to do it, the organic components won't do anything aside from exchanging blood. Will first-class mechs and third-class mechs experience any significant reductions in performance if they are solely controlled by the Karman system? Vase frowned in response. I am not too sure about that. I think that first-class mechs will probably see a slight to moderate reduction when paired with unqualified mech pilots due to the difficulty of managing their advanced systems. Third-class mechs should actually be able to perform a lot better as they were much simpler and easier to master. Their lack of complexity also helps with easing the difficulty. The cost of the Karman system doesn't have to be that high anyway. I can make it a lot cheaper by utilizing cheaper technologies and materials to produce them. They will become more fragile, but since the blood pact is not a physical connection, its effectiveness will remain constant. In other words, Vase speculated that the Karman system actually provided a lot more value for third-raters as opposed to first-raters. This was highly optimistic news for the third-rate colonial states that resided in the lower zones. They occupied the greatest amount of territory in Red Humanity's space and actually held the largest population as well. Anything that could enhance their combat power so that they could make a greater difference in the war was welcome news to the survivalist faction. It also happened to give a powerful boost to Polymath's sub-faction. Vase answered a few more questions. Master Wintress and the Mace of Retaliation both asked questions that were relevant to the plans supported by their own patrons. As the lengthy and tiring secret session dragged on, the three panel members finally came to a consensus. Master Goldstein smiled down at Vase. Thank you for introducing your Karman system to us and sharing your opinions on its many potential applications. However, you have given us many quandaries as well. Your lack of proof to back up many of your assertions is hindering us from making any definitive decisions. Your schedule for the rest of this day is free, correct? Master Wintress suddenly asked. Yes. I am obliged to lead a closed session on another subject the next day, so I won't be available at that specific time slot. Vase originally intended to attend several interesting sessions after this was over. He had a feeling that he might be forced to scrap this plan. Good, then you should have enough time to design and build several experimental mechs that feature the Karman system. We will provide you with access to one of the Commander Rain's complete mech workshops. Our ship's state-of-the-art materializers and high-tech bioproduction facilities should help you realize your designs as quickly as possible. We will also allocate a small selection of trusted mech pilots and norms to you. Their assignment will be to cooperate with your experiments and interface with your test products. He knew it. The survivalists were not satisfied with taking him at his word. They wanted to obtain hard proof and see the Karman system at work in front of their eyes. Vase did not necessarily object to this arrangement. The only reason why he felt upset about this order was because he could no longer attend any of the interesting and informative sessions on this day anymore. However, he understood that it was necessary for him to produce hard proof to reinforce his pitch. The more the panel members appreciated the Karman system, the more they were inclined to support Vase in his work. Vase bowed his head in acquiescence. I shall do my best to satisfy your demands and produce enough samples of the Karman system for you to analyze and verify my work. I would like to add that my design philosophy probably doesn't work well with materializers. I need my mechs to become alive. A production method that is completely impersonal and removed from human intervention makes that impossible. That was not welcome news to the three survivalists. They all wanted to obtain as many samples as possible. It would be a bit troublesome if Vase had to spend hours on fabricating every individual mech. The Mace of Retaliation released an impatient sigh. Do the best you can, Professor Larkinson. Master Goldstein echoed this sentiment. It is imperative for you to produce enough experimental mechs within a time span of 20 hours. That will give us enough time to collect preliminary test data on your Karman system and discuss the findings with a select group of other trusted experts. Can you meet our demands within this short amount of time? Vase felt glad that he had a decent amount of mech tournament experience. This was not the first time he had to develop mechs in a matter of hours. I can do it as long as the bioproduction machines or whatever can grow all of the organic components of the Karman system in a short amount of time. He replied with a bit more confidence than before. That should not be a problem, Professor Larkinson. Goldstein smiled in satisfaction. Please inform us if you lack the proper production equipment to meet your deadline. We shall design and produce the instruments that you require on the spot. There were so many master mech designers and other developers aboard the Commander Rain that none of them were lacking in technical expertise. Chapter 5203 Greater Expectations. When I arrived at this conference, I expected to learn a lot of useful insights from the fellow experts invited by your faction. I did not expect to be stuffed back into a mech workshop and be told to go to work again. Vase felt quite annoyed at being forced to deviate from his plan. He wanted to keep learning more about alien technology, the nature of phase water and all of the amazing discoveries that people had made about E-energy radiation. Though he already attended enough sessions to come away with a lot of helpful guidance going forward, there were still many sessions related to restricted subjects that could offer even more information. It pained Vase so much that the secret panel abruptly ordered him to fabricate a bunch of Karman mechs for them. Couldn't the mechers show a bit of patience and at least wait until the conference had come to an end before they saddled him up with homework? The three sub-leaders did not even bother to give Vase time to think or accept his new assignment. A teleportation system directly plucked him out of the secure chamber and brought him to a mech workshop. At least Jovi came along as well. Having a familiar and friendly face around helped a lot with acclimatizing to his new circumstances. This is an opportunity, Vase. The higher-ups wouldn't have bothered to give you time to produce your works if they found your speculative claims to lack substance. During the questioning, they pressed you on the versatility and limits of the Karman system because they are interested in how extensively your work can change the mech community and the rest of our civilization for the better. Vase calmed down a bit more as Jovi provided his insights on what just happened. I guess, it is better for people to take my words into serious consideration rather than dismiss my claims out of hand. Vase admitted, I think I still need time to adjust my cognition. I came in expecting those big figures to look down on my work. After all, the claims one have made are a bit wild considering I have made little progress after I have completed my first 2 Karman mechs. A sample size of just 2 is hardly sufficient to back up my predictions about how it can make anyone pilot a mech regardless of genetic aptitude. Jovi smiled at his friend. Perhaps you are right to expect to receive a skeptical reaction from an ordinary audience. We are different, though. You just came away from an inquiry led by 3 Tier 2 galactic citizens that lasted for 2 whole hours. Do you know how few people ever get to present their work to such a distinguished panel? You have moved up in our society, Vase. If your work on companion spirits had already put you on the map, then your work on your Karman system will cement your place among the leaders of our civilization. Vase felt both gratified and worried about that. He already anticipated that he would get to raise his profile and earn more recognition during this conference, but this was too much. What frustrated him the most was that his actions would come under much greater scrutiny now. He had caught the attention of the likes of Master Xena Wintress and the Mace of Retaliation. There was no way they would let their eye off him now that they discovered the amazing potential of his work. Even if Vase was still too far away from realizing his design philosophy, that did not prevent these great figures from piling up a lot of expectations on his shoulders. Once he became a higher-tier galactic citizen, there was no way he could go back to the life he led once before. He felt as if his situation was spinning out of control. There was no way he could calmly return to his fleet and merrily continue his trailblazer expedition as if little had changed. As long as the survivalists went ahead and increased his galactic citizenship tier, then Vase would not only attract a huge amount of attention from a lot of humans, but also the aliens. Given that the aliens were already monitoring major movements taking place within Red Humanity's society, they would definitely be keen on taking out any human leaders or elites. This meant that if Vase actually became a Tier 4 galactic citizen or higher by the end of the week, the aliens would definitely not miss the opportunity to launch a decapitation strike on his expeditionary fleet. Although the Mechers promised to provide Vase with an escort force that consisted of numerous powerful raw mechs and warships, it was still short of a proper warfleet. A full-blown assault from an alien warfleet could easily roll over a smaller protection force by relying on heavy firepower and the advantage of numbers. The likelihood that the aliens would divert one of their strategic warfleets for this task was not high. However, if the aliens thought they had a window of opportunity to whack a freshly promoted Tier 3 galactic citizen who happened to be located close to the front lines, then any ambitious alien commander would take the shot. As much as Vase hated the thought, he might have to put serious thought into putting his expedition days behind him. He would just be setting himself up for assassinations and ambush attacks if he kept strolling through the deep frontier while Red Humanity was in the middle for a war that determined the future of the Red Ocean. Once he was done with adjusting his mentality, Vase began to take a serious look at the workshop. What struck him first was that it was a modern and incredibly high-end facility. Vase did not know what kind of mechers made use of this place, but it was definitely reserved for a master mech designer. The place had been cleaned up and few objects looked out of place. Vase did not recognize the models of any of the instruments and production machines, but he could already tell that each of them were much more expensive and capable than the entry-level first-class production equipment in his own personal workshop. To be honest, Vase did not recognize the purpose or the functions of over half of the machines in this compartment. "I can help you with that," Jovi offered. "I might not have worked with many of these advanced devices in a serious capacity, but I have studied their basic operation during my classes. Each of these devices excel in one job extremely well. They can save you a lot of time and reduce the probability of defects if you want to fabricate particularly demanding components." Vase shook his head. "That won't be necessary this time. I only have less than 20 hours to complete this assignment. I can't waste my time on mechs that are too advanced and finicky to design and fabricate. Speed is of the essence. If those panel members expect me to fabricate a bunch of first-class multi-purpose mechs for them in this time span, then I am afraid that they are overestimating my abilities." His friend chuckled at that. "Oh, they are not that unreasonable. I have a list that contains a more detailed set of specifications and requirements. You are permitted to design and build second-class mechs. You can also choose to develop third-class mechs if you think that is necessary to complete your work in time. This is anything but ideal, though. The more you distance yourself from first-class mechs, the more it hinders the investigation of our higher-ups. You should stick to designing second-class mechs if possible. Give me the list." Ves's eyes widened shortly afterwards when he went through all of the conditions. "I have to deliver at least 4 vastly different Karman mechs. Is that a problem for a tournament winner such as yourself?" Vase slapped his palm towards the projected document. "Look at this. It's not a big deal to quickly whip up 4 Karman mechs that are otherwise normal in other aspects, but that is not what 1AM supposed to do. Aside from developing at least one somewhat conventional medium mech, I also have to come up with a demi-mech, a medium mech specifically designed to be piloted by a norm and a huge juggernaut." Hovey's smile grew strained. "I have to admit that this is not a normal assignment, but Master Wintress and Master Goldstein wouldn't have imposed this demand on you if they thought you were hopeless. Don't forget that they have detailed access to your record and other intelligence by our association. As master mech designers themselves, they have likely built up an excellent understanding of your current competencies. Instead of complaining about it before you have started to embark on this project, you may as well start your work and see how far you can go. Once the deadline has come, you can tell the panel members that you have tried your best." He was right. Vase was wasting too much time on unproductive behavior. The clock had already started to tick since he showed up in this mech workshop. He needed to commence his work right away. Oh, before I begin, are you allowed to help me develop my Carmen mechs? Jovi nodded. I have been told that I can assist you in any capacity. The only conditions are that I must not taint your work with my own design philosophy and that I cannot do anything that weakens your own work. That caused Vase to let out a huge sigh of relief. If that is the case, then I might actually be able to fulfill this assignment in a reasonable timeframe. I understand what your bosses want from me. Let's start with drafting the first 3 designs. You don't want to draft the Juggernaut mech as well, while we formulate the concepts for all of the machines. Vase shook his head. This is an entirely different beast. I want to accrue more experience with developing the other 3 Carmen mechs first before I tackle this big beast. Is the Comitar Rain even capable of fabricating an entire Juggernaut mech from scratch within the span of a couple of hours? The humongous network of organic tissue that makes up the Carmen system will probably take weeks or months to grow. This workshop probably isn't even equipped to fabricate a construct of that scale. You are correct. Give me a second. I need to contact Master Goldstein. It took half a minute before Jovi received his answer. What did Goldstein say? He told us that you don't need to concern yourself about the Juggernaut for the time being. It is enough to deliver a complete design of one to us. Other mech designers will be tasked to fabricate the Juggernaut at a different facility. What matters is that you complete at least several Carmen mechs of your own design while the conference is still ongoing. Vase scratched his head. All right, I can do that. One guess. Let us start with designing the simplest and most conventional medium mech first. Do the masters mind if I copy design solutions and design elements from my previous mech designs? They do not mind. Jovi readily replied. You can make any decision you want if you think it will speed up your work. We are not judging your craftsmanship, your creative vision or your design skills. We only require mechs with working Carmen systems for us to test. That was good news. Vase could easily cut down his workload by at least 30% if he could reuse elements of his older designs. Vase actually started to grow excited now. The survivalists exerted a lot of pressure on him. Designing mechs was what he did best. There was no reason for him to fail this assignment. Alright, let's do it like this. Let us start with designing a fairly broad and simple night mech. Chapter 5204 Carmen mechs. Now that he went down to business, Vase quickly fell into his groove. Ideas emerged in his mind about what sort of mechs he could deliver that best showcased the strengths and uses of his Carmen system. Having a highly competent first-class senior mech designer as his sole assistant was an incredible luxury that made his life much easier. Jovi Armelon might not have that much experience with designing second-class mechs, but he possessed an excellent understanding on how to operate all of the exclusive high-end workshop equipment of this workshop. Not only that, his extensive familiarity with Ves's design philosophy, mech designs and overall work approach also saved a lot of time. Jovi did not need to hear any lengthy and exhausting explanations on what living mechs were like or how Vase preferred to fabricate his works. The input he provided to Vase was always helpful or insightful. I do not recommend you design a landbound mech to fulfill this demand. Jovi gently advised. If I understand our bosses well enough, they will want to test your works under different circumstances. Flight capability is essential. Your first Carmen mech has to be able to fly in space. Okay. It will take a bit of extra time to design such a mech, but oh well. What about the demi-mech and the conventional mech that is meant to be paired with a norm? The former doesn't have enough space for bells and whistles. The latter will become a lot more dangerous and complicated to pilot to an individual who has never piloted an actual mech in his life. Jovi quickly referenced the list of demands. It shouldn't be a problem to leave a flight system out of the demi-mech. It has to be small enough to operate within the halls and corridors of a starship if possible. Flight is not essential in this case. As for the latter, the candidate assigned to pilot this particular work of yours is not ignorant of mech operation. According to his record, he is an avid fanatic of mechs. He has not only taken numerous theoretical classes related to mechs, but he has also spent tens of thousands of hours of his free time on playing virtual mech piloting games. Vase raised his eyebrow at that. How realistic are those games? Not too high. There is a limit to how much a norm can safely pilot a mech with the use of a limited interface. Many of the more complicated operations are automated in those games. This should not be a major problem. We are not asking for this norm to become a champion as soon as he enters the cockpit and forms a bond with your Karman mech. We only want to see if he can actually perform decently enough that he will provide a net benefit to our armed forces after he has undertaken more training. In other words, the survivalists wanted to determine whether they could turn norms into qualified cannon fodder. There was no need for any of these dummies to be overly proficient at their new jobs. Now that he thought about it, Vase thought that this might be a good way to put the polymath's batch humans to good use. No matter whether those test tube products developed genetic aptitude or not, each of them could be stuffed inside a Karman mech and sent to the battlefield after a short period of acclimatization. I think I have a good understanding of what your superior expect from me now. Vase confidently spoke. Let's complete these drafts and determine their overall configurations. Vase did not even have to reassign his cyborg leg and Veronica from their current assignments to complete these relatively simple design tasks. He occasionally borrowed parts of their brainpower at times in order to speed up his considerations, but that was the extent of his cheating. Vase had no illusions about the fact that he was under constant observation at the moment. With both the polymath and the xenotechnician stationed aboard the Comitar Rain, it would be beyond foolish for Vase to pull off any naughty tricks in their vicinity. Fortunately for him, the demands imposed by the panel did not make his life unnecessarily difficult. It only took a short amount of time for him to design a second-class space knight that shared many parallels with his previous works. He took the Bastion as the main inspiration of his draft and heavily reworked its design elements to fit a standard mech. He borrowed a lot of design elements from other works when appropriate. After all, why should he spend his precious time reinventing the wheel when he already had an existing copy in storage? He took bits and pieces from designs such as the Bright Warrior, the Doom Guard, the War Squire and even the Eye Project. His professional sensibilities screamed in pain as Vase kept plagiarizing his old works. He always prided himself on designing mechs from the ground up with solutions that were precisely tailored for the jobs at hand. Recycling old solutions was a lazy and suboptimal way of designing a mech. Parts, components and systems that were originally meant to increase the performance of other mech designs would never work as well when applied in a substantially different context. Vase forcibly suppressed these impulses. He was not tasked with creating living works of art. He just had to create a bunch of functional tools, nothing more, nothing less. Alright, what do you think of my Karman Trooper, Jovi? I think its mechanical structure is sound enough given the short amount of time you invested in it, but it lacks skill expression. Don't forget that this is the mech that is meant to be paired with one of our existing mech pilots. We want to see how the Karman system by itself and the combination between it and the neural interface will affect the control of the pilot. It is much easier to gather solid data on any performance improvements if you pair your machine with a ranged weapon. He made a good point, so Vase rapidly adjusted the draft and ended up with a hero mech instead. As far as hero mechs went, the draft design did not come close to the Everchanger or Ouroboros. The second draft of the Karman Trooper possessed a broad and blocky shape. Any mech designer could see that while the mech boasted good defenses and possessed a greater fault tolerance than average, its speed and maneuverability left much to be desired. Is it truly necessary for you to open up so much capacity to accommodate the Karman system for this design? Jovi questioned with a hint of skepticism. You should be able to get away with a much slimmer version of your earlier implementations. I know, but I don't want to take any chances with this design. Vase responded, I do not want the Karman system to fail or glitch when this work is subjected to a battery of tests. I am unable to determine how strong or resilient the organic components of this design will be, so one prefer to err on the side of caution. Let's treat the most basic Karman Trooper as our control group. We can try to vary the proportions of the Karman system in the other designs. This way, if the three other designs somehow malfunctioned or failed to produce adequate results, Vase would still be assured that the boring but solid Karman Trooper would do its job with certainty. Once Vase was done with planning the configuration of the Karman Trooper, he moved on to a much more dumbed-down machine. I don't think it is a good idea to copy the Karman Trooper for the mech that is designed to be piloted by a norm. Vase responded, even if the chosen candidate has fought thousands of battles in virtual reality, the real piloting experience is vastly more complicated and demanding than what those simplified games can deliver. Are you thinking about falling back to a knight mech for this design? No, that's too big of a leap I think. It may be better to design a frontline mech instead. It was Hovey's turn to shake his head this time. You are overshooting in the other direction if you do that. You should stick to a complete humanoid mech design. Trust me, a night mech should be more than enough. You don't even need to include a flight system at this time. Alright. Guess one will do that instead. It took even less time for him to design the simplified Karman conscript. The codename might not sound dignified, but Vase didn't really care. He tried to increase the buffer and fault tolerance of the Karman conscript as much as possible while maintaining reasonable proportions. This caused the mech to look a lot fatter and cumbersome than the Karman trooper. The reason why he compromised its mobility was because all of the added defenses and redundancies protected the mech and its pilot to the maximum possible extent when it was being inexpertly handled. The mech would not incur significant damage if it tripped on its feet and fell flat on its chest, for example. Adding a lot of mass and bulk to the mech also prevented the pilot from moving any of its limbs too quickly and losing control because of that. It was a lot less important for this mech to have a lot of skill expression because the pilot wasn't supposed to be controlling a mech in the first place. The Karman conscript did come with fully articulating arms and hands, so it could always pick up a ranged weapon and test the candidate's marksmanship when controlling a giant machine through the blood pact. With that out of the way, Vase and Jovi moved on to the third request, a demimech. Vase spoke. The list doesn't contain too many detailed specifications and requirements. I can pick any size I want, right? That is correct. This is because none of us know the extent to how much you can miniaturize a mech and still preserve the operation of both the machine as its shrunken Karman system. That was understandable. Do I have to design this demimech for a professional mech pilot or a norm? Vase asked. A mech pilot, Jovi replied. The higher-ups preferably want a copy of both, but it is more important to quickly determine the viability and the combat effectiveness of a demimech when it is being used with great skill. It will take too much time for a norm to operate the demimech with an acceptable degree of performance. Understood. Let me think about this. Vase did not draft any lines until he roughly determined the scale of his demimech. He ultimately settled for a size that was a bit smaller than an ultra-light mech. He did not try to push his limits and shrink the demimech down all the way until it was barely larger than a suit of heavy combat armor. This was because such a tiny mech resembled infantry more than a mech at that point. What Vase had to create was an intermediate form between infantry and armor that sat in between but retained much of the advantages of both. Chapter 5205 Data Cruncher. Vase gained a lot of confidence in the viability of his demimech. The draft for the Karman Raider looked like a fairly compact but capable demimech that should easily be able to crush most second-class infantry forces. Its height was only a bit shorter than the height of the torso of a typical medium mech. Shrinking the machine to such an extent demanded a massive amount of adjustments that Vase never grappled with before. For example, the substantial reduction in size meant that the mech lost a lot of mass, mechanical strength and leverage. Its limbs were shorter, its mech engine became a lot weaker and it needed to squeeze all of its parts in a much tinier frame. While it sounded easy enough to simply substitute larger parts with miniaturized ones, Vase had to make far more adjustments as the dynamics of a demimech were completely different from that of a full-sized mech. Vase did not feel too concerned about these problems. He might not have any actual experience with designing this kind of machine, but he possessed enough knowledge and experience to cope with the challenges imposed by this atypical design. He did not really stick to a fixed mech archetype this time. The role of a demimech of this scale was much different from a traditional mech. He did not feel like turning his Karman Raider into a straightforward night mech or rifleman mech. I think you can get away with designing it as a hybrid mech. Jovi said, it would also help a lot if it has at least some flight capabilities. You don't have to make it as fast as an actual light mech, but it should possess enough maneuverability for the pilot to pull off complex maneuvers. This will help a lot with testing the properties of the Karman system at this scale. Vase rubbed his hairless chin in contemplation. The demimech shared many aspects of mechs, but had also shrunken down to the point where he could apply the design principles of ultra-heavy combat armor. It just so happened that Vase was not entirely unfamiliar with working on suits of combat armor. He had spent a significant amount of time on designing and upgrading his unending regalia over the years. Even though his personal suit of protective armor did not come with any significant integrated weapons, it still allowed him to figure out how to handle considerably smaller and more limited armor systems, mechanical servos, energy supply systems and more. Vase ultimately came to a decision. We can do that, provided that you help me out with selecting and integrating all of the miniaturized weapon systems. That is a bit of a blind spot to me. I am much more accustomed to handling larger and more generous weapon systems. I can take this responsibility. Jovi immediately responded, you should focus on the big picture for this design. I can solve all of the time-consuming technical problems that are not worth your attention. Great, if that is the case, then we can go a little wild for this design. Vase had tried to err on the side of caution for the first two mech designs, but he wanted to be a little more adventurous with the demi-mech design. Ironically, he had more room to play this time. The Carmen Trooper and the Carmen Knight both had to be fairly basic and foolproof in order to reduce their complications as much as possible. The Carmen Raider was an unprecedented work as far as Vase was concerned. There were no standard templates of demi-mechs that he should follow. The stupendous availability of miniaturized parts meant that Vase could slot in as many of them into his design as he wanted. As long as Vase and Jovi did not select anything too weird or abnormal, they should be able to treat them as modular components that they could readily slot into the frame of the demi-mech. By the time the pair completed the draft design of the Carmen Raider, they ended up with a scrappy and fairly maneuverable urban combat machine that was armed to the teeth. The xianxia's frame integrated a combination of miniaturized plasma and laser weapon modules. It also featured a pair of shoulder-mounted missile launchers that could easily be replaced by other weapon systems. Its handheld weapon loadout consisted of a plasma sword and a machine gun, but the machine could easily employ a different set of weapons. Vase truly felt that this demi-mech was highly suited for urban combat. It possessed a lower profile, it was a lot more surgical in its offensive options, and its capacity for producing collateral damage dropped by a considerable margin. He grew particularly happy with the array of small boosters spread across its compact frame. These boosters significantly increased the xianxia's short-range maneuverability and turned it into an even trickier combat machine. Of course, a single demi-mech was no match to an actual mech in raw power. The difference in scale was too substantial. The xianxia's reduced capacity also came with other downsides. Its range and staying power were not good. Its defenses were predictably poor. Its melee combat capabilities were far inferior to its ranged combat capabilities. Vase was unable to fit a cockpit that could safely eject its pilot. He was sure he could cobble together an improvised solution that could serve as a decent substitute, but there was too little time to work out such an ejection system. It is not strictly necessary so long as we test this mech under heavy supervision. Jovi reassured Vase, we will have our teleporters locked to the test pilot at all times. He will be whisked away before the demi-mech is able to cause any actual harm. I guess that works. The demi-mech was his favorite mech design thus far. The completely different circumstances caused Vase and Jovi to come up with original design elements that they had yet to work on before. They could afford to do this because the individual parts weren't as large as that of a regular mech. It took a lot less time to get everything right as a consequence. Do you want to tackle the design of the Juggernaut while we are at this stage? Vase shook his head. Let's flesh out these 3 designs and fabricate them first. Who knows what insights and lessons we will gain over the next hours. The delay will also give us more time to think about how we should tackle this troublesome Juggernaut design. Very well, we will do it your way, Vase. Vase and Jovi proceeded to design the Carmen Trooper first. Their design speed was impressive. Vase was already highly productive due to his mysterious spiritual sublimation. His performance comfortably exceeded that of any other second-class senior mech designer. That said, Jovi turned out to be more than capable of carrying his own weight. The raw senior possessed a few shortcomings in more practical areas that spoke of lack of experience in designing and fabricating mechs for actual use. His intuition and instinctive understanding of mechs were not as developed either. This was understandable as Jovi mostly practiced his craft within the confines of the design world. He also did not have any masterwork certificates to his name. Jovi's grasp of scientific theories and the Red Association's vast array of technologies were much more impressive in comparison. He possessed an excellent first-class cranial implant that provided him with an astounding boost in analytical ability. These differences became evident once they started to design the Carmen Trooper side by side. Vase adopted a more spontaneous design approach where he skipped a lot of calculations and made a lot of gut decisions. He allowed his intuition to play an outsized role in his design process. There were plenty of cases where Vase did not even put much thought in the theory and the numbers of specific design elements. Instead, he approached his design work as if he was sitting in front of an incomplete canvas and only needed to make a few loose brush strokes in order to complete a painting to his satisfaction. Jovi on the other hand possessed a much more proper and data-oriented design approach. His weaker intuition did not pose a hindrance to him as he relied on his cranial implant as well as the generous quota of the Commodore Rain's processing power to calculate much of his solutions. What Vase particularly found impressive about Hovey's design approach was the use of a lot of different formulas. Instead of trying to puzzle out solutions on an ad hoc basis, Jovi seemed to possess an appropriate formula for nearly any situation. This not only allowed him to formulate his solutions faster and with greater consistency, but it also prevented him from getting stuck. The design of the Karman Trooper quickly took shape under their combined efforts. It was ultimately a basic spaceborne hero mech without any other bells and whistles aside from its Karman system. Fitting in the Karman system was not that difficult as the design of the Karman Trooper offered enough room to accommodate the extra organic parts. Vase had to spend a bit of time learning what sort of organic products he could produce inside the mech workshop. Many of the bioproduction machines were astoundingly complex and incredibly overkill for what he required. Fortunately, Vase managed to find a number of simpler equipment that could rapidly grow the organic components of the Karman system without requiring a lot of handholding. At this stage of the development of the Karman system, Vase was unable to design a universal version that could safely bond with any possible human. Every human body was different and unique. This was especially the case in the upper levels of society. Practically every single first-class individual was a separate species in biological terms. They received so much genetic tinkering and biological modifications throughout their lifetimes that they became reproductively isolated from each other. If their genes diverged to such an extent that they couldn't produce offspring with each other in a natural manner, then it was exceedingly dangerous for them to exchange blood with a Karman system that was attuned to baseline human physiques. Perhaps in time, Vase could develop an upgraded version of the Karman system that automatically adjusted its DNA and blood composition based on the biological properties of the mech pilot during their initial contact. This was a necessary step in order to enable mass production. Unfortunately, Vase was not there yet, so he had little choice but to adapt the Karman system for the Karman Trooper to a single mech pilot selected in advance. "Okay, we're done with this," Vase said once he put the finishing touches to the Karman system. Jovi had taken care of the rest of the details during this time. It only took a short time for them to develop a close and tacit form of cooperation with each other. Vase found it quite handy that Hovey's design approach possessed a lot of parallels with that of his wife. Both of them had received excellent education. Their elite schools had imparted them with much more structural design techniques that allowed them to make greater use of their cranial implants and any external sources of processing power. Of course, Jovi was a lot faster and more efficient at this than Gloriana. This was the first time that Vase seriously collaborated on a mech design with a genuine first-class mech designer. He never knew that possessing a first-class cranial implant that was entirely geared towards mech design could make such an enormous difference in design efficiency. It was no wonder that Gloriana nagged about this subject all of the time. She understood a lot better how much a first-class cranial implant could accelerate her work and how much additional attention she could invest in refining her solutions. If Jovi was a woman or agreed to undergo a sex change operation, then there was a faint possibility that Vase would have thought about divorcing Gloriana. The temptation to upgrade to a better wife and collaborator was too irresistible. "You're getting distracted. What are you thinking about, Vase?" "Huh, oh, nothing. Let's wrap up this design so that we can move on to designing the Karman Knight." Vase inwardly shook his head to clear his head of any distracting or irrelevant thoughts. What was he thinking? There was no way he would turn his back wife. He could not go against his own principles, and he did not want his children to grow sad. Chapter 5206 Overkill Production. Designing the first 3 Karman mechs for the survivalist faction turned out to be a relatively simple process. The technical content of the designs were not particularly challenging. Vase had deliberately dumbed down a lot of aspects to the point where they performed like entry-level second-class mechs at best. The severe lack of time did not grant Vase the luxury to employ more powerful and sophisticated solutions. It was actually quite impressive how he and Jovi were able to whip up a handful of rough but fully functional second-class mech designs in just a couple of hours. Sure, none of them possessed the refinement or raw power that allowed them to win any awards, but the most important part about them was that Vase had great confidence in their Karman systems. "Do you need to take a break? I can't help but notice that your attention is drifting off again." "Ah, that's not necessary, Jolie. I admit that staying awake for 4 straight days without taking a single nap might not have been my best idea, but I don't think it will affect my work efficiency." The raw senior paused in his work and stared at Vase with a puzzled expression. My name is Jovi. Are you certain you can persist? Misspelling names or mistaking my identity is one of the more severe signs that your judgment is being impaired. It's nothing, really. I'm fine. Vase pushed back any suggestion that he was out of his mind. Anyway, let's move on to producing these mechs before we tackle the design of the juggernaut. I am really eager to try out these high-end superfabs. I don't recognize their models or manufacturers, but they can easily blow my AP Vex out of the water. Jovi still looked suspicious, but he readily moved on to business. I wouldn't celebrate so soon if I was in your shoes. These superfabs are designed with exacting precision in mind for the most demanding and delicate projects. They offer greater manual precision and control throughout the production process, but it is also easier to botch a job if you are incapable of handling them correctly. I highly recommend you read through their manuals first before you operate them. These instruments are meant to be utilized by masters tasked with creating masterworks. That is why you have been assigned this workshop in particular. Vase could fully see that as many of the machines eschewed automation for greater manual control. As he began to skim through the dense and thick virtual manuals of a couple of the Red Association exclusive production equipment, he found it increasingly more difficult to keep track of every new variable that he had to take into account. He underestimated how much the high-end production machines demanded out of him in terms of skill and multitasking ability. It turned out that the amount of manual settings and variables that an operator needed to take into account was so great that it was impossible for a baseline human to keep track of all of the variables. Can you handle it, Vase? His friend walked over and asked with concern. If you prefer to work with more familiar workshop equipment, I can request someone to materialize a copy of your AP Vex superfab. That won't be necessary. If I want to become a first-class mech designer, one will have to work with this caliber of production equipment sooner rather than later. It isn't every day that I get to play with some of the best workshop machines that the Red Association has to offer. I don't need to master all of the operations of the machines at once. I just have to gain a solid understanding of the basics before I am good to go. I will try to set up the accelerated growth of the 3 Karman systems first before I tackle one of these superfabs. It was best to set up the growth of the organic components that made up the Karman system for his 3 experimental first. Time mattered a lot for biomechs and biomachines. The longer they were allowed to grow, the less defects and deviations they exhibited. The best biomechs had to be grown over a span of months or even years in order to attain the highest degree of quality. It was not necessary to wait that long for Vase to produce his current batch. The Karman systems he had in mind were predominantly made out of fortified and modified human flesh. Although the organic parts were rather weak and unable to cope with the rigors of heavy campaigning, they should be quick and easy to grow to full size. That was already sufficient for a bunch of test mechs. What sort of stuff do mech designers grow with this organic synthesizer? Vase let out a frustrated breath as he tried to make sense of the manual and the overly complicated control interface. Who owns this workshop anyway? He eventually got the blasted machine to process his order without adding any unusual chemicals or strange organs. The Karman system was just an oversized and glorified vascular system when it came down to it. There was no need for Vase to make it any more complicated. He spent a few more minutes hovering around the strange biotech production machine in order to verify that it wouldn't produce an unholy mutation of flesh and machine. His few personal experiences with biotechnology had taught him that he could never be too careful when messing around with biomechanical production. Alright, let's proceed with fabricating the conventional parts of our Karman mechs. The high-end superfab that Vase chose to do his work was extremely powerful. Its production speed was blazingly fast when he tried to fabricate anything simple. It was able to process the tougher and more troublesome exotic materials with such great power that Vase could proceed with the next step in a matter of seconds instead of minutes. In fact, the superfab worked so quickly that Vase actually had to adjust a few settings to slow it down. If the large and complicated device ran through the queued processes too quickly, Vase wouldn't be able to exert enough control over the individual operations, thereby preventing him from putting his personal touch on all of the fabricated components. Vase thought about employing additional enhancements such as Blinky's design network or his recently developed living workshop ability, but he held himself back in the end. There was no need to go all out and reveal his extraordinary work methods in one of the strongholds of the survivalist faction. It wouldn't help that much anyway. The Karman mechs he intended to fabricate were all based on rushed and flawed designs. It was impossible to make any of them look good to the high-minded mechers anyway. I just need to fulfill the job, nothing more. Hours passed by as Vase and Jovi fabricated the first 3 test mechs with increasing proficiency. Once Vase got a handle on the basic operation of the high-end superfab, he began to accelerate his pace while simultaneously exerting greater manual control. He started to get a better hang of what mech fabrication was like at this level. Vase knew he was only scratching the surface of what was possible. The superfab was meant to be used to fabricate powerful and incredibly sophisticated first-class mech components. Using it to fabricate a large collection of second-class parts was overkill. Nonetheless, the more Vase studied its options and its technical properties, he was able to envision all of the variables a qualified first-class mech designer needed to master in order to fully realize all of its possibilities. Vase did not particularly feel enthused by the prospect of overseeing all of these overwhelming options. They seemed excessive from his perspective. His approach to fabricating mechs was a lot more holistic and esoteric. That meant that he was fine if the mech parts exhibited minor defects and misalignments so long as they did not compromise the safety of the mech as a whole. He actually felt that all of these random and seemingly chaotic deviations added a special sort of subtle charm to a mech. Unlike the lifeless and completely correct mechs produced through materialization, the mechs produced through manual fabrication always bore the marks that were unique to the production machines as well as their human operators. These slight variations and differences caused each of his products to develop their own unique flavors and personality. They might have been derived from the same design, but each copy started out with a unique identity and continued to diverge when put to use. Vase felt he was able to impart a slight amount of personal touch to every part. He was not able to do this as well as he hoped, but it should be more than enough to impart a sufficient amount of life in the 3 Carmen mechs. The assembly process did not present Vase with any complications. Despite utilizing a new high-end assembly system that directly utilized strong and focused applications of gravitic forces to lift up gigantic metal components as if they were as light as a feather, the basic control scheme was not that different in the end. Vase had deliberately kept most of the design elements fairly simple in order to avoid the need to employ any complicated assembly procedures. The only stressful moments in the assembly phase was when he needed to gradually integrate the rapidly grown bioparts of the Carmen system into the mech frame. The extensive networks of gigantic blood veins and other bioprogrammed tissue could not be tossed around like normal metallic components. He had to keep them at the right temperature range and prevent them from losing too much moisture. He also had to fit them in place in just the right way before merging any contact points with the mechanical systems of the Carmen mechs. Fortunately, Vase did not make any serious mistakes, and all of the parts behaved as expected. He only encountered a few annoying complications when he attempted to integrate a downsized version of the Carmen system into the half-open frame of the Demimech. The tighter spaces and his overall lack of experience with working on machines of this size forced him to slow down in order to do everything properly. Neither Vase nor Jovi had accrued any experience with Demimechs, so both of them had to be able to improvise a lot of new solutions on the spot. These additional challenges would have probably produced significant delays for novices and apprentices, but the 2 seniors were far too competent to get stumped by these issues. They ultimately got the hang of it and managed to complete the 3rd and final Carmen product of this batch. Both Vase and Jovi stepped back and took a few minutes to catch their breath and admire their latest handiwork. I must say that it is a novel experience to work alongside a mech designer as unconventional as you. Jovi spoke up first. Your approach to mech design is much more haphazard than I expected. My teachers within the association would have ripped you apart for breaking so many rules. I find it interesting that you somehow found a way to make it work and turned it into one of the strong points of your design style. I have the sense that these Carmen mechs would have never become so alive if you employed a more structural approach. Vase always liked it when others stroked his ego. He did not dare to take full credit, though. Too much chaos isn't always a good thing. You're not so bad yourself. There are good reasons why mech designers from your association are regarded as the best in the business. You have mastered an endless amount of best practices that have been meticulously developed and formulated by entire generations of masters and star designers. A part of me is envious of you for having the privilege and the cognitive ability to not only memorize them, but master them all. You mechers are really something else, Jovi. The 2 had only worked together for less than a day, but already developed a strong degree of mutual respect and familiarity towards each other. Chapter 5207 Introduction to Juggernaut Design. The Carmen mechs all appear to be sound. Jovi reported as he studied the results of the deep scans conducted on the recently completed machines. They show no obvious defects or other concerning signs. That does not rule out the possibility of other errors. Our scanners cannot determine whether the Karman systems of these 3 machines will even work. I'm not too worried about that. Vase spoke as he stroked his palm across the metallic surface of the Karman Raider. One have performed multiple examinations on them. The Karman systems show no obvious signs of mutations or deviations that I can detect. Their E-energy structures are all working properly. That caused Jovi to, my eye of providence has noticed that your mechs are actively absorbing a small amount of E-energy radiation in the local environment. That is going to raise a lot of eyebrows, you know that. I am decently certain that you are not the only mech designer who has managed to create a mechanism where mechs can fortify their properties by themselves over time, but the group is bound to be small. Vase already knew this, but he did not really care about what kind of signal he sent to the higher-ups. It was hardly a secret considering that tens of thousands of living mechs had begun to cultivate a variation of the Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra. This feature is an important part of my current design approach. These Karman mechs may only be experimental mechs that we could only develop in haste, but they are still proper living mechs from my perspective. 3 human lives will forever be bound to them. I am sure that you survivalists will ultimately upgrade them all into proper first-class multi-purpose mechs once you are done with most of your tests. I want to set these machines up for success to better serve their pilots down the line. That is kind of you, but 1am not sure our superiors will appreciate the additional variables and complications. Vase shrugged and continued to examine the spiritual foundations of all 3 Karman mechs. It was important for him to ensure that the spiritual settings for each individual Karman system were all in order. Vase had yet to meet with the candidates chosen to serve as the permanent test pilots for these experimental machines. However, he was able to prime his products for their intended users with the help of blood samples and a huge amount of recorded information. There was no way to be absolutely certain that his Karman mechs could safely be piloted. The tech was simply too new and Vase did not have enough existing cases to draw upon. The only way to find out whether he and Jovi did a good job was to see them in action. He looked at the time and saw that he roughly had 4 hours left before the deadline had passed. There was one more design that he had to deliver to the survivalist faction. It was by far the oddest and most excessive request of the 4. Juggernauts had gone out of vogue centuries ago. The mech industry deemed them to be far too wasteful and inefficient to employ in any serious capacity. The mech designers of old had already formed this conclusion in a time of relative abundance and optimism. The availability of resources back in the Milky Way galaxy was much greater than in the Red Ocean, and even then people chose to set juggernauts aside for conventionally sized mechs. Still, as ridiculous as this request may seem, the potential benefits if they worked out were massive. Do you think it is plausible that a juggernaut piloted by an ace pilot with the help of both a neural interface and a Karman system will be able to approximate the power of God Mech? Vase frowned in thought. I seriously don't know. It is you guys who came up with this notion, not me. I suppose there is a thin basis to this hypothesis that makes it plausible, but there are too many uncertainties to know for certain. I think it is way too premature for any of us to think that far ahead. This juggernaut request isn't meant to be paired with a high-ranking mech pilot, right? No. Jovi shook his head. The candidate chosen to test pilot the juggernaut once we have fabricated it in a different facility will only be a standard mech pilot. Don't worry about his qualifications. He has received special training and served as the test pilots of numerous experimental juggernauts of different sizes. Just because our industry has condemned this extreme mech variation doesn't mean we have forgotten about it entirely. There are always a few curious mech designers within our association that develop the ambition to revive these giant machines for one reason or another. Only the mechers had the enormous amount of resources and facilities to spare on frivolous experiments at this scale. Vase crossed his arms. You guys don't happen to have a few textbooks or manuals lying around that can give me a crash course on how to design a juggernaut mech, do you? I am pretty confident in my ability to design super heavy mechs as they are not too far removed from what I am usually working on. I do not share the same degree of confidence anymore if the machine has to be as tall as dozens of mechs stacked on top of each other. Jovi nodded in agreement. I am in the same position. One have already taken the liberty to search and pull up several articles and textbooks related to this subject. They are all written by reputed masters who have personally designed and produced juggernauts over their careers. Once Vase received a package of virtual documents, he quickly skimmed through their initial pages and roughly understood the gist of Juggernaut design. Some of these texts are really old. Centuries old. Many of the references may be out of date, but the overall theory should still be sound. wuxia. I have already spotted a couple of helpful tips. There was no time for Vase and Jovi to thoroughly read and internalize all of the theories contained within all of this academic literature. The best they could do was to skim over the minutiae and take note of the most relevant and salient points. 15 minutes passed before Vase spoke up again. We will have to make a few design choices right away. Juggernauts designed to operate in space are vastly different from ones that are also rated to operate on land. The designs of land-bound juggernauts are extremely bottom-heavy. Their legs and lower torsos are absurdly thick compared to what goes on top. It makes sense as you don't want their center of mass to be too high and make it easy for them to tip over. Spaceborne juggernauts don't share the same concern depending on their overall design and layout. What do the big shots want from me? I don't want to waste my time on designing the wrong variation. Jovi frowned for a moment. He called up the list of requirements and saw that it did not mention any specific demands in these aspects. This was not an oversight. It was impossible for the likes of Master Wintress and Master Goldstein to make such a trivial mistake. Compared to the previous 3 Karman mechs, we don't have to meet as many specific criteria as before. The message here is that we can decide for ourselves. Whether it is strictly landbound or spaceborne doesn't matter. Our association can make either of them work. We can always overhaul the enormous machine at a later date. Okay, Vase said, if that is the case, then let us go for a landbound juggernaut mech. Are you sure about that? Landbound mechs are normally simpler to design than any other alternative, but this rule does not necessarily apply to juggernauts anymore. At this scale, there is so much mass that you will have to take so many additional variables and relationships into account. You need to prevent the feet from sinking far too deep in softer soil. You need to ensure that the mechanical parts will work properly and in a predictable fashion at varying levels of local gravity. Will you be able to reduce a lot of these problems if we set out to design a quadruped or octope juggernaut? Vase shook his head in rejection. I don't have a lot of experience in designing 4-legged or 8-legged beast mechs. I am by far the most comfortable with working on humanoid mechs, so let us stick to 2 legs despite how precarious this choice may be for juggernauts. Having less limbs will at least reduce the complexity of the giant machine, which will result in less work for us and less strain on the candidate. That last part is extremely important given how even a simple juggernaut is reported to be at least an order of magnitude more data-intensive to pilot. One of the reasons why humanity originally phased out juggernauts was because they imposed huge demands on the pilot. Only elite mech pilots with A-grade or B-grade genetic aptitudes were able to handle the enormous demands of a juggernaut without overloading their brains. Even though the raw firepower of a juggernaut was awesome to behold, the vast majority of highly talented mech pilots preferred to stick with conventional mechs. The latter offered a lot more skill expression. Juggernauts were far too slow and heavy for mech pilots to fully showcase their piloting skills. Their ability to maneuver and outplay opposing mech pilots was much greater if they were paired with mechs that were faster and nimbler. This reminded Vase that he needed to adopt a completely different set of priorities in order to design his first real juggernaut. Do you have a length in mind? Jovi asked. Vase briefly thought about the few juggernauts he encountered throughout his career. The most iconic and memorable one was the Uranus, the failed magnum opus of the Supreme Sage. It was a demented attempt by a foolish human biotech researcher to attain supreme power and physical immortality in a single giant leap. With the knowledge that Vase possessed today, he believed that the Supreme Sage had a much better chance to pull off his taboo experiment if he scaled down his work by a couple of 100 meters. The old man who founded the Life Research Association had been too greedy in the end. With his lifespan starting to run out, the Supreme Sage ultimately decided to make an enormous gamble and attempt to turn himself into a god with a single leap of faith. The Uranus was around half a kilometer meters long. While that made the titanic biomachine exceptionally powerful, it was also way too much for a first attempt. Let's settle for 200 meters. 200 meters is too conservative. Jovi lightly pushed back. The purpose of this request is to test how employing your Karman system alongside a conventional neural interface can improve the operation of a juggernaut. The juggernaut needs to be more challenging to pilot in order to properly conduct this study. We should go for 400 meters. That length was a lot closer to the infamous Uranus. One don't think we can handle a juggernaut of this size. Let's settle for 300 meters. One don't want to risk failure due to committing basic design errors. Jovi let out an exasperated breath. Very well. He and Jovi huddled together and quickly sketched their first draft of a humanoid juggernaut. They tried to keep it as simple as possible. They could always add more complexity later on if necessary, but it was a lot harder to simplify a design when it had reached a more advanced phase. After a short discussion, the two seniors decided to add a basic weapon loadout to their juggernaut. They paired up their juggernaut with an enormous mace and a simple but extremely large caliber laser rifle. The shoulder-mounted weapons were a little special. Vase found it funny to mount a pair of formidable secondary gun batteries on the shoulders of the juggernaut. Although this design choice caused the machine to become a lot more top-heavy as a result, the balance hadn't been thrown completely out of whack, and that was good enough for Vase. Chapter 5208 The Power of the Association. It was impossible for Vase and Jovi to properly design a complete juggernaut mech in less than 4 hours. They were working so far outside of their comfort zone that they couldn't directly reuse any of their old design solutions. Juggernauts were just too different. The 300-meter-long mechanical monstrosity possessed a volume that was comparable to a starship. The quantity of parts that made up a juggernaut was an order of magnitude greater than that of a conventional mech at the very least. While Vase and Jovi were able to skip a lot of additional work by multiplying the size of parts by a lot, they weren't able to apply this approach on every single part. There were still a lot of functions that couldn't be solved in this manner. The pair of seniors had to tackle a lot of design problems the hard way. In order to shave away a lot of time, the two mech designers resorted to several expedient solutions that they normally eschewed because it would put their professionalism under question. Jovi spent a lot of time browsing the expansive library of existing mech designs in the Red Association's internal database. The database was one of the most precious assets of the Mech Trade Association and its Red Ocean offshoot. It contained hundreds of years' worth of accumulation from a huge amount of mech designers. Although the database was understandably lacking in juggernaut designs, Jovi received special permission to access the full design schematics of almost every relevant entry. This gave Jovi a lot to work with. He could easily borrow ready-made parts and design elements from thousands of unique land-bound humanoid juggernaut designs. While it was never proper to straightforwardly copy parts of an existing design and paste them into your own design, nobody was complaining at the moment. If the survivalists were willing to exhibit more patience and give Vase a few months of time, then he and Jovi would have been able to whip up a much more acceptable juggernaut design based on their own efforts. "Are you doing all right, Jovi?" Vase asked with a touch of concern. Lamb not experiencing any issues worth mentioning for the time being. The other senior replied from his own station. "The borrowed design elements that I am reworking will not be pretty, but they will do the job. The juggernaut will be substantially slower and less resistant to damage, but it will function without losing its balance or misaligning any of its movements." Good. While Jovi was busy with reworking bits and pieces from other juggernaut designs, Vase ended up using a tool that he had used only once. He never expected that he would end up utilizing the Auto Designer once again. Just the thought of depending on this highly automated design tool caused him to question his principles as a mech designer. Still, whatever objections he held towards the Auto Designer program were irrelevant in the face of the demands from the higher-ups of the survivalist faction. At least Vase was able to work on his juggernaut design in his own name. He could employ his own design style with its usual flair and quirks without needing to hold himself back. The Auto Designer program developed by the Mechers was a lot more elaborate and tailored for professional use compared to the one utilized by Alexer Strian a long time ago. The older and outdated program that Vase used to design the Ouroboros in a rush could aptly be described as a toy. It was designed with laymen in mind and presented a user-friendly design interface that was simple enough to be used by teenagers. The Red Association developed a much more robust and advanced automation tool for its own mech designers. Although it was capable of automating almost every design task, Vase was able to access a seemingly endless list of settings that he could use to fine-tune the behavior of the powerful ice. He could tell them to selectively automate specific design tasks while making sure to leave other design tasks for himself. The degree of specificity and granularity could be as low or high as he wished. If he was feeling really lazy, then he could automate almost every aspect aside from a few settings. That would allow him to input a few data points before pressing a button that resulted in a nearly complete and usable mech design. However, this was the most shallow application of the association's version of the Auto Designer program. The Auto Designer program could turn into a powerful tool in the hands of a real mech designer. Apprentices, journeymen and even masters could easily shave days, weeks or even months worth of design work while still preserving much of their unique characteristics in the final output. This was not just due to the extreme degree of customization and specification of the Auto Designer program. It turned out that the Auto Designer had access to the very same database that contained all of the mech designs that the Red Association had on record. This included mechs designed by Vase over the course of his career. Vase actually grew quite annoyed when he saw that the database contained more than just the design schematics of the commercial mechs that Vase had designed for the mech market. He did not mind the fact that the database contained the designs of commissioned mechs such as the Valkyrie mech line that were never formally submitted to the association in order to get validated. Those mechs were so widely used and produced throughout different parts of human space that the mechers had to be incompetent if they couldn't get their greedy hands on those designs. What really pissed Vase off was that the mechers had actually intruded into the core of his clan and obtained copies of the full designs of all of his Larkinson exclusive mechs. His expression grew more and more cross as he browsed through the extensive list that had no right to exist. The Bright Warrior, the Rigid Wall, the Rigid Spine, the Stingripper, the Signal Bearer, the Transcendent Punisher, the Transcendent Charger, the Redlands. All of his standard mechs for the Larkinson clan were on the list, including the ones he barely contributed to. The files in the database included more than just the essential design schematics. It also included his logs, his informal notes, the raw calculation output as well as the complete recordings of his fabrication runs of the listed designs. Yet as much as Vase felt pissed that the mechers got their hands on the full design files of the aforementioned mech models, he grew really angry when he looked further down the list. The Amaranto, the Riot, the Everchanger, the Minerva, the Bastion, they even stole his Phobos. Vase recalled that he had been extra careful about information security when he designed this highly strategic expert stealth mech. Yet for all of he and his clan's attempts to keep its design along with all of his other files and documents secure, the mechers easily defeated his efforts and retrieved his work anyway. Though Vase was filled with rage, his better senses soon caused him to feel a chill of fear. He did not think it was a coincidence that he managed to gain access to this list. He would rather assume that it was a deliberate ploy rather than an accidental oversight. Vase became brutally reminded by the power of the association. No matter how much he had improved and no matter how much his status had risen, he must never forget that he was far from the top dog. The Red Association was led by multiple god pilots and star designers. It also had access to a lot of remote support from their much greater parent organization in the Milky Way galaxy. Even if Vase had his mother in his back pocket, that was far from enough to defy the association. If Vase ever wanted to distance himself from the mechers in the future, he at least needed to ensure that they couldn't steal his files willy-nilly. In hindsight, it hadn't been the best idea to let the mechers upgrade the Spirit of Bentime to a quasi-first-class factory ship in one of their very own shipyards. What the hell can I do? Nothing. I should move on, he muttered. While Vase was not happy about this unwelcome discovery, he soon discovered the benefits of all of this theft. The Auto Designer was actually capable of absorbing all of the aforementioned data and tailor its automated design processes to simulate his own design style. Vase watched on with amazement as a procedurally generated mech design looked awfully similar to how he would have approached this project. The Auto Designer somehow understood his decision-making well enough to include all of the appropriate design quirks and preferences without adding anything that was inappropriate in this context. When Vase altered the instructions in order to make changes and corrections, the deviously clever Auto Designer perfectly accommodated his intentions and spit out new mech designs that just happened to match his demands. He couldn't hold himself back. Jovi, what is it now, Vase? Can you tell me more about this Auto Designer? Why is it so good, and why does it seem that it is exceptionally suited to be used by high-ranking mech designers? His friend smirked. I'm not surprised at your reaction. The Auto Designer used to be neglected by us as we rightfully considered it to be a crutch. It was only when the polymath rose up and made a pass at the Auto Designer program that it gained several powerful new uses. Vase almost froze at the mention of a certain name. The polymath updated the Auto Designer program in person. She practically reformed it from the ground up. Jovi proudly replied, Her Excellency excels in this sort of work, you know. She is able to draw on so many disciplines at once that she can turn any piece of trash into treasure. Under her concerted efforts, the Auto Designer has gained at least 3 new uses. The most basic one is to employ it as a teaching tool. Several of our mech design schools have adopted a teaching method that gives young mech design students access to the auto designer and allow them to complete their assignments at a high degree of automation. Oh, those schools are using it as a set of training wheels. Indeed, the concept is not difficult to understand. Students can automatically generate a wide variety of designs. There are only a few variables left untouched that they need to solve through their own efforts. Once they grow older and learn more and more theories, the auto designer will gradually disable one automated setting after another. The student must gradually take on more and more responsibilities, but never to the point where they get overwhelmed. Once they have reached the final years of their studies, they can remove the last training wheels and design complete first-class multipurpose mechs from scratch. This new teaching method has attracted a lot of criticism, but it has proven to be highly effective at teaching less talented and augmented mech design students. Vase could easily see why this was the case. There was a lot of handholding, so much so that the students might grow too dependent on external help to design their works. It would be hard for them to fully shake off this persistent habit after years of using the auto designer. What about the second use? The more traditional use of the auto designer program is to use it as a time saver. Jovi replied, "That is what we are supposed to be doing at this time." While it is anything but ideal, mech designers are occasionally pressed to deliver a fully functional mech design in exceedingly short time frames. A properly configured auto designer that has access to an extensive library of your own works will be able to simulate outcomes of your more superficial design tasks with an impressive degree of accuracy. The more of your mech designs in the database, the more faithfully it can reproduce your work. It isn't able to replicate your design philosophy, so you don't have to be afraid that it will replace your job, for now. Who knows what the polymath can do if she makes a second pass at the auto designer program? Vase shuddered in fear at the thought. The power of this star designer was too great. I get it. One have to admit that the polymath has succeeded awfully well at giving us a tool to save a lot of time. What about the third use? Well, I am sure that you have discovered that it can replicate your design style extremely well. It can do that for any mech designer whose works are on record. Rational mech designers are able to use the auto designer as a research and learning tool by simulating the work of other professionals. This was probably the function that the polymath had in mind when she upgraded and expanded the auto designer program. A lot of rational mech designers have become especially grateful to her after this. Many of them took the initiative to join her camp. I see. Chapter 5209. The web of the association. Vase and Jovi barely managed to complete their juggernaut design within the 20-hour deadline. They both had no compunctions about borrowing from existing juggernaut designs and making heavy use of the auto designer to fill in a lot of gaps. If not for the fact that the highly intelligent and accurate auto designer program lacked any form of spirituality, it would have been capable of replacing the work of at least 90% of all mech designers. Vase couldn't help but grow increasingly more frightened at the monstrous capabilities of the auto designer program. Though it was backed up by the potent tech and the gigantic amount of processing power of an RA research battle carrier, Vase could completely foresee a time where it could easily substitute the work of every senior mech designer. Lower-ranked mech designers. Would there still be a place for younger mech designers in the mech market by the time the auto designer program became available to the general public? Perhaps the mech designers who fell outside of the Red Association might all be driven out of the real mech market and become forced to ply their trade in an elaborate virtual environment like the design world. Vase truly hoped that this day would never come. So long as the Red Association was governed by enough mech designers, it was unlikely for them to tolerate the spread of the auto designer. Its existence threatened their core interests. The mechers in charge of the association would be stupid to release a program that threatened the foundation of their existence. Fortunately, enough people recognized the threat of excessive automation. Technology existed to make humanity stronger. If the excessive convenience provided by automation went too far, then it would have the opposite effect. This was why the mechers restricted access to the auto designer. Vase learned from Jovi that outside of special schools that relied on the auto designer as a teaching tool, it cost mechers a decent amount of MTA merits to utilize its functions. This was not only to prevent them from growing too dependent on this tool that had the potential to substitute months if not years worth of crunch work. The limitations also served to prevent the auto designer from demanding too much processing power. All of the computers, chips and other hardware needed to perform countless calculations were not cheap. Even if the Red Association ranked at the top or close to it when it came to amassing an enormous hoard of processing power, its availability was ultimately finite. A lot of mech designers as well as other professionals depended on processing power to do their work, from mineral analysis to modeling the performance of a fleet of human warships fighting against a phase whale. Every department of the Red Association required a lot of processing power just to undertake their essential responsibilities. The auto designer can deliver excellent results when used to its full potential, but the processing power needed to perform all of those calculations are massive. Jovi told Vase in order to reassure the latter's concerns. It is impossible to make the auto designer available to any private individual or company because there simply isn't enough processing power to satisfy all of their needs. What we can do through a combination of mental digitization and human ingenuity, the ICE programmed by the polymath can only complete their work through brute force calculations. The latter is much more inefficient than the former. Vase nodded in understanding. Ultimately, this economic reality was one of the driving reasons that preserved the viability of human mech designers. It was simply cheaper and more efficient to allocate a lot of work to the large amount of mech designers active in the industry today. It also prevented rational mech designers who augmented their work with the use of the auto designer from becoming too dominant. Their signature ability to imitate the design philosophies of other peers was quite scary, but their work tended to be fairly worse than the real deal. Mech design is not cheap, Vase remarked as he put the finishing touches on the nearly completed Juggernaut design. One never really saw it this way, but the higher you go, the more financial resources are needed to get ahead. Third-class mech designers can go by without any form of augmentation or powerful computers for a time, but once they reach the journeyman stage, it becomes exponentially harder for them to conduct their research and design more complicated mechs. I bet that seniors can't become masters unless they invest a lot more in augmentation as well as many other expensive toys. There is no way for them to turn an impossibility into a reality by relying on a low-budget design lab and mech workshop. Vase thought about the former Skull architect. That guy had remained stuck as a senior for a long time while he languished outside of civilized space. It was only once he returned to proper civilization and gained access to a lot more resources that he started to make real progress again. Organizations mattered. Individuals were too small and insignificant in the face of major states and organizations that had access to a lot more resources. Only by integrating into them and earning a greater share of those collective resources would mech designers be able to break past their limits in a more efficient manner. This was probably the reason why second raters rarely if ever managed to advance to the rank of star designer. The few ones that managed to do so had worked hard to promote themselves to first raters, thereby abandoning much of their original identities for the sake of becoming part of the most dominant groups of humans. Vase followed a similar trajectory now that he thought about it from this angle. Here he was, trying to develop a bunch of Karman mechs in record time just so that he could work towards a higher galactic citizenship tier. The myriad of benefits bestowed by people who reached Tier 3 and higher had completely aroused his greed and propelled him to work earnestly to please his new masters. Vase belatedly realized that he had fallen into a trap. The mechers were certainly devious. They knew that there were a lot of stubborn and selfish mech designers out in the wild. The more talented and capable they became, the more they prized their independence. However, just because these independent mech designers wanted to keep to themselves didn't mean they could escape the growing need for access to greater resources. Vase had long been accustomed to treating the MTA and now the RA as a convenient store and service center for much of what he needed to boost his work. From purchasing access to restricted knowledge to paying for powerful tools such as his AP Vex Superfab, he had already become enthralled by the mechers without realizing the depth to which he'd fallen into their sphere. Even now, the prospect of becoming a 3 galactic citizen and everything that came with this bump in status did not frighten him as much as he should. Honorary membership to the Red Association. Yes please. An escort fleet that consisted of actual first-class warships and mechs whose sole mission was to keep him safe and allow him to work in total peace and comfort. Yes please. Entry into various ruling councils and other clubs where he could hobnob with fellow human leaders and have a say in how to shape the future of red humanity. Yes please. The deeper Vase entered the web spun by the mechers, the harder it became for him to pull himself away. Which mech designer would be stupid enough to reject the option of gradually transitioning to a position of leadership in one of the most powerful human organizations in modern times? It was no wonder why so many top mech designers gradually cut off their ties to their former states and accepted the identity of a mecher. This model worked with great success for over 400 years for the Mech Trade Association. It did not seem likely that the Red Association would do any worse considering that mech designers had very little alternatives to get what they truly wanted as they progressed. Vase silently glanced at Jovi. The survivalists had employed a concerted effort into making him feel more connected to them. From inviting him to this conference to letting Jovi stick to him like an adorable guide hound, Vase had to admit that their tactics were working. Ever since Vase started to get in touch with the transhumanist faction, he had developed a greater kinship towards Master Terminio Dervidian and the ideals of his group. Vase had started to drift away from the survivalist faction. This was no longer the case. Vase built up so much understanding, kinship and gratitude over the course of just 5 days that he would likely consider himself as their brother long after this event had ended. Becoming aware of this dynamic did not solve his problem, per se, but it was a good first step towards a more palatable resolution. As Vase and Jovi finally finished the Juggernaut design after a lengthy design session, they both felt a sense of satisfaction as they beheld their total sum of work in the last 20 hours. Not only did they design and fabricate 3 functional Karman mechs of varying sizes and properties, but they also designed a relatively functional Karman Juggernaut. Of course, there was no way that the pair of seniors could fabricate a 300-meter-tall monstrosity in a simple mech workshop. It is a shame that we won't be able to see this design come into fruition with our own eyes. Vase lamented in regret. This is the first Juggernaut that I have designed. One really want to see it in action up close. It's so powerful that it can crush any ordinary mech by relying on brute force alone. Jovi, who did not look winded at all despite working hard for a long stretch of time, made an odd expression. That is not what I expected to hear from you. Shouldn't you despise this final design for being too unauthentic? Vase casually shrugged his shoulders. I am not pleased with how this design contains so little actual input from me, but what can you expect in just a couple of hours? It has been a novel experience to design such large and imposing mechanical monstrosity with the help of the auto designer. It is a substantially different experience that has added a lot of variety to my life. I don't consider our Karman Titan to be a product of human ingenuity. It is a living monument of the enormous synergy between humans and technology. I kind of understand the polymath's vision a lot better now that I have experienced the power of her auto designer. The polymath probably regarded human society and technology to be heavily flawed and underutilized. There was so much potential being buried that she couldn't do all of the waste and missed opportunities. Only by gaining absolute dominion over red humanity would she be able to exert her transcendent intelligence and abilities to the fullest. So long as she gained enough authority and recognition, the polymath could employ the same kind of problem-solving approach she used to upgrade the auto designer on everything else, thereby making existing red humans a lot greater than they were before. Vase rubbed his hairless chin. He wasn't sure whether he would get the opportunity to cast his vote on the final day of the conference, but if he had the chance to do so, he was currently inclined to throw his support behind the Unity plan. Despite the hidden danger that the polymath represented towards fragment holders like himself, right now they were both stuck inside the same crashing starship. They first needed to work hard to prevent the ship from meeting her doom before they could even think about determining anything else. Chapter 5210 Gathering proof. The time had come to present their work to the ones that had shown a great interest in the potential of the Karman system. Proof was all that the leadership of the survivalist faction lacked. Now that Vase and Jovi had worked hard in the last 20 hours to deliver 3 whole Karman mechs as well as a ridiculous Juggernaut design, it was time for this affair to enter the final stage. Surprisingly enough, all 3 members of the secret panel reappeared once again. Their schedules must be incredibly busy given how they all had to meet with a lot of important figures in order to undertake their duties as the envoys of their respective faction leaders. Master Xena Wintress, the Mace of Retaliation and Master Viro Goldstein all looked as strong and impeccable as ever as they teleported inside the secure mech workshop. Their eyes immediately drew towards the 3 Karman mechs that were awaiting their inspection. Even though the machines that Vase was able to produce in this short timespan did not come close to representing his best efforts, the way these 3 distinguished figures gazed at his Karman mechs made it seem as if they were all masterworks. The ace pilot spoke up first. So these are your works, Professor Larkinson. I can truly appreciate how novel it is to come into contact with mechs that are alive. The stories and the records do not do your work justice. It is this quality that enables your Karman system to increase the cooperation between a mech and a mech pilot, is that correct? Is there no possibility that your Karman system can be employed on a non-living mech? Vase nodded as he stood aside his 3 works. You survivalists are certainly welcome to try, but based on my current theories I see no way to make this happen. The Karman system is not really the most important part about all of this. It is the blood pact that truly enables people to bond with their mechs in a more intimate fashion. You cannot form a metaphysical bond if there is no valid receiver on the other side. He genuinely did not want his Karman system to become overly dependent on living mechs. It sounded contradictory as it went against his own interests for people to become less dependent on his work, but he did not want to deprive people of the ability to choose when they had the option to pilot a mech with the help of the Karman system. He ideally wanted the decision to pilot a living mech and develop a deep and permanent bond with one to be as voluntary as possible. Vase believed that only the pilots who proactively chose to pilot living mechs could utilize them to the fullest. However, he saw no viable way to detach the Karman system from living mechs. The former worked as an extension of the latter. Are these mechs ready for use? Master Xena Wintress asked. The designs should be sound enough. Jovi answered this time. We have encountered no major issues during the fabrication process either. Theoretically, these mechs should be safe and adequate enough to be piloted in a regular fashion. The only uncertainty is the Karman system. Professor Larkinson has designed 3 unique versions of it to accommodate the specific circumstances of every test machine. In every case, the variations are the first of their kind to exist in reality. Neither of us are able to guarantee their safety and performance. That is understandable, Master Goldstein said in a gentle tone. We are well aware of the potential risks and dangers of testing unverified tech. If our conditions were better, we would have been willing to extend more time to attain the results we desire. Sadly, we do not enjoy that luxury. We are pleased that the 2 of you have successfully completed your assignment in a small span of time. We recognize and appreciate your skills. The 3 high-ranked figures moved closer to the 3 Karman mechs and inspected their frames and design characteristics in their own ways. The 3 machines could not hide many of their secrets from the sight of 2 powerful master mech designers. Both Wintress and Goldstein were easily able to trace the design process and many of the design choices that Vase and Jovi had made over the course of the design process. Only the Karman system eluded their understanding for the time being. All of their knowledge, experience and other advantages did not avail them much in their attempts to decipher all of its secrets. This was why they wanted to see it at work so badly. After a decent delay, they finally had an opportunity to gain the missing piece that could complete the puzzle surrounding the mysterious Karman system. Interesting. The Mace of Retaliation spoke as he brushed aside the Karman trooper and the Karman knight so that he could get a closer look at the undersized Karman raider. What has led you to settle on this size? I am not a big fan of turning the Demimech into a glorified suit of combat armor. Vase replied. The difference between mechs and suits of combat armor is in the method of control. I wanted to rule out any possibility for manual movements to control the movements of the Demimech, so I made sure its torso is large enough to encompass the entire body of the pilot. I do not entirely see the value of this Karman raider of yours. The Mace of Retaliation frowned. I admit that it is large enough to possess a great advantage against infantry, but its size prevents it from passing through most corridors and other indoor spaces that are fairly tight. It also happens to be small enough that any serious mech can crush them in an overwhelming fashion. It possesses too many vulnerabilities and shortcomings to be useful on a wider scale. Vase did not deny all of the criticism. That is true. If we weren't so short on time, one would have been able to design a smaller Karman Demimech that would have been more suitable in smaller scale. Engagements. 1 am not confident that I can shrink the Karman system down to such a small size. It is designed for a mech, not a suit of armor. There is too little space to accommodate it if I shrink the Demimech too much. Understandable. We did not request a Demimech and expect it to be used in any serious battles. We merely want to test out one of our ideas. Both masters nodded at each other once they completed their inspections. We can proceed to the testing phase. Master Goldstein spoke with a smile on his face. We have already readied the test subjects and prepared a small but secure hall to conduct the first activations. Let us move. The leaders did not want to spend additional time on transporting everything to their next destination, so they teleported straight over. Vase, Jovi, the 3 envoys along with the 3 Karman mechs all appeared in an empty space in a different section of the Comitar Reign. The research battle carrier was large and expansive enough to offer a lot of space for the purpose of testing mechs. 3 pilots were already present in the chamber. Each of them had suited up in special protective piloting suits that looked a lot more elaborate than any piloting suit that Vase had seen. Let me introduce you to the pilots. Master Goldstein said as he approached the saluting pilots. This is pilot Tina Eklund. Her genetic aptitude is B-, which is enough to pilot most of our standard mechs, but it is hard for her to compete against her more fortunate peers. We have a theory that your Karman system can help her close the gap between herself and the pilots who have been able to derive more benefits from their superior aptitudes. The female mech pilot conveyed herself with a professional demeanor that betrayed no unsolicited emotion or reaction. Nonetheless, Vase could sense a strong drive and hunger for improvement. She did not want to remain stuck in the middle of the pack. She wanted to stand out and defeat her rivals who always had it much easier due to their incredible talents. He had to admit that selecting a highly motivated pilot like Tina was a good choice. Not only did she possess the motivation to accept the trade-offs of the Karman system, but her mediocre results thus far made it a lot easier to make comparisons once she bonded herself to a new machine. Is there anything you would like to convey to Pilot Eklund before she enters the cockpit? Do not worry about confidentiality. The pilots here are fully cleared to know about the Karman system. That made life a lot easier for Vase. He faced the test pilot directly. The Karman Trooper is the third mech with the Karman system that one have designed. 1am Not sure how much documentation you have read about living mechs, but try to show respect and treat it as an equal partner. It might not be as alive as my more proper works, but it still has its own feelings and emotions. If you treat it with sincerity, it will take care of you to the best of its ability. Pilot Eklund seriously took his advice into consideration. You make it sound as if your mech is a horse. That is a good analogy. Just keep that image in your mind. If you want to pilot my Karman Trooper, then you can't just hop onto its back and gallop away. You will have to merge your bodies with it and exchange each other's blood. This is one of the most intimate ways in which two different beings can connect with each other, so do your best not to show any hesitation or rejection. This advice applies to the rest of you as well. Master Goldstein moved on to introducing the second candidate. This is Lieutenant Leon DiMaggio. He is a tactical officer stationed on this ship. He is trained in infantry combat and possesses enough knowledge on mechs to assist in planning mech operations. He is also an avid virtual mech enthusiast, so he is not completely out of his depth if he ever finds himself in a mech cockpit. This was a soldier who possessed both brains and brawn in good abundance. Though the lieutenant tried to remain just as calm and professional as the other two candidates, his emotional turmoil was by far the greatest. Do you have confirmation that he does not possess the right genetic aptitude? Vase asked. We have confirmed it many times over, Professor Larkinson. His genetic aptitude is F, which is the lowest possible measurement that we can record in our system. Vase had actually possessed a genetic aptitude of F as well a long time ago. Somehow, that got upgraded to plain F some time ago for whatever reason. It did not make any difference as far as he was concerned. He was still as untalented and unsuited to pilot mechs in person as before. I do not have any idea what else is required to pilot a mech by relying on the Karman system alone. Vase frankly admitted, there is a significant chance that the burden of piloting a second-class mech is too great for a norm, even one that has received plenty of cognitive augmentations. I cannot rule out the possibility that an accident will occur. We are no stranger to sacrifices, Professor Larkinson. Do not think that you are doing a disservice to Lieutenant DiMaggio. It is the opposite. You have bestowed him with great honor. He stands to become the first human individual with poor genetic aptitude to pilot a real mech through a novel and practical control system. If these experiments succeed, his name will be recorded in history as a volunteer who has dedicated himself to contribute to a revolutionary new invention that has brightened the age of dawn. If the upcoming tests proceeded well, then Master Goldstein was right. They would be making history today. Their names would be recorded and remembered for many years after the conclusion of this testing session. All it would take for Vase and the lieutenant to become a prominent part of Red Humanity's historical record was for the Karman mechs to do their jobs. Chapter 5211 First activation of the Karman Trooper. Vase and Jovi faced the final candidate selected for this demonstration. Pilot Creo de la Mar has accepted the honor of piloting your Demimech for special reasons. Master Goldstein introduced the third candidate. He is one of the best performing mech pilots stationed on the Commander Rain. His genetic aptitude is A, his scores rank in the top 5% of his cohort, and he has mastered a large amount of combat skills with a large variety of mech weapon systems. That was impressive. Though Vase knew little about the sort of mech pilots that tended to serve the association as its frontline combatants, even he knew how rare it was to encounter this combination of qualifications in a single pilot. What surprised him was that the survivalists were willing to risk the life and career of one of their best soldiers for this dangerous and uncertain endeavor. It soon became clear why pilot Creo de la Mar did not object to this mission. De la Mar is an excellent performer in almost every criteria that we can measure, but his mentality is not up to par. We have tried many ways to correct his deficiency, but the results have been less than fruitful. We believe that it is ultimately helpful if he enjoys a change of scenery. Vase found out what was up with Creo de la Mar. It turned out that he was bored. Yes, bored. The man was practically born for this job. Ending up with A-grade genetic aptitude was like winning the lottery. The prevalence of this much talent was so sparse that de la Mar should have been like a fish to water within the association. The reality was much different, however. The man had coasted through his classes with ease and he hardly needed to put up a lot of effort into raising his proficiencies. Somewhere along the way, de la Mar lost his passion and motivation in mech piloting. Even if he had yet to overcome any major challenges such as breaking through to expert candidate, his love for mechs fallen away, preventing him from fighting on the battlefield with all of his heart. This was a fatal defect as far as mech pilots were concerned. Every high-ranking mech pilot that Vase had encountered in the past were all incredibly motivated, strong-willed, caring and passionate. A pilot who lacked all of these qualities was not suited for willpower cultivation. The mechers had mastered a lot of different technologies and methods. Yet when it came to the domain of the mind, they were much less capable of solving any problems in this area. It was far too easy to overshoot and inflict permanent damage to an individual. Perhaps a more invasive medical procedure might be able to restore de la Mar's lack of motivation, but if the same process caused him to lose his exquisite genetic aptitude, then that would defeat the purpose. Vase studied the man a little closer. So far, de la Mar exhibited elevated interest in the Karman Raider. The Demi-Mech was so substantially different from anything else he piloted before that he couldn't help but develop an interest in trying it out for himself. That was good. Let us commence the first test. Yes, there is no reason to delay anymore. The results are of paramount importance. It did not take too long to set everything up. Master Xena Wintress and Master Viro Goldstein had total control over every invisible function of this secure chamber. A single moment of thought caused a secure bunker to rise out of the deck. Transphasic energy shields came to life as well to surround each individual Karman mech in case they ever went out of control or exploded for whatever reason. To be honest, the precautions were all overkill as there was little the relatively basic second-class mechs could do to threaten the interior of the Comitar Rain. That was no excuse to ignore the safety rules. The entire group except for a single mech pilot retreated to the bunker. Tina Eklund meanwhile lifted off the deck and smoothly entered the cockpit of the recently fabricated Karman Trooper. On the surface, the second-class hero mech did not look like much. Yet below the layers of armor and other structural components, the freshly grown organic parts of the Karman system awaited its fated user. As Tina Eklund settled down in the piloting seat and strapped herself in, she occasionally transmitted her observations and opinions. The mech feels warm to me. I cannot describe it well, but it feels as if I have returned to my mother's womb. The living mech is eager. I am not sure, but its desire to form a connection with me is growing. We should not keep it waiting for long. The mech designers all stood in front of a large array of control panels that displayed a lot of different parameters and settings of the Karman Trooper. They all made sure that everything was fine before they started the next phase. Pilot Eklund, you may proceed with interfacing the Karman Trooper with the neural interface first. Let us test whether your mech's basic conditions are sound before we proceed. The Karman Trooper came to life in full as most of its systems all came online. Eklund took several deep breaths as her mind connected to a second-class mech that was unlike any other machine she had piloted over the course of her career. The first time a pilot interfaced with a living mech was always a special experience. It was unfortunate that Vase hadn't been able to employ his full strength and turn the Karman mechs into third-order living mechs. Nonetheless, individuals who never came in touch with these kinds of responsive machines in the past all experienced a major shock when they came across any kind of living mech for the first time. A second-order living mech already made such a difference to Pilot Eklund that it took several minutes for her to get over her fascination and turn her attention back to her mission. Please test the basic motions and capabilities of the Karman Trooper. The Karman Trooper began to move and jump around as Eklund put the machine through its paces. Everything looked okay so far. Vase and Jovi had done good work despite the limited amount of time they spent on the design. Once everyone saw with their own eyes that the Karman Trooper was mechanically sound and not seriously flawed in any way, the test soon reached the most critical stage. Pilot Eklund, Please keep your Carmen Trooper in place. Whatever happens next, do not lose control. Understood. 1 a.m. Ready, Masters. Then proceed. Vase activated a command that remotely unlocked the Carmen Sitem for that machine. Eklund activated a similar command that removed a second lock. Nothing was stopping her anymore from engaging the Carmen system for the first time. Several observers started to hold their breath as numerous tubes extended from the piloting chair and plugged into the ports that were specifically built into the piloting suits. The volunteer pilot withheld a cry as she felt the needles in a collection of thinner tubes tapping into his blood veins. It only took seconds later for his blood to be drawn away from half of the tubes. Foreign blood simultaneously injected his body through the other tubes. The all-important blood exchange had commenced. There was no real physical purpose to making this happen. It only introduced a lot of additional dangers and health risks. Yet that was only the case on the surface. Vase leaned forward and tried to observe the spiritual activity within the Carmen Trooper. It was a bit difficult for him to make his observations from this distance, but he could vaguely sense that the Carmen Trooper was attempting to form a blood pact with its pilot. Don't just sit there, Pilot Eklund. Nothing will happen if you remain passive. The mech is too weak to do all of the work. Vase transmitted over the communication channel. You need to cooperate. Reach out to the Carmen Trooper. Embrace your living mech with open arms. Be sincere about accepting a future where you will be piloting the Carmen Trooper for the rest of your life. It may be just a simple second-class hero mech for the moment, but it will be able to grow alongside you and receive continuous upgrades over the course of her existence. Together, you and your blood-bonded machine may be able to shift the future of red humanity. All of this can start today so long as you accept your fate. Whether his words had an effect or not, Tina Eklund displayed enough initiative for the Carmen Trooper to grab hold. It's happening. Vase grinned wider. The sight was beautiful. Though the spectacle was not as dramatic as in the previous cases, Vase saw with his own two eyes how a mech pilot without any exceptional willpower or other strong quirks managed to form blood pact with her mech. A lot of different meters started to show greater fluctuations. The Carmen Trooper shook and started to make slight, uncontrolled movements. All of this showed that the forming blood pact was starting to allow Eklund to issue instructions to her machine through an alternate control system. Once Eklund opened her eyes 3 minutes later, her connection with her living mech had reached an entirely new level. The recent events and transitions were a bit too much to her. She had undergone so many changes in a short amount of time that even her training couldn't prevent her from getting caught in the moment. Pilot Eklund, can you report your status? How do you feel? I cannot adequately describe this. I never expected the blood pact to be like this. It is, as if I have reunited with my long-lost twin for the first time. The Carmen Trooper is like family to me. I have the impression that no matter how far I am separated from my new partner, I can always determine its direction. The pilot answered a bunch of other questions that fascinated everyone else. This was a completely new situation for all of them. The Carmen system had gone online and was functioning closely according to expectations. Alright, let us put your mech through its paces again. Please conduct the same testing routine. Try to make active use of both the neural interface and the Carmen system at the same time. Can you do that? I'm uncertain. The Carmen Trooper moved a lot less gracefully than last time. It became clear that Pilot Eklund was treading on new ground at the moment. None of her training ever prepared her to control a pilot through 2 different channels at the same time. It did not help that the Carmen system was not comparable to the neural interface and demanded an entirely new approach and set of techniques to utilize properly. It appears that your Carmen system comes with a substantial learning curve. Master Goldstein remarked. Vase shrugged. I guess so. Before today, one only tested it out with 2 expert pilots. They are more familiar and proficient in manipulating metaphysical forces. Tina Eklund has no experience in that kind of stuff, so she has to learn everything from scratch. The mech pilot showed clear improvements over time, but it looked like she needed to spend at least several weeks of training to regain her normal combat effectiveness. Let us commence the final test for the Carmen Trooper. Master Goldstein spoke. Pilot Eklund, please lock your mech in place and prepare to disengage the neural interface while keeping your Carmen system operational. Let me warn you that this is a dangerous and untested maneuver. Brace yourself and be ready to disengage from your machine at any time if there are any major signs of distress. Tina Eklund gritted teeth. When I'm ready. Go. As soon as the neural interface started to disengage, the traditional man-machine connection melted away. Only the blood pact was left to keep the mech pilot in control of the Karman system. The consequences were considerable. Eklund let out a cry in surprise and pain as the young and relatively fragile blood pact suddenly experienced far more strain than it could safely handle. So much data crammed through the young connection that Eklund felt as if her connection to the Karman trooper was beginning to fray and disintegrate. "I can't handle this. Disengage." Before Tina Eklund pulled the emergency brake, Vase had already moved ahead and shut down the Karman trooper a moment earlier. The Karman mech forcibly powered down, shutting off almost every function including the Karman system. "Damn," Vase cursed. "I feared this would happen." The blood pact was only as strong as its participants and their relationship with each other. It was one thing to form a spiritual bond between a third-order living mech and an expert pilot that already cared a lot about each other from the start. It was another thing to attempt to do the same between a second-order living mech and a low-ranking mech pilot. The resulting blood pact simply couldn't accommodate the bandwidth needed for a mech pilot to control an entire mech. Not yet, at least. It had to undergo a lot of growth and possibly additional upgrades in order to enable Eklund to control her permanent battle partner through the Karman system alone. Chapter 5212 Chasing a Dream. It usually took a lot of effort for Vase to explain any failures and shortcomings to other people. This time was different. He was in august company at the moment. Master Zena Wintress and Master Viro Goldstein were both the top authorities in their respective fields and had accumulated far more knowledge and experience than any senior. The Mace of Retaliation was not as intellectually gifted, but what he lacked in knowledge, he made up for it with unnaturally high perception and the ability to understand the state of other mech pilots. At this time, the two masters silently communicated with each other as they analyzed the data and tried to form solid conclusions based on a single attempt. The Mace occasionally provided his input on what his highly attuned senses perceived from pilot Tina Eklund. Despite the fact that he was not in the cockpit of his ace mech at the moment, he was still only a few steps. He had hovered around the peak of his rank for so long that his domain field was able to cover the entire chamber without relying on any external sources of amplification. The man possessed the best ability to observe the functioning of the blood pact. As much as the Red Association made a lot of progress in figuring out both new and ancient methods to harness the power of E-energy, it was still far behind when it came to developing precise instruments that could observe and record it in an accurate manner. This was why the ace pilot presented the best analysis of the three. Piloting a mech is not easy. The powerful ace pilot spoke as he crossed his arms. The neural interface is one of the most important miracles of modern times. The man-machine connection bond that is defined by more than just bandwidth or data. It is a way to enable an analog human mind to merge itself, if only partially, with the digital mind of a mech. Interfacing with a mech is like integrating with a cranial implant that you occasionally activate and deactivate. That was an odd way to describe the man-machine connection. Nonetheless, Vase and the other mech designers did not discount the ace pilot's words. He was speaking from a lifetime of personal experience. The Mace of Retaliation gestured his arm towards the Karman trooper. From what I have seen, the blood pact, formed by this little fellow's new invention, is like a newborn child. It doesn't have the highly developed strength and robustness of the man-machine connection. It works in a completely different way. I am not surprised that Pilot Eklund got overwhelmed. Yet, there is potential in this new type of connection. Master Wintress looked intrigued. In what way? It's alive, the Mace said with a hint of admiration in his tone. The blood pact formed just a moment ago is worse than the man-machine connection that we are familiar with in almost every way. However, I can sense a monstrous amount of potential from it. It is similar to the companion spirits that I have started to encounter here and there. They are all so weak and fragile, but that is not so strange anymore if you regard them as newborns. Vase nodded in agreement. Without any exceptional input or investment, most of my living products start off weak. It is one of the negative characteristics of my design philosophy. The powerful pilot turned and smiled directly at the young senior. We were all infants once. My father was not born a god. He grew and fought his way to defy his weakness and succeeded in doing so. Throughout his struggle, he never complained about his bad strokes of fortune or how others had it better. No, he gritted his teeth and worked himself to the bone to advance to his current rank. What he taught to me and so many others is that mech pilots such as ourselves all have a chance of becoming a god. The only requirements are that we have the will to fight for what we want and the potential to reach our ultimate goal. Are you suggesting that the blood pact can better facilitate the breakthroughs of a mech pilot? Master Goldstein asked with a serious expression. I cannot form that conclusion right away. The Mace of Retaliation shook his head. I don't have any proof. Yet from what I have seen from this thin and fragile blood pact, I see that it has the potential that the man-machine connection lacks. The neural interface is like a manufactured toy. Once it rolls off the production line, it remains static and unchanging for the most part. You can change its settings and you can even hire an expert to modify it, but my point remains. The man-machine connection that our entire mech industry has all depended on for at least 400 years has never made any drastic evolutionary leaps. Mech designers such as yourselves may have improved it on an incremental basis over the centuries, but pilots like myself are still in a similar position as before. The ace pilot gazed back at the Carmen trooper. The growing shine in his eyes suggested that he did not regard the relatively shabby and unassuming machine to be an experimental second-class hero mech anymore. In his eyes, this hastily developed mech turned into a treasure. The partially organic tech contained beneath its metallic exterior presented a wealth of new possibilities to mech pilots who deserved to have more but always got held back by the limitations of current technology. The blood pact formed between the Carmen trooper and pilot Eklund may be as weak as a kitten at the moment, but it is already showing signs of recovery and adaptation. I have no doubt that as long as we give it enough time, it can grow as strong as a lion. That is an outcome that I can never imagine for the man-machine connection. Do not get me wrong. It has its strong points. It is far stabler and more consistent than what we have just witnessed. It has been studied by so many brilliant minds that it can still run adequately even if the entire mech is falling apart around the pilot. Yet, if someone wants to attain more, he has to put in the effort and take on greater risks. Everyone else fell silent for a few seconds as they took in the Mace of Retaliation's heartfelt words. Although his description was not systematic, he provided enough information for everyone else to fill in the gaps. Time. Master Wintress began to frown. Time is of the essence. We would all like to support our mech pilots and help them attain the breakthroughs that have eluded them for so long, but we cannot produce the desired results in a short amount of time. Given the results, it appears that the Carmen system cannot be utilized as a superior alternative of the neural interface for an extended amount of time. That only applies to the present. Vase couldn't help but interject to defend his work. The circumstances that I am working with at the moment are anything but ideal. I designed and built the Carmen trooper in a matter of hours. That is not enough to fortify its foundation and elevate the blood pact to a better starting position. In fact, given that I have found a way to make my living mechs strengthen themselves over time by absorbing E-energy radiation, you can just fabricate entire batches and dump them in warehouses for a year or two. Once they have grown strong enough to pass your minimum requirements, you can bring them out and assign them to their intended mech pilots. Master Goldstein looked thoughtful at that suggestion. That may be a wise choice for the Carmen conscript and other mechs targeted towards norms. But it is not a necessary step for orthodox mech pilots. Do not forget that the neural interface and the Carmen system can both be utilized at the same time. As far as I am concerned, we can continue to allow our existing mech pilots to rely on the man-machine connection for most of their operations. The blood pact can be used as an additional feature that can help them deepen their immersion to their mechs. That is all that we should reveal if we decide to roll it out in the near future. Vase quietly listened as the three high-ranked figures continued to swap theories and suggestions with each other. He hardly felt the need to provide any additional input as they developed a better understanding of his new innovation. From what it sounded like, all three had already leaned towards acceptance when it came to the Carmen system. This did not mean that they were willing to make it available to the public right away. They were merely inclined to support it and remove a lot of obstacles that Vase would otherwise bump into due to the unclear risks and dangers associated with his experimental tech. Nonetheless, this test alone pretty much secured the future of the Carmen system. Its utility to existing mech pilots alone was more than worth all of the baggage as far as the Mace of Retaliation was concerned. They soon moved on to the next test after they made sure that Tina Eklund's condition had not deteriorated in any way after her fragile blood pact with her newly bonded mech endured a lot of stress. Lieutenant Leon D. Maggio had spent enough minutes on adjusting his mentality for this historic experiment. The man slowly approached the simple and nearly foolproof second-class night mech that Vase especially conceived for a pilot who had no prior experience with handling real mechs. Despite its cheap components, its unrefined appearance and its simplistic configuration, the man gazed at the machine as if it was a dream come true. No, the Carmen conscript did not just represent the fulfillment of a single man's dream. It personified the strong desires of trillions of human beings who had grown up during the age of mechs. Each of them hoped to become one of the valiant and glorious mech pilots that were ubiquitous across human society. However, the limitations of genetic aptitude dealt a cruel hand to all of them. The vast majority simply couldn't get started no matter how much they paid or how hard they were willing to work. Their genes and their brain chemistry had sealed their fates. Though most people ultimately accepted the fact that they were resigned to live like ordinary people, not everyone was able to move past their childhood dreams and fantasies. Leon DiMaggio was one of the many fools who continued to obsess over mechs long after they acknowledged that they were not cut out to be mech pilots. Some of them held the faint hope that a miraculous savior would come into their lives and present wonderful new tech that could improve everyone's genetic aptitudes or sidestep this requirement entirely. Others weren't as optimistic about the future, but vainly clung to their dreams anyway because they would have nothing left to live for. The line between fantasy and reality became blurred to their eyes as they spent as much of their free time imagining an illusionary life of glory and splendor. From what Vase had been able to glean from reading the tactical officer's profile and record, Leon DiMaggio likely fell into the second category of delusional fools. This guy was a romantic and a dreamer. Although he was not as deep in denial as the most deranged idiots, he had definitely spent far more hours than was strictly healthy on his obsession. Leon would have been able to attain considerably better grades in school and get promoted to higher positions if he applied himself fully in what he could actually do as opposed to chasing after a futile dream. Yet if he had done what reality dictated to him, he would have never been qualified to become the first test pilot of a Karman mech that was made for dreamers like himself. The weight of history rested on his shoulders. The man had to take a few deep breaths and employ a few calming techniques in order to prevent any jitters from disqualifying him from this unique piloting opportunity. Leon could not allow anything to stop him from becoming the first true mech pilot without the benefit of genetic aptitude. As the man entered the cockpit, additional gazes fell onto him and his quaint Karman mech. Neither Vase nor anyone else in the secure testing hall were aware that additional people had chosen to observe this potential turning point in human history. Chapter 5213 First activation of the Karman conscript. Based on the experiences of the inaugural test of the Karman troopers, Vase and the masters decided to tweak the settings of the next activation. They disabled and locked many mech systems that would have otherwise become active once a mech pilot engaged his machine for the first time. As Lieutenant Leon DiMaggio carefully descended onto his seat and allowed the piloting chair to tap into his vascular system, Vase performed another check of all of the settings and modifications. Karman mechs do not fall in our area of expertise, but I am concerned that we have not gone far enough in reducing the load for an untrained candidate pilot. Master Viro Goldstein said with concern. Although we have made sure to disable its movement systems, its sensors and much of its internals will still remain fully active once the candidate interfaces with his mech. There is a significant chance that Leon or his blood pact will get overwhelmed. The blood pact cannot form if one or both sides are too weak. Vase retorted. If the mech remains largely powered down, then it won't be able to muster the strength needed to reach out to a weak test subject like Leon DiMaggio and form a successful blood pact. If you don't believe my predictions, we can try it your way and see what happens. Let us do just that. Master Xena Wintress decided. We should start with the safer settings first and gradually move away from that should the results be as disappointing as you expect. Fair enough. They quickly made the adjustments and locked even more parts and systems. At this rate, the Karman conscript wouldn't be able to do anything even if the interfacing attempt succeeded. Are you prepared, Lieutenant DiMaggio? The candidate and test subject took another deep breath. I am ready to proceed. Good. Stay calm and remember your instructions. We anticipate it will be hard to form the blood pact at our current settings, so do your best to reach out to your new battle partner. As soon as everything else looked okay, they commenced the test. The Karman conscript became active in a much more subdued fashion compared to its more conventional sibling. Only a few lights became active. The power reactor started to wake from dormancy, but produced so little activity that it was difficult for casual observers to notice the difference. The mech engine along with many other major components remained completely offline. Only a few optical sensors became active in order to provide at least some measure of awareness without overwhelming the pilot with data from other sources. Vase did not really pay too much attention to the mundane activity of the Karman conscript. He invested his full attention on studying what took place on a spiritual level. Just as he expected, the lethargic Karman conscript did not exhibit the proper strength needed to Form a blood pact. The story might be different if the pilot was a swordmaster from the Heavensward Association. In that case, the swordmaster in question could pick up the slack and do most of the work needed to forge a successful blood pact. Lieutenant Leon DiMaggio was different. He was not only a norm, but also lacked spiritual potential, just like the vast majority of humans. All of this was bound to change in time as people continued to get affected by years' worth of E-energy radiation, but the problem was that it would likely take years before the vast majority of norms expanded their spiritual potential in this passive manner. It all came down to time. Red humanity simply did not have enough time to wait on lengthy developments. Nothing meaningful is happening. The Mace of Retaliation frowned. Lieutenant DiMaggio and the Carmen conscripts are like two children who are only able to pretend that they can fight. Now that we are asking for them to step up, it becomes apparent that they lack the strength to undertake real action. Vase let out a sigh. I told you that this would happen. If we want to attain a positive result, then there are several ways to do so. We can wait until both the Carmen conscript and Leon DiMaggio get exposed to enough E-energy radiation to gain the strength they need to complete the bond. I can shorten this period to an extent by granting Leon a companion spirit seed, though it will still take a while before it can make a significant difference. Master Viro Goldstein shook his head in disapproval. We require immediate results. The options that you have mentioned will take months if not years to bear fruit. That is unacceptable. We demand an immediate solution that can provide us with preliminary confirmation that your Carmen system can be used to pilot a mech without the use of a neural interface. The incessant demand for immediate results did not sit well with Vase. He liked to play fast and loose in experiments on occasion, but he restrained himself based on the expendability of his test subjects. Though Vase did not know Leon DiMaggio in person, the Mecher was not an alien or an enemy that he could mistreat at will. He was a loyal and dedicated serviceman of the Red Association who did not deserve to get subjected to dangerous experiments. However, the Mechers around him did not appear to care about that at all. They all thought that it was good enough that Leon had volunteered for this duty, likely without fully understanding the risks. As one have said before, we need to ramp up the activity of the Carmen conscript. Vase slowly said, based on the relative lack of response from the pilot and the mech, I think we can only make this happen if we bring the machine fully online. In other words, the mech needs to pull out all of the stops just to reach out to a candidate that is too weak to do all of the heavy lifting at present. The Carmen system did not have a good time so far. The results were much worse compared to when he introduced Venerable Janzi and his grandfather to their custom-designed Carmen mechs for the first time. Spirituality was key. The blood pact turned out to be a relatively high-quality spiritual connection. Its effects were powerful, but so were its demands. Vase was not even sure whether spiritually weak people had any chance of forging a successful bond with a Carmen mech. He would have liked to see another candidate in the cockpit of the Carmen conscript. A norm with spiritual potential had a much greater chance of successfully forming a blood pact, especially if that very same individual happened to possess a companion spirit. We must press on. The Mace of Retaliation said. Whether this attempt succeeds or fails, we will know more than we did before. Important decisions are being made and great developments are taking place during this very hour. We cannot allow our reluctance to hold us back. Lieutenant Leon DiMaggio understands the risks. He will do his duty. Let him fight for his chance. Master Xena Wintress nodded in agreement. We have encountered many accidents whenever we test new experimental products derived from alien technology. Innovation has a price, and it is often measured in blood. Failure is not glorious, but it is a necessary stepping stone to ultimate success. Seeing that everyone wanted to push the limits of this experimental session, Vase ultimately acquiesced and proceeded to adjust the settings despite his misgivings. He had a bad feeling about this. If the earlier instance with the Carmen trooper was any indication, then Leon was bound to incur a lot of damage even if he succeeded in forging the blood pact. Once the adjustments had been made, the activation began anew. This time, the Carmen conscript no longer made a lethargic and sleepy impression. Its power reactor began to heat up a lot more and produce a lot more energy to sat the hunger of the other waking mech parts. The limbs, the sensor systems and many more aspects of the machine began to reach their normal activity levels and began to exchange a lot of data with each other. As mechs had always been designed as machines controlled by humans as opposed to completely autonomous battle bots, there was no way to avoid the need to transmit a lot of data to the pilot. Leon immediately began to scream in pain as he felt as if a metaphorical laser beam had suddenly struck his head. Ah, It is too much. Back in the fortified bunker, Vase and all of the other mech designers observed the various data readings with greater and greater concern. The telemetry of Leon DiMaggio's brain and body started to look increasingly more distressing. The Carmen conscript continued its attempt to forge a stable and working blood pact with a difficult-to-reach candidate pilot, VQT. It was not yet fully aware of how much its clumsy attempts were harming its intended battle partner. When Leon's brain started to heat up to a distressing level, Vase wanted to pull back, but the others overruled his suggestion. We must collect more data. We need to present real results in a high-level meeting that is scheduled to begin in the near future. Xena Wintress insisted as her razor-sharp eyes continued to observe a lot of different readings. Failure is not a true setback for us. We have studied your design of the Carmen conscript and the implementation of the Carmen system. We are confident that we can develop slight variations of your special mech designs that are at least superficially compatible with other candidates. We are not lacking in test subjects either. Many individuals who learn about what we are attempting to accomplish with our experiments will gladly place themselves at our disposal. With those callous words, the masters did nothing as the life signs off the test pilot continued to reach more and more alarming levels. Although the man's many augmentations helped a lot with enduring much of the pressure that he was enduring, they could not solve the fundamental problem that he was not yet qualified to form a blood pact. A drastic turn of events took place at one point. The foreign blood cells that had flooded into his veins should have ordinarily gotten along with Leon. Their DNAs and structure were close to identical to that of his natural blood cells. However, as the Carmen conscript continued its attempts to forge a blood pact with Leon, an adverse reaction occurred that produced multiple severe ripple effects. Not only did Leon suffer the headache in his life, but the foreign blood cells that originated from the Carmen system suddenly became incompatible with their current host. This, along with many other consequences, finally caused the poor fellow to reach a limit. For humanity, and a loud explosion interrupted his final words. In just an instant of a second, the body encapsulated in a highly protective piloting suit burst apart in a far greater explosion than was physically possible. Empowered by mysterious forces, the explosion not only shattered the candidate's flesh and bones, but also ruptured his piloting suit and caused the entire cockpit to be splattered with the remains of a first-rater and once hopeful dreamer. Silence followed as the Carmen conscript automatically powered down according to its programmed instructions. Since its intended partner had unfortunately lost his life, there was no reason for the Carmen mech to remain active anymore. Jovi had shown the greatest reaction when the accident occurred. The man did not experience as much as the others and could not bear to look at the dreadful visuals of the interior of the cockpit. Vase twitched when the fatal accident took place, but not necessarily because he could not tolerate the sight. He had witnessed much worse throughout his career. His real regret was that this was a predictable outcome. What sort of data did the mechers require to push through this preventable accident? Only the three envoys remained unaffected. Neither the two master mech designers nor the ace pilot showed too much surprise or remorse at this result. Chapter 5214 Rescheduled innovation was never easy. If the Carmen conscript could easily forge a blood pact with a relatively ordinary human individual, then Vase could have sold his design application a lot easier. He wouldn't have designated the Carmen system as his main research direction in his quest to realize his design philosophy if this was the case. One of the reasons why he had not been in a hurry to design further Carmen mechs and conduct experiments of this nature was because he did not have much confidence in his chances of success. The first two successful results happened under special circumstances. Most mech pilots lack the strength and advantages of Venerable Janzi and Venerable Benjamin. What happened just a moment ago was fully predictable. Vase felt sorry for Leon DiMaggio, if only because his name would likely be forgotten. Only the candidate who succeeded in forming the blood pact deserved the right to go on public record. The unfortunate death of Leon did not douse the enthusiasm of the members of the secret panel. The two masters continued to study and analyze the data for several more minutes before they were ready to proceed. Let us leave the Carmen conscript aside so that we can study it in greater detail. Master Xena Wintress suggested. This peculiar machine can still provide us with a wealth of data that we can use to improve subsequent implementations of this tech. Master Goldstein nodded in agreement. He also did not forget about keeping the inventor of the Carmen system in the loop. We should transfer a copy of our research and analysis to Professor Larkinson here. We will have to depend on him to develop his Carmen system to maturity. The remainder of the testing session did not proceed nearly as bombastic as before. The first activation of the Karman Raider proceeded without a hitch. The circumstances for this test were much more similar to the first one. In fact, the conditions were even better despite the fact that they were testing the Karman system on a Mech as opposed to a full-sized machine. Curiously enough, the Karman Raider was actually weaker than both the Karman Trooper and the Karman Raider. Its smaller size and scale directly caused a proportional reduction in the strength of its spiritual foundation. Vase found this to be a curious interaction, and one that he should keep in mind for his future projects. This ultimately meant that the pilot had to put in a greater effort to form a blood pact, but this did not turn out to be a problem for pilot Creo de la Mar. Blessed with A-grade genetic aptitude and benefiting from an existing man-machine connection, de la Mar did not come close to putting himself at risk when he smoothly forged a blood pact with his compact little Mech. I feel good, the man spoke with wonder. This Mech is far smaller and weaker than anything else I have piloted before. It is interesting. This is unprecedented. Is this what a living mech can do? The Karman Raider is eagerly obeying my commands. I have never piloted a mech that actually has emotions. I am enjoying this novel experience. The man did not exhibit any indication that he was still suffering from a chronic lack of motivation. Pilot de la Mar was fully enjoying his new toy. They even tried to see whether de la Mar was able to pilot his Karman Raider after shutting down the neural interface. Ah, I can't hold out for long. I can feel my connection with my new living mech is under jeopardy. Interestingly enough, the new and relatively fragile blood pact between the Karman Raider and pilot Creo de la Mar did not fall apart right away. It actually managed to endure for a significantly longer time before it exhibited gradual signs of deterioration. Even though it became clear that the two newly bonded partners were still not ready to fight together by relying on the blood pact alone, Vase became encouraged by the noticeably better performance at this time. It not only provided greater proof of his assumption that stronger spirituality could strengthen the blood pact, but also indicated that not every candidate had to wait a long time before he could do anything useful with a Karman mech. Master Wintress, the Mace of Retaliation and Master Goldstein all valued the data they obtained from this test. They were much further ahead than before now that they obtained the proof they needed to make comparisons and make more informed decisions. Much to Vess's relief, the three envoys did not see the need to push the pilot to his limits. That is enough, Professor Larkinson. We can suspend this experiment. We can conduct any subsequent tests with both the Karman Trooper and the Karman Raider by ourselves. Creo de la Mar has great potential. If he does not suffer an accident in the following months, he can serve as an adequate trainer as well as the commanding officer of a new and separate Mech unit. Poor Leon. The three high-ranking survivalists had already dismissed his unfortunate passing and showered much greater attention on pilot de la Mar. Vase could easily understand the difference in treatment. Genetic aptitude was still paramount to the mechers. Anyone whose genetic aptitude reached or higher was a high-quality piloting talent. Even in the Red Association that must have been able to attract a lot of talented mech pilots, talents such as Creo de la Mar were still rare enough that their lives still needed to be treasured. It was a waste of scarce manpower and resources to subject him to a battery of dangerous tests when there were much more expendable substitutes on hand. For every Creo de la Mar, there were millions of Leon D. Maggios. The survivalists could easily pluck hundreds if not thousands of readily available volunteers from the crew of the Comitar Rain. Vase gained a new understanding of the drive and ruthlessness of the Red Association today. He already had a low opinion of their ethical standards, but what happened with the Karman conscript gave him an object lesson that the mechers cared little about the lives of people who possessed negligible value. Unlike Vase, who at least grew up among the grassroots and steadily moved through each and every layer of society in between, the most elite and accomplished mechers already started out in an advanced and highly developed environment. Age was also a major factor. The older they grew, the further they became removed from the more common groups of people. It was rare for Vase to encounter anyone old that still retained a lot of empathy towards outsiders. These were the sort of people who had all of the say in the Red Association and the survivalist faction. How wonderful. In any case, Vase had completed his obligation. Master Goldstein moved closer in order to discuss the upcoming agenda. There is no need for you to hold a presentation on your final topic, he said. We are aware that you wish to introduce your Transcendence Glow to a wider audience, but your role is dispensable. The transhumanist faction has already conducted extensive research based on the mechs and other support you have provided to them. The data that we have received from the transhumanists is already convincing enough that there is no need for you to sell it any further. It took a moment for Vase to understand what this was all about. The closed session that 1 a.m. scheduled to preside over in a couple of hours is cancelled. Master Goldstein nodded. Plans have changed. Important events are being set in motion that will drastically change our society regardless of the outcome of the vote on the 7th day. Your work may play a role in the events to come. It is no longer appropriate for you to abide by your old schedule. That caused Vase to grow quite annoyed. He had already missed a lot of interesting conferences that could have provided him with a lot of useful information. He did not look forward to getting waylaid yet again. The bald master raised his hand and placed it on Ves's shoulder. My apologies. I am unable to divulge the information that you wish to know. We must keep our actions as confidential as possible. I can tell you one useful piece of news, however. And that is, the xenotechnician and the polymath have both expressed interest in meeting with you in private. This is a great honor, Vase. You should prepare yourself as best as possible. What? Both Vase and Jovi reacted with shock at this announcement. Even though Vase had met with the polymath before, this was different. The previous encounter happened in complete secrecy. Only a handful of people were aware that Vase had met with the youngest star designer in the past. This would not be the case anymore. The Comitar reign had gathered so many powerful and high-ranking survivalists together that it would be hard to hide any major movements. Vase did not like this development at all. His presentation on companion spirits had already raised his profile more than he was comfortable with. Meeting with not one, but two star designers in quick succession would definitely direct a lot more unwanted attention to his identity. As he tried to figure out why the two star designers wanted to meet with a little old senior mech designer like himself, he failed to come up with a logical answer. What are the topics for discussion, exactly? He asked in a clear tone of suspicion. I highly doubt that those two star designers want to have a chat with me about companion spirits and the Karman system. You might be surprised. Goldstein smirked. To be honest, I am not fully informed of their intentions. I only know that they have deemed it worthwhile for them to allocate a small portion of their busy schedules to talk to you in person. This is a great honor and opportunity for you. Even if little comes out of the conversation, you will still be able to boast about meeting two of the top leaders of human civilization. Reputation is important in our circle. Take it as a gift if nothing else. That was right. Vase honestly did not expect much out of these short meetings, to be honest. He had plenty of dreams and ambitions, but his ability to deliver on them was less than ideal. He needed more time. This was a major problem as time was the scarcest resource in the entire Red Ocean. Everyone was short on time. Vase let out a tired breath. All right. One will prepare to meet with the two star designers in person. Do I need to make any special preparations? Not per se, just ensure you are at your best and avoid any obvious missteps. Do not oversell your promises and do not attempt to lie in front of them. Keep their identities and histories in mind. The xenotechnician is part of the oldest generation of star designers. His ideology and principles may sound odd to you, but there are good reasons why he has become the man he is today. Some of his attitudes are old-fashioned, but he can sound remarkably extreme when the conversation shifts to any subjects relating to aliens or alien technology. You should be careful not to get caught up in his narrative. Understood. What about your own patron? Master Goldstein adopted an admiring expression. The polymath is among the youngest to attain her current rank. She is much more supportive of radical changes. She is a reformer at heart. She detests stagnation, especially when it is clear that better alternatives are available. The two of you will likely talk about how your work can change our society for the better in your private meeting. Do not hold back. Present your ideas when prompted, even if you think they are flawed. Thank you for your advice. Seeing that two of the leaders of your faction want to meet with me in person, what about the final one? Will the Fist of Defiance or one of his representatives meet with me as well? I am uncertain about that. The master mech designer responded. The god pilot of our faction is indisposed. It may be possible that the Mace of Retaliation will meet with you himself. You will find out in a couple of hours. Very well. Chapter 5215 Cold Association. After the conclusion of the eventful testing session, Vase came away tired and bewildered. Events did not proceed according to his expectations. His stay during the conference went completely off the rails ever since he held his own closed session on companion spirits. His profile grew increasingly higher to the point where his work on the Karman system had attracted the definite interest of a number of extremely powerful figures. Now that had been informed that he should prepare for a personal meeting with each star designer who presided over the entire survivalist conference, Vase had a feeling that the idyllic days that he enjoyed in the past few years would finally become a relic of the past. The greater my profile, the greater the target on my back. He grumbled as he sat on his bed. He had temporarily bid goodbye to Jovi and returned to his assigned stateroom within the Comitar Reign. Vase had gone through so much stress and work recently that he felt it would help a lot if he took a short nap. It would have been even better if he could enjoy a full night's sleep, but he did not have the luxury of time. Everyone is short on time. Even the star designers are working as hard as they can to increase red humanity's chances of winning the war. The current climate demanded everyone to step up if they had the ability. Obviously, the leadership of the survivalist faction had fully figured out that there was far more depth to Vase than he usually displayed on the surface. Companion spirits, the Karman system and the Transcendence Glow were only a handful of the advantages that he had accrued over the course of his career. Even though he was technically just a senior mech designer, each of his major innovations were already inventions that could make any master mech designer proud. The fact that he was still in the early to middle stages of his career and still had an abundance of potential increased his value even further. Vase just had a first-hand glimpse on how the mechers treated people based on their perceived value. A norm with no discernible genetic aptitude like Leon D. Maggio could be expended at will without any concern to the association. Providing real test data by fatally pushing him beyond his limits was probably the greatest value that he could provide to the experimenters. A pilot with A-grade genetic aptitude such as Creo de la Mar received much better care and attention from a bunch of master mech designers because he had the potential to become great with the help of the Karman Raider. Although Vase had little reason to be concerned as he resembled Creo far more than Leon from the perspective of the mechers, he still did not feel so great about the mechers hooking their tentacles in him even further. Compared to a compassionate organization like the Larkinson clan, the Red Association was much more utilitarian in nature. Subjective feelings had to take a backseat for more important priorities such as efficiency and logic. Everything and everyone was reduced to numbers that represented their value and utility to the association and human civilization. While this approach had contributed massively to the rapid rise and enduring dominion of the original Mech Trade Association, it also produced a culture and a set of rules that encouraged the mechers to treat everyone like chess pieces. This problem was especially exacerbated within the survivalist faction. Its unofficial motto could pretty much be summed up as, "The ends justifies the means." In this callous and heartless environment, Vase knew it would only take one big mistake for him to lose his favored status and get unceremoniously booted from the association's VIP list. He was not the only associate to have discovered the real nature of the association. There had to be a lot of other clever people who understood this truth far sooner than himself. That did not change anything to them, though. So long as the mechers and the fleeters stood above humans, people had no choice but to play their game. I wonder what these upcoming meetings are all about. He still had a few hours before he was scheduled to meet with the polymath. There was absolutely no point in trying to overthink a private discussion with the woman who had a good chance of winning the prize for being the smartest individual in the entire dwarf galaxy. Trying to outfool a woman who had managed to speedrun her way to her current rank was pure folly. Vase knew that he would come into the meeting at a heavy disadvantage. The adverse information symmetry alone ensured that he would never be able to gain the initiative in any conversation. Since that was the case, Vase shrugged his shoulders and laid on his bed. He decided to clear his mind and reset his mental balance as much as possible so that he could face the relatively young star designer in a healthier state. Sleep came easily. The loud and disruptive alarm that he had made sure to set up beforehand jarringly pulled him out of his pleasant slumber. Vase yawned as he slowly raised himself to his feet and moved over to the bathroom. After he freshed himself up and changed to a nearly identical Larkinson Patriarch outfit, he placed his relatively unassuming teal badge on his chest before stepping out of his stateroom. Predictably, Jovi already waited for him outside. "Let us grab a quick bite." They moved to a smaller and more private restaurant within the Comitar Reign and started to fill up their stomach with materialized fruits and croissants. Vase started to detest the foods produced in this fashion. Although the clever food production method was capable of generating dynamic variations of the same foodstuffs to keep everything from becoming too static and unchanging, there was no heart and soul in any of these products. He much preferred to eat the pretentious meals prepared by the excellently trained chefs back at home. Gloriana often went a bit too far in micromanaging the meal plans for her entire family, but at least she gave the chefs enough space for them to vary and improve their craft with their own unique touches. It's kind of strange, he suddenly said. What is strange? Jovi curiously asked. Look at all of this. Vase spoke as he swept his hand across the breakfast items on the table. The association is regarded as the holy land of mech design, yet all of these foodstuffs are pretty much commodities in every sense of the word. How can an organization that prizes creativity and individual expression show so little regard for the art of filling one's stomach? Jovi shrugged his shoulders as he did not really care for this subject. Our association is not entirely uniform. Food policy is handled by the people in charge of individual facilities and starships. Their personal tastes determine what sort of food is being served. I have been stationed in places before where actual people are still in charge of cooking meals. I see. The Red Association was hardly a monolithic organization. This example showed that individual leaders only possessed partial authority over the organization. Power was divided between many different top figures. This made it impossible to get anything done quickly as it took too much time and effort to win the support of the majority. Vase had to keep this situation in mind when he met with the faction leaders. He quickly finished his cup of coffee and began to stand up. It's almost time for me to meet with the polymath. Do you have any word advice before I go and have a good talk? Jovi stared deeply at Vase. His gaze was a lot more serious than usual. You have already received all of the advice you needed to hear to acquit you well. Perhaps the only words that I can add to that is that if you receive any offer, you should withhold your judgment until you have heard out the others. Do not prematurely commit to any action. That was good advice. I thought you would state a few more words in support of the polymath. I have already explained my relationship with her earlier. Besides, I doubt you would pay much attention to any endorsement from me. I know you well enough that you like to make up your own mind about matters. Vase chuckled. That's right. When the time of the meeting came, Vase felt the telltale signs of getting teleported yet again. He was growing tired of this sudden and dangerous method of teleportation. Anyone in control of the teleportation systems could easily dump him in a chamber filled with plasma or out in open space without a protective suit to shield him from vacuum. Vase clearly needed to get his hands on a device that could block any form of teleportation if he wanted to keep himself safe in the future. While he was sure that the Red Association sold such devices in its merit exchange, he would be a fool to put his trust into products that were most assuredly riddled with backdoors. In any case, once his body emerged in another location, Vase saw that he had ended up in the middle of a large and opulent office. Carpeted furnishings, projected images of outdated but excellently designed mechs along with a realistic window that showed a panorama of different planets all caused the compartment to acquire an expansive feel. Vase steadily moved forward before he stopped in front of a desk. He made a formal bow in order to convey his proper respect towards one of the few star designers who were effectively in charge of the Red Association. Good day, Your Excellency. The relatively young star designer dressed herself in a refined blue suit that was mostly covered by a silky white lab coat that looked deceptively simple. When Vase studied her garments closer, he noticed that the lab coat actually possessed numerous similarities with the arch metal outfit of the xenotechnician. Sit. The woman spoke in a commanding but normal-sounding human voice. As Vase sat on the luxuriously comfortable chair that was placed in front of the star designer's desk, he couldn't help but grow a bit more nervous as he waited for what the powerful mech designer had to say this time. He really hoped that she wouldn't try to scan him for the possession of the mech designer's system yet again. He was not sure whether it could keep itself hidden in its current state. It did not seem that the polymath was paying a lot of attention to Vase at the moment. Her eyes appeared hollow as she was handling a lot of other affairs that demanded a much higher proportion of her vast and powerful attention span. Vase actually felt a little more at ease at this clear sign of neglect and disrespect. He much preferred it if this supremely powerful figure did not consider it worthwhile to direct 2% of her supremely powerful intellect to this puzzling meeting. The good times didn't last, unfortunately. 2 minutes passed by before the polymath finally deigned to start the conversation. We meet again, Professor Larkinson. Vase almost twitched his mouth into a rueful smile. Yes, I did not expect that I would be sitting directly in front of you so soon. Neither did one, but my projections on you were flawed. It is irritating to base my conclusions on incomplete and erroneous data. This is partially why I have called you here. One desire to clarify the truth and correct my model on you so that everything will be in order once again. She stated her intention in a cool and professional tone. It was as if she found a bug in a computer system and wanted to squash it before it could do any further damage. Her words sounded chilling. The polymath proceeded to lean forward as her hollow eyes seemed to drill straight into Vess's head. Answer this question. Where is Mr. S? Chapter 5216. Another frank conversation of all of the possible subjects that the polymath could bring up during the meeting. Mr. S was one of the worst possible outcomes for Vase. Mr. S did not exist as a literal human mech designer and individual. It was a false identity and smokescreen that Vase used to fend off the curiosity of mechers such as Master Moira Willix and the polymath herself. Vase had always been afraid that these incredibly clever and powerful figures would figure out the truth one day. There was no Mr. S. They had been deceived by Vase all this time. If there was anyone who best fit the label of this mysterious and illusionary mech designer, it was either the mech designer system or Vase himself. The only advantage that Vase could rely upon to maintain the increasingly elaborate facade that he set up was to use his time travel shenanigans to paint the illusion that Mr. S was an old geezer who had made his presence felt throughout history. The incongruity between the mysterious black hand that had infrequently intervened in people's lives over the course of several centuries and a young senior mech designer who was only around 40 years old was probably the sole reason why the polymath continued to be misled. His main objective for this meeting was to ensure that the star designer remained fooled. This was a tall task for anyone due to her enormous intellectual prowess. Fortunately for him, it did not look as if the polymath was all that present for the time being. Her productivity was far too valuable for her to give Vase her undivided attention. He could use that to his advantage. Right now, Vase tried his best to remain as unmoved as impossible. He refrained from generating any false reactions. He had a feeling that none of it would work in front of this powerful and august figure. Vase keenly reminded himself that the polymath's domain centered around the greater concept of truth. There was no way he could get away with any lies in front of the ultimate lie-detecting machine. His only hope of evading entrapment was to be quick on his feet and bend the truth to his advantage. He bet that while the polymath was able to pick out lies like a hawk, she was not omnipotent enough to discern the intentions behind every word of truth that escaped from his mouth. Whether this was a deception game that the polymath carefully crafted for Vase to put him into a false sense of security, he had no way of knowing for sure. He could only go by the limited amount of information that he had in his possession. Just like the polymath, he was basing his actions and responses on a lot of faulty and incomplete data. "I'm not sure why you are asking me where Mr. S is located," he steadily replied while trying his best not to let his nerves go out of his control. "Truth. From what little I can tell, Mr. S is most probably in the Red Ocean, which means that he has fallen victim to the mass displacement event like everyone else on this side of the Greater Beander Gate. Truth. I can make a few more guesses on where you can find him, but I am unable to provide you with his exact set of galactic coordinates." Truth. Vase did not even know where he was located in the Red Ocean. The Commodore Rain and the rest of her escorts were drifting in higher dimensional space that corresponded to a route in real space that was almost completely unknown to him. The best he could do was to determine a vague direction based on what he could feel from the sub-brain integrated in his detached cyborg leg. He carefully observed the polymath's expression. It seemed as if she had taken his words at face value, but he could not determine whether the frighteningly intelligent star designer was actually fooled. A slight frown steadily appeared on her face. She deliberately did so in order to convey a message. That is, not a welcome response. I would very much like to come into contact with him and engage with him directly. There are too few star designers in the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy as it is. Whatever divisions and disagreements we held in the old galaxy, none of that is important anymore now that we are confronted by the threat of extinction. We must unite together. The way she spoke the word, must, made it seem as if she had leaked a small portion of her vast power during this short interval, causing it to sound as if it was a condition that had to come true. Vase looked a little jarred, but he tried his best to spin and continued to respond in a way that would not draw excessive suspicion towards himself. "Look, I cannot help you much. Truth. My relationship with Mr. S is spotty. I am not his buddy who I can casually call over the galactic net. Truth. Mr. S has only been an intermittent part of my life. I admit that I have benefited substantially from him, but if I am really being honest with you, I have been working hard to succeed by relying on my own merits. I don't want to grow dependent on handouts and become absolutely useless once I am cut off from external assistance. Don't get me wrong, I am not denying my relationship with Mr. S. I wouldn't be as good as 1 a.m. today and become eligible to be promoted to a Tier 4 galactic citizen so soon without his invaluable assistance. One just think that mech designers like ourselves need to learn how to stand up on their own after a point. As the polymath listened to his words, she slowly nodded in agreement. That is the correct attitude to take. Mr. S. is correct in maintaining his distance from you. I cannot blame your inability to open up a direct channel to him when that does not serve a productive use for either of you. It is also a form of protection. People cannot use you to reach out to him, and he is able to ensure that he remains untraceable as always. How exactly does he contact you? What is his method of communication? I am unfamiliar with the tech he uses. Vase truthfully responded. He conveys his words directly in my head. Don't ask me for any further details. The tech that he commands is so advanced and obtuse to me that I cannot make heads or tails out of it. He is the sole party that decides whether we can enter into a dialogue. The polymath looked displeased, but not suspicious. This was a good sign. This is a regrettable answer, but not an unpredictable one. She spoke. If you happen to come into contact with Mr. S. again, then please convey to him that he should reach out to me. There are matters of great consideration that we must speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel about. I also need his assistance on an important project of mine, but one will press on if he remains indisposed. This project must be a big deal if the polymath requested the assistance of a suspected star designer that did not actually exist. The powerful female leader quickly moved on. Let me ask you another question. Why has he chosen to mentor you? Out of all of the possible young mech designers in the Milky Way that he could have passed on his teachings, it is you that has become his sole beneficiary as far as we are aware of. We have been able to deduce a number of possible reasons, but I would like you to answer in your own words. Vase tried to shrug as innocently as possible. I'm not sure if I am his chosen candidate or whether I was just in the right place at the right time. I get the feeling that my family has a lot to do with it. My mother knows Mr. S. I think she might even know him better than me. One don't think that she wanted me to get into contact with him, but somehow it happened outside of her will. I can't blame her for feeling this way. Mr. S. is really powerful in many ways, but he is also a wanted man. Hey, let the polymath chew over this. Vase was pretty sure that all of his words were technically true, but his actual intentions were entirely different. Interesting. The polymath responded as it looked as if she was pulling slightly more of her valuable attention on this conversation than before. Your mother appears to have taught you much as well. You have been remarkably effective at adapting her teachings to your work as a mech designer. Our association commends you for dedicating your work for the greater good of red humanity. Vase responded with a smile that hopefully looked sincere enough. I care a lot about the future of red humanity. It did not seem appropriate for me to hoard my most powerful innovations when it can be used for the greater good of our race. One was worried whether you or your fellow survivalists doubt the effectiveness of my works, but it appears that my concerns are unfounded. It was best to steer the conversation away from Mr. S. The more he talked about him, the more likely that he would make a mistake. The polymath stared directly in his eyes. About your work, the information that you were willing to present during this conference covers a good range of your notable innovations, but we have found it lacking in one vital area. It is disappointing that you have decided to withhold its benefits from us. We are aware that it comes with numerous issues, but that is for us to work out. You should extend greater trust towards us. I am giving you a chance to make up for this mistake right now. Can you adapt your kinship network to connect all of red humanity in a mutually supportive metaphysical web? What? Vase did not hide his shock this time. Of all of the possible questions that she could ask him, he did not expect her to ask for his kinship network. That was a mistake. The kinship network was no secret due to the sheer amount of people who benefited from it. From his own clansmen to all of the hexers that managed to evacuate to the Red Ocean, there were so many people who were bound by a design spirit that the mechers would have to be blind and incompetent to miss the widespread effects. Vase shouldn't have overlooked the kinship network's appeal to the likes of the polymath and the rest of the survivalists. Vase felt the need to be a lot more vigilant this time. He already had an inkling of why the polymath asked for his kinship network. He did not like the direction where his thoughts were going. Theoretically, it is possible, but I am not sure whether it is a good idea to do so. Privacy kind of becomes a problem, and it also has uncomfortable religious connotations that might steer a lot of people away from secularism. The polymath dismissively shook her head. None of these problems are a concern to us. The benefits far outweigh any possible demerits. Red humanity is too divided and mistrustful of each other. Only by binding every individual together in a common network can we move towards building greater trust and cooperation. Vase couldn't help but look skeptical. There are many other ways to bind people together. Our race and civilization went by without relying on something as invasive and intrusive as a kinship network for many millennia. We can continue to rely on tried and tested solutions to come together and fight as a united group. It is not good enough. Compared to the alternatives, your kinship networks are considerably more effective and do not take nearly as long to deploy. I have projected that the success rate of my Unity plan will increase by at least 12.36% if you agree to provide us with a kinship network. This success rate will rise to 21.93% if I can directly administer it. Do you understand what this means, Professor Larkinson? Only 21.93%. Vase couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This was too low of a percentage in his judgment. His kinship networks were way more awesome. The polymath continued to appeal to him. You can make an outsized contribution to the survival of our branch of humanity. Assist me. Support my plan. Dedicate your work to my cause and I shall reserve enough augmentations and quotas in REDNet to uplift you and tens of thousands of your relatives and subordinates to first-raters within a timeframe of 5 years. Together, we can reshape Red humanity in a more superior version that completely allows us to shed its inefficient vestiges. Make the right decision. There is more at stake than you can foresee. What is your answer? Vase had frozen in place. His brain had completely crashed at this time. Chapter 5217 Gaining leverage of all of the possible events that might happen during this conference, Vase did not expect the polymath to beg for his assistance. Perhaps, beg, was too exaggerated of a word. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that she had taken valuable time from her schedule to meet with Vase in person. This was a clear sign of how much importance she placed on his kinship networks. From what it looked like, the polymath valued his kinship networks over any other benefit he could provide. Nothing could boost her plan more than the support of a kinship network that could bring all of Red humanity together. It would be best if she became the nexus of this network. Not only would she be able to gain the highest authority over this spiritual network, but she could also ensure that no one else would be able to abuse this extremely powerful tool. If anything, only the polymath herself would be able to abuse this kinship network to her advantage. Her chances of reinforcing and cementing her ambitious rule as the sovereign of Red humanity were bound to receive a huge boost once she was able to reign over people like a literal god. This sounded like a nightmare to Vase. Though there were probably plenty of ways for spiritually powerful individuals such as himself to tamper with their connections to the kinship network, it was nonetheless a distressing development to those that valued their own sovereignty. The Terrans and the Rubarthans would absolutely grow livid about this. They had the greatest reason to oppose the polymath's attempt to crown herself as the Empress of Red humanity. Even if she managed to push through her takeover, other people still had a chance of defying her rule so long as she was only able to maintain control through conventional means. It would be a different story if she was able to monitor every single human being connected to the kinship network centered around herself. Everyone would have no choice but to trust her to wield this power responsibly and refrain from abusing it in an egregious manner. Though the polymath gave off the impression that she was working for the good of human civilization all of this time, who knew what she would actually do once she had cast off all of her restraints? Vase had an inkling that the polymath had her eye on his kinship network for a longer time. It might explain why he received an invitation to this conference and received so much help and attention from the likes of Jovi and Master Goldstein. As Vase tried his best to calm himself down and take stock of his situation, he recognized that he actually held leverage over the famous star designer. The polymath clearly did not possess the ability to create her own kinship network that was adequate enough to support her ambitions. No one in her orbit was able to give her what she needed either. The only chance she had of getting what she wanted was to obtain the cooperation of a quirky second-class senior mech designer. Vase would have felt a lot more flattered if not for thinking about what sort of monster he might unleash upon his fellow humans. While he did not consider the polymath to be an evil or even an adverse influence on Red humanity, he was not comfortable with the idea of putting her in charge of everything. The polymath clearly sensed his reluctance. Her eyes grew brighter and more aware as she raised the priority of this conversation. Perhaps sensing that he would likely deny her request if she pressed too hard, she shifted her strategy and adopted a less insistent approach. Your assistance is contingent on the passing of the Unity Plan. If our cadre sees fit to vote on my vision to unlock Red humanity's true potential, then I would like to invite you to lend your services to my new administration. Your kinship networks as well as your other inventions can significantly increase our chances to save our race by removing many obstacles that stand in the way of unity. By removing distrust and providing greater incentives to form a united front, we can resolve the threat of the native aliens and prepare our civilization for contact with the much more concerning aliens of Messier 87. Her mention of the unknown but presumably powerful aliens of the nearby supergiant galaxy broke through Vess's concerns. For all of his fears about letting the polymath have the final say over everything, none of this mattered if the aliens of Messier 87 eventually came and steamrolled everyone in the Red Ocean. Can you offer further clarification about the possible threats originating from Messier 87? Vase tentatively asked. The star designer immediately shook her head. You are not permitted to know this information. Only Tier 1 galactic citizens and a select group of specialists can receive our most up-to-date intelligence on distant alien civilizations. Mr. S. may join this select group as long as he agrees to lend his services to us, but since he is indisposed, he will not be able to benefit from this arrangement. Wait, Vase suddenly had a strange idea. If I assist you in setting up a kinship network, will I be able to access this information? The woman responded with a slight smile. If your contribution to our cause is as high as I project, then you can request this benefit in exchange for a reduction in other rewards. I am not opposed to giving you access to this information in advance, but you will mainly need to convince the other members of our select research group that you have earned this privilege. I can ensure that this will not be an issue. This was a major concession. Even though it looked as if nobody would have anything to do with Messier 87 given the huge distance between the two galaxies, Vase did not think it would take nearly as long for the powerful aliens to arrive in the Red Ocean. It would be a lot better if he learned about the much more powerful native threats of Messier 87 far in advance. He would at least obtain enough time to make preparations in advance and reduce any possible losses that he and his clan might incur once the extragalactic invaders finally arrived. Vase felt a lot less opposed to the polymath's deal. His misgivings over the star designer's plan and intentions did not disappear, but they seemed trivial in the face of the greater threats from beyond. Perhaps that was why the faction leaders proposed such extreme plans. Their insider knowledge on the looming danger presented by Messier 87 caused them to disregard so many taboos. It would have been nice for Vase to know exactly what they were all afraid of and whether all of these radical actions were justified. The meeting with the polymath did not last much longer after that. The woman was not one for small talk. Now that she had fulfilled her objective, she did not impose on Vase any longer. Think carefully on what you should do with the power that you command. She spoke as her transcendent eyes kept staring at him. Mech designers and creators such as ourselves exist to serve mech pilots as well as the rest of humanity. That grants us power to influence and shape the development of our civilization. The polymath looked wistful for a tiny instant. The better our creations, the greater our power. This progression adds weight to all of our decisions. Now that you have become competent enough to put yourself on the galactic map, you must consider carefully on how to wield your power responsibly. When the lives of trillions of red humans are at stake, you cannot afford to let your feelings dictate your decisions. Only logic and good sense can allow us to thread the needle and ensure our survival. Think of your children. They will not have a future if our entire society collapses after getting overwhelmed on multiple fronts. Mentioning his children reminded him that there was more at stake than his personal interests. He deeply wished for Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane to grow up in a large and vibrant human society, not a scattered remnant that had been forced to hide in the cracks of the new frontier for fear of allowing the hostile aliens to finish the job. I shall keep that in mind, Vase said in a noncommittal tone. He soon got teleported out of her luxurious office compartment. His next meeting was scheduled to begin 15 minutes later. This gave Vase a sufficient amount of time to catch his breath and figure out what just happened. He felt that he acquitted himself fairly well. He did not cave into the polymath's demands, nor gave away any obvious clues that exposed the fraudulent nature of Mr. S. Vase did feel puzzled why the polymath sought Mr. S's assistance. What project was she working on that she couldn't take care of herself? Why would she reach out to a complete stranger and an unknown factor rather than one of her many buddies such as the xenotechnician or one of the many other star designers that remained stuck in the old galaxy? Whatever the case, it had nothing to do with Vase. What did matter to Vase was that he had not made any solid commitments with regards to helping the polymath obtain a kinship network. This entire subject and all of its implications screamed danger to Vase. There was no way that such a controversial subject could be implemented without opposition. Perhaps this was why the polymath stepped back so easily and made his contribution contingent on whether the survivalists voted for her unity plan. If the polymath ever won the vote and managed to obtain the support of the majority of red humanity, then she could rightfully crown herself as the ruler of their entire civilization. At that point, there was no further need for her to build a consensus or gather support for this initiative. She could use her unquestionable authority to issue a directive that Vase had no choice but to obey. Any act of disobedience would be regarded as an act of rebellion against the rightful ruler of red humanity. This was why the polymath did not bother to press Vase harder. His opinions and his support became dispensable as long as she was able to implement her plan. The vote on the seventh day gained a lot more significance because of this. The will of the leadership of the survivalist faction would directly determine whether the polymath became their god and empress at the same time. 15 minutes passed by remarkably quickly. Vase soon found himself teleported to an entirely different venue from before. Instead of a large and opulent office, Vase found himself in the middle of a strange but highly advanced research lab. Pieces of archimetal were strewn on a work table. Loose components from a Puelmer computing system had been thrown into a nearby crate. Several vats filled with mysterious liquids kept a bunch of comatose Orvan bodies in a healthy H state. It did not take much guessing that Vase had ended up in one of the workplaces of the famous and infamous xenotechnician. The old man himself was hunched over another work table. He carefully hovered over a completely unknown alien device that looked like a half-melted egg that consisted entirely of exotic circuitry. Professor Larkinson, the aged and dignified voice of one of the oldest living humans, spoke up. You do not appear to be as shaken and awed by the prospect of meeting with a star designer, let alone two of them. I see that you are not a stranger to finding yourself in the company of individuals such as myself. Perhaps your mother has assisted you with this. No matter. Please sit down. My younger colleague is hardly the only one who has developed an interest in you and your work. Let us talk. Chapter 5218. The Power of Old. The xenotechnician was the second star designer that Vase met in his life. People always considered it a great honor to be in the proximity of one of the apex figures of humanity. To be able to receive the attention of one of these honored figures and speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with them on an individual basis was a form of validation that could make a lot of individuals feel validated beyond any comparison. Star designers were not average individuals. They belonged to the tiny but extremely dignified group of true gods of the human race. Out of more human individuals than anyone could count, only the very best and the most persevering among them had managed to overcome all of the hurdles in their path and reach the end destination where they had fully shed all of their mortal weaknesses. Though the xenotechnician superficially gave off the impression of a gentle human grandfather who conveyed far more dignity and mystique than any other old geezer that Vase had met throughout his career, believing in this illusion was a big mistake. Vase could not help but recall the instance where the xenotechnician unveiled a glimpse of his awesome domain at the start of the conference. The impossibly huge machine that harmoniously fused countless pieces of unknown human and alien technology together represented the true face of this living transcendent figure. Though the xenotechnician was not an enemy, Vase had to remind himself that this powerful and inscrutable designer was not a friend either. The biggest question on his mind was why the xenotechnician requested this meeting to begin with. Vase had no prior entanglements with this distinguished mech designer, and it seemed abrupt to call for a personal meeting. The old man himself was not in a hurry to address the goal of this meeting. He started this meeting by holding a seemingly regular conversation. Unlike the polymath who valued efficiency above all, the xenotechnician ironically displayed more humanity than his younger counterpart. You have attained so much in so few years. I applaud your initiative and your willingness to test the boundaries of what is possible. It is young men who are not satisfied with the status quo like yourself that are needed to take over the burden of leading our civilization in the future. As a man responsible for the clan that he has founded through his own efforts, are you content with leading your own clan? I am. Vase simply replied. What do you enjoy the most about being the head of your Larkinson clan? I hold enough power over it to shape it however I like. While there are clear limitations to how I can make my subordinates act according to my intentions, I have been able to mold my clan into an organization that supports my efforts as a creator and protects me from my immediate enemies. My troops have always embraced my mechs with great enthusiasm. It brings me joy to see them utilizing my works as they are truly meant to be used. The xenotechnician smiled and leaned back on his seat. Ah, you understand what it means to assume responsibility. I believe that gives you a good insight on what Claire wishes to accomplish by advocating for her unity plan. What is your opinion with regards to her ambitious and far-reaching reform package? Do you have confidence that she will be able to exercise her immense responsibilities, or get lost in the throes of power? Though Vase had plenty of words to say about the polymath's ambitions, it was never a good idea to badmouth a star designer. His diplomatic mind quickly spun as he rapidly tried to formulate a response that sounded harmless enough but also possessed enough substance to avoid making a fool of himself. Leading a small clan is much different from leading an entire civilization. Vase responded while trying to keep his cadence even. I do not presume to understand the huge amount of intricacies and challenges of trying to forge every different human group and culture into a cohesive star nation. The example set by the Terran Empire during the early days of the Age of Conquest has taught us that it is practically impossible to keep so many people together for long. Then again, Her Excellency is known for her all-encompassing intelligence. She has most assuredly learned from the examples of the past and formulated additional measures to increase the success rate of her plan. Ah yes, the xenotechnician's smile turned a little graver as he steepled his hands onto his work table. Since you are a senior mech designer, our association has already exposed the existence of the kingdom of mechs to you. What do you think about her intentions to splinter this kingdom and gain sole control over this offshoot? I do not think I am qualified to comment on this proposal. I am just a senior mech designer. My understanding of the kingdom of mechs is too shallow. All of this goes way beyond my head. I can only speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on more general terms. My opinion is that even if she is able to gain the cooperation of the star designers back in the Milky Way, she will still have to attain the support of all of the local god pilots. If she can convince the likes of the Destroyer of Worlds and the Light of Sol to agree to her takeover, then she must be doing something right. The xenotechnician smiled a bit. That is an interesting matter. Even I cannot determine what she is counting on to convince the majority of our human protectors to cease any attempt to stop her usurpation of power. Well, that is a topic that is not in your purview. Let us move on to a subject that is more directly relevant to you. The polymath has certainly made an interesting request to you. One applaud you for maintaining your reserve in front of a star designer. What? Vase straightened his back as he felt both confused and afraid by what he just heard. How did the xenotechnician know about all of that? There was no way the polymath would allow one of her chief rivals within the survivalist faction to listen in on her private meeting with Vase. The xenotechnician smirked as he dramatically raised his hand and snapped his wrinkled fingers. I am giving you a chance to make up for this mistake right now. Can you adapt your kinship network to connect all of red humanity in a mutually supportive metaphysical web? I have projected that the success rate of my unity plan will increase by at least 12.36% if you agree to provide us with a kinship network. This success rate will rise to 21.93% if I can directly administer it. Opening square bracket ... By removing distrust and providing greater incentives to form a united front, we can resolve the threat of the native aliens and prepare our civilization. Opening parenthesis ... When the lives of trillions of red humans are at stake, you cannot afford to let your feelings dictate your decisions. Vase was completely taken aback as the xenotechnician casually played back a clear and high-fidelity recording of his conversation with the polymath. Despite the fact that he and the younger star designer spoke in a private and highly secure office that was completely under her control, her much older peer apparently defeated all of her fancy tech, probably without managing to tip her off during the entire meeting. How? The xenotechnician chuckled like a grandfather who found the antics of his grandchildren to be amusing. Claire is the greatest genius that our modern civilization has produced. One do not dispute her intellectual prowess. However, she is far too young and inexperienced to support her ambitions. I may not be able to match her raw cognition, but one have lived 3 times longer than her. I have built up an immense accumulation, more than either you or Claire can imagine. But, technology also encompasses far more than the logical and decipherable tech that humanity has currently mastered. The xenotechnician generously explained. You should understand this well given that you have delved deeper into the signature technologies of different alien races such as luminaire crystal technology and phase water technology. Vase understood what the xenotechnician conveyed. You mean, you managed to eavesdrop on my meeting with the polymath by relying on an alien device? Is it so inconceivable to imagine that I am in possession of exotic alien tech that enables me to penetrate any security measure and directly listen in on a private conversation? I find it curious that you never seriously took this possibility into account. This is a grave mistake, and one that humans are all too prone to make. We do not have a monopoly on high technology, Professor Larkinson. Too many researchers are so obsessed with trying to pluck the low-hanging fruit that we are too readily willing to dismiss the alien tech that cannot easily be deciphered. Not every potent alien tech has to be converted to a human format in order to be of use. Do you not agree? The xenotechnician's capabilities were frightening and unknown. Vase developed a whole new respect towards this old man who possessed a lot of strange ideas. Maybe, Vase replied in a noncommittal tone. My situation is different from yours. I am just a second-class senior mech designer. One don't have the endless amount of manpower and resources to reserve engineer every useful piece of alien tech. One would have imagined that your association is a lot better on this front. Aliens are not as weak or incompetent as they have been portrayed in the media. The xenotechnician shook his head in disapproval. Whether it is in the Milky Way or the Red Ocean, each major race has their own geniuses, their own signature technologies and their own spurts of brilliance. It takes far more time and resources to completely decipher the more difficult pieces of powerful alien technologies, especially if we have only managed to obtain incomplete scraps from ancient ruins. I have spent many ordinary lifetimes to understand the best creations of many different alien minds, and I have only scratched the surface of what our association has managed to discover over the years. That sounded amazing. Vase would have loved to get a glimpse of those powerful alien technologies himself. He envied the xenotechnician for being able to access and study any interesting discovery related to interesting and exotic alien inventions. The public rarely if ever gets to hear about all of this alien tech. Vase remarked with a touch of disappointment in his voice. People like us get the impression that you mechers and fleeters are all too eager to cart everything alien out of sight and lock it all into a vault. The xenotechnician's smirk turned into a patronizing smile as he made his point. This is an arrogant and overly cautious approach. Claire may not have set this policy, but she is the product of the environment that this attitude has bred. She is so fixated on clear technologies that she can fully and master that she unjustly dismisses the value of any opaque alien tech that does not conform to her logic and theoretical frameworks. The arrogance. The first of may be old, but I am not ignorant enough to underestimate alien ingenuity. It is the opposite in fact. One respect and occasionally even fear what aliens can do with their varied minds. Vase almost couldn't believe what he heard. The xenotechnician readily criticized his fellow star designer in front of another person. There had to be some sort of taboo against disparaging such a powerful and high-ranking figure in this situation. There was no way that Vase wanted to step into this particular minefield. The old man may be able to talk like this without suffering any consequences other than pissing off his junior, but Vase might attract the collective hatred of all of the supporters and sycophants of the popular female star designer. Chapter 5219 Rewarding Criminals. Though Vase was both impressed and horrified by what he learned, he still retained enough awareness to know that this was all a deliberate ploy. By exposing his superior technological prowess and capabilities, the xenotechnician made a powerful show of force. Vase no longer dared to dismiss this old and eccentric geezer as a senile old man who had fallen behind the times. It was foolish to underestimate and dismiss any star designer to begin with. Though the xenotechnician had made the weakest and most pathetic impression during the opening speeches on the first day, that did not mean that he was any less competent. The xenotechnician did more than strengthen his own impression. By demonstrating his ability to circumvent his colleagues' security measures with apparent ease, he had also managed to diminish the aura of invincibility that the polymath had steadily accrued. For all of her confidence and clever plans, the polymath was not without her flaws. Her blind spots and weaknesses sounded serious enough to put her judgment into question. Now that the xenotechnician had made his point, he proceeded on to actual business. I have to admit that I did not fully understand the value that you can bring to the polymath and society at large. I scheduled this meeting after hers with the express intention to learn what she seeks from a curious senior like yourself. I must say that I am pleasantly surprised by what I have managed to learn. Our own intelligence documents on you and your organization have gone through great lengths to underplay these kinship networks of yours. The polymath and her subordinates have done their best to protect you and keep their knowledge of your greater works to themselves. What they have done is not quite proper, but it is of no consequence now that I have been brought into the loop. The xenotechnician sure had a penchant for disparaging his fellow survivalists and mechers. The man showed so little concern about all of the damage his words could do that Vase had grown numb by what he heard. I am not sure about what you know about kinship networks. Vase cautiously replied, I have no knowledge about the efforts that certain mechers have taken to keep it hidden. I did forge a general understanding between myself and both the survivalists and the transhumanists to protect my work and fend off any unwelcome interests from other parties. The xenotechnician nodded. That is a wise course of action. You have managed to produce a remarkable amount of revolutionary and disruptive inventions that pose a great threat to the interests of too many stakeholders. Times have changed, however. Our entire race is pressed against a wall. If we do not employ our best solutions in the best possible capacity, then we will all go extinct. On that, I find myself agreeing with the polymath. Vase blinked. So the xenotechnician was able to get along with his much younger peer on at least a few issues. The polymath has a clear idea on how she wants to make use of my kinship network, Your Excellency. 1 am not sure what you have in mind. Do you want to form your own kinship network that is centered around yourself? No, the much older mech designer immediately responded. One am ideologically opposed to an excessive concentration in power. I object to her plan as I do not think it behooves our race to be subjected to the rule of a solitary authority figure. That said, I am not principally opposed to the use of your kinship networks. They purportedly come with many benefits that can increase the cohesion and confidence of entire population groups. I am of the opinion that we can strike a more comfortable balance by setting up multiple kinship networks of roughly equal strength. In this way, we can take advantage of their benefits while simultaneously preventing any form of abuse from dooming our entire civilization. The rival kinship networks can also keep each other in check. Vase actually found this alternative a lot more palatable than the proposal made by the polymath. Putting her in charge of everything sounded like a disaster in the making. Too much could go wrong, and if anything was directly related to the star designer, there were too few people that could stop her from overreaching. Spreading more kinship networks around would be like doing what he had already done, but on a much wider scale. Yet that was not the extent to the xenotechnician's plan. The old man started to grin like a shark as he leaned forward and stared directly into Ves's eyes. Let me ask you a question. These kinship networks of yours, according to the intelligence that I have only recently perused, they encompass more than humans, is that correct? Your Larkinson network has not only managed to forge many bonds with many of your peculiar, living mechs, but also formed connections with all of the cats and other pets that are part of your clan. How fascinating. I cannot believe that I have not taken note of your Larkinson clan sooner. Of all of the possible traits that the powerful star designer could fixate upon, he set his sights on the fact that the golden cat also forged bonds with a lot of living mechs and pets. Vase already had a good idea where the xenotechnician intended to take this argument. Several days ago, Xena informed me of how we can leverage your wonderful companion spirit fruits as strategic trade goods. I agree with her assessment. My analysis on all of the major alien races leads me to the conclusion that there are multiple angles that we can take to negotiate a favorable diplomatic arrangement where we can employ your fruits as a means of guaranteeing continued cooperation. Your kinship networks can extend this strategy further. In what way, Your Excellency? The best method to forge greater understanding between two vastly different alien races is to find more common ground. The xenotechnician answered with a grin. What better way to foster mutual understanding than to bring both humans and aliens into the same kinship network? Do not insult my intelligence by claiming it is impossible for this to happen. I am certain that it is technically feasible. This suggestion did not come as a complete surprise to Vase. He already suspected that the xenotechnician would come up with this kind of idea. It definitely lined up with his previous arguments and ideas. That did not mean that Vase remained unaffected. He seriously questioned the wisdom of binding humans and aliens together in the first place. There was too little trust between the two races. Right now, Red humanity was at war with practically every native alien race of the Red Ocean. There was no way they could bury the hatchet and get along with each other as if neither side had spilled an enormous amount of blood in the preceding years. The xenotechnician already had a proposal to ease humanity into cooperating with friendly alien races. I am well aware of the deeply rooted biases against aliens in our society. The xenotechnician spoke with clear disappointment in his tone. These biases are not entirely justified. It is right to disregard the interests of the aliens around us when we are in a strong enough position to rely on ourselves to maintain our survival. That is no longer the case. If you have listened to my presentation on the first day, then you should know how heavily outnumbered we are. Converting enemies into allies is a necessary step to buy precious time for us to bolster our chances of survival. It just so happens that one particular group of humans has already laid much of the groundwork for this possible cooperation. Vase inwardly groaned. He knew that it would come to this. The diplomacy plan proposed by the xenotechnician could not circumvent the involvement of one of the most controversial groups of human dissidents to have emerged in modern times. Are you suggesting that I should bestow a kinship network to the cosmopolitans first? My plan entails more than that, Professor Larkinson. I suggest that we should give the cosmopolitans the right to add friendly alien collaborators to their own network. By gradually expanding this kinship network with both human and alien individuals, the cosmopolitans can transform their long-distressed resistance organization into a true pan-racial movement that they have always aspired to make. As long as we provide enough support to the initiative, then we stand a good chance of creating a more human-friendly counterweight to the Red Cabal. That was a crazy idea. It sounded both brilliant and radical to Vase. While most people considered the cosmopolitans to be traitorous rats that should be squashed whenever they show up, the xenotechnician actually wanted to rehabilitate them and turn them into the vanguard of an initiative that sought to bind red humanity's fate with that of other, friendly, human races. Were the rumors true? Did the xenotechnician maintain much closer ties to the cosmopolitan movement than anyone previously assumed? There had to be an explanation why he was willing to overlook all of the backstabbing and acts of treachery committed by these loathsome human traitors. I do not think the cosmopolitans can be trusted, Your Excellency. They are partially responsible for letting the Great Severing happen in the first place. They stole lots of human intelligence and high technologies and handed all of this sensitive information over to the aliens. A lot more deaths and a huge amount of assets have been lost due to their destructive intervention. Given everything they have done so far, why should we extend our trust towards them and turn them into the centerpiece of your diplomacy plan? Because it is what they intended to do from the beginning. The old star designer replied. The goals and motivations of the cosmopolitan movement are not secret. Use your logic, Professor Larkinson. While misguided, the cosmopolitans advocate for a future where the lines between humans and aliens have blurred. Multiple races must put aside their mutual differences and find a way to coexist alongside each other. The ultimate goal is to form a strong multicultural and multiracial society that combines the strengths of every race. While many people such as myself disagree with their radical and destructive methods, I cannot deny that their end solution is exactly what we need to form a stronger front against the much more concerning threats that originate from Messier 87. It appeared that the xenotechnician was just as concerned about the unknown but likely overwhelming threat posed by the native aliens of the nearby supergiant galaxy. His argument made a lot of sense in this context. As far as the xenotechnician was concerned, the ends justified the means. If the necessary means entailed relying on a bunch of filthy cosmopolitans with a huge amount of human blood on their hands to save the rest of red humanity, then so be it. They could talk about recriminations later as long as most people get to stay alive after the cosmopolitans had done their jobs. As much as Vase disliked this entire notion, he had to admit that the xenotechnician truly presented a workable plan. Will the cosmopolitans truly agree to help the rest of humanity? I mean, they have spent so many millennia undermining us at every turn. What if they are unable to shake off this long-rooted habit? What if they have forgotten about their original mission and only wish to wipe us out for exterminating so many of their compatriots? The old man shook his head. Your fears are unfounded, Professor Larkinson. They are persistent, but they value their goals and ideals above anything else. They have never aspired to destroy our race. They sought to cut us down to size so that we become more amenable to forming alliances with receptive alien races. In that, they succeeded. Now that we have fallen into a heavy disadvantage, the cosmopolitans are doing the reverse. Wait, really? Our intelligence has already observed this change in policy. The cosmopolitans have stopped providing so much overt aid to the native alien civilizations. Instead, they have begun to reach out to human organizations like ours with the express purpose of offering their assistance. It is in their best interest to facilitate our diplomacy and prevent our extinction. That is how we can be assured that we can trust them with our lives. In any case, your kinship network grants us an additional guarantee. We do not have to believe in their sincerity alone. 1111 The Cosmopolitans may have screwed their fellow humans over a lot of times, but that was in the past. Total alien dominion was apparently not their goal, so they merely chose to side with humanity once again to prevent one side from overpowering the other. All of this sounded fine on paper, but Vase truly found it difficult to stomach all of this duplicity. Could Vase truly bring himself to reward the Cosmopolitans for all of the human deaths and tragedies that they had contributed towards? There was no justice in this course of action. If not for the fact that the xenotechnician made a damn good case that this might actually save red humanity, Vase would rather kill every cosmopolitan on sight, much as loyal humans had done since the end of the Age of Stars. Chapter 5220 Martial emphasis Vase eventually concluded his meeting with the xenotechnician in a familiar fashion. Just like during his talk with the polymath, Vase tried to avoid making any definite commitments. Regardless of how he felt about the xenotechnician's radical ploy to help the cosmopolitans fulfill their long-cherished goal, it was not his place to decide whether this was the correct course of action. Vase instead defaulted to the same answer he had given the polymath. If the majority consensus of the survivalist faction sees fit to implement your diplomacy plan, then I will cooperate when requested. He told the old star designer. My means are limited, so please do not expect too much from my work. My kinship networks have a number of useful traits, but they are not powerful enough to single-handedly turn enemies into allies. It can only play a facilitating role at best. The fundamentals have to be in place for a kinship network to play a useful role. Understood. Let us worry about that problem, Professor Larkinson. There are many more talented and capable people who can contribute to the implementation of my diplomacy plan. Everyone has a role to play. In the preceding days, I have spoken to many survivalists and associates. All of them are able to contribute to our success in one way or another. The cosmopolitans may not always be correct, but they are right when they state that cooperation is always better than trying to do everything by yourself. How could such a simple statement sound so right yet so awfully wrong at the same time? Vase actually found the xenotechnician to be a likable star designer. Despite his impressive age and his enormous accomplishments, he still sounded as if he actually retained a hint of empathy after all of this time. Unfortunately, any good impression of the xenotechnician quickly rotted away as soon as he went deeper into his diplomacy plan and started to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel favorably about cooperating with the cosmopolitans. Having fought against an alien force that was directly supported by a cosmopolitan diplomat once before, Vase had a more direct encounter with this detestable movement. At the time, the cosmopolitans would have definitely celebrated the downfall of his expeditionary fleet. That diplomat and any of his compatriots would not shed a tear if Vase and many Larkinsons died at the hands of the aliens empowered by stolen human technologies. Still, in a time when red humanity was pushed to the wall, could Vase truly let this past animosity ruin what might be the only realistic plan that could preserve red humanity's future? He shook his head. There is no point in thinking about this any further. I should just wait and see how the voting session will unfold on the 7th day. There were only less than 2 days left before this historic event was scheduled to begin. Vase grew incredibly apprehensive at the thought that the fate of red humanity would effectively get decided on this day. He grew even more nervous when he thought about how he somehow got roped into becoming a much greater contributor to at least 2 of the grand proposals. Just as he thought that he already had his hands full with the 2 star designers, the Mace of Retaliation finally called for a meeting as well. Vase let out a few sighs just before his body teleported to a different location once again. This time, he entered a much more informal environment. Unlike the polymath or the xenotechnician who both assumed tried to present themselves in a professional and dignified capacity, the Mace of Retaliation completely eschewed this approach. Instead, he had sat down on an oversized red couch while losing the collar of his military dress uniform. If that did not make him look sloppy enough, then the unfamiliar alcoholic beverage that was hovering in front of his face definitely reinforced the image that the Mace of Retaliation was not one to put up any airs. Professor Larkinson, the old and powerful ace pilot, greeted the new arrival. Come closer and sit. I take it that you have already talked to our 2 star designers. I won't exhaust your patience by taking too much of your time. Whatever pitch I make won't sound as good as theirs. They are star designers after all. There are no greater idols to mech designers such as yourself. Vase shrugged his shoulders as he approached and sat down on the opposite couch. Despite the informal air of this lounge compartment, he did not dare to loosen his posture and show any disregard towards one of the most powerful survivalists within the Comitar reign. It is indeed inspiring to meet and talk with both the polymath and the xenotechnician on the same day. I must admit that I feel very flattered by the honor that they have bestowed me. I am not sure if one can live up to their expectations. The Mace of Retaliation's eyes suddenly turned sharper as he picked up a few clues from Vess's remarks. His lips curled into a smirk. Interesting. So you did not completely side with either of them. Good. Well, it is not as if it matters whether I support one or the other. By the end of the 7th day, everyone who has attended this conference is pretty much obliged to support the winning plan. You are correct, the ace pilot spoke. In theory, we are indeed supposed to drop all of our opposition and pool all of our efforts together. I am not so sure whether everyone will abide by this promise once they realize that their preferred plan has failed to win a majority. This was a dangerous line of discussion. Vase did not want to get pulled even further into any possible internal conflict within the survivalist faction. He coughed in order to make a point. Ahem, forgive me for asking this, but what is the reason why you have summoned me here? I doubt you brought me over just to voice your complaints. You are not wrong. The mace spoke as he sobered himself up a bit. Let me be honest with you. I am not sure what the 2-star designers have talked about with you. It must be particularly important for them to devote their time to you. That is all I know. I am not forcing you to divulge any confidential information to me, but I would appreciate it if you share the common topic under discussion with me. You do not have to do this if it makes you uncomfortable in any way, but the more information I have, the more this talk will have meaning. The Mace of Retaliation did not appear to have a solid plan in mind when he arranged this meeting with Vase. He and his camp had been unable to deduce any useful intelligence on what took place during the earlier 2 meetings. The grandson of the Fist of Defiance did not make himself look good due to this. His sub-faction was clearly the weakest among the 3. The absence of a true top-level figure did not do the Deep Strike plan any favors. Vase felt oddly sympathetic towards the Mace of Retaliation for that reason. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to bring the older warrior into the loop. It's like this. Once Vase completed his short explanation of the kinship network, the ace pilot quickly deduced a lot of possible benefits. Brilliant, he shouted as he accessed a few information channels through his cranial implant. I see, this is why your clan has always fought in such a tight and cohesive manner. Now that you have explained it to me, it is obvious now that a kinship network is responsible for molding such a disparate group of people into a strong and valiant group of soldiers. What you have revealed to me is one of the ultimate dreams of every serious military commander. Do you know where this kinship network of yours may best be served? It did not take long for Vase to guess what sort of answer that the mace was hoping to hear. Are you suggesting that it is best to apply the kinship network to everyone that is actively participating in the Deep Strike plan? Correct. I have read through your record and other documents, so I believe that you are a kindred spirit to me. Out of many of the people who have listened to my presentation, I believe that you are one of the few who have the guts to leave your comfortable life in the rear behind and lead the fight at the front. Whether it is wise of you to do so is of no concern. What matters is your intent and your willingness to sacrifice yourself for a noble cause. Such courage and valor must be rewarded. I have already incorporated your companion spirits into my grandfather's Deep Strike plan, but the addition of your kinship network gives me greater assurance that we can attract more volunteers. Yet another group wanted to take advantage of his inventions to promote their own initiatives. Let me get this straight. You want to limit access to both my companion spirits and my kinship network to the volunteers who agree to go through the altered Greater Beander Gate and raise hell behind enemy lines. Exactly. Can you see it? This is part of a greater initiative. My grandfather believes that the only way for red humanity to save itself is for the best of us to take the lead. Unlike the polymath, we do not want to waste too many resources on the cowards, the wastrels and the useless layabouts. Instead of empowering all of the existing leaders and decision-makers who have largely come into power by relying on nepotism, generational wealth or connections, we must allocate our best resources to the true human heroes that are willing to fight rather than talk meaningless platitudes. As a daring pioneer yourself, don't you agree that it is better if our society is led by its defenders rather than its leeches? Though Vase found a lot in those words that he could agree with, he did not want to step onto anyone else's toes. A society cannot be run by fighters alone. He said, "We also need thinkers, planners and other intellectuals to steer and regulate our expansive civilization. Everyone has a role to play." The mace scoffed and crossed his arms. "You may make a convincing argument if we were still at peace or in a comfortable leading position, but that is not the case anymore. We are at war. Doesn't it make sense to prioritize martial leaders over their civilian counterparts? Make no mistake, there is no room for any soft-heartedness in red humanity anymore. If we are to survive, we must discard any naive notions about equality and friendship. Only the true elites who have volunteered for service and proved their mettle in the harshest of circumstances deserve to become the new stewards of our civilization." Vase felt both impressed and skeptical of the ace pilot's words. Although it sounded nice that braver pioneers were eligible to earn a lot more recognition and rewards, any plan that mainly relied on punching the native aliens where it hurt them the most did not sound particularly reliable. "I am not sure how you can make this happen. Trying to promote a new set of leaders will inevitably cause your side to clash against all of the existing groups that already monopolized most of the power and resources in red humanity's space. I do not think they will be pleased with losing so much of their investment." The Mace of Retaliation had a simple answer to that problem. "They can cooperate or they can die. My grandfather does not mind paying them a visit in person to make an example out of them. Diplomacy makes us weaker. Subjugation will help us grow stronger. Unity is an unattainable dream. Competition is the engine that has kept our race healthy all of this time. We have many more incentives lined up to the volunteers. This is not without purpose. By providing so much resources and assistance to the mech pilots of our deep strike fleets, they shall be in an excellent position to break through under intense pressure and quickly develop their strength until they can stand up against any opposition, whether they are humans or aliens." Vase widened his eyes. He finally understood the true plan of the Fist of Defiance. The deep strike operations were not just about weakening the enemy alien races by destroying their logistics at the rear. They were also about forging large amounts of battle-tested human mech pilots into expert pilots, ace pilots and maybe even god pilots. The Mace of Retaliation's next words pretty much confirmed this intention. "With the help of your useful inventions such as this transcendence glow that I have heard about, the crucible of war shall forge a new generation of human war heroes that can figuratively tower above any other human. So long as we are able to produce enough high-ranking mech pilots, we can defeat all of the alien warfleets and end the threat posed by external enemies without compromising our principles." Vase finally understood what the Fist of Retaliation wanted to do. He wanted to reshape red humanity into a supersized version of the Garland Empire. The God Pilot wanted to take power away from the conventional elites and put warlords in their place. This kind of martial empire was pretty much the opposite of a technocracy as envisioned by the polymath. Chapter 5221 The Secret of a Human Phase Lord. The atmosphere in the conference had changed. After numerous days of lobbying, knowledge exchange and debates about new discoveries, the conference attendees no longer possessed the same mindsets as before. All of the sessions on topics as varied as E-energy manipulation to the estimated war-making potential of the native alien races had fully made everyone aware of what it meant to enter the Age of Dawn. Red humanity was not in a good position. That became clear enough to anyone who attended at least one session centered around aliens. Too few people had grown up in a time where war against rival alien civilizations had been a major concern. Aside from a few old fossils such as the xenotechnician, most people grew up in the heyday of the Age of Mechs. Internal competition against rival human states and organizations dominated everyone's consciousness. Correcting this outdated mindset was one of the common goals of this conference. People had to stop obsessing over beating their fellow humans and start to put their skills to use against the much more existential threat posed by their external adversaries. In that, the survivalists succeeded. No one who spent a few days aboard the Comitar Rain felt the desire to think about their old struggles anymore. It all sounded trivial and even counterproductive when the aliens clearly benefited if the humans kept their infighting alive. A common sense of duty and purpose had overtaken the attendees. The survivalists as well as the elite associates all became infected by a common sense of duty that they must set an example for the rest of red humanity. The vote on the next day gained a lot more significance now that people knew what was at stake. The expressions on everyone grew graver as the time to determine the future direction of red humanity approached. Those who had no say in the matter mostly felt relieved that they did not have to bear this heavy burden. Those who knew that they were one among several hundred people who could condemn 1 trillion people to death while saving trillions more no longer dared to make any thoughtless remarks. While the knowledge sharing continued, the members of the three cliques continually appealed to the cadre as well as the few high-tiered associates that had yet to commit to a plan. Vase did not have a clear idea on where the wind was blowing these days. He only heard snippets of opinions every now and then whenever he participated in different sessions. "What's the word on the street?" Vase casually asked as he and Jovi took a break in a private lounge. Vase no longer felt comfortable with staying in open spaces. Word had spread about his personal meetings with the leaders of all three cliques. It added a lot of notoriety towards him as people kept wondering whether there was anything more about him that made him special. Given how galactic citizenship tiers were essentially labels that confirmed truths that were already in place, Vase had a growing suspicion that Tier 4 might not be his current limit. "I can't tell you much," Jovi said as he nibbled on a materialized muffin. "More and more people are starting to keep their secrets closer to their chests. While retaliation shouldn't exist in our faction, people are still afraid of offending those that they need to depend upon in the future. Few people are willing to oppose the likes of the xenotechnician and the polymath directly in their faces. The only ones who dare are those that already chose a side and enjoy the cover of one of the three leaders." The three leaders of the survivalist faction in the Red Ocean had effectively claimed all of the power. This hadn't been the case in the past. A lot more survivalists had managed to get by on their own or adopted one of the other god pilots and star designers as their patron. The Great Severing had left behind many of these other leaders, causing a considerable proportion of survivalists to become orphans. Many of them had quickly joined one of the three camps that were left, but many more thought to make the smarter play by withholding their decisions and wait until it became clear who had the final say. "It's a gamble," Jovi spoke. "If you join up with one of our leaders, then the probability that your side will win is roughly 33%. The rewards are great if the plan supported by your leader has won the support of the majority. That means that the xenotechnician or anyone else will delegate a lot of authority and power to the men and women he trusts the most. The other survivalists and associates won't necessarily get left out, but they can expect to receive much less priority unless their skills are indispensable." "I see." Vase rubbed his hairless chin. "That is literally gambling in my opinion. If you don't have a strong ideological fit with one of the three candidates, then it would be safer to just sit out. Sure, it might be cowardly to do so, but at least you don't piss off anyone important either. Have you adopted this strategy as well, Jovi?" The other man chuckled as he finished his cup of coffee before tossing it over the side. The cup dematerialized before it hit the deck. "I am not a big shot, Vase. I will still be a Tier 6 galactic citizen by the end of this conference. No one really cares about what I think. You are different. People might not have paid as much attention to you as before, but that has definitely changed with each presentation that you have made. You only have one more to go. Do you think that you will be able to blow the minds of your audience once again? I didn't even ask to take part in this secret session. I have plenty of stuff to say about the topic under discussion, but one don't think all of those biotech researchers will necessarily be pleased to hear what I have to say. While I think I can offer a lot of vital clarification to their current studies, my solution isn't necessarily more attainable. Well, just do your best. Remember that your presumed galactic citizenship tier is no longer as low as before. You don't have to follow the instructions of anyone who is less important than you. If the secret panel members are smart enough, then they will understand that as well and adjust their behavior in advance." Vase was no longer afraid of this secret session as he was at the start of the conference. Within the span of a few days, he had successfully raised his status to the point where three faction leaders begged for his services. This meant that he had become untouchable. There shouldn't be anyone within the survivalist faction who would be stupid enough to forcibly teleport Vase over to a biotech lab and cut his body open to see how the hell a human like him managed to stay alive with traces of phase water running through his veins. With that reality in mind, Vase straightened his back and assumed a more assertive demeanor to send the right message. This was how he appeared in front of a relatively small group of old and eager professionals who were predominantly wearing lab coats. The amount of people who attended this secret session on the viability of human phase lords was greater than Vase expected. Roughly 40 individuals took part because each of them had conducted serious research on how to safely integrate phase water into the physiology of a living human individual. Over half of them turned out to belong to the same research group that was solely dedicated to this goal. While many of the faces were unfamiliar to him, Master Xena Wintress thankfully provided a familiar anchor. "Professor Larkinson," the woman spoke as she approached. The other researchers all gave deference to her by falling silent. "Come, We have waited for your arrival for quite some time. Any input that you can provide is valuable to us all. In the interest of clarity, we will have you speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel after everyone else has presented their findings. You can learn the theories and understand how much progress we made. Vase shrugged. That sounds fine by me, Master. They soon sat down in a typical lecture hall and began the closed session. Though Master Xena Wintress presided over the entire secret session, she was not its main speaker. No one was, really. As the minutes went by, it became clear that the session was organized like a meeting of a study group. All kinds of different exobiologists, geneticists and other relevant biotech researchers stepped up to the podium and presented their individual findings. Though Vase found it difficult to follow the dense and technical explanations, he could still understand the broad strokes of the presentations. He couldn't help but feel more and more contempt towards all of these scientists. Their theories sounded good, but it was a pity that none of them were close to being true. Our experiments on finding the right half-alien genetic template have not yielded any true successes. Out of the 3,053 cloned bodies that incorporate different genetic codes derived from all of the major alien races of the Red Ocean, none were able to last more than a minute when injected with a single milligram of phase water. The toxicity of this substance remains lethal no matter how many combinations between human and alien genes we have employed. Vase wanted to palm his face when he heard about stupid experiments like this. Even the native aliens would die if a drop of phase water entered their bodies. How could the researchers expect anything different by producing hybrids between humans and aliens? Once all of these researchers proved that they hadn't wasted their time on dead-end research by ruling out a lot of options and making a few tangentially related observations, the star of the show finally had his turn. Every scientist knew that their speech was not as important as that of Vase. This caused many of them to feel ambivalent. Their qualifications in the field of biotechnology were stellar. They might not look like much, but each of them were either stars back in their states or highly accomplished researchers employed directly by the association. Yet for all of their expertise, they ultimately got beaten by an odd and eccentric second-class mech designer who happened to have a penchant for going on expeditions. Vase Larkinson managed to turn the dream of producing a human phase lord into reality, and he did so without a deep background in biotechnology and augmentation. These authoritative scientists would be lying if they claimed that they were happy that Vase was here to share his own insights. Though it wasn't appropriate for them to voice this, they wished that Vase did not exist. This way, these researchers could continue to work towards critical breakthroughs where they could claim all of the credit. As it was, the Red Association had no reason to indulge in the selfish desires of these failed scientists. Since the Mechers wanted Vase to explain the truth as he understood it, then so be it. He was not here to play nice with these fellows. Once he stepped up to the podium and stood in front of the group of experts, he raised his palm and performed a mysterious motion. If the Comitar Rain's inhibitors did not suppress any unauthorized manifestations of phase water manipulation, then I would have given you a demonstration. Well, you will just have to settle for my words. Before any of you ask, it is true. I am technically a phase lord. I don't think I am anything impressive given that my phase water concentration has only reached 0.001%, but I guess that is much more progress than any of you have ever made. Do you want to know why I succeeded while all of you have squandered so much phase water with little to show for your efforts? A number of people began to frown. It was never pleasant for scientists to hear another person devalue all of their research. Please proceed and do not leave us in suspense, Professor Larkinson. Master Wintress urged him to continue. Vase smirked. Very well, if you want to know the truth, then this is it. I never injected myself with phase water. It appeared on its own. In fact, I never planned to become a phase lord to begin with. I happened to end up this way due to an unanticipated turn of events while I was subjecting myself to a different experimental procedure. The truth is that each of you have developed a profound lack of understanding of what is needed to become a phase lord. It is not a process of augmentation as you understand it. It is a process of active self-evolution, or in other words, cultivation. The answer that Vase provided to them completely detonated a bomb among the audience. Few if any of these biotech researchers expected that Vase had managed to succeed by relying on a completely different discipline. Chapter 5222 Wrong Direction. Vase gazed at the badges placed on the chests of all of the attendants. Most of them possessed a good collection of dots. They all had dark green dots without exception, and many of them had dark blue dots as well. This meant that many of these scientists were well versed in both biotechnology and phase water theory. They had to be in order to be recognized as an authority in the study of phase lords. Yet for all of their considerable knowledge and expertise, few of them possessed the purple dot that denoted that they were versed in traditional psionic power manipulation. This was probably the root cause why all of these biotech researchers had failed to find the right direction after so many years of study. They wasted billions of MTA credits on failed research projects that only produced marginal results at best, all because they worked on a set of assumptions that they never properly questioned. Although Vase had most definitely made these researchers upset by telling them that they were wrong, he didn't care. It was not his job to soothe their egos. Let me give you a basic explanation of what I tried to do to myself. He continued to speak. Much of this may sound puzzling or completely new to you, but that is because my expertise is different from you all. To be honest, I don't completely understand the process that has resulted in this accidental outcome either, so don't expect me to provide you with all of the answers. Vase proceeded to give everyone a brief recounting of his attempt to create a ritual sacrifice altar. He had put a lot of thought behind the decision to expose this particular secret. He ultimately decided that it was best to be a little more forthcoming. Not only would he be able to increase his value in the eyes of the Mechers by making a greater contribution, but he could also get all of these obsessed bio-researchers off his back. His previous experiences with biotech researchers had not been good for the most part. They were among the most extreme and crazy scientists that he had ever met. As long as their ethical boundaries were less than stellar, then they could resort to all kinds of measures in order to fulfill their goals. Besides, it didn't do him that much harm if he revealed these particular secrets. A new projection came to life. It depicted a document that described the process of a strange alien religious ritual. What you see before you is the key to my process. This text explains how the higher caste members of the Orvan create their own ritual sacrifice altars in an attempt to ascend to godhood, as the natives understand it. Whatever you may think of their superstition, this ritual is not a total fabrication. It can actually work, but the risks are exceedingly high. Most Orvan leaders who attempt this ritual have to make peace with the fact that their chances of dying are high. How high, Professor Larkinson? Beats me. Vase casually shrugged. You will have to ask a xenoanthropologist for the statistics. All one knows is that a lot of Orvan leaders who are full of themselves end up dying. The reason why is difficult to explain. I will give you a brief summary of what I have been able to figure out on my own, but if you do not have a background in cultivation, you will probably be unable to realize the significance of this information. He briefly explained his thoughts on what it meant to create a divine artifact from one's divine core. He deferred any further questions on divine cores by advising them to sign up to a crash course on cultivation science. It was not his job to explain the basics of this field to these bio-researchers. Now that you roughly understand what it takes to complete this ritual, you should know by now why it is so fatal. You have to dance on the edge of a night in order to survive and complete all of the steps in the way you are supposed to do it. However, once you have passed these dangerous tests, the rewards that you can gain are massive. This is how I accidentally became a human phase lord. It was not my intention to become one, but I guess it was a bonus reward given how I employed a method that was adapted from a ritual devised by ancient Orvans. Another expert raised his hand. Can you tell us your original objective for subjecting yourself to an adaptation of this dubious-sounding alien ritual? Are the rewards truly worth all of the risks, or was there a factor that has greatly mitigated the chance of a fatal outcome? From what you have told us so far, no sane person would risk their entire life and everything they have built up to this point just to reach a higher life state. What are you withholding from us, Professor? Clever. None of these people were stupid. It was not that difficult for them to notice that there were plenty of holes in Vess's story. It would be a lot harder and most costly for them to experiment with this strange alien ritual if they lacked the clues needed to produce a positive outcome. However, that was their business. Vase had no vested interest in their studies. I'm not going to answer those questions as they are related to my trade secrets. He bluntly told his audience. I have already pointed you all to the right direction by pointing out that you can use this admittedly janky alien ritual as a proper starting point for your research projects. There are multiple ways for you to solve the various challenges. My own solution is tailored to my unique and abnormal conditions and cannot be applied to other cases. That is all I will say about this specific subject. Master Wintress decided to offer additional clarification at this point. Practitioners are generally intensely protective of their own cultivation methods. It is taboo to ask questions about it, as that will reveal too many weaknesses that can be exploited by their adversaries. You will have to offer major concessions in order to persuade a more receptive cultivator to divulge detailed information. What she said, Vase concurred. Anyway, if you want to continue your studies in how to turn humans into phase lords, you should team up with an expert in cultivation. Don't try to brute force this transformation by relying on biological experimentation alone. You will be leaving out a mysterious factor that secretly helps mortal beings ascend into physical powerhouses. In other words, the process of becoming a phase lord is essentially a form of body cultivation. The native aliens deliberately subject themselves to transformative processes that alter their physical body on a fundamental level. Does that mean that there are more methods to become a phase lord? Vase nodded. I cannot say for certain, but I highly suspect that this is the case. Many native races should have their own distinctive methods. If you think the method employed by the Orvans is not suitable, then maybe you should look elsewhere and adapt the methods of other races. Of course, you should first find out whether they are authentic and that they can actually produce a positive result. He continued with his presentation. There was only so much he was willing to say about the ritual. He did not even mention a word about what sort of divine artifact he ended up making. None of the Mechers could force him to divulge this critical piece of information. There's one more thing one have to say about the ritual that you should know. He said, I know it sounds crazy, but I think my fellow cultivators will back me up on this. The red ocean is alive. The dwarf galaxy is alive for a certain definition of this word. It has its own cognition that I cannot even begin to describe. All I know is that the red ocean is the primary cause of my transformation into a phase lord. The implication here is that you need to earn its approval in order to receive the crucial factor that only this immensely powerful but fairly abstract entity can provide to get started in this alien form of body cultivation. This time, the audience couldn't stay calm anymore. These scientists knew a lot about biotechnology and the incredible biodiversity of both the Milky Way and the Red Ocean. They never considered that an entire galaxy could actually be alive. The entire notion was completely incompatible with the theories that formed the foundation of your own careers. That is impossible. Are you certain you were lucid as you went through this process of yours? Can you back up your assertion with proof, or is this another one of your unsubstantiated guesses? The controversy that erupted after his remarks was considerable, but it ultimately died off when Vase did not even bother to deal with all of the skepticism. He had already shared his own perspective on what happened to him back then. It was up to these bio-researchers to accept or reject his testimony. After that, he explained what it was like to become a human phase lord. It was not as exciting as it sounded. Let me be honest to you all. I have no idea what to do to strengthen my body cultivation. He told them all. I never intended to become a phase lord to begin with, and I know far too little about this method of physical evolution to take the next steps. My phase water concentration has remained stagnant at 0.01% for this reason. This is also why I haven't gained additional phase water organs and such. My actual body mass and volume aren't actually that much bigger than their prior values. Have you developed any special abilities related to your state as a phase lord, Professor? I did. I figured out a few cool tricks in my free time. As I have said before, I am unable to demonstrate them due to the security measures in place. I can tell you that my techniques are relatively basic and instinctual. I think they sort of come with the package. I do not have the time to experiment any further. I am a mech designer, so I don't really care how much progress one can make as a phase lord. That sounded blasphemous to many of these biotech researchers. Becoming a human phase lord was one of their greatest dreams. It was a completely new method of empowerment that was not limited to the professions of mech pilot and mech designer. These scientists all hoped that once they deciphered the secrets of what it took to become a phase lord, they could pioneer an entirely new method of augmentation that could turn ordinary humans into combatants that were powerful enough to fight against mechs with their bodies alone. To hear that Vase squandered this unique and valuable chance frustrated them beyond belief. Master Xena Wintress reacted differently from the rest. She was a mech designer, so she understood this sentiment well. Nothing mattered more to their kind than designing mechs. Any mech designer that started to prioritize other pursuits over their primary purpose did not deserve to make any further progress in this field. Thank you for your testimony, Professor Larkinson. Master Wintress eventually spoke. You have been remarkably forthcoming about your own experiences and understanding. My fellow researchers and I have gained more than enough information to correct our studies. We should be able to produce a positive result years in advance with your input. We have taken note of your contribution and will provide you with the reward that you are due by the end of this conference. We cannot determine this right away because we require additional time to verify your claims." That brought a smile to his face. This was one of the main reasons why he had been cooperative. "It is my pleasure, Master." Chapter 5223 Shaky ground. After the secret session on the viability of human phase lords had concluded, Master Zeno Wintress held Vase and Jovi back so that they could speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel in private. Congratulations. The female Raw Master spoke with a smile. Our evaluation of your contributions are still ongoing, but our preliminary judgment is optimistic enough that we do not expect to invalidate your claims. Considering that the Mechers had been wasting so much time, effort and manpower on research projects that turned out to be completely off the mark, there was probably no greater authority in this particular field than Vase. The notion that anyone else could come and disprove the assertions he had made during this presentation was absurd. He believed that not even the xenotechnician or the polymath knew any better when it came to this subject. Vase already had an expectation of what was about to happen. The Red Association has taken note of all of your contributions during this conference. Master Wintress spoke in a more formal and officious tone. Compared to the vast majority of Mechers and associates that we have invited to share their best works, it is difficult to identify who has given more than you. Make no mistake, your input will save many lives and increase the chance that red humanity will remain standing in the coming decades. Your selflessness and magnanimity deserves far greater recognition than our association has given to you up to this point. Professor Vase Larkison. Yes, Master. Vase straightened his back as if he was an obedient little schoolboy who just earned a good grade. It is my honor to inform you that we, the representatives of the 3 faction leaders, have formally applied to promote your galactic citizenship from Tier 6 to Tier 3. It will take several hours for the central administration of the Red Association to process and approve of our application. This is an enormous leap in status that has happened infrequently in the past. It happened. Vase and Jovi couldn't help but smile now that they had finally received a formal notification of this change. The only point of concern was that the promotion was not set in stone. What is the likelihood that this application will get stalled for whatever reason? Vase cautiously asked. The probability that the application will be rejected is low, but not zero. If the latter occurs, the xenotechnician and the polymath have pledged to intervene in person to ensure that there will be no further complications. That was a big promise. Vase supposed that he should feel more thankful to the 2-star designers for their pledge of assistance. They probably hoped that he would take a more serious look at their plans now that he had gained actual voting power. This was his new reality now. Becoming a Tier 3 galactic citizen put him leagues ahead of almost every other member of Red Humanity. He had truly entered the big leagues now, and he did so far in advance of other galactic citizens at the same tier. He could already imagine the enormous storm that would erupt throughout human space once word got out that he had managed to exceed a huge number of first-raters who were still languishing at the lower tiers of galactic citizenship. The more he thought about this contrast, the more it looked that it was truly inappropriate for Vase to remain stuck as a second-rater. From the moment he became qualified to negotiate deals with star designers and god pilots, Vase had shed all of the vestiges of his identity as a space peasant. Vase did not belong in that crowd anymore. His days of gallivanting across the stars as one of the common folk was truly a relic of the past. A part of him felt sad for letting go of this free and idyllic phase of his life. He had spent far too little time operating as an independent who did not have to answer directly to anyone. Becoming a Tier 3 galactic citizen meant that he would be coming home as a completely different man. The sizable raw escort fleet that stuck to him like a barnacle alone would make it clear that he was no longer just an average mech designer anymore. After Master Wintress had given him a bit of time to adjust, she continued with her announcement. We have planned many arrangements to facilitate your transition into becoming one of the leading contributors of our civilization. Becoming an honorary member of the Red Association has many implications. Professor Armelon here shall soon be invested with the right to requisition a force of warships and mechs from our own ranks. In addition to that, we would like to discuss an action plan to uplift you as well as your confidants to first-raters. More detailed arrangements will have to wait until the voting on the 7th day has concluded. Once our faction has determined a blueprint for the future, we can determine how you will fit in our changing society. Both Vase and Jovi nodded in understanding. Big changes were in store. Reality had not fully set in for Vase. Though he was not in shock, he felt a bit muted due to the changes being confined to words for the time being. This was because aside from hearing the announcement itself, nothing really changed for him as of yet. It was all just talk for now. The full implications of his drastic rise would only become tangible once he experienced all of the benefits in person. He tried to focus on a more immediate change. I have heard that becoming a Tier 3 galactic citizen will give me the right to participate in the voting session tomorrow. Is this still the case? The female master nodded in confirmation. That is still true. The Red Association is a meritocracy. Our principle has always been that the most capable are the most qualified to determine our policies. A Tier 3 galactic citizen like yourself has already reached a point where your work and contributions can affect our civilization. It would be remiss of us all to deny you a proper voice in our councils. Do keep in mind that this is not a right for you to enact whatever power fantasies you might have. It is a privilege that we have graciously extended to you because we believe you are responsible enough to shepherd red humanity towards a better future. Do not make your decisions lightly. Vase seriously nodded. One understand, Master. I will try my best not to abuse or neglect my new responsibilities. Trying isn't good enough for our association. You must act as the very model of a mech designer and an enlightened galactic citizen if you wish to remain involved in this sphere. We shall monitor and track your participation from here on out. Continue to do well, and you may be invited to participate in additional councils that are assigned to oversee more significant affairs. The opportunity to weigh in on debates that will determine the Red Association's policies sounded incredibly attractive to Vase. He would no longer be a bystander to all of the policies adopted by the Red Association. He could finally listen in on the debates and even take part in them if he had the courage. However, Vase did not allow himself to get lost in all of this stuff. He knew that this arrangement was all an elaborate ploy to suck him into the ranks of the Red Association. He knew that the main reason why the Mechers were being so generous and sincere towards people like Vase was because they needed to compete against the other major human powers. If the Mechers did not do their utmost to attract a Tier 3 galactic citizen, then the Terrans and the Rubarthans would be more than welcome to fill in the void. Okay, one understand, Vase said. One can go over all of this later when the changes have settled in. Right now, I am more concerned with what is expected of me tomorrow during the final voting session of this conference. Master Wintress smirked. Your voice carries real weight now. You should expect to receive many more solicitations after you have left this chamber. It is not my place to tell you which ones that you should listen to, but I hope that you will at least give serious consideration to the diplomacy plan. It did not surprise Vase that the older woman finally moved on from her official duties and began to advocate for her patron. I already had a good talk with the xenotechnician, he replied. While I do not like his proposal, that does not stop me from recognizing that it is probably the least risky of the three plans. You do not sound supportive of the diplomacy plan, Master Wintress pointed out. We are well aware that it contains numerous controversial suggestions. However, as the xenotechnician has stated, no taboo is sacred enough to hinder us from ensuring the survival of our race. You are doing more than break a few taboos, Vase retorted. What your diplomacy plan is trying to do is nothing less than turning our backs on what it means to be a human in modern times. Our culture, our identity and our pride will be thrown in the dirt as soon as we play nice with the aliens. Wintress shook her head in disapproval. Is that such a bad outcome to you, Professor Larkinson? As a leader, you should be familiar with the concept of taking acceptable losses to stave off an unacceptable defeat. This is what we are attempting to accomplish at the civilization level. It is true that we are pushing to break many taboos that have been a part of our cultural DNA for millennia, but it is better to sacrifice our principles than the lives of trillions of innocent human beings. Remember that when you cast your vote tomorrow. The diplomacy plan is not ideal, but it is objectively better than the alternatives. That was a poor-sounding argument. Saying that Vase should vote for the diplomacy plan because it was the least bad option out of three terrible choices did little to stimulate his enthusiasm. Then again, the diplomacy plan never relied on enthusiasm to begin with. It consisted entirely of a series of logical steps that all sounded plausible enough to actually work. Why do you support this plan, Master Wintress? He asked as he turned this conversation around. Why don't you have any objections to the fact that the xenotechnician is more than willing to consort with the loathsome cosmopolitans to do the heavy lifting? This maneuver certainly put the master on the spot. She paused for a few seconds before she voiced her answer. What is right or wrong is not absolute. It is never absolute. This determination is always dependent on the context. Back in the Milky Way, the cosmopolitans are the enemies of humanity because they relentlessly sabotage our attempts to strengthen our advantage towards the aliens. It is the opposite now. Here in the Red Ocean, the cosmopolitans have the potential to become our greatest saviors, all because they are the only humans who can reduce our disparity towards the natives of the Red Ocean. Even if they turn out to be too untrustworthy to cooperate in the future, we can always take over ourselves. That still does not instill me with any confidence in your diplomacy plan. Then consider this. Divide et impera is a tried and true strategy that has delivered victory to many leaders that have executed it properly. This is what makes our option superior. We take no excessive risks. We do not rely on too many questionable assumptions. We do not invest all of our hopes in a single point of failure. All three plans sound shaky to me. There is no real difference in this regard. Vase retorted, I respectfully disagree. While I deeply respect the strength and accomplishments of the Fist of Defiance along with the Polymath, they all share a common fault. They are too arrogant to recognize their own failings. They invest so much attention in success that they have failed to properly consider contingencies where their plans end in failure. At least with our plan, we can continue to approach different alien races to discover whether they are receptive to an alliance. There are no second chances once the deep strikes fail in their objectives or if the Polymath's leadership cannot reverse the declining trend of our civilization. Perhaps she had a good point. Chapter 5224 Look the part the fateful day had come. Red humanity had approached the precipice of change that would resound across their entire society. Although it sounded ridiculous that a single faction of an umbrella organization that only partially represented its own civilization could single-handedly enact massive unilateral changes, the survivalists truly possessed the ability to push forth their own vision. Their reputation, their preparedness, their connections and above all their single-minded dedication to their overarching mission may just be enough to convince the rest of Red humanity to go along with one of their radical plans. When the final conference sessions came to a conclusion, everyone returned to their assigned cabins and staterooms. They either spent their time on resting, meditating, networking or madly reading up on highly relevant pieces of information. None of these people wanted to get caught off guard and embarrass themselves on what might be the most important and historic day of their civilization. Vase was no exception, although he did not think anyone would bother to pay much attention to him after the novelty of his recent promotion wore off. It was best not to look or act too stupid when the survivalists would likely be recording the historic process for posterity. This was why he decided to take a break and enjoy a proper night's sleep. He was grateful for this decision. Not only did he feel completely refreshed, his head was no longer in a jumbled mess due to being confronted by all of the massive changes in his life. This is the first day of my life as a Tier 3 galactic citizen. It feels different. Vase did not fret too much over what might happen later today. Even if he somehow managed to become an honorary member of the Red Association, he knew that it was impossible for a random newcomer like him to wield any outsized influence and authority over his fellow Mechers. The true cadre of the survivalist faction already looked up to their own leaders. They took their cues from the three faction leaders or their chosen representatives. Only the more neutral and uncommitted survivalists were a bit scattered, but they most definitely leaned on their own longtime friends within the association. Vase did not have any illusions about being able to sway any of these older and much more established Mechers to support a specific plan. His vaunted devil tongue would not avail him when pretty much every high-ranking member of the Red Association could easily match or exceed his persuasive efforts. He frankly felt embarrassed by this old title. He would much prefer it if everyone conveniently forgot about it. Being addressed as Professor Larkinson sounded a lot more professional and dignified. It might not sound as unique or exciting as his old moniker, but it helped him a lot with adjusting to a more mature and less impulsive mindset. He could no longer afford to act like a swashbuckling adventurer who constantly made reckless decisions and joined in every single serious fight. No, a Tier 3 galactic citizen like himself belonged in a workplace, a lecture hall or a council chamber. Vase put careful thought into what might happen during the all-important voting session and concluded that it was best to keep his mouth shut and to cast his vote without any comment. To be honest, he hadn't even made up his mind yet on which plan he intended to vote upon. All of them had their good points and bad points. This made it different to settle on a definite choice as none of them matched his inclinations. He even felt it might be better if the three faction leaders came together and hashed out a compromise plan that incorporated the best aspects of their collective ideas. There was no push to make this happen, though. For one reason or another, the survivalists became determined to go all in on just a single plan. No distractions were allowed to dilute or counteract their main strategy. There is no room for doubt and ambiguity, Jovi said as he patiently ate his breakfast. We need to appoint a single leader that can serve as our guide to the future. It is much easier to convey and to communicate a single cohesive approach than to mix and match multiple different elements from multiple different strategies. The more complicated the plan, the more difficult it will be to get the rest of humanity in line. Our association has accrued a lot of experience in dealing with the masses. Osman Carter Tezrine spoke as he sat on the other side of the breakfast table. Many of our leaders think that complicated plans and speeches have a tendency to go right over most people's heads. They are not entirely wrong, but I think they are giving ordinary folk too little credit. Kelly Herrera briefly displayed a contemptuous sneer. The more components to a plan, the greater the chances that the space peasants will misinterpret or try to weasel their way out of their new obligations. We must make it loud and clear what we expect from them if we want them to behave. It's not the masses that we need to convince, but the people in charge of them. Polak Naziri provided his own insight. The Terran and Rubarthan leaders in particular will need a lot of convincing to act according to our arrangements. Any element of the unity plan will be sure to trigger a great degree of opposition. Whether it will get through or not, you should either go all in on this strategy or try to avoid it as much as possible. Trying to settle for a middle ground will only result in obtaining the worst of both worlds. Vezin joined up with Jovi and a handful of his friends in a private room attached to one of the many restaurants within the Comitar reign. The way that the other mechers treated Vase had undergone a lot of subtle changes, but they were still alright for the most part. Vase continued to listen to the chatter, though he refrained from providing too much of his own opinions. Once they completed their breakfast, Vase bid goodbye to Hovi's journeyman pals. Although the difference in status had widened enormously in a short amount of time, Vase did not think there was any reason to reject any further contact with them. They were all geniuses in their own right and might become a lot more impressive in a couple of decades. Vase did not actually have to wait that long in order to collaborate with any of them. He already had plenty of ambitious design projects in mind where he could make fantastic use of their specializations. However, designing mechs was not on the agenda today. He needed to assume the role of a statesman today, and that was kind of funny because he never imagined he would become one when he was just in his 40s. Every other statesman he met in his life were at least twice as old as him and a lot more politically savvy than he could ever be. These were the expert manipulators and administrators who could effortlessly shape the policies of entire states and more. Vase was still too far from reaching that point, but he did not have to undertake all of those responsibilities right from the start. In order to prepare for the final voting session that was scheduled to commence at noon, Vase first needed to undergo an elaborate wardrobe change as well as a makeover. Jovi led him to a different department of the Comitar reign where multiple leading figures entered salons and such in order to receive the best care they needed at this time. Vase happened to possess an elevated degree of control over his own body after his recent sublimation, so nothing needed to be done to his skin and such. At best, a bot flew over so that it could meticulously comb and arrange his hairstyle to make him look older and more mature. The more interesting part of this preparation session was the selection of his wardrobe. Everyone with voting rights needed to look the part. It turned out that it was far from adequate to go inside while wearing a simple business suit or lab coat. There had to be a strong sense of ceremony, and that meant that everyone needed to look at their present best, but dialed up to 11. This was why a small team of fashion designers and bots buzzed about around him as they materialized and examined different clothing designs. Fortunately, the professionals intended to cut and sew the final version of the ensemble by hand. The mechers hadn't completely lost their appreciation for premium craftsmanship. What do you think about this look, Vase? It's too excessive. Vase shook his head as he was currently wearing multiple layers of fabric that was loosely based off his Larkinson dress uniform. There is too much gilding on my outfit. I get why you would want to embellish my look, but this simply looks gaudish to me. I will attract far more attention than I am comfortable with. There is no need for all of this gold. Just stick to the basic red and white pattern of my clan. I won't look nearly as impressive, but that is the point. I don't want to outshine the other mechers who are much more senior than me. The only touch of gold that I am comfortable with adding to my outfit is the logo of my clan. Jovi could see the point in a more understated look, but he felt it would be a missed opportunity if Vase stuck to a cautious approach. The image that you will present yourself today will be recorded throughout history. Years from now, you will become a much greater mech designer than now, but the majority of people who have heard about you will remain stuck with an impression of yourself that carries much less weight. Are you sure you want to go through with this approach? I am sure. I have already raised my profile as high as it is. I don't want to give off the appearance that I have let all of my recent successes inflate my ego. Let's go for quiet elegance. Very well. Though the clothiers did not entirely approve of Ves's choice, they worked to translate his demands as best as possible. Vase became quite satisfied at the end. The final design took a bit too much inspiration from the ceremonial robes of certain well-known traditional faiths than he was comfortable with, but there were good reasons why those designs withstood the test of time. In the end, he most definitely looked like he deserved to vote on the future course of Red Humanity without going overboard. Damn, all of these layers of clothing can get in the way, he said as he experimentally swung his limbs and paced around the room. I'm glad they don't wrinkle or make me feel too stuffy. Is that all, or do I need a crown as well to complete my look? Do you want to wear a crown? Jovi asked with genuine curiosity. Hell no, let's leave the topic of headwear aside, please. Suit yourself. Anyway, we do need to add one more piece to complete your look. Please give me a moment. Jovi moved to a different room and returned a minute later. This time, he held a gilded wooden in both of his hands as if he was carrying a peerless treasure. Once Jovi stopped in front of Vase, the mechers adopted a formal posture and respectfully opened the decorative box. Please accept your final accoutrement. A large badge resting on a soft pillow inside the box. It was shaped like the logo of the Red Association, a night mech with red flames in the background while surrounded by 12 red planets. The only variation to this familiar image was the 3 prominent glowing red stars embedded just above the stylized night mech. This was not an ordinary badge. Chapter 5225 Survivalists Assemble, this is your new mark of identity. Once you wear this badge, you will formally announce your identity as a Tier 3 galactic citizen that has been vouched by the Red Association. There is no obligation that requires you to wear it all of the time, but it is best to bring it out during formal occasions. Remember, badge or not, you represent more than yourself. The badge was exquisitely designed. Though Vase did not recognize who was responsible for designing it, the work had a lot of subtle touches that refined the appearance of the Red Association's logo in a 3-dimensional format. As Vase continued to examine the newly presented badge, he noted that it consisted of a lot of materialized components that had been mechanically assembled by automated systems. A part of him felt disappointed. The mechers hadn't bothered to handmake an object that carried so much symbolism and meaning. Another part of him felt relieved that the association had resorted to such a lazy solution. He didn't know whether he would want to carry a badge that carried the spiritual contamination of the xenotechnician or the polymath. Who knew what these powerful and versatile star designers could do to him with this badge as a medium? Once Vase got over his fascination with the art design of the badge, he tried to analyze the functional components of this device. It became pretty clear to him that it was packed with a lot of technology. He just couldn't recognize all of the functions based on his limited knowledge. What does it do? Vase finally asked as he couldn't withhold his curiosity any longer. Jovi smirked. He had been waiting to answer this question. It can do a lot more than what is normally possible with an object of this size. First of all, I should tell you that it is attached to a small dimensional pocket space that is packed with advanced technologies. The main feature is its transphasic shield generator. It won't be able to withstand the firepower of the main cannon of a battleship, but it can help you stay alive when all of your other forms of protection have failed. That is handy. Vase knew that every high-tier galactic citizen possessed ample means to defend themselves. They rarely ever died outside of accidents and natural causes, and these high-tech badges played a large role in preserving their lives. On top of that, it carries an anti-teleportation guard. It is not universal and we can still bypass it as long as we transmit the correct code, but it can protect you from others. At least the Red Association was being honest about integrating a backdoor into this function. Furthermore, it contains a compact life support system as well as a reinforced hazard suit that can help you survive all kinds of hostile environments, from the vacuum of space to the surface of a volcanic planet. It comes with limited resource extraction and recycling capabilities to extend your survival time, but there is only so much it can do in a barren environment. Got it. Anything is better than nothing. Hopefully, it can buy me enough time to fix up a proper solution. Vase commented. The biggest lifesaver in my opinion is the emergency 5-use teleporter. Just as it says, it is solely reserved for use in emergencies. The effective range encompasses roughly half of a typical star system, so it can help you escape pretty much any danger when combined with the other functions of the badge. Vase raised his eyebrow. Any emergency teleporter that was small enough to be carried by an individual was incomparably precious. Can I trigger the teleportation multiple times in quick succession? I am afraid not, Vase. It has to cool down for 24 days before its teleportation function can be triggered again. That was still impressive. A single-use teleporter was only useful in taking him away from immediate danger. If he remained in hostile territory, then he would have to teleport once again in order to access an escape vehicle and truly make his escape. Anything else? Does it come with a storage space where I can stash weapons and additional supplies? Jovi shook his head. I'm afraid not. The remainder of the pocket space is occupied by a unique and highly sophisticated authentication device tied to your body. You will need to use it to verify your identity, connect to high-security portals, access confidential information, prove you have the right to cast a vote in important gatherings and so on. Do not allow others to take your badge. Not only is it expensive to replace, but others may find a way to abuse it before it is recovered. Vase solemnly nodded. I understand. I will take good care of this badge. Despite his concerns about what else the Mechers had stuffed into the dimensional pocket space of his classy galactic citizenship badge, he was more than happy to take advantage of its known functions. There was never a case where he carried too many personal shield generators. He had always wanted to get his hands on an anti-teleportation guard, and the emergency 5-use teleporter was way more generous than he expected to receive at this stage. While we vouch for our technology, please do not put its protective capabilities to the test. Jovi seriously advised. I know that you aren't the sort of person who would willingly throw himself in the line of fire if you can help it, but with your history, who knows what will happen in the future. Hey, I never asked to be caught up in all of those incidents. Relax. I don't think I will put myself into such vulnerable positions again. I am well aware that all of this additional protection should never be used if one can help it. Vase reassured his friend. There was no need for him or any of the conference goers to wear their old badges anymore. The Comitar rain had automatically dematerialized them after the end of the final conference session. This left plenty of room on his chest for his new oversized badge. As Vase looked at a mirrored projection of himself, he could tell that the designers of his outfit had already accounted for this extra element. You look good, Vase. You truly look the part of a leading figure who people can trust to make life-changing decisions on their behalf. You would look even better if you added a sweeping cowl or a ceremonial hat. Let's not go too far. This is good enough. With that settled, they waited until the both of them got teleported to the chamber where the final vote would take place. Jovi helpfully used the time they had left to explain the rules and warn him about what he should or should not do. This was an incredibly formal occasion, so Vase could not afford to make a gaffe in front of so many people. Just like during the opening speeches, every Mecher and associate who is invited to the conference will be summoned to the same space. However, the seating arrangements will be different. You and every other eligible voter will sit in front this time. The rest of us will be seated far away in the rear to prevent our presence from becoming an unwelcome distraction. Wait, you won't be accompanying me anymore. Jovi responded with a helpless smile. I am not qualified to stand among the higher-tiered galactic citizens in this solemn occasion. My presence among you will break the pattern and produce greater disturbances. You will have to get by on your own for the duration of the voting session. That threw Vase off guard. He had become too accustomed to having a helpful friend and advisor by his side that he was afraid he would start making mistakes left and right as soon as he was by himself. He recognized that he had become too dependent on Jovi. Vase needed to grow up and handle his affairs on his own. It was not as if he needed to do much in the upcoming voting session. He just had to sit around and cast his vote when the time was right. Nothing more. Okay, I can handle this. Hopefully, this won't drag on too much. Minutes continued to pass by until noon had almost arrived. Throughout the hull of the Comitar rain, teleporters came to life and brought each and every voter directly to their opulent and ceremonial seats in a large but unfamiliar assembly hall. Vase quickly swept his gaze on the people seated in the front rows. Each of them looked at their best in an extensive variety of ceremonial outfits. Mech pilots and mech officers wore their dress uniforms that were replete with aiguillettes and draped over by capes that significantly enhanced their statures. Mech designers and other researchers wore different varieties of robes that always consisted of multiple layers and a lot of symbols that were tied to their identities. It did not take long to spot certain similarities in the colors and patterns. The adherents of the xenotechnician, the Fist of Defiance and the Polymath all had their ways of identifying themselves. It took a while for Vase to count the total number of people with voting rights. 273 Mechers and associates were about to determine the course of red humanity as a whole. How frightening. As the voters took their seats and avoided any small talk, the remainder of the conference goers teleported in by batches. Jovi must have arrived relatively recently, but Vase wasn't able to find him amidst the tens of thousands of individuals who appeared under the cover of darkness. Once the last batch of people took their places, the podium grew brighter as three special individuals emerged in the air at once. The xenotechnician, the Mace of Retaliation and the Polymath all appeared side by side for the first time. It was an enormous shame that the god pilot himself couldn't be present on this incredibly important occasion, but nothing could be done. Just like everyone else, the three leading figures had changed into different outfits as well. The xenotechnician had undergone the most extreme makeover. He had changed into a crossover between a hypermodern robe and an armored suit. Consisting of a mysterious material that did not look like metal or anything else that looked familiar, the luminescent alien suit glowed in bright teal as it conveyed a dangerous sense of repressed power. The old star designer no longer appeared in the guise of a friendly old grandfather or professor anymore. He looked every part the valiant and wise scientist king that his supporters hoped would lead red humanity into a safer and more peaceful future. The Mace of Retaliation opted for a more valiant and martial look. He wore an aggressive red military dress uniform that looked similar to the ones worn by the pilots who were seated at the front, but he had pinned a lot more full-sized medals on his chest. Not only that, he wore an absurdly oversized cape that dynamically flowed behind his back. The thick and voluminous cape was red on the inside and black on the outside. It also depicted a stylized mace on the back that served as his personal emblem. Although the Mace of Retaliation's status was ultimately a lot more inferior than the two-star designers, he did not show any sign of discomfort or inferiority. The ace pilot made his grandfather proud by keeping his head held high in front of the people who attended the conference. Nonetheless, Vase was not sure whether that was enough to convince the undecided voters to support the risky deep strike plan. Vase briefly looked around. A lot of people with piloting backgrounds looked as if they had already made up their minds. Typical. Compared to the xenotechnician and the Mace of Retaliation, the Polymath exuded a sense of greater class and refinement that few if any humans could match. She appeared in this assembly hall as if she had already been crowned as the ruler of red humanity. Chapter 5226 Cast the votes. The Polymath looked like an empress. This was the most common impression that people got when their eyes fell onto the famous star designer this time. The extravagant outfit conveyed a huge amount of symbolism. It was predominantly white, which suggested that the Polymath intended to abide by her promise to be a rational, fair, impartial sovereign once she assumed the throne. Red jewels and other touches of the same color in her regal multi-layered ensemble signified her commitment to leading red humanity. The air and impression she gave off made it clear that she did not consider herself to be among the rest of her people. She stood above her subjects. The Polymath made no pretense that she considered herself to be superior to everyone else. No one was as smart as her. No one was as rational as her. No one could be entrusted with as much power and responsibility as her. By wearing this particular dress, she utilized her appearance to prove that she was fully ready and able to. Perhaps other god pilots and star designers could beat her in other areas, but none of them were more suitable for her chosen purpose. The message that the Polymath conveyed today was loud and clear. If her unity plan managed to win the vote, then she intended to exercise her newly gained authority with immediate effect. There was no need for her to waste any time once she obtained the backing of the entire survivalist faction. The Polymath could get to work on winning over the support of the other major powers of red humanity and issue her first official directives on the very same day. The oldest and arguably the most respected among the three spoke first. We have reached the seventh and final day of the conference. The xenotechnician spoke with greater formality and dignity than in the past. In the preceding days, each of you have received enough opportunities to learn more about the proposals that the three of us have pushed forth. This especially applies to the fine mechers and associates who have received the right to vote. We will not insult your intelligence by repeating the same explanations that we have given before. We only ask you to listen to our final arguments before you make your decision. Vase understood that these words were mainly directed towards the undecided among the 273 voters. He had to blink when he realized that he had become a part of this small and important group now. He still had to get used to his drastic change in status. The floating star designer began to make a final case for his diplomacy plan. Change takes courage. We all wish we can stay true to our original outlook and principles, but our new circumstances do not allow us to hold them anymore. Almost every important factor that affects our civilization has deteriorated. We are no longer as numerous as before. Our access to resources has dwindled. The reinforcements that we counted upon to reduce our numbers' disadvantage are cut off 50 million light-years away. The xenotechnician plainly listed out all of the variables that had changed for the worse after the Great Severing. If he wanted to beat down everyone's confidence in their ability to survive the coming times, then he was doing a good job. Let us not ignore the awful reality of our civilization. We are only a handful of steps away from extinction. The principal reason why is because war is ultimately a numbers game. Our forces, while superior, cannot overcome the vast amount of war fleets that our adversaries can put into play. The most logical solution to overcome this difficult situation is to convert enough enemies into allies. As long as we can even out the numbers, we have gained the capital to survive. Nothing else matters. Once the older man had his turn, the relatively younger ace pilot spoke next. We are the children of humanity. That has meaning to me as well as all of you. I hope that none of you are so quick to throw away everything that makes us human in order to scramble for survival. The mace of retaliation pointedly stared in the eyes of each and every voter, including Vase. I disagree with the prior speaker. War is not just determined by quantity. It is also determined by quality. Our tech is superior and our people are superior as well. So long as we concentrate most of our resources into improving our best, we can rely on the sum total of our inherited military strategies and traditions to outmaneuver our much more clumsy and ignorant alien adversaries. The proponent of the deep strike plan raised his fist. Whenever our race has been pushed to the brink, we humans did not rely on flowery words or elaborate calculations to reverse our course. No, we raised our fists and confronted our enemies head-on, no matter the gloomy projections. During the end of the Age of Stars, we pushed aside the treacherous diplomats that conspired to sell us out and fought to regain our dignity. During the end of the Age of Conquest, we formed a resistance against the maddened and genocidal tyrants who were initially outnumbered and outgunned by much worse odds. Since we have already done this twice at every major turning point in history, we can do it once again. The final speaker finally had a chance to make her final case. Her calm but unquestionably regal voice rang in everyone's ears as if they could not possibly be denied. Red humanity is already strong. Our estimated combat power is more optimistic than you think. We are only being held back by our own division and our suboptimal choices. In order for us to properly resist the coming alien onslaught, we cannot effectively wage a war when a third of our knives are pointed at each other's backs. Neither the Terrans nor the Rubarthans will ever fight as sincerely as us to save our race. They are more inclined to secretly amass their forces to launch a death blow at us in order to overthrow the current order. That was a considerable nightmare to every Mecher. None of them wanted to lose all of the wealth and power that the Red Association had amassed by occupying a dominant position in society. Infighting has been a scourge of our race since we arose as hunter-gatherers in prehistoric times. Never has there been a time where our society can excise this negative trait as now. Both the Terrans and Rubarthans in this dwarf galaxy are cut off from their foundations. If we do not enact the necessary reforms when most people are still accepting of radical changes, then it becomes impossible to correct this mistake in the future. Make the right decision. We have come so close to erasing the Terran and Rubarthan identity in this branch of humanity that it is criminal not to act on this fleeting opportunity. A lot of listeners were taken aback by the argument that the polymath chose to put forth. It was a lot more specific than they expected. When Vase thought about it a little deeper, he understood how clever it was for her to make this surprising pivot. It was normally difficult to visualize her unity plan. It sounded so abstract and far-reaching that no one had a clear idea on how it would benefit them and the rest of Red humanity. This was why the polymath decided to present a more concrete case and directly explain how she could directly erase the identities of two major rival groups if the voters bestowed her with supreme authority. Vase could already observe from the changes in expression that the polymath had won over a significant amount of doubters with that alone. The xenotechnician took the word once again. Now that you have listened to our final arguments, we hope that the delegates who are bestowed with voting rights are ready to announce your choice. This process will take place in multiple rounds in order to give each of you enough time to consider this momentous choice. In the first 3 rounds, we would like each of you who have already decided on a proposal to stand up when called. This was it. The tension in the assembly hall grew remarkably quickly as no one dared to make any inappropriate remarks. Once the xenotechnician let the moment drag on for a short while, he finally raised his arm and called upon his supporters. Delegates who intend to cast their vote on the diplomacy plan, please stand up and raise your voice. A large group of Mechers along with a few associates briskly rose from their seats and announced their support. Here, the xenotechnician let out a modest smile. 53 delegates have cast their votes on the diplomacy plan. That was a bit more than Vase expected, to be honest. A part of him felt disappointed that so many voters were so ready and eager to sell out all of their principles just so that they could consort with their former enemies. Nonetheless, it took courage for them to make this unpopular but necessary choice. The mace of retaliation floated forward and raised his fist. Delegates who intend to cast their vote on the deep strike plan, please stand up and raise your voice. Here. The response was a lot more enthusiastic this time. Many of the mech pilots and martial-minded individuals would rather put their trust in their own combat prowess than the convoluted machinations of the eggheads. Unfortunately, the louder voices could not make up for the shortfall in numbers. The mace of retaliation did a good job of maintaining an optimistic outlook. 37 delegates have cast their votes on the deep strike plan. It was the polymath's turn to call upon her supporters. Delegates who intend to cast their vote on the unity plan, please stand up and raise your voice. Here. Vase already expected that he would see such a sight. A visibly greater number of people rose up. They came from all sorts of different backgrounds, which spoke of the wide appeal of the current plan. Many of them appeared to be less certain of their final choice, but that was why they opted for the unity plan. It was the closest to a middle ground that they could settle upon. 65 delegates have cast their votes on the unity plan. In the end, the unity plan proved its wider appeal over the other plans. It was a great sign that the polymath managed to attract the most supporters who were willing to cast their votes right away. That did not mean the other 2 plans had no chance anymore. According to the rules, the voting session would not end until a numerical majority had formed around a single plan. This meant that one of the 3 proposals needed to accrue 137 votes. Anything less did not represent the will of the majority. If this persisted, then there was a provision in the rules that called for scratching out the least popular choice out of the 3 plans in contention. However, it might not be necessary to take this step. Before anything else could happen, the undecided needed to make up their minds. Everyone began to turn their attention to the people who declined to stand up all of this time. 118 delegates have yet to cast their votes. The xenotechnician spoke. I shall proceed to call your names one by one. When you hear your name, please announce your choice. Abstentions are not allowed. Master Gradia Winchester. The order of this call-out went by seniority, which meant that the oldest of geezers were put on the spot first. An incredibly aged and feeble lady rose up from her seat. She looked like she had only been able to do so with the help of a mechanical implant. Her eyes grew turbid as she gazed at the xenotechnician for a moment. She minutely shook her head. My vote goes to the unity plan. She ultimately put her trust in the radical reforms of the polymath rather than the more reasonable plan of the xenotechnician. A bunch of other really old people stood up next when called. It all made Vase a little sleepy. He knew that this would take a fair amount of time. The worst part about all of this was that he would most certainly be called at the very end because he happened to be the least senior among the delegates. Master Trip Tanahara. I cast my vote on the diplomacy plan. Grand General Falcon Almione. I vote for the unity plan. Saint Richard Jonar. I favor the deep strike plan. Master Istis Yinwei. When the black-haired older lady rose from her seat, she did not announce her vote right away. Instead, the silence stretched on as her gaze swept to the side and raked across all of the seats of the delegates. For one reason or another, her deep and unfathomable eyes rested on Vase. He started to have a bad feeling about this. Why did she make this inexplicable action during this incredibly sensitive time? After several more seconds of uncomfortable staring, Master Yinwei finally raised her voice. I have decided to bestow Professor Vase Larkinson with the right to cast a vote in my name by proxy. What? A lot of people metaphorically scratched their heads at the moment. Nobody understood what she was talking about because no one expected that this could even happen. Vase couldn't believe what this stupid old granny had just said. Frankly, he could sort of understand why she chose to dump this important decision on someone else's lap. If she happened to be chummy with multiple faction leaders or could not afford to offend any of them, then it was a good decision to let another person decide. All of this sounded okay so far, but what Vase objected to was that she passed on the decision to him instead of one of her many other old and distinguished colleagues. Why him? Why give her proxy to the youngest, the most inexperienced and the least responsible out of all of the other delegates? The three leaders floating on the podium obviously looked disturbed. Master Yinwei, proxy voting is only utilized in formal voting sessions when a delegate is indisposed or unable to take part. The Fist of Defiance is an example of that. The xenotechnician addressed her in a reproachful tone. It is not a provision designed to pass off responsibility when you are physically healthy, able and present in this session. The old lady did not let the star designer beat her down. A glint of amusement shone in her cunning eyes. Yet proxy voting has been added to the rulebook nonetheless. The Red Association is an organization that respects its own laws and institutions, is that correct? Yes, but then follow our rules. If you disagree with them, then you can change them afterwards, but this is not the time to change them just because you disagree with them. My decision remains unchanged. The xenotechnician did not want to make a greater scene out of this disruptive turn of events. The rules were the rules. Master Yinwei was technically correct, which meant that she occupied the high ground in this particular argument. The old star designer briefly exchanged glances with the other two leaders. They eventually decided to proceed as if nothing had happened. Saint Ogun Veruakan, I vote for the Deep Strike Plan. Chairman Stephen Ardenfield, I bestow Professor Vase Larkinson with the right to cast a vote in my name by proxy. Vase wanted to groan and palm his face. Not again. What he didn't know at this time was that this was just the beginning. Whether these cowardly delegates hatched this plot in advance or just decided to follow the example set by Master Istis Yinwei, they all made the same abnormal choice. I bestow Professor Vase Larkinson with the right to cast a vote in my name by proxy. The age of mechs belong to our generation. Let the youth of today decide on how to shape their own future. Professor Larkinson may vote on my behalf. What he said, Professor Larkinson can have my proxy. The more these old and distinguished delegates shoved this crucial responsibility to Vase, the more he wanted to shrink into his seat. This was embarrassing. No, this was a catastrophe. Didn't these old fogies realize how they were putting him on the spot? It was not as if he enjoyed taking over all of this heavy responsibility. Ugh, I should have chosen to add a cowl to my outfit. At least I won't have to show my face anymore. Chapter 5227 Lemmings. The dynamic inside the enormous and ceremonially decorated assembly had taken a drastically different turn. All of the Mechers and associates assumed that the 273 delegates with voting rights would hold an orderly and conventional vote. The survivalists generally despised drama. Drama represented unanticipated consequences. Drama vastly increased the probability of accidents. Drama had the potential to completely upend other people's calculations. Right now, a drama had unfolded at the worst possible time during the conference. Before this point, everything proceeded roughly according to plan. The three cliques of the survivalist faction all followed their own scripts and tried their best to appeal to as many neutral delegates as possible. It wasn't until that old lady Master Istis Yinwei utilized a loophole in the age-old rules that governed events like these that the table had been completely flipped. All the scripts got tossed away as a new reality unfolded right before everyone's eyes. As the roll call continued, the older and more respected ladies and gentlemen increasingly threw aside their original responses in order to join the latest bandwagon. I still remain undecided, Master Karen Manser mentioned. Over the past 7 days, I have struggled with the greatest decision of my life and the lives of all of the red humans who look up to us for answers. I am ashamed. I have made difficult decisions throughout several centuries. Rarely have I flinched from this duty as much as today. As shameful as it is for me to admit my failing in full view of everyone, I cannot not allow myself to take this step without providing you with an accounting of my failings. I do not know what Master Istis Yinwei and her like-minded delegates see in Professor Vase Larkinson, but if they trust him with their voice, I shall do so as well. He has my proxy vote. Another ace pilot rose up to her feet. Saint Fjelda Granton gazed at the mace of retaliation for a moment as if to signal that she was close to casting her vote on the deep strike plan. She ultimately made a different choice. I am a soldier. I have made my career out of fighting. I am not a politician. I despise all of the discussion about plans and reforms. Point me at an enemy and I will fight with my ace Mech without hesitation. Ask me which of the 3 far-reaching blueprints for the future of our entire civilization one think is best, and I am twice as likely to botch this request. While I am honored by the deference you have shown me, I am not the right person to ask which policy is best. I will leave that to people who can do much better. I do not think I can go wrong with giving Professor Larkinson my proxy vote. A transportation business magnate rose up next. All 3 plans have their own merits. The diplomacy plan has the highest success rate but sacrifices the most. The deep strike plan is the most satisfying but has the greatest chance of dooming us all. The unity plan sounds fantastic in theory, but in my long experience of navigating the realities of doing business, it is always the unexpected that can make all of your foresight invalid. All 3 plans have their good points. All 3 plans have their flaws. It is impossible to objectively judge their quality or rank them from best or worse. They are all practically equal in my mind, so it does not actually matter which one I vote for. Since that is the case, I would rather bestow Professor Larkinson the right to cast my vote in proxy. The largely ceremonial of a large first-rate colonial state spoke up a minute later. My reason for deferring my vote is moral in nature. As one of my fellow delegates has stated earlier, we are all relics from the age of Mechs. The 4 centuries that preceded our current times belong to us. We shaped the future of humanity in the Milky Way for such a long time that we have already had plenty of opportunities to make our marks. My career as a politician and a governor ended long ago. My value to society lies in my wisdom and my experience. That lends me well in a capacity as an advisor, but I have become too far removed from the people I used to answer to. I do not have the right to make decisions on their behalf anymore. The younger generations who will have to carry the torch forward in the Age of Dawn have a much greater right to decide on how they should live their lives. Let the only delegate who actually belongs to this prime generation vote on my behalf. Professor Larkinson has my proxy. Seeing all of these aged and respected people stand up and make increasingly elaborate speeches to justify their new decisions was agonizing to Vase and many other people. The xenotechnician, the mace of retaliation and the polymath had done their best to maintain their dignity as the roll call continued to go off course, but it was clear that none of them liked what was happening. If not for the fact that invalidating the decisions of the delegates would actually break the rules a lot worse than what was happening at this time, they would have tried to shut down the proceedings at this time. Vase wanted to bury his face a long time ago. He could feel the enormous amount of scrutiny directed towards him. It wasn't his fault. Nobody asked him whether he wanted to receive all of the proxies. There was no way he could possibly bear this much responsibility. Why were all of these Mechers and associates eager to let the outcome of this entire voting session be decided by a mere second-class senior Mech designer? It didn't make any sense from his perspective. Yet another figure who possessed the full capacity to cast his vote but decided to join the latest bandwagon for yet another reason. I agree with the sentiments of many of my colleagues that have spoken before. The old and dignified man said, "What I would like to add is that Professor Vase Larkinson is perhaps the most component and visionary among his generation of Mech designers that we have been graced with. His heritage is monstrous if you are able to look into it. His accomplishments over the course of his relatively short career are nothing short of astounding." The man paused for a moment to look admiringly at Vase. His works, many of them have the potential to uplift our race to a higher state. From his companion spirits to the rumors I have heard about an even greater means of empowerment, he has made so many groundbreaking contributions that it is clear that he is the guiding star of this new age. While it is true that there are many other brilliant Mech designers and professionals who have made greater contributions than him, how much of that are legacy works that have been unveiled decades if not centuries ago? As far as 1 am concerned, Professor Larkinson fully deserves to cast my vote in proxy. Only he can determine which of the 3 plans best synergizes with his inventions. A highly peculiar social dynamic unfolded. The multitude of arguments that these delegates came up with to excuse their behavior built up more and more momentum for giving Vase more proxy votes. Vase could practically see the people on the front rows reconsidering their original voting decisions. While there were still a number of people who selfishly or principally insisted on casting their own votes, Many of the delegates who had remained undecided up to this point saw little harm in giving Vase their votes instead. By the time the people who stood up started to look younger and less aged, Vase had grown completely numb at this time. He hadn't even spared any thought about what he wanted to do with all of these proxy votes. This was because he thought that his vote wouldn't have mattered anyway. When Jovi had explained the rules of the voting session, it had become clear to Vase that as the most junior delegate, he should have ordinarily been allowed to cast his own vote after everyone else had made their preferences clear. This should have meant that his vote essentially wouldn't have changed anything. Either one of the three plans had already won an outright majority, or the voting session proceeded to the second round where the least popular plan got ejected from consideration. The probability that a two-way or three-way tie would occur where Vase just happened to be in a position to cast the deciding vote should have been minimal. Instead, everyone's calculations had been thrown aside by this stupid stunt. To Vase, these old and highly accomplished delegates no longer seemed so impressive to him anymore. In his eyes, they were like lemmings who blindly followed their compatriots as they ran off a cliff and plunged into doom. Vase still couldn't believe that all of these survivalists and worthy associates could lose their minds in such a critical situation. As the man sitting next to Vase had given away his vote to the man of the hour as well, all eyes rested on the only remaining delegate who had yet to announce his voice. Vase really did not want to stand up right now. His head was spinning like crazy as the enormous pressure weighed him down. He had a strong feeling that if he rose to his seat at this time, he would piss off a huge amount of powerful people regardless of what he said. Fortunately, the three leaders noticed his less than ideal state. The xenotechnician spoke up in order to clarify the current situation. All but one of the delegates have made themselves heard. Out of the 273 votes, 183 have been cast for one of the three proposals for the time being. The diplomacy plan has accrued 60 votes. The deep strike plan has accrued 48 votes. The unity plan has accrued 75 votes. The last remaining delegate has yet to cast a vote. Together with the proxy votes that he has been bestowed, he can effectively cast 90 votes in total, 90 votes. That represented an immense amount of power that roughly corresponded to a third of the legislative power of this gathering of delegates. It was ludicrous to think that all of that voting power fell into the hands of a 40-ish-year-old mech designer. The xenotechnician continued to describe the possibilities that have emerged. 90 votes is enough to ensure that one of the three plans will obtain an outright majority, including the least popular deep strike plan, as it can just raise it above the threshold. Professor Larkinson may also decide to split his vote in a manner that will force us to proceed to the second round of voting. Depending on how he allocates his proxy votes, he can engineer his voting strategy to eliminate one plan of his choosing. Every delegate will then be able to cast his vote in a binary choice between the two surviving plans. Ves's eyes lit up all of a sudden. Although the xenotechnician ostensibly laid out the facts, he was actually giving Vase a way out of this mess, more or less. Although he would still have to bear a lot of responsibility by crossing out one of the three proposals in contention, this was a much more palatable alternative than single-handedly deciding the course of red humanity by himself. Besides, once the voting session devolved into a much more simpler consideration between two different plans, the delegates would probably become a lot less confused. The odds that they would pull off their proxy stunt once again should be significantly reduced. Vase firmed up his posture a bit as he finally regained enough composure to put on his metaphorical thinking cap again. His eyes gazed speculatively across the three impressively dressed leaders floating above the central podium. He knew that no matter what happened, he could not get away from this historic event without disappointing one of the three big shots of the survivalist faction. Let's see, which one did he detest the most? Chapter 5228 Process of Elimination. Few people gathered in the assembly hall were stupid. They could roughly come up with the reasons that 89 delegates had chosen to pass on their voting power to the youngest among their elite gathering. Jovi Armelon, who was sitting right in the rear, knew exactly how much trouble his friend was in at the moment. No one this young and unprepared deserves to bear so much responsibility. The Mecher hated the cowardice of those older delegates at this time. Jovi never felt more disappointed at his fellow survivalists for passing the buck at someone who least deserved to bear this heavy burden. Jovi knew what was truly going on in the minds of most of the 90 people who had been invested with the power to decide on this matter. They were all cowards. Perhaps that was a bit harsh. The indecisive delegates worked closely with many Mechers and did not want to let any of their actions sour their possibility of cooperating with others in the future. The xenotechnician, the Fist of Defiance and the Polymath were not only the most desirable people to work with, but the people that had joined their respective camps were all powerful and knowledgeable in their own right. In order to preserve their ability to cooperate with a wide variety of colleagues in the future, the cowardly delegates had passed their right to vote to Vase without much hesitation. Perhaps they might not particularly care about Vase in particular, but as a mech designer who had only recently been elevated to their ranks, he was the least tainted and involved in the Red Association. That meant that he represented the voice of the common folk where he originally came from. Passing on their votes to a man who had only been a space peasant not too long ago was a good excuse to abscond themselves of any further responsibility. Unfortunately, Jovi knew that no one had ever bothered to ask Vase whether he was okay with this arrangement. This situation would have been a lot better if Vase had received word of this development in hand. If he was able to provide his input and have a real choice on whether he was willing to carry so many proxy votes, then he wouldn't have been forced to formulate a decision on the spot in the worst possible time. At least the xenotechnician had been clever enough to spin this new development in a more favorable direction. Jovi relaxed as he saw that the dynamic in the assembly hall became less charged. Vase meanwhile continued to fall into thought as he calmly considered his choices. He had diverted all of his thinking resources from their previous assignments so that he could consider this situation from multiple angles. Even then, Vase allowed the seconds to go past without any interruption as he needed to put way more thought in decision than normal. According to the rules, any proposal that accrued 137 votes or more would get passed. Vase had the power to do that to any of the current plans in consideration. He did not want to do this. Not only would he attract so much heat that roughly 2/3 of all red humans would resent him for making the wrong choice, he just didn't think it was right for someone as young and ill-prepared as him to make such a momentous decision. The alternative offered by the xenotechnician sounded a lot more reasonable in comparison. There shouldn't be any rule that stated that Vase had to cast all of his accumulated proxy votes on the same plan. The entire reason why proxy votes existed in the first place was because people who were unable to attend a voting session in person or by remote needed to make their voice heard in another way. These indisposed individuals therefore called up their buddies and entrusted the latter with the right to vote. The intention was that the proxy voter would faithfully represent the will of the missing individual. Although rare, situations where a guy received multiple proxy votes did occur. This was usually the case when respected leaders or mentors had received a bunch of them from their subordinates or students. Instances where a delegate like Vase received 89 proxy votes were rare, but not unheard of throughout the history of the Red Association and humanity as a whole. Vase just needed to keep in mind that he held 90 discrete voting opportunities in total. While he had the option to cast 90 votes on the same plan and be done with it, he could split them up if he wished. If he made the most politically correct decision and divided his votes in even proportions, then the diplomacy plan, the deep strike plan and the unity plan would receive 30 votes each. This sounded safe and fair, right? Not really. Vase had reached a stage in the voting session where he already knew where the other committed votes had fallen. If he spread his votes evenly, he would effectively eliminate the deep strike plan from further consideration. Although there was an argument to be made that the Fist of Defiance's mule-headed plan deserved to be torpedoed since it had already fallen behind to this extent, Vase would still abdicate this unique opportunity to look out for his own interests. His eyes minutely narrowed. It would be a dereliction of his duty as a mech designer and a clan leader if he did not consider the positive and negative impacts of each plan to his own personal situation. Vase knew that it was not proper to think about himself in a matter of great importance to the entirety of red humanity. If he was a model mecher or survivalist, then he was supposed to think about the good of the collective. Personal interests were irrelevant when red humanity's very survival came into question. Yet Vase couldn't get rid of this bad habit. Even when two-star designers and a lot of other important people were paying close attention to Vase at the moment, Vase did not feel any shame in adopting this mentality. He was only human. If the proxy voters did not want Vase to make such an impactful decision on behalf of their entire race by considering his own selfish needs, then they shouldn't have passed on their voting rights in the first place. As Vase grew increasingly more accepting of this switch, he seriously began to think about which plan he should eliminate. His eyes flicked to the xenotechnician for an instant. Although the old star designer looked a little inhuman by dressing himself up in some weird alien teal technosuit, the man looked clear-headed and confident enough to guide red humanity to survival, if not a better future. To be honest, Vase did not have too many objections towards the diplomacy plan. It was a sound and logical plan that demanded the least amount of change and effort in order to pull off. Red humanity did not have to completely reform their entire overarching governance structure nor take any excessive risks by fighting against an overwhelming amount of aliens by themselves. One of the real objections he held towards the diplomacy plan was that it largely upended a lot of deep-rooted cultural values that defined the human people. Humans had always considered themselves superior to the aliens. They had won so many victories and built such a powerful civilization in the Milky Way that admitting that they were no longer number the first of may be socially unacceptable to a lot of people. The diplomacy plan had a significant chance of generating a lot of unrest among the descendants of the Age of Conquest and the Age of Mechs. The commotion might even grow bad enough that the internal divisions within human society would grow even more fractured and dysfunctional. It did not help that the diplomacy plan handed over a lot of responsibility towards the cosmopolitans either. Vase and a lot of other people could understand the logic of this decision. No human was able to properly conduct diplomacy with other alien races aside from the one group of people that had obsessed over it for multiple millennia. Vase hated the fact that everyone would have to dance to the tune of the cosmopolitans in order to even the odds in this war, but if it came down to it, he would rather feel upset and alive than the opposite. It also helped that Ves's own interests would probably remain unaffected by this development. The diplomacy plan largely demanded a lot of people to adopt more alien-friendly norms and values. Vase and his clan should be able to handle this transition no worse than others. They would not have to give up any rights nor undertake completely new responsibilities that they weren't ready to assume. Since this was the case, he decided to let the diplomacy plan pass on to the second round. His eyes then proceeded to flick towards the Mace of Retaliation and the Polymath. Those among the crowd who were trained in cold reading could already figure out what had happened. It was clear to these socially adept individuals that Vase was trying to decide whether to eliminate the Deep Strike plan or the Unity plan. It was at this junction that Vase felt split. He understood the details of both plans well enough that he knew which one was likely better for red humanity as a whole. The Deep Strike plan could make any person's blood run hot, but it was distinctly lacking in contingencies as well as a realistic endgame. Too many people were bound to get killed in extremely risky offensive operations, only to end up accomplishing little of note if the native aliens decided to press on their own invasions rather than turn their forces around to defend their home territories. The Unity plan sounded a lot more reliable in comparison. It was conceived of an incredibly intelligent mind that claimed to have formed the best and most objective solution out of a huge set of conditions. Few people actually doubted that the Polymath lacked the expertise or judgment to pull off her insanely ambitious plan. What they were mainly worried about was whether the Polymath could actually gain the strength and support needed to overwhelm the intense level of opposition coming from the other parts of human space. The Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact were bound to put up an intense resistance towards any notion of greater integration. In fact, they might declare outright secession if the Polymath somehow failed to execute an important step in her incredibly elaborate master plan. Vase did not think that was likely to happen, though. As he looked at the woman who had already assumed the appearance of an empress, she already radiated a reassuring sense of competence and authority. It may truly be objectively better for everyone if the Polymath had a chance of enacting her Unity plan. His eyes narrowed a bit as his thoughts took a different turn. What was best for red humanity as a whole did not necessarily have to be best for himself. The biggest reason why Vase felt frightened by the Unity plan was that it would alter his life in an undesirable direction. Everyone and everything would become integrated. Vase could not possibly maintain his independence anymore as the Polymath would probably put him in a position of unparalleled responsibility in her central administration. The Larkinson clan could no longer retain its sovereignty and had to give up much of its rights and privileges. Every Larkinson who grew up in the reign of the Polymath would have to live in a society of her making rather than one that belonged to the Larkinson clan. The sheer breadth and depth of what he heard about the reforms proposed by the Unity plan translated into such an enormous loss of autonomy, identity and freedom that Vase would lose everything he enjoyed in the past. Vase considered himself to be a free spirit. The more other people wanted to stuff him into a cage of their own making, the more miserable he would feel. He had grown sick and tired of instances where states like the Bright Republic, the Hexadric Hegemony and the Colonial Federation of Davut tied him down and turned him into their loyal and obedient lackey. If he gave the Polymath any chance to enact her Unity plan with full authority, then Vase could easily imagine that she would proceed to build a super empire that would proceed to do the same, but much better. He slowly closed his eyes as he tried to imagine such a dark and sordid future for himself. There was no way that Vase could possibly resist the tyranny of this overbearing star designer. The fact that he was secretly a holder of one of the fragments of the metal scroll made it even worse. He would be foolish to elevate this incredibly powerful latent threat to a position of supreme power. If she ever found out the truth about Vase possessing the mech designer system all of this time, then she could employ the total means of an entire human empire to hunt him down. Vase had made up his mind at this time. His fears ultimately set his decision. He slowly raised his head and opened his mouth. Yet before he could speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel any further. The polymath abruptly interrupted him by speaking out of turn. No. Chapter 5229. No, Vase was supposed to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel at this time. If everything proceeded according to expectations, then this was supposed to be the time where he announced a proxy vote distribution that would cause one of the plans to get ejected from consideration. Yet instead of allowing him to announce his decision in front of the entire assembly hall, the polymath behaved in a highly atypical manner and broke the rules of this voting session by speaking out of turn. For a moment, everyone became paralyzed as they couldn't process what had just happened. They couldn't process the fact that the polymath of all people had made this seemingly impulsive decision. "Pardon, Your Excellency." "No," the regally dressed woman repeated with greater emphasis this time. "This farce has proceeded long enough. When we initially conceived of this method of determination in order to break the deadlock between our proposals, we chose to impart the wisest and most experienced individuals aligned with our faction the power to decide. This process had become perverted by the irregular actions of 89 of them. Instead of relying on their own wisdom to guide their votes, they instead abandoned their intended duty by passing it on to the least qualified to make this important choice." The polymath clearly did not like the arguments put forth by all of those delegates to justify their actions. The xenotechnician couldn't help but stand up in the defense of the process. "None of us could have foreseen that the rules would be bent in this manner, but that does not mean it is any less valid. You may entertain doubts about Professor Larkinson's suitability to cast his vote on this occasion, but the fact remains that he is an officially recognized Tier 3 galactic citizen based on contributions. It is also a fact that the rules allow for him to hold the right to cast votes on behalf of others by proxy. There is no limit to the amount of proxy votes he can exercise, so what has happened so far is still in order." That was the wrong thing to say to the polymath. For the first time she showed up in public, the famed star designer began to display a hint of contempt that was slightly amplified by her immensely powerful domain. "This is the problem with humans. Too many of you have an unexplainable compulsion to break the rules for all sorts of irrational reasons. You also follow rules that have become detrimental or out of alignment with actual reality. Our flawed society is harmed by too many incidents of both cases. This voting session is a strong example where the combination of intention and rules result in a fundamental perversion of what should have been a serious process to enact a plan to guide red humanity to greatness." More and more people looked disturbed. They were all clever enough to understand the polymath's argument more or less. Perhaps they thought about intervening themselves, but only dismissed this course of action because they lacked the might and gravitas to make themselves heard. The polymath was different. Her power and status were so high that she could not be dismissed when she wanted to attract everyone's attention to herself in her arguments. The white-clad woman rose higher in the air as she spoke down on the tens of thousands of conference-goers. Each of them craned their necks upwards and gazed up at the imperiously powerful star designer with both awe and uncertainty. The motivation for proposing the Unity Plan is to solve the fundamental inadequacies holding red humanity back from reaching its full potential. I initially decided to follow the normal process and put my trust in the wisdom and judgment of all of the delegates. I miscalculated. It was a mistake to trust that you would recognize that our societal structure has degenerated far too much to function properly anymore. The dysfunction that has occurred on this day proves that all of the flaws that I have identified in red humanity extends to our gathering as well. A strange sort of energy started to build up in the background. The most powerful master mech designers and ace pilots started to frown and look around in concern as they started to get a hunch that the polymath was not merely grandstanding at the moment. The woman's frustration became immediately evident on her expression. She did not bother to maintain a cool and impassive demeanor anymore. The polymath had become well and truly angry at this time. "Listening to you distort what should otherwise be a pure and straightforward voting session has made me acknowledge the truth that respecting your input has been an erroneous decision. Too many of you have disappointed my expectations by acting in a manner that is unbecoming of your rights and status. I have no choice but to conclude that it is in the best interest of our faction and red humanity as a whole to disregard this exercise in futility and take unilateral action. What? Unilateral action? While everyone still remained affected by shock, the xenotechnician turned in the air and faced his younger female colleague with a warning glint in his glowing eyes. His incredibly unfathomable domain started to unveil itself, causing him to become a lot larger than life. In this assembly hall, the power of assimilation washed over every stunned attendee. It was never a good sign for someone to start showing off his power in what should have been a purely verbal dispute. Once people started to bring other factors in the argument, the chances were great that both sides would continue to escalate their warnings and threats. Vase started to feel a lot more apprehensive than before. How could he possibly know that his thoughts would lead the polymath to flip the table all of a sudden? This was turning into a disaster that could completely damage the survivalist faction and everyone else who depended on this organization for guidance. Just as predicted, the polymath started to unveil a portion of her own truth domain, which prevented the xenotechnician from dominating the entire space. Both sides challenged each other in silence. It became clear that the two star designers must have been trying to argue against each other through a private communication channel or directly through their powerful domains. Whatever the case, it did not seem as if the polymath was ready to back down at all. Her expression became increasingly more aggressive while the xenotechnician looked more and more upset that his arguments weren't having the intended effect. Eventually, the polymath flared with power. Her domain not only bounced back the xenotechnician's own influence, but also caused her to shed much of her human facade and appear as her actual self. Even though her corporeal human body and outfit looked exactly the same, her overbearingly powerful domain caused her to expose her true nature as an energy-based life form. The polymath currently conveyed an incredible sense of distance between herself and the rest of the people in the hall. She literally considered herself to be superior to humans in every way that mattered. She made this clear through the waves of truth that pressed down on everyone. Though the high-ranking mech pilots and many other strong-willed individuals managed to resist this unwelcome idea, many of the younger and less resilient individuals couldn't entirely negate this effect. They started to think that perhaps the polymath had a point. She was obviously so incredibly intelligent and powerful that it truly made sense for her to make all of the important decisions. When it came to qualifications, no one deserved to exercise greater power than the smartest living human in the Red Ocean. However, if the polymath thought that flaring her domain was enough to remove all of her opposition, then she was dearly mistaken. I shall never bow to tyrants. Numerous ace pilots flared their own saint kingdoms as they stood up to defy the true god that sought to make all of the decisions on their behalf. You are not my empress. With all due respect, I do not believe you are the best candidate to lead our civilization anymore. I retract my vote. More individuals joined their ranks as they relied on various means to maintain their wits and summon enough courage to defy a star designer that had crossed the line. Just as more and more people began to display open opposition to the polymath, the woman who had generated all of this controversy completely disregarded how much animosity she had engendered among the people she previously counted upon to support her endeavors. The sense of distance between this mighty true god and everyone else never became so stark. Though the xenotechnician may have the power to stop the polymath from acting in such an unbridled fashion, he was clearly holding back for whatever reason. Perhaps he was afraid of escalating this conflict until it sundered the survivalist faction in pieces. Perhaps he still held out hope that he could persuade the polymath to see reason and step back from this precipice. Perhaps he was afraid that they might begin to employ their incredibly powerful and destructive weapons, thereby putting everyone within the Comitar reign at risk. The polymath did not look as if he was giving the xenotechnician any regard. She did not even bother to stare in the older star designers anymore. Instead, she spread out her arms and began to activate a power that caused every single mech pilot and mech designer to feel a deep and concerning thrum in their hearts. The time has come to break our shackles from our past. Behold the root of our power. Let me lay bare the grand design that connects both branches of humanity together. To the shock of both young and old, an incredibly bright and powerful spiritual manifestation appeared in front of her floating form. Every mech pilot and mech designer couldn't help but feel a deep and fundamental sense of utter awe and respect towards the visualization of a great existence that they had always known but never truly become aware of until today. The kingdom of mechs. Vase and every other member of the mech community couldn't help but feel both awed and horrified at this impressive display. The visual appearance of the kingdom looked unlike any mortal understanding of this word. It looked more like a dramatized interpretation of an ancient city surrounded by walls. There were so many individual features and touches that spoke of careful design, exquisite artistry and endless symbolism. It was too much. No one could possibly analyze the entirety of the kingdom of Mech in a short amount of time. If that wasn't enough, the kingdom of Mech also contained a lot of different energies or forces that caused it to convey an incredible sense of power. The kingdom was not just a fancy location, but a real site of power that existed on a completely different plane of existence. The polymath had just employed her vast power to project a fraction of its actual state in this assembly hall. Once the image of the kingdom of Mech became seared into everyone's sight, a strange development took place. Different stars started to appear above the kingdom. These points of lights twinkled with mystery and conveyed a variety of different powers so long as anyone focused their attention on them for a while. No, the xenotechnician uttered as he began to look horrified when he realized the purpose of this action. The polymath's star-like eyes shone with cold determination as she addressed her audience once again. The kingdom of Mech has served humanity well for over 4 centuries. However, its original purpose has been superseded by the Great Severing. After conducting a lengthy discussion with many of my fellow star designers who continue to reside in the Milky Way galaxy, we have ultimately decided that it is best to cut off this link between our two groups. Red humanity is in grave danger, and may very well become extinct in the following decades. We must not allow our distant cousins in the Milky Way to suffer the same fate and fall victim to our own failings. The only reasonable course of action that we can undertake to ensure that at least one branch of humans will survive is to sever the link. No, stop this madness before it is too late, Polymath. The decision is not in my hands, old friend. Our esteemed colleagues in the Milky Way have established enough of a majority to initiate this necessary act on their end. Commence the separation. The 70 or so stars hovering above the kingdom of Mech began to take collective action. They conveyed a unified command or intention towards the walled city below. Every Mech pilot and Mech designer began to feel a spike of pain from their fundamental sources of power. The reason for that was because a portion of the walls of the mighty kingdom of Mech had begun to crack. For the first time in human history, the most powerful construct of their race had incurred damage, and it happened to be self-inflicted. The star designers of the Milky Way had chosen to sever the portion of their own kingdom that was tied to the lost people of red humanity. Chapter 5230. The real culprits. On this particular day, humanity changed forever. People across the Milky Way galaxy and the Red Ocean Dwarf galaxy all paused if they weren't already busy with important matters and tried to figure out why they experienced a completely new sensation. Mech pilots in the midst of battle toned down their offensive actions and pulled back regardless of whether they were on the winning or losing side. Mech designers ensconced in their design labs had unknowingly paused their latest design work and began to focus their attention on the oddities they felt on a level they never became aware of just a moment earlier. Within a certain meditation compartment in the depths of a hazardous region, a resurrected true god opened her transcendent eyes and gazed in a realm that was not visible to mortal eyes. Within an ancient temple floating in the middle of an even more impenetrate anomalous region, the son of Earth adopted a knowing look as he gazed in the same metaphorical direction. Within a secret stronghold on a planet that was so tectonically and volcanically active that no one could ever imagine that it could house any stable form of life, a certain seeker momentarily looked shocked at what he managed to behold, but subsequently grinned with delight as he recognized the opportunities that would open up if this event came to pass. The reactions emerging from normal population centers remained relatively tame for the most part. The proportion between ordinary people and the members of the Mech community was rather low. The story was considerably different inside military bases, carrier vessels and other places where lots of Mech pilots and Mech designers came together. Are we under attack? Why do I feel as if something inside of me is tearing apart? Damn, what have those idiots in the Lost Galaxy done this time? Did they provoke a powerful new enemy that is powerful enough to wipe out every human with a single thought? Ha 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 ha, one was right, the phase whales have done it again. They somehow found a way to wipe out all of our Mech pilots and Mech designers with a dimensional reduction attack. Remain calm and man your battle stations. Whoever decided to attack us with an exotic weapon will regret their actions. The expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance also experienced a lot of distress throughout every ship. Entire carrier vessels went into red alert as too many of their troops experienced distress that spooked them beyond all belief. None of the affected people from the Larkinson clan and so on had any clue what was going on, and that scared them even more. Mechs launched out of the carrier vessels by the hundreds. Expert mechs such as the Dark Zephyr and the Star Dancer Mark II surged away from the fleet and tried to scout the surroundings in an attempt to sniff out a hidden archship or other acute source of danger. Even the ace pilots did not take this matter lightly. Their greater power and connection to the source of the danger gave them a few more hints of what might be going on, but they lacked the full imagination and awareness that one of the most important influences of their lives was undergoing a fundamental change. "What's wrong, Mama? Are you hurt?" Mew mew mew. Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane all gathered around their mother as she started to feel a deep palpitating inside herself. "I am all right, my babies. Your mother has grown a little tired. I should sit down," Gloriana said as she tried to lighten up the mood. She tried to figure out what was going on by performing a diagnostic of her own body. When the sensors and scanners did not detect anything amiss, she tried to look up information from other sources. The true scale of this unfolding event began to dawn on her as well as many other people. The entire galactic had become flooded with demands for clarification and messages of doom. "What is happening?" she gasped in a looming sense of horror. No one appeared to have any answers. Although the official channels of the Red Association quickly issued a statement that vaguely indicated that a great undertaking was taking place, the message was frustratingly vague on details. A strange thought entered Gloriana's mind. Did this have anything to do with Vase? From the moment she began to entertain this notion, she felt a certain hunch that indicated that this idea might not actually be as ridiculous as it sounded. "Goldie, come out for a moment." Nya, the golden cat emerged from the Larkinson mandate carried by Nida. The bodyguard had defaulted to escorting the wife of her main object of protection now that the latter had left on a business trip. The warm and protective aura of the ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan quickly soothed the nerves of everyone in the vicinity. In fact, the Larkinson network had already done a decent job at tempering the distress experienced by the clansmen. "You are still connected to Vase at the moment, is that correct?" "Nya, then can you explain what he has done that could possibly cause everyone directly related to Mechs to feel as if we are on the precipice of an unobservable apocalypse?" The floating spiritual cat innocently shrugged. "Nya. I need actual answers. Can you at least tell me whether Vase is involved?" "Nya. I knew it. He always manages to stumble into a situation that somehow causes it to blow up in everyone's faces. Why is he unable to restrain himself and act normal for once? I should have found a way to accompany him. I could have stopped him from acting like a fool. Is he at least trying to solve this mess he created?" Nya. While Gloriana tried to squeeze an explanation out of a less than cooperative Goldie, those who were at ground zero of the event all had a much better idea of what was taking place. Tens of thousands of people who had gathered in the assembly hall all remained rooted in their seats while dressed in their best ceremonial outfits. Several strong sources of pressure constantly bore down on them. While they were still physically able to move if they wanted to, each of them had no intention of taking any careless actions. The reasons were varied. A lot of the younger folk knew they were completely outclassed in this situation. There was nothing they could not do that the older generations could do better. A lot of professionals who did not share any special connections to the kingdom of Mechs initially did not understand what was taking place. It wasn't until their more knowledgeable neighbors decided that the polymath had already pulled the cat out of the bag that most people gained a shallow understanding of the stakes. The most powerful metaphysical construct of the human race was in the process of getting torn apart. The mythical kingdom of Mechs that had been founded over 4 centuries ago was undergoing its first major transformation. Throughout its existence, the kingdom had never remained static. Constant growth by tapping into the strength of a growing body of humans along with constant adjustments made by the star designers who administered it had led to gradual evolution over time. The kingdom of Mechs in its present version was much stronger and more elaborate than its initial version. However, what was important was that its changes never took place all at once. They occurred over lengthy spans of time and never too much at once. This helped to preserve its secrecy as no one really noticed what was going on in the background. All of that had changed now that the polymath triggered a contingency plan that no one in the assembly hall appeared to have seen coming. Each time a small portion of the mystical city wall cracked, another unexplainable spike of pain surged in the spirits of the members of the Mech community. This process happened in a long and drawn-out fashion, yet produced so much drastic changes to the kingdom of mechs that even the most distant mech professionals in the Red Ocean and the Milky Way became affected by the ripple effects. Vase momentarily blanked out as he tried to make sense of it all. He could not understand how the normally calm and calculative polymath could turn her face so abruptly and pulled out a stunt that not even an impulsive bastard like Patriarch Reginald Cross dared to undertake. Why did she resort to her option of last resort right away? Why didn't she bother to negotiate with Vase or at least figure out a compromise deal that could allow this all-important voting session to conclude in a normal manner? Flipping the board in such a violent and unilateral fashion did not match the star designer's pattern of behavior. Vase needed answers, so he turned to the master mech designer sitting next to him. Despite his lack of seniority, the mecher was still a lot better connected and informed than an associate who had jumped from a Tier 6 galactic citizen to a Tier 3 galactic citizen only a day earlier. Why isn't anyone moving to stop the polymath? Why is the mace of retaliation floating around like a paralyzed idiot? Shouldn't he and all of the other ace pilots in the hall call in their ace mechs right away and interrupt whatever is taking place? In fact, even if they don't want to take action, there should be an abundance of security on this ship. Where are the automated turrets? Why aren't the armored security troopers taking a step forward? He was hardly the only conference goer who asked this particular question. The Commodore Rain was a state-of-the-art research battle carrier that should be stocked with all kinds of defenses and security measures. Even if the polymath had come in with a lot of fancy protective or anything, the combined firepower of every ace mech and internal security measure should have been enough to threaten or at least drive away a completely stationary star designer. It is not that simple, Professor Larkinson. The much older mech designer replied. The polymath may be the trigger, but she is not the executor. Do you see those stars floating above the representation of the kingdom? Those are the extensions of other star designers. I happen to know enough about them to determine many of their identities. So, the polymath has managed to build a broad coalition in the Milky Way galaxy. She managed to do so behind the backs of everyone in the Red Ocean as far as I can tell. What matters is that what is taking place represents the will of around 70 star designers. The majority of them are aligned with the Mech Trade Association, but I can detect enough who are loyal to the Greater Terran United Confederation and the New Rubarth Empire. Vase was not stupid. The wheels already started to turn in his mind. You mean, the star designers of the Milky Way galaxy have come to a consensus on the matter of splitting up the kingdom of mechs? The older mecher stated in a tone of finality. They have gained knowledge of the possible threats that red humanity must defend against, and they have concluded that it is best to cut off this common channel as a preemptive defensive measure. It appears that they have decided that the risks of attracting supremely powerful alien adversaries outweigh any possible benefits of remaining in touch with the developments in the Red Ocean. Since the majority of the star designers of the human race are still located in the Milky Way, they have the power to make this happen without any input from the 14 star designers left in the Red Ocean. Do you understand what this means, young man? Vase, as well as a growing number of people who were quietly learning what was taking place, all grew stunned yet again. He understood the underlying meaning and significance of this action. The humans of the Milky Way are forsaking us. Vase spoke with a mix of anger and resignation. They are the true cowards here. I can't believe they actually went through with this radical action. He understood that there was no point in doing anything to the polymath. Even if the people around him managed to completely restrain the rogue star designer, none of them had a way of stopping the 70 star designers from pushing through their plan of splitting up the kingdom of mechs. The real culprits were literally an entire galaxy away. Chapter 5231. The divorce. The kingdom of mechs was splitting apart. There was nothing that the people of the Red Ocean could do to prevent this course of events from unfolding. The distant star designers responsible for commanding the kingdom to inflict so much harm to itself were all grimly united in their purpose. 70 of them apparently commanded enough authority within the kingdom of mechs to push through this drastic change with or without the cooperation of their peers in the Red Ocean. That simple fact galled Vase and a lot of other people who happened to be stuck in the new frontier. The red humans had all been caught up in an accident that exposed them to a lot of new and indeterminate alien adversaries. It was difficult for them to resist all of this opposition when they were badly outnumbered. One of the few reasons why they still managed to retain a sense of confidence was that they knew that they had their brothers and sisters in the Milky Way backing them up from a distance. Even if the so-called original humans were only able to help by figuring stuff out and transmitting a lot of data back to the red humans, that was already incredibly useful as both groups relied heavily on technological advances to stay ahead of the competition. Although splitting up the kingdom of Mechs did not necessarily cut off all of the existing communication channels between the two sides, the collective action taken by the star designers of the Milky Way conveyed an intent of finality. The original humans had probably planned to cut off the other intact communication channels as well. Anything that directly tied the Red Ocean to the Milky Way had to be invalidated in order to remove as many chances for the mysterious and powerful alien threats from piggybacking off the connections and ending up in the old galaxy somehow. Of course, this did not stop a truly powerful and capable alien threat from figuring out where red humanity originally came from. The Milky Way galaxy had radiated its light all the way to the Virgo cluster 50 million years ago. Even accounting for all of the drift in the motion of stellar objects that had occurred throughout this time, it shouldn't be too difficult for an intelligent alien race to determine the location of humanity's home galaxy. Getting there was another problem, though. The real purpose of all of the original star designers was to prevent any powerful energy-based life forms from using any existing ties to expand their influence to the Milky Way galaxy in a completely unexpected manner that could not be defended against. Whether their caution was justified or not, the 70 star designers essentially did not want to take on this gamble. As Vase continued to remain stunned after he processed all of these implications, another change occurred in the visual image projected by the polymath. The silhouettes of comparably tiny mechs started to appear in the surroundings. Many of them looked strange and abnormal compared to the machines that Vase was accustomed to working with, but none of them were truly unfamiliar to the eyes of an experienced mech designer. The god mechs have appeared. The appearance of any god pilot and god mech was normally a cause for celebration for people. No one in the assembly hall felt particularly jubilant at the time. Different from the star designers who were in the process of affecting the kingdom of mechs, the god mechs clearly conveyed a sense of individual sovereignty. Each god pilot was like a personal kingdom unto themselves. Vase understood a bit better why these powerful warriors could no longer truly coexist with the kingdom of mechs anymore. They simply couldn't mix with each other. Even so, just because the god pilots could no longer become a part of the kingdom of mechs did not mean that they could not assist it in other ways. Right now, several dozen of the vague projections of different god mechs formed a loose sphere around the kingdom. It looked as if they positioned themselves in a protective formation that could defend against intrusions from any direction. Not all of the god mechs assumed this protective formation. They instead lingered outside of it as if they had been left out of the loop. As Vase tried to cast his spiritual senses forward, he could vaguely identify the familiar mark of the Destroyer of Worlds. Having met her in person, Vase had a clear recollection of her domain and power. It took a bit more trouble to figure out the identities of the remaining god mechs left outside. Each of them matched with the known god pilots who had become stuck in the Red Ocean as well. Whatever secret deployment they were undertaking did not prevent them from getting a closer look of what was taking place. A few of the outside god mechs tried to move closer, but that triggered an aggressive response from the defenders. The dynamic was clear to see here. No words were needed to describe what was going on with the two groups of god pilots. The apex warriors of the Milky Way were in on the scheme. Not all of the god pilots of the Milky Way had showed up, but enough of them had agreed to participate in the plan that they could stop any other opposition from interfering with the ongoing separation process. With just 8 god pilots on the side of red humanity, there was nothing the Destroyer of Worlds, the Light of Sol and the rest could do to stop the original humans from cutting off a lifeline. This is a tragedy. Vase whispered in a tone that conveyed his utter helplessness towards this situation. I do not think there is much our leading defenders can do for us anyway. The neighboring master mech designer shook his head. The star designers are tasked with managing the affairs of the kingdom of mechs from within. The god pilots are solely assigned to defend it from exterior threats. The reason for this strict division is because the former are creators while the latter are destroyers. If the god pilots who fight on our behalf ever get close enough to the kingdom, they cannot do much but exacerbate the damage. They cannot undo the damage and reverse the separation process. The most they can do is threaten to inflict extensive damage to the other parts of the kingdom of mechs while they still remain within reach unless the original humans stop this scheme. Understanding lit up in Vess's eyes. One see now. The god pilots of the Milky Way don't want this to happen, so they have shown up to prevent any retaliations for this action. It is depressing to see our fellow humans on the other side treat us like threats to be guarded against. Where is the solidarity between our people? The master mech designer snorted. The necessity of survival trumps any obligation of solidarity. This is exactly the sort of action that the survivalists over in the Milky Way would orchestrate. The polymath likely conspired with her closest peers in the other galaxy to make this happen. Both parties will gain what they want from completing the separation. The original survivalists will be able to increase the security of their home galaxy, while the polymath will gain the opportunity to enact her ostensible plan to take control of the Splinter Kingdom. Damn, these survivalists were a real piece of work. Vase previously thought that they were among the more reasonable people of the Mech Trade Association, but it turned out that they truly had no limits as long as they believed that humanity, or at least the portion that was most relevant to them, had come under threat. He found it rather ironic that the greatest enemy of the survivalists in the Red Ocean turned out to be the survivalists of the Milky Way. The worst part of it all was that Vase could not fault any of them for the decisions they had made. Lest as Vase intended to strike off the unity plan to advance his personal interests, the survivalists of both sides were merely looking out after their own people. The key here was that the Red survivalists and the original survivalists no longer stood up for the exact same group of people anymore. From the moment Red humanity turned into a distinct population group, the interests of the two branches of humanity no longer aligned with each other anymore. Red humanity wanted to borrow the help of original humanity to survive the impending calamities. Original humanity did not want to get sucked into Red humanity's extinction-level problems. Vase lowered his eyes in depressed realization. As the diverging interests between the two branches of humanity grew stronger, a separation became increasingly more certain. Even if the polymath did not pull off this extreme stunt today, the star designers and god pilots of the Milky Way would have committed this action sooner or later. This was because their ultimate responsibility was to protect the human race. Their human race. The consequences of their decision became increasingly more grave. The cracks in the large city wall started to show large rents and gaps that couldn't be plugged by tossing a couple new bricks into place. Now that the separation had reached this stage, the damage started to pile up faster. It was as if the initial act of tearing apart the kingdom was the hardest, but once more and more weaknesses emerged, it became a lot easier to continue the tearing process. All of this induced an increasingly greater sense of distress to any mech professional. So this is it, huh? Vase shakily commented. The original humans are kicking us all away in order to save their sorry hides. What a messy and abrupt divorce. Divorce is an apt word. The master mech designer nodded with an expression that showed that he had already made peace with this new reality. If I were you, I wouldn't linger too much on an event that is already set in stone. I would worry more about what happens afterwards. Once the Splinter Kingdom appears, the polymath won't remain as a bystander anymore. This is the time when she will have to make a proactive move if she wants to complete her coup. Damn, he was right. While there was nothing that the Red humans could do to stop the actions of the White humans, the story was different once they were all by themselves. Even though the polymath had secretly conspired with the White humans behind everyone else's backs, once the separation was complete, she would have no more backing from remote anymore. Vase looked around all of the key figures in this assembly hall. A constant stream of menacing-looking guards had poured in from the side entrances that appeared from the walls. Larger defensive constructs as well as genuine first-class demi-mechs quietly emerged from behind as well. No real full-sized mechs had shown up so far, but Vase was sure that they were in the process of forming into ranks outside of the hull of the Comitar Rain. Will all of this be enough? The mechers seated around Vase made contemptuous noises. Do you think the polymath is the sort of person who has failed to take these measures into account? If she has decided to take this drastic course of action, then she most definitely took all of our possible reactions into account as well. No amount of firepower or technological solution can defeat one of our most powerful mech designers in a direct confrontation, especially when she has made adequate preparations for this eventuality. The only possible individuals who can stop her are the Xenotechnician or the Fist of Defiance. The Fist of Defiance may have shown his presence in the projected image of the Kingdom of Mechs and its immediate surroundings, but it did not look as if he could physically zip back to the Comitar Rain in a timely manner. That left the Xenotechnician. Vase did not forget about the impressive demonstration that the old and wily star designer displayed during their first meeting with each other. Did this old geezer possess the means to stop the polymath from completing her attempted takeover of Red humanity? Chapter 5232. A game at the highest level. The crumbling of a portion of the city wall happened slow enough for plenty of people to process their unwillingness and eventually accept the truth of what was happening. The Kingdom of Mechs was splitting into two separate pieces. From what it looked like, the original kingdom did not stand to lose too much of itself. While the damage definitely set its growth back by a few decades, the active mech community in the Milky Way should easily be able to fix the gaps in the same amount of time. Once the damage was repaired, the original humans should be able to move on with their lives as normal. They wouldn't even notice the absence of all of the displaced people after this time. The situation for the red humans was much less certain. No one knew how much of its original functionality the Splinter Kingdom would retain. The proportion of damage was not only a lot more severe, but this rejected piece also looked a lot less strong and functional in every way. Still, Vase might be wrong about this. The projected image was merely a partial visual representation of what was actually taking place. He truly doubted that the polymath would be okay with this entire venture if the Splinter Kingdom was woefully deficient and incomplete. It was much likelier that this separated portion contained enough comprehensive features to function as an independent kingdom in itself. Perhaps it might become a lot weaker for a while, but persistent exposure to E-energy radiation should quickly enable it to grow stronger and mend all of the damage from the separation. Vase and everyone else could sense that the separation process was about to reach completion. No one had many moves at this time, and it seemed unlikely that a savior would come and put a stop to this dramatic event. When the separation finally happened, every single mech pilot and mech designer froze for a moment that seemed to stretch on to eternity. The people of the Milky Way galaxy did not experience anything too serious. The more sensitive among them briefly experienced a painful snap that caused them to wince and hold their heads in pain, but that was all. They easily shrugged off this occurrence and were able to return to their daily lives without any major repercussions. The damage to their original kingdom was relatively minor all considered. It helped a lot that the Mech Trade Association did everything in its power to downplay the situation and encourage everyone to stop asking any further questions. Only the most knowledgeable insiders in the Milky Way understood the full significance of what had just occurred. None of them expressed the intent or willingness to expose the true magnitude of what had happened. Everyone was willing to abide by the current covenant that had remained in force for a long time. The common folk needed to remain as docile and uninformed as possible. The situation was much different in the Red Ocean. A large number of mech pilots and mech designers experienced a tear in their inner selves that induced a greater spike of pain than anything they experienced before. Everyone with the exception of the firmest ace pilots and so on couldn't help but cry out in pain while nursing their aching heads. Vase had paid close attention to his flaming design seat at the critical time. While he hadn't been able to perceive much, he briefly noticed that the flames had abruptly spluttered as if it was on the verge of running out of fuel. It was only moments later that it had reached a slightly different equilibrium than before. His design flame felt weaker somehow, though he couldn't exactly explain what had changed. As Vase and many other people in the assembly hall took a minute or so to recover from the unforgettable trauma generated by the separation event, their eyes gradually focused on the projected image of the kingdom of mechs. It had changed. Much of it had gone missing. The much larger portion that represented the original kingdom had been removed from the picture as it was no longer within reach anymore. What was left was just the sad piece of city wall and a small portion of ground as well as ancient stone structures. This was the Splinter Kingdom that the original humans had graciously bestowed to the red humans as a farewell gift. Every single person connected to the Splinter Kingdom felt an incredible sense of loss when they beheld its state. Few if any of them fully understood how much they had actually lost, but that did not stop the part of them that sincerely loved mechs from becoming intensely affected by this tragic event. It took a great amount of will and effort for Vase to draw his attention away from the sorry-looking Splinter Kingdom and gaze at the three leaders floating above the podium. The mace of retaliation looked visibly ashen, but the peak ace pilot showed no sign of calling in his ace mech to give the polymath her well-deserved beatdown. This was strange. The xenotechnician's lack of action appeared even stranger to Vase. There was no way this old and wily star designer should be any weaker than the polymath. He had several centuries worth of accumulation to fall back upon. Why hadn't he pulled out his superpowerful pinnacle work alien antimatter beam annihilator blaster or whatever? Out of everyone in this massive hall, only the polymath looked as if she was actually taking subsequent action. A new star appeared above the poor Splinter Kingdom. Its signature matched precisely with the polymath's domain. What is she doing? She is about to commence her takeover, if I have to take a guess. 13 more stars appeared in quick succession. Each of them possessed vastly different signatures as they embodied entirely different domains. It was immediately clear that while the individual stars might disagree with each other on many matters during ordinary times, they had set aside all of their disagreements in order to rally around a common purpose. The 8 god mechs of the Red Ocean acted in coordination as well. They menacingly sped forward towards the sole dissident star that had played a major role in what had come to pass. The polymath appeared to be so badly outnumbered that there shouldn't be any way for her to hijack the vulnerable Splinter Kingdom. However, nobody thought that she could be stopped so easily. The physical body of the polymath still conveyed a sense of certainty and confidence that did not fit the image of someone who was about to suffer defeat. "Stop it, Claire," the xenotechnician abruptly spoke in the clear. "Our former brothers and sisters have done enough damage. What we need to do is to set aside our disagreements and do our best to recover from this event. Any further conflict will only exacerbate our disadvantage and set us back even further. Are you truly content to reign over red humanity when your new empire has crumbled into ruins?" The polymath slowly shook her head as she maintained a determined expression. "I have only just begun to enact my plan. There is nothing you or anyone else can do to stop my ascension. I dare not claim that I have calculated for every possible variable, but I did not proceed with this action unless I was certain that I can account for your means of resistance. What gives you the confidence that you will prevail? We outnumber you. There is no one left by your side. I have already corresponded with the handful of star designers and god pilots who were initially sympathetic to your cause and successfully convinced them that it is unwise to elevate a tyrant into power." It turned out that the xenotechnician had managed to produce actual results during this time. As the main backer of the diplomacy plan, it made sense that the man was good at interpersonal communications. For him to successfully convert the polymath's sympathizers into opponents was a major diplomatic achievement. Unfortunately, all the xenotechnician managed to do was to elicit a sneer from the polymath. "They shall come crawling back to me soon enough once I have fulfilled my plan. I never truly counted on their cooperation to secure my objectives. There is nothing you can do to hinder my advance. Your acts of resistance are irrelevant. We shall see whether your confidence holds true this time." It gradually dawned on them that this top-level conflict had taken on another dimension. By arguing in the open, they were attempting to sway the people around them. The star designers were warring for everyone's hearts and minds. It was clear what the polymath wanted to do. She sought to reinforce the impression that her ascension was inevitable. Instead of trying to oppose her, people should start to think about how they could best serve her in her new administration. The xenotechnician on the other hand wanted to keep everyone's hopes of resistance alive. The last thing he wanted to see was for the polymath to get away with usurping power and legitimize her reign. A momentary stalemate emerged. The star representing the polymath did not attempt to overcome the blockade set by the other star designers as well as all of the god pilots. Vase thought that these powerful figures could do more than to prevent the polymath from claiming her kingdom. Why weren't they going on the offensive? Why hadn't the xenotechnician and the guards around them not taken any concrete action to restrain the rogue star designer? If they haven't made a move, it is because doing so will set us back even further somehow. The neighboring Master Mech designer helpfully provided his own analysis. "Look at the state of the kingdom that has been left to us. It is in a catastrophic state. It is so fragile that any damage that might result from heavy fighting may lead to an unstoppable cascade of collapses that can bring it all down. Once that happens, everyone will lose. This is the worst-case scenario that everyone must prevent at all cost." Doesn't that mean that the polymath is blackmailing everyone at the moment? She's using the fragility of our Splinter Kingdom against us. That should make her even less desirable as our ruler. Surprisingly enough, the survivalists around him disagreed with that last statement. "On the contrary, young man, you do not understand our faction enough to know what is truly taking place. This is not a civil war. This is an ideological dispute. No matter what the polymath is doing, she has made it clear that she is doing what she thinks is best for red humanity. She fighting on our behalf in her own way. The fact that her actions are overbearing is difficult to stomach, but it is not unacceptable in our eyes. She is not a traitor. As far as we are concerned, she is still a star designer, a leader of our faction and a leader of the Red Association." Another nearby Mecher added her own clarification. "One of the tenets of our faction is that the ends justify the means. Our overarching goal has always been to secure the survival of our people, no matter the cost. The polymath may have broken the rules and acted in a less than acceptable manner, but if she can actually fulfill her claims and make red humanity stronger by assuming the role of a tyrant, then all is forgiven. We can work with her if she has demonstrated enough strength, calculation and cunning to lead red humanity to a better future. That's madness. Vase reacted with shock for the umpteenth time. Aren't you afraid of subjecting yourself to the rule of a star designer that has shown that she is all too willing to disregard our opinions? Perhaps it is better to accept the risks of greater damage if that is what it takes to stop her and punish her for her transgressions. We can't keep holding ourselves back like this. Doing nothing will play right into her hands. The survivalists did not exhibit as much rejection towards this idea as they should. You still do not understand, Professor Larkinson. This is how the game is played at this level. It may very well be possible for the xenotechnician and others on this ship to possess the means to stop the polymath in a permanent manner. However, we do not want to kill her. That is why an ace mech has yet to appear. Barring the appearance of a god mech that can exercise the right amount of power and control to subjugate a star designer, our hands are tied. Vase looked around in incomprehension. He had a feeling that he was hanging around with the completely wrong crowd. Why couldn't he be hanging out with the transhumanists instead? He bet that they weren't nearly as extreme as the survivalists. So you're just going to sit around and let her complete her plan without interruption? That is exactly what we are going to do. The master mech designer said in a clear tone of resignation. We only have 14 star designers to begin with. The loss of our most comprehensive mech designer and researcher will set us back in ways that you cannot comprehend. Escalating this conflict is the worst possible outcome. It takes serious hardware to even begin to harm a woman as powerful as the polymath, and that is far too much. The collateral damage alone will tear apart the Comitar Reign and everyone within her hull. It was at this time that the polymath no longer stuck to talking anymore. The star designer lifted her arm and began to manifest a crown out of nothing. The gunmetal gray metal crown immediately attracted most people's attention. It possessed a clear and obvious transcendent quality that radiated its own power. The polymath proceeded to lift the relatively thin-looking crown and placed it over her head. Nobody moved to stop her from crowning herself. From the moment the metal headdress perfectly adorned her head between her elaborately braided hair, a pulse of power surged from the confident star designer. The Splinter Kingdom seemed to respond to this pulse. It started to radiate more power as it somehow established a weak but escalating form resonance with the source of the trigger. Vase couldn't help but grow stunned at this time. As his eyes settled on the mysterious crown on the polymath's face, he had a strong guess that this was probably the symbol of authority that was associated with an authentic holy son or daughter. How could she possibly get her hands on an actual crown? Didn't she possess a mere fragment of the metal scroll? Vase had never attained anything close to a crown in all of the years he owned the mech designer system. Either his fragment was a lot weaker, or the system had somehow scammed him by depriving him from his rightful possession. Chapter 5233 The Shadow over the Kingdom. The polymath had donned her crown. This singular gray crown pulsed with the power of metal that resonated with the hearts of every mech pilot and mech designer. There was no way to fully describe the magnificence of this singular crown. It was not so much an object as it was a fixture filled with symbolism given life and substance. While most people in the assembly hall automatically assumed that the polymath had meticulously designed and built this crown as some sort of technological masterpiece, Vase knew better. Though the design was completely different, it possessed a number of physical and contextual similarities to another crown that his mother had shown off back in the other galaxy. Vase had a strong feeling that the polymath had unveiled the metal scroll's version of the golden laurel wreath crown. Whatever its functions, it not only appeared to give the polymath a power boost that enabled her powerful aura and domain to fend off the xenotechnician with greater efficiency, but also produced a more disastrous effect. Vase and everyone else could see that whenever the crown pulsed in a soft gray corona, the Splinter Kingdom released a similar pulsing glow in return. It was like a heartbeat that was slowly coming to life, one that every single member of the mech community could feel within the depths of their own sources of power. The polymath is resonating with her new kingdom. A nearby mecher gasped with awe. Whether the statement was accurate or not, it sure looked as if the polymath was attempting to interface with the Splinter Kingdom on a mystical level that Vase couldn't even begin to understand. Whatever the case, the tyrant couldn't be allowed to complete this crucial step. Once she had taken over the fraction of the kingdom bequeathed by the original humans as their final parting gift, the entire mech community would fall under her sway. Everyone would be forced to dance to her tune aside from maybe the Red Fleet. True freedom would become a secondary concern as the polymath's drive to pursue the most rational and optimal outcomes compelled her to control all of red humanity like chess pieces. This was not the future that Vase wanted to live in. It was not the kind of society that he wanted his children to grow up in. The present version of humanity may be anything but perfect, but at least it gives enough opportunities for a lot of people to pursue their own dreams and make their own choices. Why aren't we taking action? Already, we are. It's harder than it looks. The polymath has already taken all of our measures into account. It's as if she already has us in checkmate before she even made the first move. Although it looked as if nobody was putting up any resistance, the real struggle took place on multiple levels that were too abstract and complicated to understand for most people. Vase gained an inkling of what it was like to fight a battle at this high level as he could feel the faint ripple effects of a clash between star designers taking place in dimensions that were far removed from the material realm. The xenotechnician employed tech and powers against the polymath, only for the latter to fend them off with her own measures. Perhaps the older star designer might have been able to gain ground over his opponent by virtue of his greater experience and accumulation, but the polymath managed to put up a much better resistance than she should. Her development as a star designer not only exceeded that of her peers, but she also benefited from an unknown but most definitely potent power boost from her gunmetal gray crown. The polymath is holding her ground. Given that the polymath still had to divert a significant amount of power to hold back her fellow faction leader, this should have been the perfect time for the Mace of Retaliation and all of the other ace pilots to make their moves. Yet none of them made any attempts to summon their ace mechs, because the polymath put them all in checkmate somehow as well. As soon as an ace mech appears, the conflict will escalate and spill out in our immediate surroundings. The Comitar reign and a large concentration of the most crucial leaders and professionals of red humanity will be wiped out from existence. That is a lose-lose situation that no one wants to come to pass. Vase grew more and more disappointed at the survivalists around him. Although he knew they were doing what they could to resist the polymath's attempted takeover without putting a lot of people at risk, he grew frustrated at their utter inability to defeat a single renegade. They literally outnumbered her. They had their own star designer on their side. Why couldn't they whip out a lot of guns and start firing right away? He understood the reason for their restraint soon after he thought about it. He could tell that the polymath had subverted a lot of tech on the vessel. Any sign of employing a weapon would provoke a furious retaliation from the ship's own defensive systems. In fact, even if Vase managed to get off a shot from his Amastendira would cause hundreds of layers of transphasic energy shields to appear and block the attack. Anything else would provoke an even greater response. Vase had recently managed to get his hands on an antimatter bomb. A weapon of mass destruction was a fearsome threat to any group, but not the survivalists in one of the centers of their power. The antimatter bomb could be teleported hundreds of thousands of kilometers away just a split second after it appeared. Its triggering mechanism could be completely neutralized by precisely dematerializing its key component. The titanic forces unleashed by the explosion could even be shielded and directed away from the polymath. In short, none of the weapons that Vase had at his disposal had any chance of working against a star designer who was essentially operating in the base of her own power. Not even his more exotic abilities could avail him against an opponent this strong. Neither Blinky nor any other spiritual trick could ever hope to impact an entity as powerful as a crown-bearing star designer. Wait, that was not right. There was one potential asset that could overcome all forms of resistance. Emma, or at least, the remote summoning of Divine Irene. Mox's companion spirit. Vase still retained half of Emma's original spiritual fragment. He had a great amount of respect towards the power of a god pilot. With his knowledge of cultivation, he understood that these pinnacle warriors were expressly designed as the perfect counters against every other variety of true god. The power of a god pilot at close proximity should be more than enough to stop the polymath, but that was assuming that Emma was at full strength. Vase tried to estimate the power that Emma could muster from the half-depleted fragment and tried to guess whether that was enough to overcome the polymath's formidable defenses. Although his calculations were dubious to say the least, he did not feel that Emma had a good chance of burning through all of the obstacles and successfully stop the polymath from completing her plan. There simply wasn't enough power. Everything had a price, and the weak fragment that Vase had stored in the Vault of Eternity could not sustain an expenditure of this magnitude. Besides, pulling a remote version of Emma out of his sleeve would expose a lot of hidden capabilities and associations. In the worst-case scenario, the polymath might deduce that Vase actually possessed his own fragment of the metal scroll all along. Still, now that the situation had come to this point, Vase did not feel like holding back anymore. So what if the polymath recognized him as a competitor? So what if people discovered that Vase secretly maintained ties with a Rubarthan god pilot? So what if unleashing a god pilot in this space might cause the conflict to escalate to the point where the entire research battle carrier would get torn apart? In his opinion, anything was better than rolling over and allowing the polymath to fulfill her own plan. However, just as Vase was about to make a move that had a high likelihood of failing, a completely unexpected development occurred. Just as the Splinter Kingdom started to pulse into a faster and more lively rhythm, a dark and inexplicable shadow rose up from its damaged grounds. What is happening? It doesn't appear to be the work of the polymath. The large shadow began to morph into a more defined shape in the projected image. The invisible conflict between the xenotechnician and the polymath did not pause, but it was clear from their human expressions that neither of them anticipated this development. As the shadow gained more definition, it began to convey a sense of weight and majesty that Vase could not explain. As the head of the shadow began to take on the shape of an odd ancient helmet with a very defined human-like face mask, an undeniable aura of history and sacredness emanated from this odd and unexpected entity. It wasn't until the translucent figure's helmet took on a distinctive shape that the xenotechnician and several mechers sitting in the front reacted with shock. They recognized the shadow's identity. "Who is it?" someone asked. "Is it a god pilot?" "No." The xenotechnician spoke with wonder and realization. "If my analysis is correct, each of you have the honor of witnessing a remnant of the Seleucid, one of the 13 progenitors of Mechs. He is one of the great heroes of the human race during the end of the Age of Conquest. Each of us owe an immense amount of gratitude towards him and his fellow progenitors for creating the original kingdom of Mechs." Every single Mech pilot and Mech designer automatically bowed in respect, and maybe even worship. This was an act of instinct to the ignorant, and an act of voluntary intent to those in the know. Even the xenotechnician, the polymath, couldn't help but tone down their invisible struggle for a moment in order to pay their respects. Once the shadow roused from its hibernation and stock of the immediate surroundings, its solid masked expression turned towards the polymath. Not the star representing the polymath in another realm, but the physical body of the star designer that currently bore a resonating metal crown. The shadow studied the crowned woman for a moment. Everyone held their breaths in anticipation of what the remnant of an ancient historical figure had to say towards this messy situation. A solemn and inexplicably sacred air descended onto the assembly hall as the shadow finally issued its judgment. The shadow did not produce any sounds, but managed to convey its meaning through a spiritual broadcast that was especially familiar to Vase. Unworthy. This was what the remnant of the Seleucid managed to impart in a manner that transcended ordinary words and language. The mystical entity managed to pack a lot of additional meaning in this word. It not only signified that the Seleucid would have judged the polymath to be a disappointment, but that she had no right to lay claim to the offshoot of a kingdom that he and 12 of his peers had sacrificed their very lives to create. The shadow did not confine its response to words alone. The Splinter Kingdom that was tied to its existence seemed to resist the influence exerted by the polymath. The pulse weakened as the crown seemed to lose connection with the kingdom. It was as if the Seleucid was actively closing the door to any attempt to usurp its control. A long and heavy moment of tension ensued after the shadow cast its judgment. Though nobody really wanted to shift their attention away from what might very well be the last legacy imparted by one of the legendary progenitors of Mechs, everyone knew that the polymath's response had become extremely critical at the moment. Chapter 5234. The audition. The ball was in the polymath's court. After the shadow of the Seleucid had seemingly been roused from the Splinter Kingdom, the entire dynamic of the ongoing struggle had changed. The situation no longer appeared to be as one-sided as before. Not even the polymath could have predicted that the kingdom of Mechs was not as empty as it appeared. Who could have known that one of the ghosts of the progenitors of Mechs would appear and judge the polymath like a criminal on trial? Certainly, Vase did not think that the star designer could have foreseen just this outcome despite how logical its appearance may have been in hindsight. Vase did not know anything about the 13 progenitors of Mechs. He did not know how old they were, how powerful they had become, how deeply they used to be embedded in the Five Scrolls Compact, and what led them to rebel against their own organization. In fact, he didn't even know how they were individually called. This was the first time that he and a lot of other people learned of the title of one of the legendary figures that had established the supremacy of Mechs in human society that had persisted to this day. Given that the representation of a literal ancestor of the Mech community declared the polymath to be completely unsuited to take over the Splinter Kingdom, Vase developed the slight hope that she might see reason and accept this rebuke with grace. That did not appear to happen. As the seconds dragged on, the atmosphere grew increasingly more ominous. Throughout this moment, the polymath's expression had defaulted to an impassive state. This was not an expression of a woman who was ready to acknowledge defeat. She looked as if she received her judgment, and simply set it aside. "Your time has passed," the polymath audaciously spoke. Few people expected that the polymath had the guts to talk back against one of the founders who created the prosperous Mech community that served humanity well all of this time. Just this act alone caused everyone's opinion of the woman to sink even further. It appeared as if there was no limit to how many taboos that she was willing to violate in order to fulfill her ambitious goals. "You had your time," the defiant star designer continued. "We live in a different era now. The Age of Dawn demands a new set of rules and paradigms. A new form of humanity must rise. Only I have the vision and the determination to repair the flaws that have become exacerbated as a result of your increasingly more detrimental policies." No one expected the polymath to defy the shadow of the Seleucids so openly. The response from the remnant of the progenitor was a repeat of his earlier message. "Unworthy. I reject your judgment," the polymath responded as her momentum steadily grew. "I see the truth of your existence. Your authority is hollow and your power is only a fraction of what it used to be. I admire how the progenitors of Mechs have retained an echo of their own id in their greatest and only pinnacle work, but even they could have never foreseen that their creation would be split in two uneven pieces. Your base of power is no longer as large and extensive as before. You are alone, cut off and incomplete. You are a remnant that is only one step away from nihility. Begone." The crown that rested on top of the polymath's head exploded with power. Vase and many others sitting in front couldn't help but experience an invisible force that pressed them backwards. Although Vase found it difficult to track everyone's moves as most of it was happening out of sight, he could feel and sense that the polymath not only managed to fend off the xenotechnician, but also started to make gains in assuming control over the Splinter Kingdom. The polymath never ceased her projection of the Splinter Kingdom. This allowed everyone to see that she was slowly causing it to pulse again despite the best efforts of its final protector to deny her access. Throughout it all, the representations of the other star designers and god pilots tried to help in various ways, only for their ripple effects to threaten to cause greater harm to the already fragile Splinter Kingdom. Vase and many other people started to lose the optimism that they had just gained as the current situation continued to unfold. Though the polymath had to direct more of her power to wrestle for control of the Splinter Kingdom, it was clear to see from the increasingly faster pulses that she was making actual progress. This had a profound effect on those who witnessed her in action on a surface level. The youngest star designer looked like she was fully in her element. Despite the accidents and unforeseen development that had occurred, she still retained enough reserves to handle all of the issues with poise and determination. It made her look even more all-powerful than before. The polymath had chosen her dress strategically. Not only did she look like an empress that had already gained control over everything, but the addition of her crown wonderfully cemented the increasingly inevitable truth that she was about to become the first ruler who united all of red humanity. The aura of victory and invincibility radiating from the polymath had a profound effect on the survivalists. Vase hadn't remained unaffected either. It took conscious effort for him to break away from the spell generated by the polymath's impressive performance and turn to the others to see if they intended to make their own moves. Nothing happened. Though the xenotechnician was still putting up a fight, the rest looked at the odd struggle between the polymath and the shadow of the Seleucid with strange and complex expressions. Vase narrowed his eyes. There were people who still gazed at the remnant of one of the progenitors with literal eyes of worship. There were also people who looked at the polymath with concerns about what she might do if she ever succeeded in her coup. Unfortunately, there were way more of the latter than the former. Vase grew increasingly more dismayed when he saw that the survivalists did not seem to care as much about the judgment issued by the remnant of one of the ancestors responsible for creating their entire industry. Apparently, their deep respect for the 13 ancient heroes quickly started to make way for a growing sense of awe and belief in the power of the polymath. Vase slowly realized what was taking place. The survivalists were indoctrinated to support whoever came up with the best plans and solutions that could save humanity from extinction-level threats. Though the actions taken by the polymath were anything but proper, it was undeniable that she had been remarkably effective. Not only did she demonstrate enough cunning and intelligence to checkmate a large amount of powerful players, she also displayed the raw strength needed to resist the xenotechnician and the shadow of the Seleucid at the same time. As the polymath exerted more pressure, the Splinter Kingdom slowly began to resonate with her again. In the meantime, the remnant of the 13 progenitors visibly began to exhaust whatever reservoir of energy it retained after the traumatic split of the original kingdom of Mechs. The polymath had been right about the severe weakness of this mystical echo. The impact of all of these sights was profound. People started to drop their open displays of hostility. Instead, the attitude of the survivalists towards the renegade star designer became increasingly more accepting. Vase wasn't stupid. He figured out what was going on. This entire attempt to take over the Splinter Kingdom and subsequently the rest of Red humanity was basically an audition. There was no other way to put it. The odd set of rules, customs and traditions that made up the survivalist faction produced a circumstance where the polymath could win everyone over so long as she succeeded in completing her outlandish coup. The underlying logic wasn't all that hard to decipher. One of the most uncertain claims about the Unity Plan was whether the polymath possessed the competences needed to resist the overwhelming amount of alien opponents from both the Red Ocean and Messier 87. If the polymath was able to prevail against every red human true god as well as the final contingency measure of one of the progenitors himself, then would definitely prove her qualifications to lead red humanity to a better future. This explained why Vase couldn't get rid of the suspicion that the survivalists continually held back when they could have employed more measures to hinder the polymath. He even began to suspect that this entire setup actually turned out to be an elaborate conspiracy from the start. Most of the survivalists had never been serious about presenting a choice from the start. The Unity Plan had been the predetermined choice all along, but it would be too outrageous for the faction to push it onto the rest of red humanity straight away. Hence the need for a voting session. If the survivalists showed that they gave serious consideration to a bunch of alternatives but ultimately voted for the Unity Plan, then that might help to make everyone accept this result. That was probably Plan A. When Vase and a bunch of cowardly survivalists threw a wrench in the original plan, the polymath immediately switched to Plan B. If she could not convince the red humans to adopt her Unity Plan by granting her a mandate, then she would do so by force. By demonstrating all of the qualities that people could reasonably expect from a self-crowned empress of an entire civilization, the survivalists would be able to guarantee the ascension of one of their own kind. The survivalist faction stood to gain immensely once the polymath assumed total control. Her strong connections and familiarity with many other survivalists meant that all of the people in the assembly hall were bound to rise up and assume greater positions of power. Though Vase had no hard proof that the survivalists had explicitly hatched this conspiracy from the start, he at least felt that it was likely that it had become an implicit idea that gained increasingly more support. The survivalists did not even need to communicate with each other to adopt this mentality. It was just a product of their values and traditions. The more these elite mechers started to show open acceptance towards the polymath, the more Vase grew disgusted by their lack of principles. Something broke inside Vase. The time he spent alongside the survivalists during the conference had steadily increased his respect in the survivalist faction. All of that progress disappeared. In fact, whatever respect and belief that Vase possessed in any greater authority had crumbled forever. It turned out that all powerful states and organizations were the same. The survivalist faction and the Red Association turned out to be no different in the end. They were all as flawed, corrupt and unreliable as the other powers that stabbed him in the back. Vase could no longer muster any admiration towards any greater institution no matter how noble they might seem. To think that he started to appreciate the fact that he had become an honorary member of the Red Association. He no longer appreciated the brand new Tier 3 galactic citizenship badge pinned on his chest. It had become a tainted symbol of a hypocritical organization. Vase closed his eyes for a moment. If you guys aren't willing to take action, then I will. Determination flowed from his body as he became more resistant towards the polymath's aura and everything the survivalist faction stood for. His rejection of everything that had happened today urged him to do anything in his power to spoil this secret audition. Whether it was enough to make a difference, Vase had no idea. All he knew was that he needed to make his move now before it was too late. With but a single thought, a certain spiritual fragment appeared in front of him out of the blue. Emma, heed my call. Mew. Chapter 5235 Tug of War. Nobody expected the struggle to take a different turn all of a sudden. From the moment Vase summoned the weakened spiritual fragment of the famed god pilot's companion spirit, nobody had spared a glance in his direction. There was a good reason for that. Now that the star designers had resorted to taking direction, Vase lost his relevance at that point. Whatever influence and power he previously held by holding 90 votes had completely disappeared as soon as the polymath completely derailed the voting session. The game had evolved into a higher and more intensive conflict. Lower value pieces like vase simply couldn't make a difference anymore. He didn't even have the strength to act as cannon fodder. Even the frighteningly clever polymath dismissed vase as a threat. Vase smirked. This was just the way he liked it. He had always thrived in conflicts by upending people's expectations. Whenever his opponents thought that they had figured him out, he always managed to pull a rabbit out of his hat. No matter how many times he did it, his adversaries always remained susceptible to any surprise he brought out. Even the ones who studied his battles and his deeds in great detail failed to anticipate that he still had the means to unravel all of their plans. From the moment the spiritual fragment of Emma appeared in reality, there was an exceedingly short interval of time where the polymath could have snuffed out this thread before it could properly manifest. After all, a spiritual fragment was nothing but a condensed collection of energy. It did not even possess a lot of power, as Vase had harvested it from Emma shortly after her birth 200 years ago. She was practically a newborn at the time. Vase initially grew nervous, but that quickly made way for confidence. The small interval of time came and went without any incident. Perhaps the polymath was too preoccupied with her current adversaries to spare any attention towards Vase. It might also be that the weak power signature of the spiritual fragment caused a part of her mind to dismiss the threat level of this trinket. Whatever the case, the entire atmosphere in the assembly hall completely changed once Emma properly manifested herself. The flaming cat appeared from the fragment in a remarkably quick transition. The speed of Emma's appearance indicated that the destroyer of worlds may have very well been waiting for this to happen. Vase felt grateful that the famed Rubarthan god pilot responded so quickly. In an instant, the xenotechnician, the mace of retaliation, and most importantly the polymath all directed a considerable portion of their focus towards the new arrival. The iconic cat with orange fur that constantly pulsed with flames was such an iconic sight that no one failed to recognize her identity. For a moment, people couldn't believe that the signature manifestation of a god pilot's power had crossed an unimaginable distance and appeared in the assembly hall. It was clear that Professor Vase Larkinson was responsible for his appearance. A lot of clever people were already going over the information they collected about Vase and the Destroyer of Worlds. They immediately noted a lot of coincidences, from their mutual liking of cats to the odd similarities between their companion spirits. In any case, what mattered was that a god pilot, or at least an extension of her power, had appeared in an opportune location. The polymath's eyes immediately grew more intense before she summoned a burst of invisible power that was supposed to repel the threatening new variable. Though Emma was unable to muster her full strength in this circumstance, the mere fraction of Irene's supreme willpower could not be dismissed by such a weak blow. However, the polymath's move did manage to destabilize Emma a bit. This caused the flaming cat to grow more aggressive. She locked onto the offending star designer and rapidly charged up whatever energy she could muster to propel her next move. Mew. From the moment Emma turned into a self-propelled comet of fire, countless defensive barriers sprung forth in front of the polymath. Barriers that were supposed to be strong enough to block at least several blows from first-class multipurpose mechs shattered at the points where Emma passed through at a speed that was too fast for most people to register. It did not matter whether they were transphasic, non-transphasic, segmented, supercharged, spatial, or whatever. Even the pure sheets of first-class armor plating that the polymath had been able to whip out all of a sudden did not appear to hinder Emma's passage in the slightest. It was incredibly awe-inspiring to witness the power of a genuine god pilot in action. This was the power that all other mech pilots aspired to attain. The ace pilots in the assembly hall briefly experienced an uncontrollable burst of envy as they witnessed Divine Irene Mech's tear through the polymath's defenses as if they were irrelevant. Not even the more mysterious and esoteric defenses could stop Emma's advance. All kinds of exotic effects appeared and broke within a fraction of a second as the partial manifestation of the god pilot demonstrated to everyone that god pilots were rightfully considered the strongest fighters that humanity could produce from its own ranks. However, the confrontation between Emma and the polymath was not as one-sided as it appeared. Vase had been paying less attention to the overall spectacle and more attention to Emma's energy levels. The polymath's exaggerated defensive measures weren't as pointless as they appeared. Each time Emma exerted herself, she exhausted her current vessel a little bit more. Though it did not appear to take much effort for Emma to break through all of the obstacles, one of the reasons why she had been able to do so was because her powerful domain helped a lot with weakening the barriers in advance. All of this activity visibly drained Emma as she continued to advance towards the opposing star designer. Would Emma be able to last, or would Vess's fears about her lacking staying power come true? There was no way to tell for sure. As Emma rapidly started to reach the bottom of her limited reserves just before she was able to make contact with her target, another player suddenly made its own move. The shadow of the Seleucid somehow found what was going on. With a powerful outburst, the remnant expended a large amount of his own energy, causing the Splinter Kingdom to push back against the polymath to a greater degree. The exertion obviously cost the shadow a lot, but this momentary intervention had been enough to consume a greater portion of the polymath's power. Given that the Star Designer had already been forced to fight a battle on multiple fronts, the polymath overextended herself for just a quarter of a second. This was more than enough time for Emma to drill through the final remaining obstacles with slightly less exertion. By the time the miniature version of Emma finally closed in on the polymath, she had turned almost translucent. This was an impending sign that she was about to exhaust the last remaining dregs of her power and disappear. Emma was not willing to disappear without accomplishing anything of note. She knew that there was no hope that she could kill or debilitate the Star Designer in her current state. She did not have to. Though people always assumed that the Destroyer of Worlds liked to solve her problems by blowing them up, this was a grave misconception. As the companion spirit closed the last bits of distance, she quickly adjusted her flight direction upwards until she ultimately collided against an object instead of naked flesh. Mew, a small but prominent crown flicked into the air. As Emma finally depleted the reserve of energy that allowed her to manifest herself so far away from her principal, she flipped over in the air and grinned in satisfaction. This singular act had broken the direct connection between this mysterious crown and the polymath. This caused her to lose a lot of power all of a sudden. Although she was still strong in her own right to resist her current adversaries, she no longer held the upper hand anymore. The polymath raised her arm and attempted to summon her missing headdress, but the xenotechnician immediately competed against her for control. Even when the crown had been knocked off her head, the polymath had still bonded to it to an extent. This allowed her to exert greater control over it, which should have allowed her to win this contest. However, the woman had to contend against more opponents than one. The shadow of the Seleucid continued to resist however it could while the distant god pilots tried to exert their own form of pressure without causing too much harm to the fragile Splinter Kingdom. All of the forces arrayed against the polymath slowly caused the crown to slip further and further away from her grasp. At one point, a sudden burst force propelled the crown away. From the podium, everyone stared at the spinning crown as it followed a parabolic arc in the air before it slowly descended towards the deck. For whatever reason, no obstacle hindered its flight. Whatever barrier the polymath attempted to summon was immediately negated by the xenotechnician or other influences. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the crown ultimately fell precisely onto Vess's lap. For a moment, everyone grew bewildered by this sight. How could the crown end up with him of all people? There had to be a reason why it got tossed in his direction. Vase himself looked just as confused as the rest. It almost appeared comical when he lowered his head towards his own lap. It was as if he couldn't believe what happened either. The momentary trance did not last long. Just when people started to guess whether Vase would lift the crown and put it on his own head, the crown abruptly disappeared from sight. Where is the crown? Where did it go? Why is it gone? The crown did not turn invisible, nor fell into the hands of anyone else. Neither the polymath nor the xenotechnician gained any extra weight on their heads. People no longer felt the strange aura that caused the crown to make every mech pilot and mech designer. As difficult as it was for people to accept the apparent truth, the crown had disappeared from Vess's lap. This time, the polymath could no longer maintain her facade of victory and invincibility. With no apparent way to regain the power she wielded before, she slowly began to lose more and more ground. The mood in the entire assembly hall lightened up considerably as the polymath's domain slowly lost its presence. It looked as if the polymath signaled her intention to surrender by voluntarily ramping down. Neither the xenotechnician nor her other opponents did much to push their advantage. They eased up their pressure until everything returned to calm. "It is over, Claire," the much older Star Designer declared. "Do you admit your defeat?" The polymath looked a lot more lost than before. Vase knew that much of it was theater, but he still became convinced that she was expressing her true feelings. "I do. Any further conflict is unproductive." The powerful but defeated woman spoke. "I retract my unity plan from consideration." Before the xenotechnician could make any further remarks, a completely different change occurred at the Splinter Kingdom. The shadow of the Seleucid successfully did its part in defending the legacy of the progenitors of Mechs. Now that it was no longer forced into a corner, the fading remnant connected to the Splinter Kingdom and activated a hidden protocol that somehow caused it to reach out to the star that represented the polymath. The defeated woman widened her eyes in a mixture of alarm and realization. This expression lingered on her face for a few more seconds before it was replaced by resignation. The polymath was fully cognizant that she had lost the game. Actions had consequences. It would have been great if she had succeeded in her gambit, but now that become the defeated, she fully understood that she needed to pay a lot of penalties for her failure. As the Splinter Kingdom continued to reach deeper into the polymath, the woman in question did not attempt to put up any form of resistance anymore. Ultimately, the shadow of the Seleucid found what it had been looking for. The Splinter Kingdom began to pull a powerful aspect out of the surrendered star designer. The sudden and traumatic loss of an aspect that had been closely intertwined to the polymath for many years caused the woman to experience a deep sense of pain that she never experienced in her life. Though the polymath possessed enough self-control to stop herself from uttering an undignified cry of pain, it was clear to see that she had suffered a wrenching blow. Her domain flared and radiated pain and loss that was so heavy that many other people thought they suffered harm instead. As the polymath significantly diminished in strength and presence, the opposite took place with the Splinter Kingdom. The heavily damaged offshoot of the original kingdom of Mechs absorbed whatever it had pulled out from the star designer and started to receive a massive surge of power. Everyone quickly cast their gazes at the Splinter Kingdom as it visibly expanded in size while rapidly repairing any obvious marks of damage. The kingdom's volume rapidly multiplied in size. Loose debris started to clear up or return to their original positions. Entire new sections of city walls rose from the ground and started to form a new if smaller circle around the perimeter. Brand new ancient-looking stone structures emerged in the open ground that encompassed the expanded kingdom. With every visible sign of restoration, the members of the Mech community experienced a shared sense of joy and celebration. The state of the Splinter Kingdom was of paramount importance to their professions. The better its condition, the closer it could provide the same level of support than before. While the Splinter Kingdom failed to reach the scale of the original kingdom in the end, it was ultimately extremely beneficial for it to form a more complete-looking ancient city layout. This indicated that it had fully restored all of its essential functions. The Splinter Kingdom just needed more time and sustenance in order to gradually reach the scale and strength of the original. Now that the kingdom had been saved, the shadow of the Seleucid had done its job. Everyone instinctively felt that the entity was about to disappear forever. Without any word, everyone in the assembly hall rose up from their seats and pressed their fists against their chests. Mechs shall exist forever. As the remnant of the Seleucid gazed at the gathered crowd one last time, the entity reciprocated the motion before it faded out of existence. Chapter 5236. A necessary course correction. Too much had happened at once. Just a moment ago, the polymath appeared at the top of her game. She was on the cusp of taking over the Splinter Kingdom. She had been on the precipice of gaining undeniable leverage over the rest of Red humanity. All of that came crumbling down due to a confluence of events. The polymath boldly took action and initiated a conflict that provoked overwhelming opposition, much of which she accounted for and managed to keep in check. What she did not account for were the unexpected surprises that she could not predict and calculate in advance. Her immensely powerful data-driven planning approach might be incredibly good at reading known variables, but that did not avail her at all once unknown variables threw a wrench in her calculations. The way the polymath compensated for these factors was to build up a buffer, prepare more reserves and plan for greater opposition and complications than she expected to face. It had been close. All of the slack that the polymath had added to her planning certainly helped her deal with the surprise appearance of the shadow of the Seleucid. Unfortunately, this strained her resources just enough to allow an additional variable to tip the scales against the polymath's favor. The entry of Emma shocked a lot of survivalists. Even though many of them still appeared to be lingering over the solemn send-off of the shadow of one of the mythical 13 progenitors of Mechs, they still struggled to make sense of the appearance of one of the new Rubarth Empire's top warriors. Had the survivalist conference been infiltrated by the Rubarthans from the start? Did their security measures utterly fail to prevent the intrusion of a party that most definitely did not belong in this gathering? Was Vase Larkinson more closely connected to the destroyer of worlds than any of their records and intelligence suggested? A lot of different questions plagued the minds of all of the Mechers and associates. The confusion and lack of clarity completely jumbled people up and caused them to feel utterly lost and directionless. As projection of the magically restored Splinter Kingdom faded, the xenotechnician stepped forth in order to restore a semblance of order after everything that happened. Much has happened today, he began as he pointedly hovered closer to the subdued woman who had assumed a deliberate posture of loss and defeat. Given the irregularities and transgressions committed by my colleague, it is best for the polymath to be taken away under guard. She has requested to retract her unity plan. We accept her motion as this is her right. This leaves us with 2 remaining proposals that must still be decided upon. This session will not cease until we are able to come to a definitive consensus. Plus the xenotechnician did not say anything too exciting, but his attempt to impose a return to order had the desired effect. The Mechers and associates no longer became preoccupied with messy thoughts as the return to normalcy caused them to think about more pertinent thoughts. There were some who thought the unity plan still had merit despite the fact that the polymath went rogue over it. The most important point of this plan was that it demanded an absolute leader that had the right combination of intelligence, wisdom, legitimacy and acceptance to propose reforms and be certain that everyone else would implement them without any serious pushback. The biggest problem now that the polymath had been eliminated from contention was who could possibly take her place. There was one key figure that had shown remarkable qualities over the course of the voting session. Though a number of his criteria might not be up to standard, the most important part was that his growing associations with the Terrans and apparently the Rubarthans turned him into the perfect bridge between almost every major human group. His relative youth and lack of robust qualifications weren't even downsides per se. Unlike the polymath who turned out to be a power-hungry madwoman, Vase lacked the raw capabilities to pursue a similar course of action. This would reassure a lot of people who might fear that the survivalist faction would try to follow the polymath's blueprint but in a less ostentatious manner. Vase started to feel a lot more stares directed towards him again. He frowned as he could feel the elevated amount of attention from so many powerful figures. He despised their looks. The survivalists had defaulted back to their scheming ways again. He found this to be especially disgusting after they had just been taught a lesson by the shadow of the Seleucid. The more he looked at them, the more he felt alienated from them. Vase no longer retained any sense of brotherhood with these crazy bastards. They seemed so reasonable on the surface, but their veneer of civility hid a penchant for radicality that could easily give the other MTA factions a run for their money. It caused Vase to lose all faith with the survivalists as well as the Mechers in general. He wanted nothing to do with this crowd anymore, but given how the circumstances might unfold, he felt compelled to intervene in person. He did not want to do this. He had already raised his profile to a ridiculously high degree. His apparent association with the destroyer of worlds alone was bound to attract investigations at the highest level. There was no way he could withstand so much heat. However, it was exactly because he developed so much contempt for the survivalists that he felt driven to intervene. He did not trust them to do what was right anymore. If he was able to derail whatever evil schemes they were cooking up in their mind, then that was even better. While everyone had gradually settled back onto their seats, Vase rose up again. This predictably turned him into the center of everyone's focus again. The xenotechnician interrupted his procedural speech and pointedly turned towards the wildcard of this event. Do you have anything to add, Professor Larkinson? I would like to step up to the podium and address the audience. Will you allow me to speak? The xenotechnician stared long and hard at Vase. The powerful star designer must be performing a lot of calculations in his mind. Vase maintained a solemn and determined demeanor in the face of all of this directed mental activity. There was no way he could match wits against an actual star designer, so he simply stilled his mind and waited for a response. Your request is granted, the man clad in an exotic alien suit finally replied. Thank you. Vase nodded in acknowledgement. It still felt weird to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel. At a star designer is someone close to equal of a man of this stature, but Vase was done with looking up to the likes of the xenotechnician. The events that unfolded today showed that despite the incredible design and research capabilities of these genuine true gods, they still retained much of their human flaws and shortcomings. While Vase would never stop respecting these figures for their professional accomplishments, he was no longer willing to take them at their word when it came to matters that fell outside of their core expertise. This was one of the main reasons why he stepped forward and floated off the deck until he stood on the elevated podium. As he slowly turned around, he suddenly felt incredibly nervous for addressing so many important and powerful people. The survivalists as well as the best associates throughout human space had gathered in a singular hall. The combined knowledge, wealth and assets of all of these leading figures easily surpassed any accumulation that he could imagine in his head. Vase momentarily became plagued by the temptation to exploit this vulnerable social environment. The definitive removal of the polymath had removed the protagonist from this show. This left a gigantic void that Vase could easily fill if he chose to take this path. He knew that a lot of people had become a lot more susceptible to whatever suggestions he could present now that he had become the man of the hour. He inwardly shook his head. He did not set out to exploit this situation to maximize his personal gain. He just wanted to put red humanity on the right track. The last thing he wanted to do was to commit the same transgressions as the polymath. Survivalists. He began by addressing the crowd. Today has been a disappointment. He put his true emotions in this statement. There was no one who thought he was being overly dramatic. Despite the fact that he did not deploy his glow or performed any of his more flamboyant tricks, he most firmly managed to capture the attention of the crowd. I am just an associate, so I am still new to this. However, what little I have seen have left me profoundly disappointed at your conduct and your cowardice. How much of the polymath do you agree with? How much do you object to her goals and the measures she is willing to take to realize them? How much are you willing to disregard the opinions of others and turn your back on the principles that define our race? Don't answer these questions. I am afraid you will only disappoint me further. From the gradually expanding looks of shame on people's faces, that assumption held an undeniable ring of truth. Vase took this as an encouraging sign. If the survivalists recognized that they might have been wrong about certain matters, then they still had a chance of redemption. Today, we have met with the remnant of one of the 13 progenitors of Mechs. The Seleucids should have reminded us what Mechs were originally all about. They are weapons born to grant power to humanity and defend us against threats from within and without. The most important part about Mechs is that they demand teamwork and cooperation at every scale. Mech pilots cannot fight at their best if they are not supplied with mechs. Mech designers cannot obtain the best protection if they do not have access to the best protection. Vase swept the audience with a critical gaze. Do you know why the apparition called the polymath unworthy? I do not have a definite answer, but I can make my own guess. No one can undertake every responsibility alone. I had hoped that the sight of the shadow of the Seleucid would have reminded you of the values that the progenitors tried to impart in humanity. What the polymath attempted to do was wrong because our greatest predecessors never intended for our entire Mech community and the rest of our society to be ruled by a single human tyrant. This was a difficult message for the survivalists to accept, but Vase pushed through with it anyway because he felt it was necessary. Now, the polymath might be right. Times have changed. Adaptation may be necessary. However, there should be a limit to how many values and principles we forsake in the name of survival. Is the model propagated by the progenitors of Mechs really so bad? I do not think so. The polymath may have reached the highest rank of the progression path of a Mech designer, but that does not change the fact that she is still a Mech designer. Her impressive status and power should not serve as justifications to break the restrictions of her professions and turn her into something she is not. As far as I am concerned, she has strayed from the origin of her profession and committed one of the greatest sins of our profession. The xenotechnician who was floating to the side started to frown when he heard this. He was already beginning to understand where Vase might be going with this story. Mech designers exist to serve Mech pilots, not the other way around. Vase stated with conviction. By unilaterally attempting to take over the kingdom of Mechs and the rest of our society, she sought to subordinate all Mech pilots under rule. That goes against the core tenets set by both the progenitors of Mechs and your association as a whole. While it is understandable to leave more complicated and technical jobs to other people, that is no excuse to cut them out of the loop and deprive them of any say in matters of great import. As far as I am concerned, we should remind ourselves of what makes us human and what we relied upon to overcome adversity in the past. This was it. Vase knew he was bound to generate a lot of controversy, but he had to push through it in order to stand up for his own principles. It is for this reason that one recommend you all to embrace the Deep Strike plan. The Fist of Defiance is right. Too many humans have gone astray. The only way to wake red humanity to a harsher and more brutal reality is to make a radical course correction. From now on, it is not only time for leaders to prove their worth by accompanying troops into battle as opposed to scheming behind closed doors. Let our foremost Mech pilots become our conscience and our spiritual leaders. believe in their convictions and they shall protect red humanity with impossible deeds. This is a far better alternative than to rely on the schemes of cowardly intellectuals who know nothing about true adversity. Chapter 5237 Conclusion of the Voting Session 5237 Conclusion of the voting session. Vess's speech had detonated a metaphorical bomb in the crowd. Neither the xenotechnician, the mace of retaliation or anyone else expected Vase to come out and support the deep strike plan as a specific counter-reaction to the polymath's attempted coup. The implications were enormous. Adopting the deep strike plan in a normal voting session would have definitely resulted in large changes across human society, but its context had changed considerably after what just happened. A lot of people outside of this conference were pissed. They had become incredibly angry and upset at the survivalists for attempting to pull off a coup without any warning or means to argue their own case. The Terrans and the Rubarthans would definitely become livid once they learned even a tiny part of what had happened during this voting session. Red humanity couldn't afford to suffer any further breakdowns in relationships. Growing mistrust towards each other could potentially make their society so dysfunctional that they might actually destroy themselves before the aliens managed to finish the job. As such, a radical turn towards the deep strike plan might actually be an acceptable way to mend any cracks and partially restore the reputation of the survivalist faction. The biggest problems were that it not only entailed a lot of risk, but would also upend the existing structure of human society. Was red humanity truly ready to transition to an age where warlords and tunnel-vision mech pilots held greater sway? Nobody knew for certain whether Vase was right about putting their trust in the brave rather than the intellectuals. However, it was hard to argue for the opposite now that the polymath had single-handedly destroyed a lot of trust towards great thinkers. As Vase gave his recommendation, he did not add anything extra to his speech. He had shared his personal stance and nothing more. He knew that if he wanted to, he could have presented a plan of his own. The survivalists would have likely interpreted his alternative proposal had the implicit backing of the destroyer of worlds and potentially other notable third-party figures. Vase saw no need to muck up this awful voting session even further. He was already happy enough with the deep strike plan and had enough confidence in the Fist of Defiance that he would execute it properly. Let us commence the vote once again. The xenotechnician smoothly spoke. Procedurally speaking, the current voting session had moved on to the second round. That meant that the 89 proxy votes had become invalid as a new round of voting had commenced. Unless the delegates granted Vase their proxy votes to him again, he could not single-handedly decide the plan adopted by the survivalist faction anymore. Fortunately, the delegates had better sense than that. The circumstances were different now that they became confronted with a much simpler binary choice. Much to Ves's relief, the delegates had all made up their minds on how to cast their own votes. They all stood up when the xenotechnician called them to show their support for their preferred proposal. It helped a lot that giving Vase their proxy vote would default to another vote in favor of the deep strike plan. Since that was the case, these delegates might as well go on record and look decisive in the process. The xenotechnician formally announced the results of the second round. Today, 273 delegates have spoken once again. 121 of them have cast their vote on my diplomacy plan. The remaining 152 delegates have cast their vote on the Fist of Defiance's deep strike plan. The outcome is clear. The deep strike plan will be embraced by our faction. No sounds of celebration broke out. No one cheered or erupted in jubilation. The polymath's deeds had cast an undeniable shadow over the proceedings. The vote seemed like an act of penance. Many of the former supporters of the Unity Plan had opted to throw their weight behind the deep strike plan. The margin was closer than Vase would have liked. The fact that there was only a 30-vote difference between the two options told him that there were still a lot of delegates who preferred to consort with traitors and aliens rather than put their faith in human heroes. This was yet another mark against the survivalist faction. Even after his speech, these schemers and cowards still preferred to put more emphasis on people's worst traits as opposed to their best. Nobody knew for certain whether Ves's impromptu speech had actually made the difference. He had the feeling that it might have helped, but no one knew for certain. The delegates certainly wouldn't accept any interviews where they provided a detailed accounting of their leanings throughout the voting session. In any case, the Fist of Defiance had become the ultimate winner of this high-level dispute. Vase found this to be ironic as he was the only powerhouse who was physically absent from this rocky event. Hopefully, the Fist of Defiance would know how much of a favor Vase had done for him. With a highly principled and trustworthy god pilot at the helm, Red humanity was set to fight against the aliens without any awful compromises. That should make a considerable difference in aligning people towards a singular cause. The Mace of Retaliation tried his best to step up and fill the void left by the polymath. I would like to thank you all on behalf of my grandfather. I wholeheartedly agree with the arguments espoused by Professor Larkinson. The fact that it took the youngest and most grounded among the delegates to wake you all up to our degeneration shows that we have strayed too far away from the original intentions of the progenitors of mechs. We must take action right away to reverse course and pursue the true meaning of strength once again. Mech pilots such as myself will do our best to become the guiding force that people expect us to be, but we cannot undertake all of our duties without everyone else's help. Please work together with us so that we can win the fight of our lives. The Mace of Retaliation spoke a bit more. Ordinarily, he and his clique would have been happy to roll out specific actions on another day, but the crisis surrounding the polymath's failed coup had produced massive cracks in trust between the survivalists and many other important human groups. The survivalists had no choice but to implement a few critical directives right away and reach out to all of the other major interests to prevent any disastrous responses. All of this kept everyone, including the xenotechnician, busy. Vase had pretty much been pushed to the side as too many people had become way too busy to deal with him during this critical time. Vase took this as a blessing. It was nice not to be at the center of attention anymore. With everyone important running around to handle a lot of time-sensitive affairs, he returned to his stateroom and enjoyed his moment out of the public eye. While it looked as if he was taking a break, in reality he had shifted much of his focus to an entirely different galaxy. Veronica had jumped into her mother's arms a while ago. There was no better person to provide her with an explanation about the kingdom of mechs and the polymath's crown than the Oblivion Empress herself. A glowing white hand softly stroked Veronica's silvery-plated back. The female cyborg cat squinted her eyes and luxuriated in the transcendently pleasant caress. Cynthia knew exactly how to stimulate the living divine artifact's pleasure senses. I am pleased to hear that you have managed to navigate this latest crisis of yours. Cynthia Larkinson spoke with a measure of pride and mirth. It sounds as if I am not the only member of our family who happened to come into the possession of a stolen crown. You know what they say. Like mother, like daughter. The cat awkwardly coughed. Yes, well, I didn't know what to do with the crown. I never really asked for it in the first place, but it literally fell into my lap, you know. It seemed criminal for me to surrender it to the xenotechnician or any of the other survivalists. I had the system store it into its special storage space before anyone else could take it away. I am sure that I will suffer the consequences for this impulsive decision, so I want to know what I have gained out of it. What is this crown, exactly? Is it the same as the one that sparked the infamous crown uprising? It is the same sort of crown. Cynthia spoke with absolute certainty. I am surprised that this star designer managed to gain possession of it. Did you ever notice that her crown disapproved of her in any way? The feline shook her metallic head. Nope, it did not show any apparent signs of life. The polymath was able to handle it with ease and it remained on top of her head without any fuss. I see. That says much about her and her relationship with her fragment of the metal scroll. Veronica grew suspicious about this circumstance. Does that mean that the polymath was, the legitimate holy daughter of the metal scroll? I suppose you are correct. But how? The metal scroll doesn't really exist anymore. Pieces of it have spread across the galaxies. From the polymath's interactions with the kingdom of mechs, I think it is pretty safe to say that the progenitors of mechs have infused a significant amount of fragments in their ultimate creation. Under all of these circumstances, the crown that is associated with the scroll should have lost most of its functionality. Cynthia chuckled in response. Your theory sounds plausible, but it is based on a faulty understanding of the true nature of the scrolls as well as the crowns. I cannot and will not divulge the whole story to you. I do not even want to share what I know about the crowns. I am forced to reconsider this stance because you have inadvertently obtained one yourself. Get on with it, please. The true god playfully swatted Veronica's head. Be patient, my child. Listen to me carefully, Vase. The crowns are not ordinary metal products. They are alive, but not in the same way as your mechs and trinkets. They are composed of the blood of an immortal god. I should not have to explain to you how much power that represents. I can guess as much, mother. I'm not stupid. I have no desire to wear a crown that I haven't earned. Good. Very good. Do not change your mind even if the crown appears to accept you as an alternative to the polymath. You should not trust the crown under any circumstance. Leaving aside your problematic ties to me, the crowns have a will and purpose of their own. Just because the metal scroll has shattered does not mean its crown is any less functional. I know that already. Can you move on to the part where you explain what a crown actually represents? I need more context. Very well. Cynthia let out a small sigh. Let me frame it this way. The sacred scrolls are tools that are designed to be used by a specific group of cultivators. They are meant to provide guidance and teachings. This is why they are made in this specific shape. Form follows function. Do you follow? As a mech designer, Vase could understand this approach quite well. Okay, the crowns on the other hand are shaped in the form of a traditional and universal symbol of authority. Any human who lays eyes on one will know that whoever wears a crown has been bestowed the authority to rule over others. This is intentional. The scrolls are made to produce an army. The crowns are made to direct this army. In other words, the true holy sons and daughters are the designated surrogates of the immortal gods who shed their own blood to make these relics. No good can come to anyone who bears these cursed artifacts. Chapter 5238 The Conspiracy Underneath the Surface. To be honest, Cynthia's description did not surprise Veronica all that much. It was enough for her to deduce this layout after absorbing so much information about cultivators, ancient human history and the history of the Five Scrolls Compact. Vase had learned that cultivators in ancient human history turned out to be a lot more selfish and tyrannical than modern humans. People rightfully expected the worst from others, particularly if the latter gained a lot more power. While Vase did not have a full understanding of what these immortal gods were supposed to represent, but if they were similar to other ancient cultivators, then they had to be power-hungry bastards without doubt. A product reflected the personality of its creator. This was a general truth that rang true in many industries and most particularly the mech industry. There was no way that the sacred scrolls and their associated crowns were benevolent given that they had been created by absolute bastards a long time ago. Just examining how the Five Scrolls Compact developed as an organization should be enough proof that these objects were not made by angels. As Veronica continued to listen to her mother, she noticed that Cynthia clearly did not want to divulge information that was unfortunately tightly related to the current subject matter. The symbols of authority all have their own names as well as personalities. At the same time, they also reflect the desire of the holy sons and daughters who bear them. They traditionally come in the form of a crown as that is the most effective shape to convey authority. The true God solemnly revealed, "The golden laurel wreath crown that is in my possession is a close representation of its creator as well as its last bearer. It generally seeks out a disciple of the water scroll that is cruel, bloodthirsty and willing to make great sacrifices for power. Anyone chosen by this particular crown can borrow progressively more power from it. The immortal gods have taken great lengths to ensure that the holy sons and daughters that have earned their approval can dominate other cultivators." This was true news to Veronica. She had been waiting to learn insider information like this for a long time. She was finally able to gain a lot of useful context on the Five Scrolls Compact that constantly found a way to intersect with her life. The cyborg cat took in the implications of Cynthia's words. The symbols of authority don't bestow their power for free, do they? That is a crucial observation, and one that you will need to stay alive going forward. This is one of the many insidious elements about these crowns. They seduce their chosen bearers with greater power by making specific decisions and behaving in a certain way. By setting up this constant feedback loop, the goals and personality traits of the holy sons and daughters will gradually become more attuned with the immortal gods who made it all possible. This is the curse that plagues all bearers. Veronica's back stiffened as realization dawned on her feline face. Meow. If that is the case, then the polymath. Cynthia looked down on Veronica as if the cyborg cat was a dummy. It took you long enough to connect the dots. You should have recognized the true implications as soon as the polymath initially unveiled that crown of hers. The metal scroll may have shattered, but it is very much possible for its symbol of authority to remain intact all of this time, with all of the good and ill that comes with it. I cannot say how many years the young star designer has possessed and retained the approval of the crown. The greater this time interval, the more severe she has fallen into the grip of an immortal god. What? That could potentially explain so much about the polymath. The crown may have corrupted the famed star designer over time. The tyrannical side that she exposed when the voting session did not go in her way must have been a consequence of bearing the cursed crown for an indeterminate period of time. It added an extra motivation for the polymath's insistence in following the unity plan. She secretly held selfish intentions all of this time. By taking over the Splinter Kingdom, she could effectively regain control over a few more bits and pieces of the shattered metal scroll, thereby advancing the interests of the mysterious immortal god. Taking over red humanity was another objective that fell in line with a supreme cultivator that desired greater power and a total control on all accessible resources. Perhaps the compromised polymath secretly plotted to retread the age of conquest and establish her own version of the Five Scrolls Compact in the Red Ocean. Only this time the polymath would have done a better job at it by taking the Splinter Kingdom hostage, thereby preventing any god pilot from taking action against her by threatening the core foundation of the Mech community. It was a brilliant plan that wonderfully enabled a holy daughter to effectively coop her greatest enemies, thereby preemptively snuffing any attempted repeat of the great betrayal that led to the downfall of the original compact. What a deep and profound conspiracy. Veronica felt even more glad that she had played her part in preventing the polymath from taking control. To think that she had always assumed that the polymath always had the best intentions of red humanity in mind. Everyone had fallen for her benevolent and rational act for such a long time that they couldn't imagine that this honest and truthful star designer had much more in common with the archenemies of the Mech Trade Association. Veronica shuddered in Cynthia's arms. Red humanity had come so close to dooming itself, and practically nobody realized the truth. Vase had strong suspicions that the xenotechnician and perhaps the other human true gods might have figured out this truth as well, but declined to divulge it to the others. It did not serve them well to expose the truth to everyone no matter the outcome of this multi-layered power struggle. If the polymath succeeded in her coup, then she still had to depend on mechs to secure her new empire against humanity's external enemies. She was still a star designer after all, so it was unlikely she would do away with mechs. This granted the xenotechnician and all of the other existing human true god enough space for survival under the reign of the secret holy daughter. Of course, it was better for most people that this outcome did not happen. Since the crown bearer failed to take over red humanity, there was no need to burden other people with these heavy secrets. Veronica soon began to frown. Do you think the polymath only recently gained the approval of the crown? Her reputation is really good and she made remarkably few enemies as far as I know. She has always been known for her calm and rational decision-making. I find it incredibly difficult to equate her to one of those crazy compact sorcerers. Her mother snorted. Not every cultivator shares the same mold, my child. The same applies to holy sons and daughters. I have already described the associated personality traits of the golden laurel wreath crown. The symbol of authority of the metal scroll is imbued with a different set of traits. Think, what do the elements represent? How do they tie into the scrolls? Veronica had to spend half a minute before she could come up with a possible response to her prompts. From what one recall, the water scroll teaches people how to elevate their flesh and blood to be closer to the gods. It makes sense that a cultivator obsessed with this kind of activity has developed a penchant for bloody sacrifices and rapid empowerment. The metal scroll on the other hand teaches people how to shape the blessed minerals into the armaments of the gods. From my own experiences in the mech industry, designers and developers of weapons tend to be more patient and hardworking. A lack of self-control and reckless decision-making will always lead to higher failure rates, not to mention all of the wasted time and resources. Do you see now how the polymath may simultaneously be a holy daughter as well as an ideal star designer? I see. Although Cynthia did not outright say it, she heavily implied that the polymath may have been corrupted by her fancy crown for many years if not decades. The female true god shifted her posture. The ancient creation cultivators who worked with metal do indeed share a lot in common with engineers. The differences between those ancient makers and modern mech designers are smaller than you think. That said, the former are still products of their environment. The ancient blacksmiths and so on are just as capable of hatching schemes and plotting the downfall of their enemies as other cultivators. They are just better at biding their time and masking their true ambitions. The holy sons and daughters of the metal scroll have always been known to maintain a low profile so that they can spend ample time on preparation. Once the time is right, they can launch an overwhelming strike that gives the opposition no room for counterattacks. Creation cultivators are usually weaker in direct combat, so they couldn't afford to take many blows in return. This was why they developed the habits of an ambush predator. Veronica looked stunned as she processed her mother's words. That description fit the polymath disturbingly well. Do you think she bore the crown as soon as she gained possession of her fragment? It is possible, Cynthia simply said without offering any further clarification. What is important is that much of it is moot. From what you have regaled to me, she not only lost possession of her symbol of authority, but likely lost her fragment as well. Are you sure about that, Mother? I mean, that has been my guess as well, but I cannot say for sure. I don't really know for certain what the shadow of the Seleucid has done to the polymath. Has she retained her power as a star designer, or did the Splinter Kingdom take that away as well? The Lady of the Night had to think carefully about her answer. I am unsure about her current state. You will have to obtain the answer from the survivalists. What I can say with reasonable certainty is that this Splinter Kingdom has likely deprived the polymath of the remnant of the metal scroll that was attached to her. Unmaking this bond is painful and traumatic, but she can gradually recover the wounds of her soul if she is allowed to live. The more relevant development is the accelerated recovery of the kingdom. This is good news to you and all mech designers. The kingdom of mechs is made using the pieces of the shattered metal scroll as the main ingredients. It is fitting that another piece has been utilized for a similar purpose. Veronica began to relax again. Everything had gone well, all considered. She had unknowingly saved red humanity from a much darker future. While it was annoying to learn the most important truths after the fact, at least she was able to shake off all of his lingering doubts and fears about whether the Unity plan was truly the best way forward for red humanity. So, what one do with the polymath's crown? Don't even think about taking advantage of it. Cynthia immediately warned. You are far from qualified to work with forces beyond your comprehension. I think it is best if you take your time to verify whether it is under control. Your fragment might not be fully capable of containing it due to its incompleteness and lack of power. If the crown is the original one from over 400 years ago, then you may have exposed yourself to a powerful curse. That was really bad news. Chapter 5239 Crown Containment Vase gained a lot of clarification on the nature of the polymath's crown as well as the metal scroll. The revelations were massive. His mother provided him with a huge amount of new insights in the context of the 5 scrolls compact and the supposed immortal gods who masterminded their emergence. All told, the sacred scrolls themselves did not appear to be harmful on their own. There were deliberate reasons why the so-called immortal gods had created 2 incredibly powerful artifacts instead of mashing them together in a single superdevice. From what Vase was able to figure out from his mother's narration, the 5 scrolls were designed by their creators to be the best and most comprehensive teaching tools. Each scroll was based on a primary element that was mastered by their respective makers. It contained much if not all of the comprehensive knowledge and accumulation of the supposed immortal gods. The symbols of authority that were associated with the sacred scrolls functioned similar to a control system and an enforcement system. It had been created to keep the users of the scrolls in line. It did so by designating and empowering a single leading figure that could represent the immortal god's interests. All of it sounded rather convoluted, especially since much of it only made sense in an ancient time period that was unimaginable to Vase. He lacked too much context to properly understand the motivations and methods of these supposed immortal gods. He couldn't even figure out whether these ancient entities were alive or dead. While their titles suggested that they still managed to persist to this day, his mother had already disabused him of the notion that immortals were unkillable. Anything could be killed, even immortals could be felled. It just took a lot more effort to wipe them out completely. Unfortunately for Vase, Cynthia Larkinson ceased to share any further details just as her story started to become truly interesting. I have already told you enough to develop a healthy dose of caution towards the crown that has come into your possession. The true god spoke with a measure of her authority as she petted the cyborg cat's back. It is not wrong to say that it is one of the most powerful objects in the Red Ocean. It is a creation that rivals the metal scroll that it is paired with. There are many secrets to it that defy convention. Perhaps you will discover these traits later on when you become much more capable of keeping it in check. Maybe one day you will be able to take advantage of its incredible power, just as I have done with the golden laurel wreath crown. His mother had been crazy enough to break off a piece of her stolen crown and utilize it in her resurrection ritual. This alone indicated that the symbols of authority were exceptionally powerful ingredients that could be used in the construction of grand designs. At the level of a true god, Vase deeply understood that he was not ready to mess around with his own crown in this manner. It sounded like a much better idea to save it up and wait until he became a master mech designer before utilizing the crown in the creation of a god mech or whatever. Is there a way to keep it contained and prevent it from doing any harm, Mother? From what you have described, this crown contains a lot of power. A damaged fragment of the metal scroll might not be able to keep it in check. Can the crown hijack my mech designer system by relying on the authority bestowed by their shared creator? The transcendent woman frowned. I am unsure about this. You should make your investigation. If there are any indications that the crown is in the process of subverting your fragment and encroaching upon your soul, you should attempt to get rid of it right away. You may not be able to accomplish this on your own. I advise you to seek the assistance of the xenotechnician. There is no harm in admitting defeat and passing on an unsolvable problem to a more qualified problem solver. That sounded great at first, but then Vase thought about how the crown may have corrupted the polymath herself. Who could tell whether the xenotechnician would do any better? Just because he was a lot older and more experienced did not necessarily mean he could resist the seduction of a remnant of an immortal god. Vase could easily imagine the xenotechnician growing more and more despaired about red humanity's rapidly deteriorating situation in the coming years. If the deep strike plan that had just been adopted by the survivalist faction took too long to get off the ground, then a desperate star designer might as well decide that it was better to sell his soul to an ancient devil than to let red humanity go extinct. The fact that the polymath probably relied on the same excuse to rationalize her radical takeover attempt was profoundly ironic. You're not leaving me with any good options. Cynthia snorted. It could be worse. The golden laurel wreath crown has been trying to escape my grasp non-stop. The Five Scrolls Compact has mobilized much of its forces to the Nixian Gap in order to take it back. Your crown is much less dangerous. It is essentially an unowned object in more ways than one. While it has shown signs that it can still think for itself, the shattering of the metal scroll has likely impeded its strength and purpose. That does not mean that you should take it lightly. It will behave in a manner consistent with its maker. It is adept at maintaining a low profile and seeking growth through cooperation. Its threat is insidious. Once you realize that you have fallen into its trap, it is already too late. That sounded swell. Back within the Comitar reign, Vase ostensibly spent his time on reading a lot of documentation. There was little for him to spend his time on while the survivalist faction dealt with higher priority concerns. Even though he knew that he was being monitored in every direction by the most powerful sensors and scanning systems that the mechers could muster, Vase simply couldn't hold himself back any longer. He activated the silent command that supposedly launched a part of himself inside the system space. Once he had arrived, he immediately moved to the Vault of Eternity and checked on the condition of the infamous crown. He relaxed and let loose a bit of tension when he saw that the crown obediently remained in stasis. Though Vase did not have much confidence that the vault would be able to keep it in place, for now the crown actually looked as if it had gone inert. Vase wasn't fooled. His mother had given him plenty of pointed warnings about that. The crown was dangerous. It was just a matter of time before it began to exert its nefarious influence. To be honest, it was a huge risk to keep the crown within the system space. No matter how much the mech designer system deviated from its origins, it still possessed an undeniable relationship with this old and insidious item. Vase could already imagine how the crown might slowly contaminate the system and work to subvert its mechanisms. It did not even have to work that hard to make the system its new home. Ever since the latest upgrade, the system space gained a lot of cultivation-related functions. These additions align pretty closely to the crown. Though Vase felt tempted to err on the side of caution and toss it to the xenotechnician, he ultimately did not follow through with this impulse. The prospect of unleashing another crown-corrupted star designer to the red ocean was too frightening. Although Vase did not consider himself more qualified to hold the crown, he at least had more confidence in his ability to handle it. He could always count on the help of his mother to build a better containment method and watch out whether he was being corrupted by this ancient relic. With that thought in mind, Vase retreated from the system space and tried to put his mind on other matters. It took another hour before the survivalists finally had time to deal with Vase. Jovi briefly stopped by and gave Vase an update as well as a choice. You are scheduled to meet with the xenotechnician and the Mace of Retaliation in turn. Both of them have a lot to say to you. It is important that you come to an accord with them on future plans and matters of import. However, before that happens, the polymath has specifically requested to meet with you in total privacy. You do not have to oblige her, but it would be great for everyone if you do. She is treating this as a bargaining term. As long as she is satisfied, she is willing to make more concessions in return. The thought of meeting the polymath in person no longer caused Vase to feel a mixture between wariness and great respect. He had managed to pierce through her rational facade and uncovered the monster underneath. It was not a pretty sight. Knowing that she had lived under the thrall of an insidious throne and conspired to elevate her own version of the Five Scrolls Compact to power did not leave him with a good impression of the polymath to say the least. What's going on with her, anyway? Vase directly asked his friend. Is she a traitor, or is she a faction leader who had only made a light misstep? Will you keep her in power or will you force her to account for her actions? It would be great if you can clarify these questions for me. I get the feeling that she isn't about to get executed. Jovi did not even deny this. You should have spent enough time around us to know how we think and act. The polymath played the game and lost. Sure, she may have stretched the boundaries and broken a few rules here and there, but what is important is that her plot is foiled. She surrendered promptly to spare us from any further damage and even made a major concession by sacrificing a large component of herself to rapidly restore and expand the Red Kingdom. All of these actions are clear signals that she is willing to compromise and start over again. Quote. It sounded like the survivalist faction had no intention of exacting true punishment on her. In other jurisdictions, her plans and actions would have made her guilty of high treason, which automatically condemned her to death. However, the survivalists were way too practical and unprincipled for their own good. They were so obsessed with doing whatever it took to help red humanity survive that they were even willing to pardon the worst criminals so long as they offered enough compensation. Vase couldn't even fault the survivalists for this stance. Keeping the polymath around and useful was far more beneficial to red humanity than the opposite. Killing her might placate the other human groups and strengthen the rule of law, but it was not worth the permanent removal of a powerful true god. For better or worse, red humanity still needed the polymath. At least tell me that there are real consequences to her actions. You don't need to be concerned about that, Vase. I don't have the details, but the polymath has agreed to offer a huge amount of compensation to every injured party. This also includes you. Just meet with her, okay? It's just talk. Perhaps you can convince her to pay greater compensation to you. It is not every day that you get to blackmail or guilt-trip a star designer. I can't believe I just said that. The polymath isn't as powerful as before, but the influence and resources at her command are still titanic. This is your chance to earn extra profit. The mention of profit eventually won Vase over. Fine, he said with evident reluctance in his tone. I am not sure if anything good will come out of this talk, but I suppose it is best if I talk to her one last time before I go back. Chapter 5240. The defeated Vase rightfully feared what a star designer could do to him. It did not matter that the survivalists claimed that they had her under control. It did not matter that the polymath had sincerely conveyed her surrender and intention to stop any hostile actions. Star designers were true gods. They were transcendent energy-based life forms that had completely shed their mortal roots. It was all too easy for these powerful beings to disregard the interests and sanctity of lesser organisms. Though Vase considered himself to be a lot more special compared to an ordinary mortal, he was acutely aware that he was far from being able to negotiate with the polymath as an equal. Perhaps his mother could do so, but she was an entire galaxy away. While Vase was most definitely wary of a star designer who had demonstrated the capacity to plan out exceptionally ambitious schemes, he did not allow his fears to dictate his behavior. Vase was not completely helpless. He possessed several powerful backers, and though each of them were either restrained or conditional, the polymath would still pay a heavy price if she acted out against him in any fashion. Besides, the survivalist faction agreed to give her a way out so long as she played with everyone. It was in her best interest to show that she was willing to follow instructions as opposed to issuing them in the first place. This created an unusual dynamic as soon as Vase entered a secure meeting chamber. Although the survivalists had been remarkably tolerant towards the polymath, they weren't stupid. It was best to keep the polymath contained and out of contact with any lackeys and henchmen she might have. Who knew if she could still trigger Plan K, I or J in her current state? At least the survivalists were being serious about keeping the polymath in isolation. Vase could clearly feel the presence of 4 overlapping Saint Kingdoms taking effect inside the chamber. 4 powerful ace mechs were stationed right outside this secure compartment. They might not be able to stop a secret transmission from getting through, but they could at least detect what was happening within their own domain fields. The polymath sat poised on her side of the plain metal table. She had mercifully replaced her regal empress outfit for a much simpler and more subdued professional-looking dress. She still looked the part of a star designer. That quality remained undeniable. She just looked down on her luck compared to her previous appearances. It is a pleasure to meet you again, Professor Larkinson. Come and take a seat. We have much to discuss. Despite speaking like she was still in command of the situation, Vase still obliged without thinking too hard about it. He just wanted to talk. You requested my presence. I did. The polymath's expression remained as cool and impassive as usual. Let me begin by congratulating you on your victory. Both of us stood at opposite sides at one time. You have brilliantly concealed your true details during our prior encounters. This has enabled you to elude my calculations. If not for that, we may have been meeting each other under entirely different circumstances. Vase narrowed his eyes in suspicion. There were layers in her words that held much greater meaning than was apparent on the surface. He was too tired and fed up to play with illusions. Your crown, he said. Back when Emma knocked the crown from your head, you and the xenotechnician competed for it. After that, a blast of force erupted that just so happened to toss it onto my lap without any hindrance. This isn't a coincidence. I get the feeling that you are responsible for this. More than that, you managed to get your immediate opponent to play along. The polymath responded with a clear look of appreciation. Sharp, I will not deny it. When it became clear that I am unable to regain possession of the crown during that critical interval of time, I produced a circumstance where it passed on to you. I believe it is better to leave it in your possession rather than allow the xenotechnician to make contact with it. The iron-resonant crucifix crown is a remarkably powerful relic, but one that is also associated with great risks and danger. It appears that you are already aware of this truth. You are quite well informed. Perhaps that should not be a surprise given your background and relations. The woman was too darned perceptive. It was awfully difficult to keep too many secrets from her. Since this was the case, he might as well be more open about his circumstances. I have my sources. Let me ask you a few questions. How long did you possess the crown, and how much did you pay to benefit from its power? A complex expression appeared on her face. The polymath clearly possessed a lot of tangled feelings about the crown that she did not mind exposing to Vase. I owned it for over a century. She plainly admitted. My relationship with it is not as straightforward as you think. I have always been cognizant of its origin and the threat it poses. I have constantly tried to maintain a balance between benefiting from its considerable power while also maintaining a sufficient amount of distance from its detrimental side effects. That sounds like a losing battle. Vase spoke. The polymath pointedly shook her head. I disagree. I understand your skepticism. It is not difficult for you to conclude that I have been compromised by the iron-resonant crucifix crown, but the reality is more nuanced. One of the main reasons why one have maintained a rational approach is to reduce my vulnerability to its effects. This has allowed me to selectively conduct calculated trades where I can obtain the greatest amount of power with the least amount of cost. Vase looked speechless at her. Did she actually believe she was capable enough to use the crown without getting corrupted by its influence? If that is the case, then what was that display of yours about? I do not think you demonstrated a lot of rationality when you tried to make a common enemy out of everyone during the voting session. The polymath crossed her arms. I devised the unity plan as a logical and grounded response to the problems at hand. While there are elements to it that explicitly take advantage of the properties of the crown, that is the extent of its involvement. Crown or not, I believe to this day that it is best if red humanity comes together under my rule. I still regret that our faction has ultimately selected the worst out of 3 proposals in consideration. It appears that you deserve much of the credit for securing this outcome. It sounded as if the polymath did not even acknowledge that she had been brainwashed by the crown. He found it disturbing that despite getting rid of the influence of the crown, the polymath still talked about it as if she had no remorse for her decisions and actions. Vase shook his head in disappointment. I really do not think it is up to mech designers like us to tell other people what to do. We are service providers. From the moment we treat people as subjects instead of our customers, we have already gone astray. I am well aware that putting proven mech pilots and warlords in charge has its own fair share of problems, but at least they have to earn their way to power. There were many possible ideological disagreements between the two. This was not the time and place to debate all of those differences. The discussion quickly shifted back to a more relevant topic. What did the Splinter Kingdom take from you back then? Vase pressed the star designer. The polymath knew exactly why he was so concerned about this matter. She smiled as she offered her response. It is being referred to as the Red Kingdom now. As to your question, under the direction of the Shade's final safeguard, the kingdom stripped me of my section of an artifact that I am certain you are familiar with. The separation has not been painless, but it could have been worse. This was one of the answers he was looking for. Vase felt a lot of relief now that he learned that the polymath was no longer a direct competitor anymore. Are you still a star designer, or did its punishment take that away from you as well? Lamb still a star designer. Little has changed in that regard. The polymath graciously explained. The removal of the artifacts has deprived me of their considerable power and benefits. I have become diminished now that I must rely on my own efforts to remain productive. You don't sound particularly upset about growing weaker. One interpretation of today's events is that you have liberated me from a burden that has weighed me down increasingly more. I derived the majority of the benefits from possessing the ancient artifacts in the earlier phases of my career. I am more than satisfied with my rapid advancement to my current rank, and I can continue to benefit from it. As a star designer, I am still capable of researching a vast amount of technologies and designing exceptional machines. Diminished I am still far more productive than a master mech designer. This is my intrinsic ability. Vase did not know how to feel about this. It sounded like the polymath would be able to bounce right back without suffering any truly negative repercussions. I congratulate you on your speedy recovery. One do hope that you will continue to make up for what you have done. I will be doing that and more. The polymath stated. You do not need to be concerned about that. One have come to a new arrangement with the xenotechnician and other parties. I will go back to researching new tech and designing revolutionary new products. I will be freed from all other non-essential responsibilities. The xenotechnician and the Fist of Defiance shall take over most of my former leadership duties within our faction and association. Going forward, I shall continue to contribute to our civilization as a star designer, not as a leader. A lot of people in the know would doubtlessly grow relieved when they heard about this. It was frightening to leave the polymath in any position of authority after what she had done. What about Master Viro Goldstein? And your other confidants? They are not involved or culpable for my deeds. They shall face no consequences and are free to seek other patrons. Their decisions are no concern to me anymore. One have left this game. That was good for everyone. Vase found it rather nice that the survivalist faction acted so reasonably when dealing with the aftermath. So, I heard that you are willing to compensate me for all of the damage that you have done. The female star designer looked amused. You are certainly direct. It may behoove you to take additional classes on how to comport yourself in settings such as this. A less tolerant star designer might not react well to your tone. I'm too tired to bother with all of that stuff. Vase irreverently responded. Let's just get this over with. I am still upset at you for letting that blasted crown encourage you to ram through your unity plan by force. Don't think that giving me the source of your madness is enough to make me happy. You have added a lot of trouble to me instead, especially given that a lot of people correctly deduced that I currently have it in my possession. You shouldn't worry too much about that, Professor Larkinson. Those who are unaware of our true statuses will not be aware of our commonalities. They will predominantly assume that the Comitar Rain or the xenotechnician himself has teleported it away for safekeeping. I'm not sure whether everyone will buy that story. That is why I suggest you leave this summit with a sizable escort force. Chapter 5241 The Services of a Star Designer. Vase had no idea how many benefits he could extract from the polymath. He was suffering from a major case of information asymmetry. He did not even know whether the polymath had been instructed to provide compensation or whether she voluntarily agreed to do this in order to satisfy her own principles. Whatever the case, the polymath did not intend to make life too difficult for the young Tier 3 galactic citizen. The polymath leaned forward. I can provide you with many possible benefits to compensate for any damages that you have suffered at my hands. The survivalists will permit me to satisfy your requests within reason. And what does that exactly mean? Vase furrowed his brows. All of this sounded awfully vague so far. He had little idea on how much he could ask for. Perhaps this was why the polymath took the lead in this conversation. For starters, do not ask me for any boons related to the Red Kingdom. The Shade of the Seleucid has permanently deprived my right to enter the Red Kingdom. I assume the same applies to the Kingdom of Mechs. You are correct in that my conduct was in direct opposition to the original intentions of the progenitors of Mechs. I accept that a price has to be paid for my transgressions. If I succeeded in my plan, then I would have been able to dictate the rules of the Red Kingdom instead. That was interesting news. Vase wondered how extensively this impacted her work. Will you become any less of a star designer after getting exiled from the kingdom? Not in the ways that matter. The kingdom helps with managing disciples, propagating realized design philosophies and more, but these benefits are limited and dispensable to a star designer. The life of a mech designer does not end once you have reached this rank. Vase leaned back as he tried to get back to the topic at hand. That is nice to know. Anyway, I have been thinking, is it possible for you to arrange a battlecruiser token for me? I am sure you are able to trade a lot of favors with the Red Fleet for this reward. This request sounded so absurd that the polymath immediately shot it down. Do not even think about this, young man. The warship quota program is under the management of the Red Fleet. The more significant tokens are firmly out of your reach. Well, at least Vase tried. Perhaps he could lighten his request and get away with a destroyer token, but that did not sound too appealing. What do you suggest, then? I am not too familiar with what you have and what you are permitted to offer. I can award you with a wide variety of smaller benefits if you are undecided. I can also offer you one major boon within my power if you are more discerning. One highly recommend you take the latter. The survivalists who are supervising my action will not mind it if one grant you a significant but selective reward. According to my analysis of your career and organization, you are working hard to become a first-class mech designer, correct? I am. I can accomplish this myself, though. I am aware that senior mech designers have to learn a huge amount of advanced knowledge, but I am confident one can absorb the required knowledge in a number of years. The Red Association and possibly our entire civilization cannot afford to wait that long. The polymath critically responded. The immense contributions that you have made combined with the promise of greater advancements has turned you into a subject of great focus to our association. There will be a great drive to help you gain the qualifications you need to become a serious first-class mech designer. This must happen for the good of Red humanity. The only uncertainty is how we can fulfill this objective. Independent self-study is the least desirable solution that you can choose. There are much more efficient methods at your disposal. You mean, the ED-net. I already exchanged 10 permanent quotas to this impressive service. Correct. You should be familiar with its functions. It is one of our association's many advantages. If you are willing to submerge yourself into the ED-net for 4 continuous years, then you will be able to emerge with 20 years worth of study. Unacceptable. Vase strongly pushed back on this suggestion. I am not the kind of mech designer who works best when isolating myself in a virtual environment. My design philosophy can't even properly function inside one. I am much more effective when I am operating in the field. I also cannot afford to make myself unavailable for such a long period of time. I do not have many years to raise my 3 children, with possibly more on the way. I want to enjoy these precious years to the fullest. The polymath's disapproving expression said enough of what she thought about this reason. You can reduce the submersion time to 2 years if necessary. That will allow you to return sooner. You can also bring your family along as well. Vase shook his head. Still not acceptable. I don't like what I am hearing about how the ED-net stresses and damages the brain. There are methods to compensate for it. One of my breakthroughs is centered around mitigating the damage accrued by increasing the perception of time inside the network. I can spend additional time on applying the latest advancements on our best iteration of the ED-net. I can also apply custom modifications to it that will allow you to push your cognition to the limit to gain the highest benefits from connecting to it. The listed time multiplier of 5 is far from the technical limit of this device. It is possible to increase this factor to 10 if you and your chosen candidates can endure the pressure. Only mech pilots should refrain themselves from using the ED-net at this extreme setting. That actually sounded impressive. It could make a huge difference for a lot of Larkinsons if they could quickly get up to speed while only sacrificing a couple of years of their lives. However, Vase ultimately shook his head. I think I can manage on my own. 1 am a pretty fast learner. I just need to allocate more time in my schedule for my studies as opposed to my other work responsibilities. 1 am a lot more interested in extending this service to my clansmen. If you mechers are so insistent on promoting me to a first-class mech designer, then let me bring as much of my family and subordinates along with me. I do not want to leave behind the people who I have fought alongside with for many years. It is much more effective and convenient for you to form an entirely new force and organization that is entirely comprised of first-raters. Are you aware of that? Your growing reputation, contribution and deeds will soon turn you into one of the most desirable employers to many ambitious people. The Terrans, the Rubarthans and even the Mechers from our own association will seek to gain your favor. It will not be a challenge for you to form a legitimate first-class organization within a year. That was a tempting strategy. Vase had already begun to entertain the thought of hiring a limited number of first-raters in order to prepare a section of his clan for a formal entry into the upper zones. Vase did not think about replacing the entirety of his clan with brand new first-raters. That was a step too far for him. He prized the loyalty of his subordinates and was committed to uplifting the most worthy and capable among them. This was why he still valued the ED-net even after he learned about all of its harmful side effects. You do not understand me enough if you think that will make me change my mind. Vase shook his head. Can you give me a 100,000 permanent quotas of the ED-net instead? That should be enough to uplift the majority of my clan in the span of a few years. The gigantic figure provoked another reaction from the polymath. The ED-net is a highly specialized tool that is designed for rapidly accelerated learning. It is not a service that is commonly made available to anyone. The cost alone is excessive. There is a good reason why you have only been able to trade 10 permanent quotas for your service. Vase leaned forward. You can improve upon the technology. You can build more spots for it. I don't think it will even take you that long to expand upon the current ED-net. You're a star designer, after all. Besides, I still remember that accelerated teaching of batch humans is an important component of your Unity plan. The powerful woman nodded. I have been in discussion with the others about this particular initiative. It may very well be possible that we shall introduce batch humans to our society in the near future. Our manpower problems are severe and will only grow worse once we start launching a large amount of raiding fleets deep behind enemy lines. That made a lot of sense. This was an important piece of information. It showed that the leaders of the survivalist faction weren't opposed to borrowing bits and pieces from the other plans. If that is the case, then you should be focusing much of your efforts on improving and mass-producing interfacing pods for the ED-net, right? The ED-net is not the same for everyone, Professor Larkinson. One of the improvements one have made over the work of the Neuromancer is that I have developed multiple different specialized variations that are optimized for different groups of clients. The ED-net designed for batch humans is radically different and demands specialized solutions that cannot be applied to other versions. Some of that research must be common between all of the ED-nets, right? That is only true to a limited extent. Vase learned more about the ED-net from its current chief developer than he ever imagined. The polymath had been frank about the basic properties and design problems of this learning system. As the creator of the mental simulation training system, Vase was able to understand her perspective remarkably well. He even felt tempted to bring up his own work and see whether they could combine their tech together. He refrained from doing so. The MSTS was based on a completely different set of principles. The tech bases were too far apart to combine together. Vase believed that the polymath must be aware of its existence as well. Since she declined to bring it up, she must have come to the same conclusion. Since that was the case, Vase no longer tried to ask for the impossible and instead tried to settle for a more reasonable form of compensation. They negotiated for a while. The polymath had to invest a large amount of time and resources to accommodate Ves's request, but she ultimately agreed to grant him 5,001 use quotas of the ED-net. Vase did not exactly feel satisfied with this outcome. You do not understand the value of those quotas. They encompass more than a lengthy session in an accelerated virtual reality setting. The people who redeem these quotas are also eligible to receive a tailored regime of augmentations that allows them to make effective use of the ED-net. Once they have completed their sessions, they will emerge as proper first-raters so long as they are not incompetent. That was an excellent bonus. Even if these augmentations were far from the best of what the association could offer, they were still leagues ahead of what the Larkinson clan could provide. As Vase thought about how these high-quality gene optimization treatments and cranial implants would improve his clansmen, he felt that this should be enough to raise an elite force of first-class Larkinsons within the span of a couple of years. This neatly solved a lot of problems and concerns. The only issue was that there would be a lull period of around 2 to 4 years, but that was still a preferable situation compared to the alternatives. Chapter 5242 Separation Anxiety. Vase questioned himself whether he had made the right choice during his talk with the polymath. The compensation that he managed to extract from her was considerably valuable. He had managed to secure a powerful benefit that the association ordinarily reserved for its own troops. The ED-net could be used to quickly transform random third-raters and second-raters into reasonably competent first-raters. It could turn an average first-rater into a highly knowledgeable expert in his own area of expertise. All it would take was to spend a few years in a long-term simulator pod in order to undergo up to 20 years worth of virtual classes and training. The polymath could not overstate how much of an advantage this conveyed to a lot of people. Although the downsides of this amazing implementation of high technology impacted mech pilots a lot worse than other professionals, it was still an amazing tool that effectively allowed Vase to transform 5,000 Larkinson into first-raters for free. The fact that the quotas were only valid a single time did not bother him too much. The ED-net was a service that was always in high demand. The waiting list was long as it was extremely expensive to expand its capacity. In order for the polymath to provide 5,000 extra spots, she essentially had to commit to improving the underlying tech and construct a brand new facility to accommodate her advancement. The polymath did not share the exact cost of researching the tech and constructing this top-of-the-line ED-net facility, but he would not be surprised if the final sum exceeded tens of billions MTA credits. In a time where the Red Association needed to become disciplined in its spending, the way the polymath intended to justify this expenditure was to make the facility available to other mechers once the Larkinsons got their turn. It was one of the many forms of reparations that the repentant star designer planned to rely upon to get back into everyone's good graces. I could have asked for other concessions, though. Vase furrowed his brows. He still became plagued by what-ifs after he had concluded the deal. He knew that he could have made a lot of other requests that fell within the polymath's purview. Her technological accomplishments were massive. She developed so many goodies over the decades that any of them could make Vase a lot more powerful. Vase could have potentially asked for a top-of-the-line version of the hyper chamber. Perhaps he could have gotten away with several decently outfitted hyper chambers. He could have asked for access to a section of her personal library that enabled him to devour restricted knowledge related to the most advanced high technologies such as linking technology. He could have asked for a huge batch of top-grade first-class materials that were ordinarily reserved for the construction of raw first-class multipurpose mechs. The most valuable and relevant concession he could ask for was to request a small fleet of first-class carrier vessels that could form the nucleus of his future base of operations. In the end, Vase gave up all of those possible opportunities for a benefit that he did not intend to use in person. "Did I make the right choice, Jovi?" he asked his friend as he got teleported back to his stateroom. His next meetings were scheduled to start a bit later due to the need to get more planning done. Vase could already tell that the survivalists valued his contributions so much that they would get heavily featured in the Deep Strike plan. It is a worthwhile choice if you value the loyalty and help of your Larkinsons. Jovi responded after a few seconds of thought. Not everyone in your position would have made the same choice. You could have gotten away with asking for a well-equipped design lab and workshop in the Vullet Central Star Node. As an honorary member of the Red Association, you have the right to live in one of the safest and most fortified human star systems in the New Frontier. This is probably the best form of compensation you could ask for that benefits you personally. Damn, you're right. Still, a fancy workplace in Vullet doesn't sound so nice if there aren't enough clansmen by my side. I am too accustomed to leading an organization of people that I can trust and rely on that I cannot bring myself to leave almost all of them behind. What happened today has reinforced the value of surrounding myself with peers and subordinates who I can trust with my back. Although Vase did not think the mechers were awful, they possessed a radically different mindset and priorities. This was not necessarily a deal-breaker. Vase knew that he had gained enough reputation and prestige to deepen his integration into the Red Association. So long as he showed enough promise and potential, he was confident in his ability to gather a new crowd of supporters among the mechers. There were way more people within the association who were still fairly young and decent like Jovi Armelon and his friends. However, the association already spent plenty of years indoctrinating them. No matter whether he employed a measure like the Larkinson Network, the ingrained loyalty and affection towards their original organization could be ground away so easily, especially when they were much more mentally resilient compared to the average space peasant. It all came down to trust. Vase ultimately did not find it prudent to put too much trust in these utilitarian bastards. He would rather pay huge opportunity costs and give up on a lot of other goodies in order to guarantee that he could still surround himself with a reliable core of loyal henchmen. The subordinates from his clan were thoroughly vetted and had proved their loyalty and dedication to service many times over. They would doubtlessly become incredibly grateful if Vase granted them the opportunity to become first-raters on his account. The more he thought about it, the more he felt assured that he had made the right call. The Larkinsons were not a set of disposable employees that he could hire and discard at will. They were family, and one of the principles of the Larkinson clan was that its members should never abandon each other. That said, the Larkinson clan was bound to endure a lot of strain in the coming years. It was already bad enough to split the clan into a main branch and numerous side branches of lesser importance. Once the clan became divided between a small core of first-raters and a much larger base of second-raters, then its cohesion came under severe threat. Jovi recognized these difficulties as well. Have you thought about how to arrange your clan now that you and 5,010 of your subordinates are on track to promote to first-raters in the next 4 or so years? I am not sure about that yet. So many changes have taken place in the last week alone that you aren't giving me any time to adjust and rethink my short to medium-term plans. Vase looked annoyed. It might not make much sense to you, but I was actually pretty content with staying as a second-class mech designer for a longer time. I plan to become a first-class mech designer at a much more gradual rate. The journey is just as important as the destination. I wanted to attain my goal in a more organic fashion. That is not all to your reluctance. Jovi turned towards Vase with a knowing look. You have clear misgivings about the ED-net and its effect on people. Vase reluctantly nodded. I also wanted to give my wife and my closest confidants time to catch up by relying on their own efforts. Just giving them a bunch of quotas for the ED-net out of the blue will grant them life-changing gifts that they haven't really earned. Aside from that, the world of first-raters is a lot different. They will all be dropping into a more cutthroat and demanding society where they will always fall behind compared to the elite first-raters who graduated from serious universities such as the Eden Institute of Business and Technology. The ED-net combined with first-class augmentations could turn any average person into an adequate first-rater, but that was usually the limit. A premier first-class mech company and mech force could not be run by average first-raters alone. The necessity for top talents and highly capable professionals was much greater at this level. You could try to mix it up, Jovi suggested. Isn't this what you have done during your clan's initial transition from third class to second class? You began to hire a lot of native second-raters to fill up the more demanding positions of your clan. Yeah, you're right. Vase also recalled that his clan no longer found it worthwhile to recruit any further third-raters. Would history repeat itself? Would the Larkinson clan become so snobby that it looked down on second-raters a decade later? He felt incredibly ambivalent about this possible development. He did not want this to happen a second time. Second-raters might not be as smart or skilled, but they possessed a number of favorable qualities that Vase found distressingly lacking among the mechers and Terrans that he had come into contact with in the last few months. Jovi pointed out the fundamental reason why Vase still felt alienated by the prospect of moving up to a first-class society. You have managed to climb your way up so fast that it is easy to overlook that your origins are much humbler than most people realize. I think that despite your continual ability to rapidly promote yourself, you are still a third-rater at heart. I guess that is also true. Vase wearily admitted. Vase may have left the Bright Republic, but the Bright Republic still hadn't left his heart. Compared to his wife and many of the people he surrounded himself with these days, Vase frequently noticed a lot of incongruities. His values, his principles, his behavior, his attitude and so on were all different. While he had made plenty of adaptations as he matured as the patriarch of a rapidly rising clan, he also clung a lot more stubbornly onto the core traits that defined him as a citizen of the Bright Republic. He only managed to get away with this all because he was so successful. People were much more tolerant to eccentrics who designed fantastic mechs and came up with a lot of other powerful inventions. You should cherish the support network that you have built around yourself, but you should not allow it to become your shackle. I think you should form a completely new development plan that enables you to become a first-rater on a stronger footing. Vase and Jovi spent the next half hour on entertaining a lot of suggestions on how to form the blueprint of this development plan. The preliminary planning took a toll on Vase. He had to consider a lot of difficult choices on who or what he should give up. It simply wasn't realistic to uplift his entire clan into first-raters. Have you thought about founding a new first-class organization that exists as a separate entity? This will make your personal empire a lot easier to manage. You can keep the Larkinson clan as a second-class family organization. The bulk of your Larkinsons can continue to conduct its current activities. With the 10 permanent ED-net quotas, you can hand-pick the best and most proven talents to undergo accelerated virtual reality training and join your smaller but much more elite circle in the upper zones. That actually sounded like a decent idea. Vase did not feel it was right to distance himself from his clan so soon, though. I'm not so sure about that, Jovi. I don't want to leave my clan behind. It feels like I am abandoning all of the Larkinsons who have looked up to me for so long. Hovey's expression became disapproving. I understand your sentiments, but you cannot let your clan become a detriment to your personal development. Too much is at stake. Red humanity needs you to be at the top of your game. Do you want to hear my suggestion? You have already done more than enough for your clan. It has grown to the point where it is able to do fine on its own. Its current leadership and administration are more than robust enough to manage all of its affairs without relying on your direct input. The only requirement to sustain its current prosperity is to occasionally design or update a few second-class mechs every once in a while. That actually made a lot of sense. Though Vase knew that Jovi was advocating for a solution that was in line with the Red Association's interests, that did not mean his proposal was bad. Vase still had his reservations. I'm not sure my clan will do nearly as well if I am gone. My daughter isn't even old enough to take over my position. In fact, I'm not even sure whether she is still suited for this job. Taking over a second-class clan is beneath her now. I can probably arrange a much better job for her now that I have become a Tier 3 galactic citizen. Jovi nodded in agreement, then let another Larkinson with proven leadership abilities take over. I believe that General Ark Larkinson is both capable and willing to take over this responsibility. Chapter 5243 Proving Plan. Vase ultimately remained uncommitted on the decision on whether to start over with a brand new first-class organization. He understood all of the advantages of doing so, but when he thought about turning his back on the clan, he became a lot more reluctant about going through with this plan. Just the thought of disappointing the Golden Cat was reason enough to steer away from a more formal separation. I need to talk this over with my family and advisors. Vase ultimately decided. This is not a decision that I should make for myself. I have relied on a lot of Larkinsons to propel me to this point. Many thousands have even lost their lives in order to help me realize my ambitions. I do not want to tarnish their sacrifices by betraying their hopes and expectations. They deserve to benefit from my success. I won't cut them out of my life just because they aren't as useful anymore. Vase felt the need to voice his values in order to distance himself from the survivalists. Their attitudes towards people were much more utilitarian in nature. This was why he started to lean towards forming an elite branch of the Larkinson clan. It would still exist as a somewhat separate division from the rest, but would still be Larkinson in the ways that mattered. Doing this introduced a lot of additional difficulties and complications, though. Vase and his subordinates had to flesh out a much more comprehensive plan to turn this into a workable solution. He welcomed the distraction of attending another important meeting. Vase put down all of his concerns about his clan so that he could hold a proper discussion with the xenotechnician. Once the Commodore Rain teleported him to one of the Star Designer's temporary offices, Vase took his seat. Compared to their first private meeting, the xenotechnician adopted a noticeably friendlier attitude towards him. Ah, the man of the hour has come. I am pleased to see you are still in good straits, Professor Larkinson. I was afraid that the events that happened earlier today may have affected you much more severely. Vase shrugged in a deliberate show of nonchalance. I have experience in this kind of stuff. The scale may be a lot bigger than anything I have dealt with before, but I already know how to cope with the consequences of my actions. His most preferred coping mechanism was to not think about what his actions had wrought. Why should he mentally torture himself when he could be having fun instead? He preferred to spend his time on more productive pursuits such as designing mechs. The xenotechnician responded with a smile. We can always offer you additional aid. We have a great amount of experience in addressing the many issues that leading mech pilots, mech designers and others must cope with as they gain more responsibilities and affect the lives of trillions. It's not necessary. Suit yourself. Let us move on to business. Now that our faction has embraced the Deep Strike plan, we will endeavor to introduce fundamental changes to our society. Nothing will be the same again. The old power structures that are largely based on the established inheritances of the Milky Way will undergo significant shakeups. We do not expect the dominant powers to relinquish their entire hold on their territories. They are not stupid and enjoy too much of a head start to falter. Now that there is actual punishment for inaction, they will become much more motivated to proactively contribute towards the defense of our collective civilization. Vase couldn't help but smile when he heard that. This was exactly what he had in mind when he recommended this particular plan. It was inevitable for the different groups to still compete with each other. The old rivalries would never go away. The Deep Strike plan just shifted the primary means of competition in a much more risky but also helpful arena. The Deep Strike plan also introduced a lot more upward mobility. Vase believed that a lot of lesser groups would embrace the chance to prove themselves in risky but highly rewarding offensive operations. This was the stimulus that red humanity needed to regain its momentum. All of that sounds nice, but what does that have to do with me? Vase asked with a frown. That is a redundant question, Professor Larkinson. You should have already deduced the possible reasons why we require your input on these matters. The Mace of Retaliation already told me that my various contributions can play a major role in the Deep Strike plan. He mentioned something about utilizing my companion spirit fruits and kinship networks as incentives to all of the groups that volunteer for these dangerous Deep Strike operations. The xenotechnician nodded. That is true and more. The overall intent behind the Deep Strike plan is to strike at the hinterland of the native aliens while training a new class of leading humans. We do not require your input of the former, but we do need your active cooperation to formulate a proper plan to empower our future warlords and warfighters. Vase raised his eyebrow at that. He did not expect the xenotechnician to utilize this terminology. It did not exactly have a lot of positive connotations. From what he could deduce, the status of warlords would probably exceed that of a pioneer. I think I can help with that. What do you have in mind, exactly? Let me give you a glimpse of the plan that we are still in the process of building up. The Fist of Defiance and the Mace of Retaliation place a great emphasis on the training and empowerment of our warlords and warfighters. Vase took a look at the projected document. It did not contain a lot of details, but the contents were already shocking enough on their own. You are willing to grant the most meritorious warfighters a chance to make use of the ED-net. That is one of the more mundane incentives that we intend to make available. You are hardly the only second-rater or third-rater that has demonstrated courage and competence that is far in excess of your peers. Each of them deserve an opportunity to move up and make more significant contributions. The availability of the ED-net was not high. While the Red Association clearly wanted to expand upon this capacity, the necessary resources were so scarce that quotas would remain fairly scarce for a long time. Vase felt a lot more thankful that he managed to secure 5,000 single-use quotas from the polymath. That said, Vase saw hope in granting more Larkinsons the opportunity to gain access to the ED-net. They just had to travel much deeper into alien space than they ever had in the past. The Red Association offered a lot of other rewards that made it worthwhile to sign up for a Deep Strike operation. For example, it became a lot easier to gain additional starships as long as a warlord produced enough results. According to the plan, the warlords would be able to order brand new warships that were packed with some of the latest technological advances at reduced prices. Not only that, but if the warlords ever lost any starships during a Deep Strike operation, they could purchase replacement hulls at a greater discount. Starships had become a lot scarcer now that the Greater Beander Gate no longer spat them out anymore. Vase had little doubt that the Red Association would have trouble fulfilling this demand. The organization had access to far more resources and industrial capacity. It should be a lot easier for the Mechers to pump out a lot of hulls on a monthly basis. What about warships? Vase inquired. Will warships be part of the incentive package for warlords as well? I can tell you that you can attract at least twice as many volunteers if you can earn warship tokens through these dangerous operations. The xenotechnician grimaced as a response. That is one of the points of contention that we are still working on. The Red Fleet has proven to be remarkably obstinate and uncooperative about rewarding our future warlords with even the smallest warship tokens. The fleeters are apprehensive about handing over warships that possess an enormous capacity for destruction to warlords that have raised many population centers. The Age of Conquest has taught us that the line between bombarding alien cities and bombarding human cities is remarkably thin. Vase looked disappointed. The fleeters were really paranoid about handing warships to the masses. The current setup was as far as they were willing to go for the time being. That is regrettable. We did not intend to put a heavy emphasis on warships in the first place. The xenotechnician dismissively said, Mechs shall remain the focus of our Deep Strike operations. The Fist of Defiance is adamant about throwing as many Mech pilots into dangerous and high-stress situations in order to produce many breakthroughs. Warship crews cannot break through in the same manner, so they are less valued by us. Expert pilots are generally too weak to individually affect our strategic outlook, but every ace pilot and god pilot that emerge from the battlefields is another cause for celebration. It was typical that the Fist of Defiance put a lot of focus on the people rather than the hardware. I understand. The prospect of obtaining additional carriers is enough of an incentive for most warlords. Vase predicted. These are a handful of the possible rewards that we are willing to offer to successful warlords who return. What is more important to us is what we intend to gift them in advance of any operation. We do not intend to dispatch deep strike fleets through the modified Beander Gate without resorting to means that can increase their success rate. The loss rate will likely be much more severe if we transmit them to a distant location without additional preparation. Our greatest challenge in doing so is to keep it economical at a larger scale. The Deep Strike plan demanded a lot of deployments in order to significantly shake the hearts of the native aliens fighting at the front lines. A few isolated raids would not make a difference. Red humanity had to send out hundreds if not thousands of destructive warfleets in order to shake up the entire dwarf galaxy. Giving them a lot of costly goodies such as first-class multipurpose mechs or additional carrier vessels could easily cause the Red Association to drain all of its resources. Perhaps it was worth it to spend a lot in order to help the raiding fleets survive and complete their missions, but there was a limit to how many freebies the mechers were willing to hand out to volunteers. Vase suddenly thought about the cost of his own solutions. Wait, you intend to offer companion spirits, fruits and so on to these warlords and warfighters because their cost is trivial compared to the massive value that they can provide, is that right? The xenotechnician grinned. Exactly. The extremely low financial cost of your set of solutions has enormous implications for us. We have already tasked numerous research teams with developing a means to mass produce your companion spirit trees. Even if this vital research project stalls, we can still fall back on your other solutions. The Mace of Retaliation has become especially enthusiastic about your kinship networks. He has a good eye. This particular subject was deeply intertwined with Vase. Without his assistance, there was no way that Red humanity could take advantage of kinship networks by themselves. While there are legitimate concerns about the wisdom of linking up the souls of so many of our best and brightest to what essentially amount to inhuman pretender gods, the inconvenient truth is that we cannot afford to let our doubts get in the way of necessity. We are willing to expedite or outright eliminate all of the necessary safety studies and investigations in order to implement a number of highly effective kinship networks. So long as you can vouch for their safety and reliability, we are willing to take you at your word. Vase knew that his kinship networks had a lot of iffy qualities about them that made a lot of outsiders squeamish about using them. He felt considerably honored that the Mace of Retaliation was willing to disregard all of these legitimate concerns. He felt it was his duty and responsibility that the mechers correctly employed his kinship networks. What are your requirements? Chapter 5244 Mass Influencing Campaign. As Vase talked with the xenotechnician about the details of the Deep Strike plan, he found it odd that the much older mech designer sang a very different tune these days. The adaptability of the survivalists was impressive. Even its oldest and most authoritative figures were skilled at turning around in a matter of seconds. It made a lot of sense for the xenotechnician to drop any further ambitions to promote greater cooperation between Red humanity and the native alien races. The xenotechnician may have been the primary proponent of the diplomacy plan, but he had his chance. The survivalists ultimately made a different choice that did not go in his favor. In order to avoid sowing any further division, the xenotechnician had to take the lead in cooperating with the winning side. So far, it appeared that the wily old star designer sincerely abided by his promise and did his best to support the implementation of the Deep Strike plan. As the two addressed the topic on how to make use of kinship networks to support the Deep Strike operations, they were faced with many possible choices. I think the first question that I should ask is what your intended target audience will be. Vase spoke. Will you solely limit the use of kinship networks to the new class of warlords and warfighters, or does the Deep Strike plan also call for expanding it to other groups of people? The star designer sitting on the other side of the desk tapped his finger. There are talks of such, but any additional plans will not be finalized in the short term. We will open up another dialogue with you if we demand another kinship network for a specialized purpose, but that is a matter for later. For now, we should limit our consideration to the individuals who qualify as warfighters and especially warlords. Their growth and development are of utmost importance. One of our most persistent fears about transferring more power and authority to potentially traumatized soldiers is that they will become much more prone to make erratic decisions. The man looked pointedly at Vase as he spoke those last words. The mechers were right to be worried about this dynamic. Although Vase had grown to despise the schemers and cowards that tried to pull all of the strings while remaining in complete safety at the rear, he had to admit that these incredibly clever statesmen and politicians were good at administration and all of the other boring but necessary stuff. Vase already had a real example of what would happen to a society if strong mech pilots began to take over. It would be like the Garland Empire but on a much greater scale. The Mechers weren't stupid. If Vase could foresee this outcome, so could they. This was why the Deep Strike plan had to include enough measures to prevent warlords from causing human civilization to degenerate in a collection of tribes that diverged increasingly more from each other with each passing generation. You intend to use a kinship network to impose greater unity and understanding between all of the warlords and warfighters. The xenotechnician nodded. Indeed, we have studied your Larkinson clan as well as the Hex Federation carefully. Both are marvelous examples of how kinship networks can benefit large groups of people that should otherwise be struggling. Your clan shows a remarkable capacity to assimilate disparate population groups and establish genuine camaraderie among wildly different cultures. The Hexers are much more homogeneous, but they have suffered great trauma after losing their sector-wide war with their chief rivals. Such a devastating loss would have broken the backs of many losing groups, but a highly suitable kinship network has allowed them to preserve their morale and maintain solidarity with each other. These clear and obvious results was exactly one of the reasons why the survivalists brought up the topic of kinship networks when Vase originally did not intend to showcase them in the first place. If he had managed to produce these impressive results at a smaller scale, what would happen if he applied his kinship networks on a much larger and more important group of humans? Vase couldn't help but smile in pride. The operation of my kinship networks is not that complicated. I think the greatest sticking point is to select the nexus. Each kinship network is centered around an energy-based life form of my own creation. You probably know a lot about them already, so I won't say much. Does the Deep Strike plan demand that I create a new kinship network based around an entirely new spirit, or make use of one of my existing spirits instead? The answer to this question had enormous implications about the future of Red humanity. Given how much influence a kinship network could exert on large populations, it was literally a way to brainwash people into behaving in a specific manner. Although this description alone was enough to raise a lot of red flags, the Mechers had already indicated that they were willing to ignore all of the warning signs in the name of expediency. If Vase was willing to make use of kinship networks himself and the people he cared about the most, then they had to be alright, hopefully. The mixed expression on the xenotechnician's face betrayed how much contention this topic had generated behind closed doors. There are voices in favor of creating a specialized new kinship network that is centered around a new energy-based life form of our own design. Do you have any comments on the viability of this possibility? Vase rubbed his hairless chin in thought. Well, I can create a new kinship network along with an accompanying ancestral spirit easily enough. While I am sure that you have a lot of talented and capable people who can design a completely new life form, I am not sure whether they can actually breathe life in their creation. I can lend a hand to make this happen, I suppose, but I cannot guarantee whether the spirit in question will perform according to expectations. You should also take into account that newborn spirits need time to grow into their power. They will remain weak and highly susceptible to different mental influences when they are still in their juvenile periods. There were ways to quickly overcome these disadvantages, but Vase did not feel charitable enough to mention the possible solutions. He was personally opposed to creating a specific kinship network that was especially designed to make people more loyal to the Red Association. Understandable, the star designer responded. The proposal to rely on a newly created kinship network is an attractive prospect, but we do not live in an ideal reality. The aliens will not give us time to develop a new spirit. We need to make use of more mature and readily available alternatives in order to make a greater difference in the short term. Why the haste? Vase curiously asked. The Greater Beander Gate will probably take years to modify. It will take at least that much time for the Deep Strike fleets to prepare for their massive undertaking. You may be correct, young man, but the bulk of our forces are still responsible for resisting alien incursions on the front lines. The original Deep Strike plan did not properly account for them, but we are considering whether we should establish another class of humans known as linefighters to recognize these brave troops and reward them for their contributions. That sounds like a good idea, actually. Not everyone is cut out for Deep Strike operations. I think that the vast majority of our forces will be needed to defend our own territories. We shouldn't leave them out of consideration. We agree. Hopefully others will see the merits in this proposal as well. The need to fortify and encourage our linefighters for many crucial years. The pressure that they will endure will only grow greater in the near future. While we believe that their professionalism will keep them strong, it is best to employ additional measures to stabilize them further. We have made an investigation and found a suitable candidate to form a kinship network around for this specific purpose. The xenotechnician called up another virtual document and tossed it towards Vase. The contents of this report centered around one of the oldest design spirits in existence. Vase couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as the Mechers collected a huge amount of information related to the Solemn Guardian. From its initial emergence with the release of the original Desolate Soldier model, to its rapid proliferation as both third and second class versions of this mech line sold like crazy, the Mechers definitely did their homework. They even devoted entire sections of their research towards studying the effect of the rather unassuming Hymenoptera industrial mech model on many workplaces throughout the middle zones. The intention was clear. The survivalists wanted to use the Solemn Guardian as the base of at least one important kinship network. I can see why you would choose him as the nexus of a kinship network. Inspiring duty is one of the most helpful ways to strengthen morale among masses of friendly troops. Vase commented, while he is not designed for this purpose, it is not that difficult to set him up for this task. Are you sure you want to rely on him to bolster the morale of our line fighters, though? Is there a problem, Professor Larkinson? Many of the mech armies deployed on the front lines are already highly professional. You told me that yourself. Even if they are embroiled into years of grueling combat, I do not think they will give up that easily. This should be valid to both your own troops and that of third-party forces. Exposing them to the Solemn Guardian is largely redundant in my opinion. This spirit is also one of my earliest works of this kind. Compared to my later creations, the Solemn Guardian is a bit too simple. Though the xenotechnician acknowledged these arguments, he did not look swayed. Simple is not necessarily detrimental. We specifically selected your Solemn Guardian because he is lacking in complexity. We understand who he is and how he operates. Compared to your more complex spirits such as the Superior Mother, we vastly prefer to work with stable, reliable and predictable variables. Will you be able to meet our request to create a kinship network based on the Solemn Guardian? Vase slowly nodded. I can do it right now if you want to. The cost and difficulty of this job is not high. I could make the Solemn Guardian stronger or add extra properties to him if you wish, but I will need a lot more time and resources to accommodate any additional requests. That won't be necessary. It is good to know that you are readily willing to meet our demands. The xenotechnician smiled in approval. I do have to warn you that the Solemn Guardian is probably not the best choice to boost our warfighters. In our own experiences, his influence is mostly helpful in defensive combat. It would be a lot better for our warfighters to fight under the influence of a more proactive or hot-blooded spirit. The star designer clearly thought about the same idea. Your argument has merit, but the choices are not as obvious this time. What is your recommendation? We can select from a number of different spirits if you find it acceptable to employ multiple kinship networks operating in parallel. Zygris should probably be particularly suited for raiding operations, though it may also make the warfighters a bit too aggressive outside of combat. The Superior Mother is multifaceted and provides enormous boost to females, though I do not recommend exposing her to any males. Helena can make our troops a lot deadlier and more tolerant towards heavy losses. Titania can boost the leadership skills of warlords. Personally, I recommend you just use kinship networks based on all of my design spirits. They have already been helping out the mech pilots of my products for a varying number of years. There shouldn't be any risks to letting them do the same through a different method. That was a bold suggestion. It probably went too far for the Red Association, but Vase would already be happy if the Mechers accepted half a dozen options. Chapter 5245 Network Vulnerabilities. When Vase read over the document that detailed the plan to elevate the brave people who made serious contributions in the war against the native aliens, he gained a glimpse on how far the survivalists were willing to go to upend the current order. While the document redacted a lot of information outside Vase's purview, he could read between the lines. For whatever reason, the Fist of Defiance and his supporters understood the pros and cons of kinship networks quite well. Despite all of the justified concerns about how extensively they could control and influence different people, the Mechers went ahead and intended to turn kinship networks into a core component of the Deep Strike plan anyway. This indicated that the Fist of Defiance had very strong ideas on what was wrong about human society and that he wanted to correct them now that he obtained a strong mandate. No god pilot was truly neutral. Each of them had fought a lot of battles and survived many confrontations where they could have died or lost their capital to progress any further. The wars and conflicts of the past had filtered out a huge amount of mech pilots over the generations, leaving humanity with just around 100 god pilots that had reached the finish line they always dreamt about. All of these struggles defined and shaped their stances, their principles and convictions into a steely core that became a central part of their being. It was rather frightening to realize that such a fanatic whose will could not be shaken by anything managed to gain the power he needed to create his ideal society. There was no way that the ideas of the Fist of Defiance made everyone happy. Just the hints and references about shifting power away from the established powers was sure to make a lot of old and established players unhappy. Still, what could they do? The Fist of Defiance was a force unto himself. If he managed to gain the support of key stakeholders such as the Red Association and every other god pilot and star designer, then change became inevitable. The need to gain the support of those stakeholders already forced the Fist of Defiance into making compromises and additions to his original plan. The overall framework of the Deep Strike plan would still remain intact, but there were plenty of ways to maneuver around its edges. Vase recognized an opportunity to do the same. He felt honored that his solution could make a material contribution to the Deep Strike plan. He did not want to disappoint the Fist of Defiance by impeding the god pilot's grand plan, but that did not stop him from seeking advantages whenever possible. The selection and configuration of the kinship networks was probably his best opportunity yet to establish a lasting advantage in the new society. If he could set up a number of them centered around the design spirits he had a close relationship with, he could massively expand his indirect influence over the new elites. Unlike the case with Gaia, who had immediately escaped his control, he still retained significantly greater sway over his older and more familiar spirits. Even if his interactions with them had slowly transitioned from a superior subordinate relationship to more equal partnerships, that did not change the fact that they would readily obey his instructions as long as he did not go too far. As the inventor of kinship networks, Vase understood extremely well how advantageous it was to directly or indirectly control a kinship network. He could effectively keep tabs on everyone, learn what people were concerned about, track their movements, receive advanced warning if they had any treachery in mind and more. Somehow, he didn't think it would be that easy though. There had to be a reason why he was discussing this topic with the xenotechnician, one of the oldest and more experienced star designers alive. We cannot employ too many kinship networks at once. The xenotechnician shook his head. The purpose of instituting the New Elites program is to unite a large variety of leaders and soldiers together. There may be an argument to establish several different kinship networks that are more closely aligned with different cultures, but going too far will introduce too many new divisions. Let us approach this problem from a different angle. Which of your spirits do you think is the most suited to guide our new elites? That was a difficult question. Vase could put forth a lot of different names, but he eventually settled for the classic counterpart of the Solemn Guardian. I would have to put forth Xigra, the Crown Cat. He used to be a lot more irrational, but his animalistic ferocity has been tempered by his long exposure to millions of human mech pilots. Nonetheless, his basic qualities are still preserved. Mech pilots also report that Xigra's influence also bestows them with a better innate sense of detecting and exploiting weaknesses in metal structures. All in all, Xigra's influence can inject a lot of courage and aggression to the warfighters who are being tasked with confronting a lot of different alien forces. The star designer sitting on the other side of the desk adopted a thoughtful look. We have made the same consideration. Not all of us are comfortable with the idea of subjecting our best and bravest soldiers to a source of aggression, but a narrow majority of us recognizes that it is better than the alternatives. We would deal with hurting large populations of aggressive warfighters than to see them cower and shirk when they are deployed in battle under the most arduous circumstances. It is vital for the kinship network to suppress the psychological pressure of fighting so far away from friendly territory that there is nowhere to run to safety. The Mechers were right to be concerned about this. Vase had participated in his fair share of campaigns where he and his forces were deployed way too deep into enemy territory. He still remembered the fears and doubts that gnawed on his mind. The warfighters had to face at least 10 times more pressure. Few if any soldiers truly had an inkling of how close the isolation and lack of reinforcements could push them to the brink of sanity. Human survival instincts would put them into a constant state of elevated fear. If they spent most of their time thinking about how they were one step away from annihilation, then only a single incident could push them past the edge. Vase was pretty sure that happened to him a few times in the past. The secret mission with the flagrant vandals came to mind. It did not escape his notice that high-strung circumstances like these also happened to stimulate mech pilots the most. Even as their sanity and rationality started to crumble, their minds and wills would get tested like nothing else. These were the conditions where the breakthrough rates soared through the roof. These pilots were bound to become problem cases, yet that was a price that the mechers were willing to accept. Red humanity needed power more than they demanded stability. The Fist of Defiance's plan was entirely predicated on producing as many powerhouses as possible. The main requirement of a kinship network was not to rein these warfighters in, but to stimulate them further. The more reckless they became, the more they pushed themselves past their limits. The more aggressive they became, the more they would volunteer for subsequent deep strike expeditions. Vase smirked now that he understood the greater context surrounding this issue. I am sure that the Fist of Defiance will come to appreciate a kinship network managed by Xigra. Warfighters don't necessarily need to be clever and rational when engaged in battle. Leave that up to the military commanders and the people in the rear. What they need is aggression and momentum. The more, the better. We are engaged in total war. Collateral damage and civilian casualties are no concern to us since we aren't fighting in our own territories anymore. In fact, the more outrageous our warfighters behave on the battlefield, the more the aliens will take our deep strike fleet seriously. This was not just a war of numbers, but also a war of psychology. Anything that could increase the psychological advantage of red humanity had to be embraced no matter the cost. This may be why the xenotechnician eventually relented. Very well, we will consider the selection of the energy-based life form known as Xigra as the basis of an exclusive kinship network for the new class of warfighters. The old man spoke in an officious tone. In order to moderate the kinship network and prevent any possible abuse, we intend to put forth a series of requirements and design specifications. The simple model that you have employed for your own use is not sufficient for our needs. Vase was afraid of that. It sounded as if it wouldn't be so easy for him to take advantage of the new kinship networks. I understand, he responded. You want to treat the new kinship networks as public services. It is logical that you wish to impose greater restrictions and oversight on them. It should be possible to accommodate your needs, though one will have to tinker with their designs and figure out new solutions to satisfy all of your requests. The xenotechnician looked pleased with that response. We will hold you to that promise. Let us return to our original subject. Xigra will accommodate most warfighters, but not all. There will be mech units whose training and doctrines are not compatible with blind aggression. They can best be served with a more cold-blooded influence. Helena, Vase immediately proposed. If I am allowed to put forth a second spirit, then I would like to propose the Daughter of Death. Her nature still makes her suitable to be used in offensive operations. She is sensitive towards life and death. She can help warfighters cope with death and make more gains as they reap more alien lives. If soldiers are especially attuned towards her, they can even learn her power and become especially deadly on the battlefield. More importantly, she can also offer vital protection against the same deadly energies that embodies her. If nothing else, a feminine influence will provide an excellent contrast to the more masculine Xigra. The mechers clearly had a lot of concerns about Helena as well. We have considered this choice as well. The xenotechnician steadily spoke. Our main objection is that she is a spirit inspired by the religious beliefs of a radical human culture. Our studies of the Hex Federation show that Helena actively plays into the religious biases and preconceptions of its citizens and soldiers. We are adamantly opposed to any attempt to spread this faith beyond the boundaries of this female-centric population group. Vase innocently spread his arms. One can understand your reluctance, but Helena is a lot more reasonable than you think. Unlike the superior mother, Helena emerged in a time when the Hexers were on the losing side of their regional war. They had already begun to implement many practical and necessary reforms that moderated their culture. You don't need to be afraid that she will insist on spreading her faith. One can arrange a meeting between Helena and anyone of your choosing to assuage your concerns. The star designer looked pleased. We would not want to work with any of your spirits if they are not open to dialogue. It is necessary for us to communicate with them and come to an agreement about the terms of our cooperation. We wish to ensure that they never have any cause to betray our trust. That won't happen. My spirits deeply understand the value of cooperating with people. This is a win-win arrangement for all of them. They are born to serve and protect humanity. Their growth is dependent on the prosperity of the people they come in touch with. Previously, they did so through the medium of mechs and never disappointed me over the years. Now, they can begin to do their jobs in a more direct and widespread fashion. What Vase did not mention was that most if not all of his design spirits were probably incredibly vulnerable to the might of god pilots. Even if all of those spirits existed in the imaginary realm, Vase had a feeling that this would not stop any angry god pilots from exacting retribution on any offending spirit. Chapter 5246 Public Service. The xenotechnician accepted the suggestions made by Vase with clear reservations. Both Zygra and Helena covered an expansive range of different people and groups. They should be able to provide an accommodating presence to most warfighters. While Vase could still put forth additional names such as Lufa, Trisk, Respa and so on, the Red Association did not want to go overboard. We can revisit the necessity of expanding the range of kinship networks at a later date. The xenotechnician calmly told Vase. For now, we intend to treat this as an experimental program. Limiting the number of active kinship networks will make it easier for us to control their operations. I see. I hope you will consider the matter of expansion at a later date. I have a large variety of design spirits at my disposal, and each of them can help certain soldiers better than others. It is always good to know that there is abundant room for expansion. The star designer spoke. We will need one more kinship network geared towards warlords. We have different demands for them. According to the vision proposed by the Fist of Defiance, Red Humanity must ultimately be ruled by warlords. Anyone else, no matter whether they are business magnates, heads of state, mech designers or religious authorities, each of them must subordinate themselves to warlords. We intend to impose greater demands on any people who aspire to become a warlord, but they are entitled to greater rewards as long as they succeed. The Mace of Retaliation will elaborate more on topic in your meeting with him. For now, we have a need for a more appropriate kinship network for this leadership class. Wow. The Mechers intended to go really far with this initiative if they dared to put warlords on top of everyone else. What exactly defines a warlord? Vase questioned. We are still working on that. The xenotechnician admitted. The Fist of Defiance originally wanted to confine it to high-ranking mech pilots and mech commanders who have successfully led troops in battle, but we consider this to be an overly narrow definition. Certain parties wish to expand this definition by any person who is willing to take serious risks and make major commitments to fund and organize a deep strike force. This has predictably led to fierce opposition from our own mech pilots. We will likely come to a compromise where non-pilot warlord candidates have to bear great personal risks themselves. You are actually touted as the archetypical example of such a warlord. Vase blinked. He probably acquired a lot of fans when he contributed to the downfall of the Unity plan, so it made sense for people to look closer into his record and accomplishments. He had a feeling that he may have inadvertently contributed to the effort to save Red Humanity from completely falling in the hands of mule-headed mech pilots. This would probably go a long way into preventing Red Humanity from inheriting all of the flaws of the Garland Empire. Vase shrugged. Lamb flattered to be used as a standard bearer for this kind of warlord. Personally, one think this proposal has a lot of merit. Anyone should have a chance to lead Red Humanity. It should not be limited to mech pilots, though you could argue that the introduction of the Karman system makes this distinction a lot less pertinent. We are still in the process of testing the viability, properties and implications of your Karman system. We have plans for that as well, but we require additional time and research results before we make any further decisions. The Mechers clearly valued the Karman system a lot, which was exactly what Vase wanted to achieve during the conference. I understand. It will take time for me to experiment with the Karman system and develop it further, but I think the experimental models have already shown that it is viable in its current state. I just need to work on creating a universal variation of the Karman system to make it suitable for mass production. Please work on that. There are many interested parties who are waiting for you to make your Karman system more applicable for their own needs. It is not as good as realizing your design philosophy, but it is a good step towards progress. Once Vase returned home, he needed to take a good look at all of his ongoing design projects and see whether he could squeeze any Karman mechs in his schedule. The two eventually returned to the original topic about developing an appropriate kinship network for warlords. I think that the specification and configuration of a kinship network for warlords is a politically sensitive subject. Vase carefully spoke. On the one hand, it has to be effective enough to make a positive impact on our new class of leaders. On the other hand, it has to be inoffensive enough to gain the acceptance of a wide variety of strong personalities. We have far more concerns than that, but we are of the opinion that proper oversight and enforcement will be sufficient to allay them. What is more important is that the Fist of Defiance desires to instill all warlords and would-be warlords with a drive to fulfill their ambitions by serving red humanity. Our new leaders must not be passive, but animated and eager to take action. In our ongoing war for survival, too much hesitation and inaction will lead to our slow demise. Vase understood the overall objectives of the survivalists, but he was not quite sure how to satisfy their requests. If you want to instill more duty in them, then maybe you should look back to the Solemn Guardian. No, the older man shook his head. According to our own examinations, the Solemn Guardian is too passive and reactive. He is good at instilling obedience. He does not excel at promoting proactive behavior. He is suitable for our line fighters because it does not take much initiative to defend our existing territories, but our warlords have different requirements. That ruled out a lot of possible options. Perhaps Vase should expand his consideration to new creations as well as his third-order living mechs. Though he hadn't properly made use of them in this capacity, theoretically any of his third-order living mechs could pull double duty as design spirits. The Quint also worked in this capacity to a degree. The Mechers already had another possible candidate in mind. We believe Bravo can serve as an adequate choice for the time being. The xenotechnician spoke. He possesses the right combination of positive traits that are fairly pronounced but not excessive. Though he is strongly masculine in nature, this should not be a hindrance. He is particularly favored by many of our mech pilots who are involved in the planning and execution of the Deep Strike plan. Of all of the design spirits that Vase could choose from, he never seriously considered Bravo of all spirits. His association with Venerable Vincent Rickelin was so strong that Vase found it hard to take this particular design spirit seriously. Yet that did not diminish his more positive and admirable traits. Bravo inspired ambition. Bravo instilled courage. Bravo exerting a motivating force. Few people who became subjected to Bravo's glow wanted to remain passive. Though Bravo had his fair share of negative traits that might pass on to the warlords connected to his kinship network, the effects were not that big of a deal. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Bravo is never meant to complement leaders and battlefield commanders. Vase warned, Titania is a lot more suitable for that role. If the warlords are competent enough, they should not require additional assistance. What we are mainly concerned about is to instill them with the proper values while also enacting enough supervision over them. Bravo is a fitting choice as he can fulfill most of our requirements while also remaining fairly simple and understandable. Bravo was not the most sophisticated design spirit. It was strange to consider this to be an advantage. Seeing that the Mechers had settled on a choice, Vase did not object to pushing Bravo to the forefront. I will make sure that Bravo will be able to adjust to his new responsibilities. That is good to hear. We will not be relying on your efforts alone. One of our concerns is that your kinship networks have a single point of failure, namely you. In order to address this problem, we would like to discuss the specifications that we wish for you to implement in your new kinship networks. The xenotechnician transferred another document that contained a relatively long and exhaustive list. The specifications weren't too unreasonable at first glance. Though Vase would have to hand over a lot of control to the Mechers and other important stakeholders, this was the only way for them to accept his kinship networks. In summary, the 4 new kinship networks in consideration shall be exclusive to the new elites. The xenotechnician explained, every active warlord, warfighter and linefighter must be connected to at least one of them while they hold their current titles. They may apply to withdraw from a kinship network, but will have to give up their titles and all of the rights and privileges that they bestow. Removal from a kinship network should be painless and without cost. Vase slowly nodded. That won't be a problem. Kinship networks must supervise and monitor the new elites who are connected to them to a limited degree. They must pay attention to any serious thoughts or actions that falls under the definition of treason and other crimes that pose serious harm towards red humanity. We understand the need to rely on the spirits to undertake this duty, but we would like to appoint inspectors that can supervise this process in order to prevent any abuse or overreach. That sounded a lot trickier to Vase. I haven't implemented anything like this before. One will need to work on it, but it sounds doable. Vase reluctantly replied. Furthermore, these kinship networks must also be open to further changes. Our god pilots, star designers and potentially other top leaders must be able to gain administrator rights over them. They should have the power to suggest changes and additions as long as they can form a consensus on their proposals. Vase did not like this at all, but he knew that this was an essential requirement. The Mechers essentially wanted to treat the new kinship networks like they did with the kingdom of Mechs. We can do this as well, but I hope that the proposals do not go too far. He cautiously responded, it is best to keep their functions simple and manageable. There is no need to turn them into pale imitations of the kingdom of Mechs. There is no need for concern, Professor Larkinson. The Red Kingdom already serves that need. The xenotechnician subsequently mentioned a host of other demands. The Mechers wanted to control who could get in or out. They wanted to rule out any possibility of connecting them to alien minds. The design spirits responsible for administering their new kinship networks had to make a pledge of loyalty towards Red humanity. They also had to agree to a contract that compelled them to remain neutral and avoid showing unwarranted favoritism towards any individuals. All of these rules abided by common sense. Vase only had to suggest alternative solutions a couple of times. The Mechers wanted to treat the kinship network as a conventional technological system. That meant that they treated it as a static, lifeless and rigid tool that remained constant over time. The reality was quite different, however. Vase had the idea that too few people truly understood the implications of how much a kinship network could grow over time. They also did not have a clear understanding of how connecting to more and more strong people could drastically increase the quantity but especially the quality of spiritual feedback. This was why Vase tried hard to push for the inclusion of Zygra and Helena. Out of all of the possible design spirits that could serve in this capacity, Vase was happy that he could get his father and sister to land these profitable jobs. Still, if Zygra and Helena wanted to gain a huge amount of influence over Red humanity, they had to pass a review conducted by the Fist of Defiance or another god pilot. That was a major requirement and a serious point of concern. Chapter 5247 The Rise of the New Elites. The rest of the meeting with the xenotechnician did not produce any further surprises. The man brought up the topic of companion spirits and how they could play a major role in empowering the new elites. In contrast to the Unity Plan, the Deep Strike Plan does not include a desire to make your companion spirits universally available. The xenotechnician spoke, as soon as we have developed a means to mass-produce your companion spirit fruit trees, we intend to regulate their availability so that they will primarily be issued to the new elites. We must insist that you restrict their proliferation on your end. We will allow you to grant them to your own clansmen as you have created them in the first place, but we must ask you to rule out any further external sales or trades. The Mechers wanted to maintain tight control of the supply of companion spirit fruits. They were probably afraid that less worthy individuals would get their hands on companion spirit fruits. By limiting their availability to the new elites, companion spirits would remain a badge of honor to all of the people who made real contributions in the fight against the aliens. If the xenotechnician told Vase that he couldn't hand his companion spirit fruits to his own clansmen anymore, then he would have objected to this directive. However, the Red Association knew his limits well. The Mechers understood enough about Vase and how much he cared about his clansmen that they were thoughtful enough to carve out this exception. Vase did not really care that other people would not be able to get their hands on a fruit so easily, though he found it a shame that this exception did not encompass the other members of the Golden Skull Alliance. Oh well, I can agree to that, he replied. I think the kinship networks may exert a significant influence in the growth and development of companion spirits. We are aware of this possibility. We shall test and observe this interaction carefully. The xenotechnician noted, do you have any remarks or warnings to us about our intended use for companion spirit fruits? Vase had plenty of opinions about the Red Association's plan, but few of them were particularly relevant to the discussion. Companion spirits can be useful to both combat personnel as well as non-combat personnel. He told the xenotechnician, mech designers for example can derive a huge amount of benefits by gaining access to their capabilities in their design work. It would be a shame if too few mech designers are able to earn this reward. We agree, but there are no straightforward solutions to this problem. We understand quite well that mech designers are not suited to go on deployment. However, the Fist of Defiance still insists on upholding this general principle. It is likely that more mech designers must follow your example and put their lives on the line if they wish to earn a fruit. It is not necessary for them to become a new elite in order to be effective in their work. Many mech designers such as myself have made great accomplishments without benefiting from this advantage. They will just have to accept the fact that they must always remain subservient to the new elites if they lack the desired qualities. Vase frowned at that. Mech designers did not belong in a war zone. Just because he had a greater tolerance for it did not mean that this applied to everyone else. A lot of talented and accomplished mech designers would become unnecessarily disadvantaged because they did not fit the new reality that the Deep Strike plan tried to impose on society. Still, the mechers had made their choice. The Red Association understood mech designers the most, so perhaps it might introduce other ways to reward the more successful ones. Once the xenotechnician was done with this topic, he briefly mentioned the use of the Transcendence Glow. We are in close talks with the transhumanist faction concerning the deployment of mechs that bear this powerful glow. The old man informed Vase. The transhumanists will get in touch with you at a later date once we have finalized a plan for it. The intention is to add these special mechs to every deep strike force for the purpose of amplifying the rate of breakthroughs. The transhumanists are well aware of the hidden dangers of employing this tool in this manner, but the truth is that we cannot afford to be picky about the qualities of our high-ranking mech pilots anymore. Vase already expected as much. He dreaded the rise of expert pilots and ace pilots with highly distorted personalities, but so long as they could fight, what did it matter if they happened to be unstable? I think the kinship networks can play a modest role in monitoring their behavior and reining in their negative impulses. He replied, this mainly applies to younger and weaker mech pilots. The stronger they become, the less susceptible they are to outside influences. It is already sufficient for the kinship network to monitor the potential problem cases and bring them to our attention if they cross an important threshold. The Transcendence Glow had the potential to drastically speed up the time that mech pilots needed to break through. That was all the mechers cared about. There was another problem, though. What about the Red Kingdom, Your Excellency? Vase pushed a bit further. The Transcendence Glow might speed up the mental development of mech pilots, but that won't help much if our new kingdom is still stingy about triggering apotheosis. There's no need for you to be concerned about this. Red humanity is in much dire straits than our cousins in the Milky Way. They can afford to prioritize quality over quantity. We do not enjoy this luxury. This is why all of my fellow star designers barring the polymath intend to discuss a contentious proposal to drastically lower the relevant threshold. If this proposal is passed, we intend to remove many of the requirements that hinder mech pilots from breaking through. Our preliminary calculations indicate that altering the settings of the Red Kingdom may triple the current breakthrough rate. Vase was only mildly shocked by this revelation. He already had a feeling that this was coming given how desperation had gripped the Red Association. It did not make much sense to deploy the Transcendence Glow on a wider scale while preserving the original rules that the Red Kingdom inherited from its origin. He fully agreed with the xenotechnician that the Red Kingdom had to adopt a very different role than the original kingdom of mechs. Vase just wasn't too sure whether he would like all of the new high-ranking mech pilots that would emerge due to removing the old precautionary limits. It was already bad enough to implement this change. When combined with other factors such as the Transcendence Glow, companion spirits as well as throwing mech pilots headlong into constant danger, the rate of breakthroughs may very well be 10 times greater than the current rate. This was such an extreme difference that it had the potential to completely upend human society by itself. Vase wasn't sure if 10 times more expert pilots translated into 10 times more ace pilots, but if just a couple of them could advance to God pilot, then it was already worth all of the other negative consequences. The xenotechnician was done after going over this topic. The mechers had plenty more in store for the new elites, but Vase had little involvement in those other areas. Surprisingly enough, the xenotechnician was willing to tolerate Vase a little longer. There is still time left before you are due to meet with the Mace of Retaliation, so I will permit you to ask questions. Once you leave, it will take a considerable amount of time before we can meet in person again. That meant that Vase had to make this opportunity count. It was not every day that he got to ask questions to a genuine star designer. What will happen to the polymath? The question amused the xenotechnician. She is still a vital asset to Red humanity. Let me be honest to you. One of the principal reasons why we are being lenient towards her is because we need her breadth of knowledge and expertise. When the Great Severing occurred, we lost access to many of the foremost authorities in fields such as neural interfaces, aquatic mechs and so on. Our ability to rapidly innovate and adapt solutions to these missing fields becomes severely curtailed if the star designer is unable or unwilling to contribute in these areas. One can also tell you that her assistance is also necessary to modify the Greater Beander Gate. This monstrosity encompasses so many different high technologies related to so many different fields that only she can maintain a complete overview of every mechanism. That sounded a lot more severe than Vase thought. So long as Red humanity remained dependent on the polymath, she could continue to hold a lot of leverage. Vase realized only now that the polymath hadn't really lost. She may have miscalculated, but she had managed to set herself up in a way that she would continue to remain in a cushy position if her plans fell through. This meant that the polymath could eventually make a comeback in the future. Once her notoriety faded and once she had done enough to redeem herself, she might rise up and regain at least a part of the prestige and authority that she wielded before. It may take a century or two before most people were willing to let bygones be bygones, but that was nothing to a true god with a massive lifespan. Vase didn't worry too much about whether the polymath would go back to her old habits. She had lost the crown as well as her fragment of the metal scroll, so there was no way she could get corrupted by them anymore. He would also be in a much better position at that time. Since the polymath no longer became a pressing concern, Vase decided to ask another question. All of these changes are bound to upset a lot of people. Will the Terrans and the Rubarthans play along? They have to. The xenotechnician insisted. There are no other alternatives. Any proposals that they put forth will immediately be opposed by their chief rivals. The probability that the Terrans and the Rubarthans will put down their rivalry and back a single proposal is slim to none. What truly allows us to go through with our own reform is that we have managed to attain the implicit support of the Red Fleet. The Red Fleet already agreed to the Deep Strike plan. Vase looked surprised. The Star Designer smirked for a moment. We actually shared all three of our original proposals to the admirals of the Red Fleet in advance. They have already provided their input, some of which has led to modifications that have resulted in the ones that we presented to our delegates. This is not the first time that we have cooperated with the Fleeters in this manner. Vase was quite impressed. He often heard stories about how the Mechers and the Fleeters couldn't tolerate each other. It was good that they could still cooperate with each other on serious matters. How do the Fleeters fit into the Deep Strike plan? Will they agree to participate in the new elites program, or will they continue to exist as a separate group from the rest of our society? The Fleeters have different plans in mind. The xenotechnician revealed. They are not as open as us, so it is difficult to obtain information about their internal deliberations. Do not underestimate them, though. They have their own methods to empower their men and enhance their tech. They follow entirely different paradigms that have proven to be effective over many years. Even E-energy radiation will fall into their sway. I look forward to the moment where they unveil their next advancements in warship technologies. Chapter 5248 The New Reality. As Vase asked various questions about the circumstances surrounding the Deep Strike plan, he felt that the xenotechnician was being unusually candid in his answers. While the Star Designer clearly dumbed down his responses and elegantly sidestepped any classified information that Vase was not authorized to know, the old man generally went out of his way to provide a lot of advance warnings about future developments. There were several reasons why such a top leader paid so much attention to a mere second-class senior mech designer, even though he had already been promoted to a Tier 3 galactic citizen at a remarkably young age. The reality of the Age of Dawn has not fully settled in for everyone. The xenotechnician spoke in a serious tone. Humans as a whole do not react well to change. Far too many of us cling to the old and the familiar even when it has become obvious that the old routines have become detrimental to them. I have immense experience with adapting to unknown and unfamiliar tech and paradigms, so one understands this contrast well. It is up to us to show red humanity the way forward. We must lead by example if we are to whip people up into shape. That caused Vase to feel uncomfortable. The Mechers were expecting way too much from him. Although he had made a lot of impressive accomplishments, he was sober enough to realize he was still far behind the likes of the xenotechnician in his ability to affect the course of the war. Sure, his companion spirits, transcendence glow, Karman system, kinship networks and so on could all revolutionize the way that red humanity fought the upcoming war, but he had exhausted his box of solutions at this point. It would take a long time for Vase to develop new innovations that could make a major impact on society. If it took too much time for him to release new applications, then his value to the Red Association would drop until he became a dispensable figure again. Vase knew exactly how the Mechers treated people that held little significant value. I will try my best, but my means are still limited. That shall not be the case for long. The xenotechnician spoke with a smile. It may not be obvious to everyone, but you have inherited the gift of the polymath. Upon the moment of her loss, she chose you of all people to bear her burden. This says much about her graciousness. You are one of the chief parties responsible for derailing the passing of the Unity Plan, after all. Then again, the two of you have much in common. Vase suddenly felt a lot more nervous now. Even though he could already deduce that the Mechers did not harbor any malicious intent towards him, the fact that he had revealed a lot of sensitive secrets about himself could not be denied. There was no way the xenotechnician was blind to all of the clues. To think that the man was still blind and ignorant to the deeper truths was an insult to his vast intelligence and experience. Perhaps one of the main reasons why Vase was able to meet directly with the star designer once again was to address this extremely sensitive subject. Your Excellency, stop. The xenotechnician raised his palm. There is no need for you to present any excuses. Let me state our association's position on your case. We do not care. The past is the past. Many of us have already begun to dredge up the forbidden archives that contain knowledge that we previously considered taboo but is now vital to our survival. The new reality dictates that we must let go of old grievances and fears so that we can focus on what is truly important. If that means treating those we previously considered our enemies to be our allies, then that is the least we can do. It is a shame that the Fist of Defiance has denied my proposal to conduct diplomacy with the native aliens. That sounded extraordinarily tolerant. Vase could hardly believe that the association sounded as if it was seemingly okay that he held on to an extremely valuable but also dangerous crown. It also sounded as if the xenotechnician already figured out that Vase held a fragment of the metal scroll, but that the association had no interest in pursuing this any further. Vase could not let this be. He wanted to gain a firmer answer, if only to reassure himself that the Mechers wouldn't come back later in order to find fault. Will I have to? We only pay attention to results. The star designer interrupted Vase again. We are not interested in how you solve your problems so long as you continue to make contributions that are commensurate with your ability. Throughout your relatively short career, you have shown the sincerity and dedication to the common good that mech designers should have. We trust that you will continue to serve Red humanity in the same capacity. If you have proven yourself to be more capable of harnessing the polymath's legacy, then that is a benefit to us all. If there ever comes a point where you have regrettably succumbed to the same mania that has afflicted your predecessor, then we shall take action. We are much better prepared now that we are much better informed. This was a clear and obvious message that the Red Association tolerated him so long as he behaved. The deeper message was that the Red Association did not consider the remnants of the Five Scrolls Compact to be a threat. On the contrary, the Mechers expected much out of the people who have mastered the inheritance of this controversial organization. No one was more suited to help Red humanity adapt to an environment that was saturated with the power of heaven than the cultivators who were proficient in manipulating this potent energy. The decisions made by the Mechers made little sense unless they were truly spooked by what they had learned from their observations of Messier 87. The native alien races of that huge golden galaxy were apparently so frighteningly powerful that the Mechers were even willing to cooperate with compact cultists in order to increase their odds of winning. Vase felt incredibly frustrated by his lack of access to this crucial knowledge. The clues relating to Messier 87 shaped so many policies and decisions that it was clear that there were ample reasons to be concerned. He even had the feeling that the Mechers were treating the conflict against the local aliens of the Red Ocean as a training program for the real war that was about to break out in an indeterminate point in the future. Vase had many questions, but his session with the xenotechnician had finally come to an end. My people will remain in touch with you if I require your input for more private matters. The patient and helpful star designer spoke at the end. Master Xena Wintress holds my trust. You can contact her if you have an important request or wish to pass on critical information to me. Professor Jovi Armelon will be responsible for handling more general affairs. As an honorary member of our association, it is time for you to become more involved in the running of our civilization. That does not mean you will immediately be invested with great authority. Given your youth and lack of relevant qualifications, we plan to ease you into a position of greater responsibility. That sounded serious. Though Vase did not want to add too many distractions to his life, he felt it was important for the Red Association to keep him in the loop. He no longer wanted to remain ignorant of all of the major changes that the leaders of Red humanity had in store. Lamb, honored by your trust. I will do my best to undertake these responsibilities seriously, though I hope you will understand that my research and design work takes precedence for the time being. Spoken like a true mech designer. The old man grinned in approval. Now go. The Mace of Retaliation wishes to have a word with you as well. You can go back to your design lab once you have concluded your final meeting. There was no wait or delay this time. The Comitar Rain's teleportation system directly lifted him from the xenotechnician's temporary office and deposited him in a secure mech testing chamber. As Vase shook off the increasingly familiar sense of discomfort, he immediately noticed a few familiar sights. He had been reunited with his work once again. The Carmen Trooper, the Carmen Conscript and the Carmen Raider had just concluded another testing session. Their pilots had just exited the cockpits and reported their personal impressions to the avid mech designers and researchers that had been assigned to this exciting new research project. Only a few days had passed since Vase delivered the 3 Carmen mechs, and already the mechers had went to town on his hastily designed products. The Carmen Trooper was almost unrecognizable. Vase originally designed it as a hero mech, but pretty much nothing on the surface looked familiar to him anymore. If not for the fact that he could clearly sense the growing blood pact between the Carmen Trooper and pilot Tina Eklund, he would have thought this was just another first-class multi-purpose mech. Damn, you guys work fast. Given the huge concentration of incredibly powerful and competent mech designers aboard this ship, it shouldn't be surprising that the mechers had already upgraded the Carmen Trooper in no time. The much smaller Carmen Raider received comparable treatment. The messy and sloppy demi-mech that he designed in record time had also been brought up to first-class standard, but the changes were less extreme. Vase knew that the mechers had to work around the limitations of the Carmen system. They could have gone a lot further if not for the fact that the Carmen Raider's organic components largely had to remain the same. Pilot Creo de la Mar looked a lot happier. He was practically glowing as he enjoyed the fact that he could now pilot a demi-mech that could seriously threaten a typical first-class multi-purpose mech. His joy and satisfaction clearly did a lot of good for his relationship with his Carmen Raider. Their blood pact had grown remarkably stronger, and not just because of his A-grade genetic aptitude. The Carmen Conscript presented the biggest surprise to Vase. The mech had undergone the least amount of modifications. Though its armor system and structure had received massive upgrades, the Night Mech still lacked additional weapon systems and other modules. The mechers understood the need to keep its operational load as low as possible. The more complex the Carmen mech, the more it demanded out of the blood pact. What truly surprised Vase was that the mechers had somehow figured out how to successfully pair it with a test subject who wasn't a mech pilot. Vase still lamented the wasteful and unnecessary demise of Lieutenant Leon DiMaggio. He thought that the Carmen Conscript couldn't be used anymore, but somehow the Roz biotech researchers either adapted the Carmen system or prepared a special test subject that could safely exchange blood with the killer machine. Professor Larkinson, a strong and buoyant voice called out from the distance. The Mace of Retaliation had changed into a cleaner and less ostentatious uniform, but his presence and domain could not be denied. Sir. Vase curtly greeted. Perhaps the etiquette of greeting a superior mecher and galactic citizen was supposed to be a lot more formal and elaborate, but neither of the two cared about these trivialities. Once the Peak Ace pilot reached Ves's side, he gazed across the chamber and quickly admired the 3 Carmen mechs. Every mech represents a new beginning. The Mace spoke as he recalled his own past. Once a pilot begins to interface with a machine, their futures will change forever. They will all go on a journey that may lead them to greatness, or straight into the abyss. I hope my work can help more of them survive. We hope so as well, Professor. Chapter 5249A7KE1, interesting, is it not? These 3 works of yours have surprised and amazed all of the researchers assigned to this project. The Carmen Conscript alone has overturned many theories that have long assumed that the only way for mech pilots to effectively control machines of this kind is by making use of a neural interface. Vase couldn't suppress his curiosity. If I may ask, how did you manage to establish a successful connection between the Carmen Conscript and this test subject? One designed this Carmen mech to pair solely with another person who has regrettably lost his life. The Mace dismissively waved his hand. 1AM told that our biotechs have extensively modified and augmented the body of the next candidate in order to tolerate the foreign blood and DNA of your Carmen Conscript. The physical health risks that you are concerned about are not an issue for us. Our technology allows us to accomplish many feats. I see. That was rather brilliant, if expensive. This was not a solution that could be applied on a wider scale, but it was enough for the purposes of an experiment. The two continued to chat for a few minutes about their expectations for the Carmen system. I decided to meet you here because I wanted to show you that we value your work and contributions. The ace pilot and leader spoke in an appreciative tone. When you stood up against the polymath in her Unity plan, you demonstrated courage and conviction that is not inferior to a mech champion. It is a great pity that you did not have the opportunity to become a mech pilot. Then again, we are all lucky that you have become a mech designer instead. You would have never been able to present so many groundbreaking innovations to our association. Though Vase felt enormously flattered by all of the compliments, he did not let all of these blind praises get ahead of him. He needed to make sure to keep his head cool if he wanted to hold a proper conversation with one of the most powerful people of red humanity. Although the Mace of Retaliation was nowhere near as strong as his grandfather, he currently spoke with the Fist of Defiance's voice. That effectively meant that the powerful ace pilot standing next to him was pretty much the spokesperson of the unofficial leader of red humanity. Does the Fist of Defiance know about what transpired earlier today? Vase cautiously asked. He knows that a major incident has occurred. We have declined to transmit an emergency data package. The secrecy of my grandfather's current mission is of paramount importance. Any signal transmission, no matter the tech or method, can give away critical clues to our current adversaries. Do not be concerned. He will most definitely react positively to what has happened here once he is able to regain contact with us again. Vase grew a little disappointed that the Fist of Defiance remained out of the loop. It was difficult to be certain about what the god pilot thought about the transfer of the crown and the fact that he was a holy son all along. He wasn't even sure whether the Mace of Retaliation was aware of this extremely sensitive secret. Perhaps that was why the xenotechnician handled this sensitive matter instead. I have heard that you are responsible for issuing my rewards. Vase spoke. That is true. I wanted to handle this in person because you deserve our highest regard. Tell me, Professor Larkinson, are you satisfied with your elevation in galactic citizenship? Vase knew that it was best for him to be honest, considering that he was well within the range of the Mace of Retaliation's domain field. I still don't know what to make of it. I am immensely honored for receiving a rapid rise in status, but the transition is too big and abrupt. I am not truly ready to undertake all of the responsibilities that Tier 3 galactic citizens are supposed to handle. The Mace nodded in understanding. Our thoughts concur with yours. To be honest, we discussed whether it is right to promote you to a Tier 2 galactic citizen. Despite your relatively low rank, the status and influence that you have gained during the voting session vastly exceeds the boundaries of Tier 3. You not only took the lead in a situation where the other delegates preferred to stay quiet, but you directly confronted a star designer without embarrassing yourself. We were close to making this decision. There were fairly substantial differences between Tier 2 and Tier 3 galactic citizens. Vase knew that his life would have been completely upended if the Mechers promoted him once again. That would not be a good idea, he argued. Whether I have earned it or not, I am simply not ready for that kind of life. The Mace looked satisfied that Vase did not whine or kick up any fuss. We are not that desperate to pull you into our leadership councils. We also wanted to give you more room to grow. It is far too easy for people to lose their motivation if they have been promoted too quickly. Your current jump has already touched upon a limit. We think it is best to give you a few decades to settle into your new status. That said, we have not forgotten about what you have done. You are still entitled to the rewards that a Tier 2 galactic citizen expects to receive. The time had come for Vase to finally learn what he gained out of sticking his head out and stopping the polymath from becoming a corrupted tyrant. First, we thought about granting you the status of a warlord immediately. That would have turned you into the first warlord before our new elites program has formally begun. We ultimately thought that this is inappropriate, as a true warlord is a leader who had taken his men into the depths of alien space and returned alive. We cannot make any exceptions to this rule. Vase nodded in understanding. I wouldn't have earned it anyway. We have come up with a list of other rewards that you may wish to receive instead. The first option that we are willing to grant you is the most straightforward one. We are willing to award you with 100 billion MTA merits, which is more than enough to speed up your promotion to a first-class mech designer and establish a good foundation at our level. You can spend these merits on many useful goods and services in our exchange. This also includes the more exclusive entries that are only open to internal members of our association as well as Tier 3 galactic citizens. This was the largest sum of MTA merits that had ever been dangled in front of Ves's face. He knew that this was enough for him to commission and outfit a small but powerful fleet. He could also purchase a permanent facility in a core stronghold such as the Vullet Central Star Node. There were many possible ways for him to spend such a massive reward, so that it was easy for him to get lost in all of the possibilities. He wasn't too happy with this reward, to be honest. He felt that his contributions were definitely worth a considerably greater reward, but he supposed that the Mechers had given him enough favors in other areas. From letting him keep the polymath's crown to allow him to provide his input on the configuration of the upcoming kinship network, Vase already derived plenty of benefits from the Red Association. The real benefit of his actions was gaining the appreciation of the top leaders of the survivalist faction. Vase managed to establish closer relationships with the xenotechnician, the Fist of Defiance, and even the polymath. He knew that if he ever came up with anything important enough, he always had the possibility to get into contact with some of the main decision-makers of Red humanity. The value of these connections would only grow in time. Vase therefore shouldn't have much to complain about earning 100 billion MTA merits. It was more than what a second-class mech designer could ever expect to earn in his lifetime. Vase knew that the Mace of Retaliation was far from done, though. MTA merits can be used to exchange for many goods, but you should know that we can offer much more substantial rewards that are not listed in our exchange. These exclusive goods and services are usually only available for barter, as they are being offered by individuals as opposed to our association as a whole. For example, our team is working on a project that is meant to introduce a powerful incentive to the new elites. The Mace of Retaliation transferred a secret document to Vase. Is this true? I can assure you that the data is accurate. The ace pilot grinned. The rules have changed. It will no longer take decades or centuries for mech pilots to grow their resonance strength by relying on their own efforts. I do not understand any of the science or even know what is being put into them, but our best biotechs are adamant that the recently developed A7KE1 general-purpose pilot cultivation elixir can rapidly stimulate the resonance growth of high-ranking mech pilots. Expert pilots especially stand to benefit from ingesting these odd new elixirs. Amazing, is it not? E-energy radiation has made it all possible. Our research groups are working on many more comparable projects to grant our new elites an even stronger advantage. This piece of crucial insider knowledge did not actually contain a lot of details, but the contents that hadn't been redacted already shook Vase to the core. He had long assumed that mech pilots largely had to rely on what they had always done in order to advance up the ranks. Even when E-energy radiation came into the picture, Vase merely assumed that it would only passively speed up the growth in resonance strength of high-ranking mech pilots. The introduction of effective elixirs radically changed the paradigm. With each elixir they absorbed, it only took days for expert pilots to digest the contents and grow their resonance strength by 1 to 3 lavares depending on the circumstances. Although the document also noted numerous concerning side effects that might lead to future troubles, they could be mitigated as long as an expert pilot did not down these elixirs at a high frequency. Where did they come from? How are you able to produce these elixirs? We have entire libraries filled with ancient formulas. The Mace of Retaliation responded. The challenge is interpreting them and finding the right ingredients. The formulas often ask for reagents that do not exist anymore or are out of our reach. However, we have dedicated teams that consist of our best biotech researchers as well as more mystically inclined experts who have developed a large amount of substitute ingredients. Using them reduces the effectiveness of the existing formulas, so our researchers are forced to experiment further in order to make the most out of our limited supply of special reagents. This was an enormous undertaking. If not for the fact that the Red Association was in control of much of their current society, it would have been a lot harder for the mechers to gather so many highly capable researchers and supply so much rare materials. Vase knew that his own research institutions lacked the scale, funding and research facilities to develop their own version of a cultivation elixir. Perhaps that might change in the future, but for now the Red Association was probably the only organization that could offer a supply of these potent but exclusive elixirs. How much? Vase asked. 500 vials of A7KE1. All yours to do as you wish, though this reward does come with the condition that you keep it for internal use only. I do not advise you to speed up the development of your expert pilots too much. It is best to balance it out with organic development so that they can adapt to the changes and maintain their pursuit for greater strength. Vase did not know whether this was a good deal or not. The amount implied that it cost 200 million MTA merits to exchange for a single vial of A7KE1. This was way too much in his opinion. The price would probably drop to a drastic degree once the Red Association was able to expand the supply of raw materials or developed a more effective and efficient formula, but how long would that take? The true value of this reward was the fact that Vase could gain these powerful elixirs years in advance of other people. Chapter 5250. An important clue. Vase already thought that his various innovations could rapidly speed up the emergence and growth of mech pilots, but the benefits promised by the A7KE1 general-purpose pilot cultivation elixir were frankly ridiculous. The notion of being able to strengthen an expert pilot by swallowing a single vial of elixir was an incredibly foreign notion to modern people. For as long as mechs existed, it had always been the rule that mech pilots could only rely on themselves and their mechs to grow stronger. There were no easy shortcuts to greater power. Unless a pilot had an exceptionally high genetic aptitude such as the frankly ridiculous chosen human who raced his way to his current rank at the age of 75, it took a lot longer for every other mech pilot to grow their resonance strength to their limits and beyond. Time is a luxury that we do not have, the Mace of Retaliation wistfully said as he stared down at the 3 dormant Carmen mechs. I wish that we did not have to rely on this measure. Pilots such as myself have earned our way to our current levels by putting in an unimaginable amount of blood, sweat and tears into our service. We sought out dangerous challenges and subjected ourselves to unreasonable dangers just so that we can stimulate our potential again and again. To think that our future mech pilots can attain many of the same benefits by swallowing a single vial of liquid is frustrating. Vase could understand the feeling. No one wanted their hard work to become so devalued due to technological advancements. Yet, jealousy was not a sufficient justification to rule out the use of these newfangled elixirs. You already said it yourself, sir. We don't have enough time to allow our high-ranking mech pilots to take their time. Back in the Milky Way, everything was so damn stable that everyone could afford for mech pilots to take decades or centuries to grow into their power. Here in the Red Ocean, there is a real chance that we will all go extinct half a century later. The growth rate of mech pilots is simply too slow. What we need most are god pilots, lots of them. If that means we must lower the threshold to triggering apotheosis and provide all kinds of conveniences that can drastically shrink the growth rate, then so be it. At least we'll have enough powerful protectors to survive the coming decades. The mace still assumed a complex expression. You do not need to reiterate the arguments to me. We have made a long and careful consideration before we have agreed to implement these measures. The elixirs are here to stay. For now, we plan to reserve them for warlords and warfighters as long as they are eligible. This is one of our greatest incentives to persuade high-ranking mech pilots to participate in deep strike operations. Limiting the availability to warlords and warfighters had massive implications. This policy would ultimately lead to a drastic disparity in strength and numbers between the offensive new elites and the people who contributed much less to the war effort. Vase realized that this was an important component to the Fist of Defiance's ambitious societal reforms. Military power was one of the most straightforward factors that decided the hierarchy in a society. If warlords grew so quickly that they could overpower those who remained at home, then it was inevitable for the former to supplant the latter. At this moment, the Mace of Retaliation offered Vase a head start on this exciting new development. 500 vials was more than enough to rapidly accelerate the growth of all of his expert pilots. Important and strategic figures such as Venerable Joshua Larkinson, Commander Casella Ingvar and Venerable Zimro Belson would no longer have to wait for many years to reach the threshold to advance to ace pilot and gain a chance to make a real difference in the Great War. The differences between expert pilots and ace pilots were simply too great. The former was effectively a single step removed from cannon fodder. The latter could challenge alien warships head-on and win. Is this elixir effective for standard pilots and expert candidates? No. The Mace shook his head. The results are not pleasant if anyone else ingests the A7KE1 elixir in any quantity or concentration. Our researchers are working on a weaker formula that can safely provide enough of a boost to weaker mech pilots, but it is questionable whether it is even possible in theory. The ultimate requirement for a soldier to become more effective is to transform his willpower and form the right conviction. This is why the elixirs cannot induce any breakthroughs by themselves. There is research that suggests that any expert pilots who rely on them for rapid growth will find it much more difficult to advance to ace pilot. That is only if every other variable remains the same, right? If all of those other measures go into force as well, then you can easily compensate for this disadvantage. That is true, Professor, but that leaves us with consequences that we cannot easily wave away. I truly fear for the mentalities of the cruder and less refined warlords that will inevitably rise up in this changed climate. Vase decided to ask another question. Are these elixirs effective for ace pilots as well? They work. The Mace of Retaliation freely answered. The problem is that the proportional gains are too low. It is not difficult for ace pilots to grow their resonance strengths by a couple of lavares in a week. It is wasteful for them to ingest expensive elixirs that produce comparable gains. I am told that our researchers are working hard to develop much more potent formulas, with little progress. Their main hindrance is the lack of availability of exceptionally strong reagents. It takes a special energy-dense environment to even make their growth possible. Vase suddenly recalled that he had made a promise to exchange special hyper materials for other valuable goods. Perhaps the main reason why that master mech designer asked for powerful sympathetic materials was to facilitate the growth of powerful but demanding raw ingredients. In any case, it sounded as if developing elixirs that possessed the right potency for Ace Pilot was a struggle. It may take years for the Red Association to produce a successful result. Everything would probably change once again once the mechers produced a breakthrough in their research. There was no need for Vase to think so far ahead. He needed to consider his more immediate priorities. He desperately needed to strengthen his forces so that he could defend himself against both human and alien threats. His biggest concern was that his actions had accelerated his entry into first-class society. The rules were different at this height, and so were the power levels. It would take a lot of time for Vase to amass a proper force of first-class multipurpose mechs. Reliable and trustworthy manpower would be severely limited for a long time. If he could speed up the transformation of his favored expert pilots into ace pilots, they could offer him ample protection against all but the greatest threats of the Red Ocean. What Vase needed to consider whether it was the right choice to forego 100 billion MTA merits in order to receive 500 exclusive vials of A7KE1 years in advance. The Red Association was most certainly iterating on the elixirs, so a newer and more effective version might come out a few years later. The rapid expansion of the emerging elixir industry would also make it a lot cheaper to acquire the elixirs. A single vial of A7KE1 may very well become 10 times cheaper, which meant that Vase had paid an excessive premium just to gain early access to this product. He was quite familiar with the pros and cons of engaging in early generation products. It was inevitable for subsequent developments to outshine earlier efforts. What Vase ultimately had to consider was whether it was worth making his most important champions a lot stronger in the next couple of hours. If these elixirs were as crazy as the Red Association claimed, then he may very well be able to turn all of his expert pilots into ace pilot candidates by the time the Larkinson clan was ready and able to participate in its first deep strike operation. It ultimately came down to time. Was Vase willing to forego other rewards just so that he could gain these elixirs in advance? You do not have to settle for this reward, Professor Larkinson. The Mace of Retaliation said when he noticed the other man's internal struggle. We can provide you with other rewards such as upgrading your flagship into a well-equipped first-class factory ship, giving you access to our libraries that explain our most restricted high technologies or receive the most advanced and cutting-edge augmentations that we are able to provide to an individual with your abnormal physique. Vase was actually the least interested in the last reward. He had already improved more than enough as of late. There was no need for him to replace his cranial implant or gain any other fancy gene treatments. He was a lot more tempted to upgrade his Spirit of Bentime even though she had already completed a refit a short time ago. Gaining extensive access to a lot of high-level knowledge also sounded yummy. He also thought about asking for top materials such as the ones demanded by the mech designer system, but he did not feel much urgency to complete his neglected supply missions. Ever since he saw how the polymath ended up, Vase had gained a lot of wariness towards his own fragment of the metal scroll, especially now that it had reunited with the iron-resonant crucifix crown. Perhaps it might not be a bad idea to keep it in a half-starved state. Then again, perhaps the benefits offered by the system upgrades surpassed the value of those vials. Vase decided to trust the Mace of Retaliation. He composed a short list of materials and transmitted it to the ace pilot. Can I ask whether the association has these materials in stock? The Mace of Retaliation had encountered a lot of different materials over the centuries, but the ones requested by Vase sounded especially odd. Orphidian glow glass, Yondu milk, I never heard of them. Our database contains no entry to them either. They may be registered under different names, but I doubt it. Even if we are familiar with these materials, the chances are great that they are only available in the Milky Way. We did not transfer enough material reserves to the Red Ocean before the Great Severing occurred. Vase knew better than to get his hopes up. So your association can't supply any of the listed materials. The only hit in our database is EE343F00334R. We have definitely come in touch with it before. That makes sense as it is clearly an artificial alloy that is developed in an advanced materials lab. Wait, what? Vase immediately became more excited. Do you happen to have a few kilograms of this alloy in stock? I hate to disappoint you, but we do not have this material in supply. Our database tells me that the alloy was originally developed by the Common Fleet Alliance. The Red Fleet likely doesn't have this experimental material in stock, but it may be possible for you to exchange the formula or make another arrangement. We can intercede on your behalf if you wish, though we cannot guarantee success. Ah, that's okay. One will figure this out myself. Vase quickly waved. He would rather settle this problem himself than to rely on a third party. Besides, he had already gained a huge amount of progress by finding out the source of one of these critical and elusive materials. With that option ruled out, Vase couldn't help but go back to those 500 vials of elixirs. They did not help him directly, but they could provide a massive boost to his clan and make sure that his strongest and most trusted protectors would be able to keep up with his rapid ascension. The Larkinson clan needed this fast power boost. This was especially the case when there were much stronger threats on the horizon. Perhaps Vase might be able to spend 2 billion MTA merits on a variety of powerful tools and armaments, but these measures were far from enough to shake a powerful enough threat. When he thought of how much more powerful his future ace mechs might become 5 to 10 years in the future, Vase could no longer resist the temptation. I think one will settle for the offer of 500 elixirs. Vase eventually decided. I have several powerful pilots who depend on me and vice versa. It doesn't sit well with me to keep most of my gains for myself. I have already received enough benefits. It will be a lot more lonely for me if I can't keep the same company. The Mace of Retaliation looked inordinately pleased. I knew you would make the right choice. I admire your loyalty and commitment to your troops. As expected of the person who reminded us all that mech designers exist to serve mech pilots. Keep up the good work. I expect greater results from you in the future. Chapter 5251 Spreading of news on this day, Red Humanity changed forever. The survivalists worked quickly. They contacted the upper circle of leaders from major powers such as the Red Fleet, the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. A lot of secret discussions ensued. Nobody knew how contentious they became or how much horse trading took place during these ultra-secret talks, but amazingly the leaders managed to come to a consensus in record time. The actual truth was that all of the major human groups had been informed about the proposed plans ahead of time. The survivalists had given the other high-tiered galactic citizens enough consideration time to understand the implications and accept the merits of every proposal. Each plan put forth by the survivalist faction came with its fair share of controversies. The most dramatic consequences of embracing the Deep Strike plan were twofold. First, it called for an extensive restructuring of the current order. Second, it demanded a large amount of elite troops to conduct extremely lucrative but also incredibly dangerous deep strike operations. The danger and uncertainty posed by the latter was enough to induce all kinds of horrible nightmares. Just the thought of traveling thousands of light years away from any friendly territory could scare even the most hardened and experienced soldiers. There were many reasons why the upper leaders wanted to object to the plans. They stood to lose far too much power over time if they did not play the reckless game orchestrated by the Fist of Defiance. They could suffer immense losses if a deep strike operation happened to end in disaster. The leaders generally did not like it when they lost control, and the deep strike plan robbed them of a lot of rights and privileges that they had long taken for granted. What truly made a difference was that the star designers and the god pilots of most powers all threw their support behind the Fist of Defiance's ambitious plan. Nobody knew why they all fell in line so quickly. What mattered was that since the greatest human heroes and the leaders of the crucial mech community all came together regardless of existing rivalries and hostility, everyone else had little choice but to fall in lockstep. This was why the Red Two along with the first-rate colonial superstates took all of society by storm by publishing their initial announcements the day after the conclusion of the conference. The phrasing and framing of the texts were all different, but the underlying messages were all the same. For the first time since the Great Severing occurred, the major powers of Red Humanity truly came together as one this time. A lot of questions and confusion emerged after the masses just learned what the big shots had in store with all of them. They all wondered how the enormous shifts in policy affected their daily lives. Does this mean that we will get conscripted into service? I am not cut out to be a soldier. The new elites, what does that mean? Are they supposed to replace the nobility that are ruling over us today? Why are the announcements so vague about what is so great about becoming a warfighter? Becoming a so-called linefighter sounds like a much cushier job to me. We'll be able to fight alongside lots of other friendly troops, and we can actually fall back to a heavily fortified stronghold if we are being pushed back. My time has come. My mother has been in charge of our dynasty for so many years that she should have retired decades ago. If one returned from a deep strike operation as a warlord, I can obtain the right to challenge her rule and take my rightful place as the new head. The contents of the announcements were already shocking enough to the general population despite containing so little details. The major powers had all agreed to publish information on a phased schedule. This not only gave the people enough room to process all of the shocking changes over a larger time span, but also bought more time for the leaders to flesh out the initial plans. Still, the upper circles of most major states and organizations had access to much better channels than the general population. Tens of thousands of associates attended the conference and witnessed the dramatic turn of events on the seventh day. Not all of them could keep their mouths shut. It was pretty much an exercise in futility to try to prevent them from sharing the juicy details to their friends and business partners, so the survivalists did not even bother to enforce any secrecy. The only directive they imposed on everyone was to keep the news from spreading beyond a certain boundary. This was nothing new to the upper echelon. They were accustomed to receiving insider information and keeping the news to themselves for the most part. They possessed enough control over the galactic net and major media publications to prevent any premature disclosures of critical information. This was why the highly controversial actions of the polymath and the admirable actions of Professor Vase Larkinson managed to stay off the news. Their names emphatically did not escape the lips of the insiders who shared the names among their own channels. Deep within the Skyline Palace hovering above the government district of Kotor City, President Unames Clive deeply felt concerned as he tried to process all of the revelations he heard from an important contact. The Colonial Federation of Davut was not an important player in the galactic scene, but it was still an important regional power. It was not difficult for the leaders of Davut to get their hands on the full account that took place during the historical conference. This changes everything. Madame Reina Kernsk spoke up first. Though she maintained her impeccable composure, deep inside her thoughts were already roiling. The war against the native aliens takes precedence over our rivalry against the Karloks. It is not wise to take our sights away from Karlok. Saint Jorvik Clive warned as his ace Mech was guarding the colonial president within a hidden chamber inside the palace. If the polymath had her way, Davut and Karlok would no longer exist as autonomous states. That did not happen. The colonial president briefly smiled. One thing I can speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on behalf of all of us, that we are grateful that her plan did not get passed in the end. However, that does not change the fact that internal competition still exists. It is only the means of competition that has changed if one interpret the details of the new plan correctly. We can still conquer the territories of Karlok, and Karlok can do the same to us. What is important is that warlords can essentially walk over non-warlords without suffering too many consequences. The rights they gain are frankly ridiculous. The people here were all smart enough to know that this was not a bug, but rather a feature. The intention was to sweep aside all of the old and passive leaders so that more proactive and proven warlords could take their place. Given that this was essentially an open conspiracy that targeted every established leader including Unames Clive himself, the passing of the Deep Strike plan presented a direct threat to his rule. All of his own plans and strategies had to be thrown out of the window. They had to comprehend the rules and implications as quickly as possible and prepare for a way to defend their own territories from the predation of ambitious new warlords. According to the rules, warlords can be divided into several ranks. Saint Jorvik Clive noted, any warlord that has gone on multiple deployments can successively raise their ranks, thereby receiving greater privileges and rewards. The rank directly affects the amount of planets, star systems and territories that a warlord can hold. The implication here was that in order to maintain control over the current territories of Davut, one of their own had to undertake at least several risky deep strike operations and come back alive every time in order to secure their current gains. The president's face grew increasingly more ugly. There are too few details on how dangerous these operations can be, but if they are anything close to the battles at the front lines, then the losses will likely be substantial even if our forces prevail in the end. Every operation will take an enormous toll, but we have little choice but to play by these rules. If we do not contribute to the war effort, then Karlok as well as our other neighbors will move in our stead. The Davutans were hardly the only people who had to worry about getting taken over by hostile warlords. The Fist of Defiance showed little regard for the existing power structures. The thought that any stranger could swoop in and claim all of the investment and effort that the Clive Consortium put into building up Davut by force was galling. If I want to retain my presidency, I will have to take the lead myself. President Unames Clive spoke in a determined voice. I must travel with one of the fleets and subject myself to the same risks as the other troops if 1 a.m. to secure my legacy and my birthright as the leader of our state. Sir, that is too reckless of a decision. Reina Kernsk objected. You do not have a military background. Your leadership is entirely dispensable on the battlefield. Let Saint Jorvik or our hand-picked generals take over this responsibility instead. Even if they get to become our new warlords, they are far from qualified from governing so many territories. You can still rule over Davut so long as all of our warlords agree to give you a mandate to rule in their name. This was the most rational course of action. Let the professionals do what they did best. There was nothing wrong with letting trusted people such as Saint Jorvik bear most of the risks. Yet, when the current president thought about how his cowardice would see him demoted to a mere administrator, he felt a deep sense of unwillingness. Ever since the Red Ocean got cut off from the Milky Way, President Unames Clive thought he had gotten loose from his former masters. The enormous Clive Consortium and the other founding organizations of Davut no longer loomed over his shoulders like before. They had all been left behind in a galaxy that had become a lot more distant. The Age of Dawn should have been an age where Unames Clive not only turned Davut into his personal fief, but also established a dynasty of his own where he and his descendants dominated the Krakatoa Middle Zone in the centuries to come. The passing of the Deep Strike plan threatened to ruin all of his ambitions. If he wanted to salvage as much of his original plans as possible, he needed to accept the new reality and adapt to the new rules as quickly as possible. Fortunately, he wasn't as young and set in his ways as many of his older counterparts. He not only accepted the need to actually take part in these crazy operations just so that he could secure the title of warlord, but also form a new coalition of fellow warlords to collectively defend their current state. One name stood out in their minds. Our ties with the Larkinsons have become much more crucial than before. President Unames Clive remarked, if any of the absurd stories about Patriarch Vase Larkinson turn out to be true, then his influence has already grown to enormous proportions. We have already assumed that he was destined for greatness, but I do not believe that any of us expected that he would have gained prominence so quickly. We are not even qualified to talk to a newly promoted Tier 3 galactic citizen as equals anymore. How could they possibly negotiate and form new agreements with a clan leader that had already left Davut in the dust? The most they could do was to engage the local branch of the increasingly more famous Larkinson clan, but this was unlikely to produce drastic results. Saint Jorvik Clive already had another idea in mind. I have already become acquainted with General Ark Larkinson. I will meet with him more often in order to open up the possibility of deeper cooperation. The colonial president nodded in agreement. I will leave this responsibility to you. Do not be afraid to make major concessions up to and including territorial rights. It is becoming increasingly more certain that the Larkinsons have become the forerunners of this new age.